Chapter 51. When Xiao Xiao heard Xie Shichen's question, she immediately checked her database. However, she was sure that there was no problem with the database. Xie Shichen was not disappointed after receiving the feedback, but just tapped his elbow lightly with his knuckles, trying to come to a more friendly conclusion. In theory, Xiao Xiao did not tell him the function of the student's special talent, and the student talent file he spent the principal's money to get could only show whether the special talent existed. We know that Lucius and Anna have the gift of light. Firstly, because of their father's specialness, and secondly, because of Lucius's specialness. In the archives, Lucius' father has no name, but a reference to a god with incomplete godhood. The cardinal of the Church of Light, loss of godhood, Lucius. Xie Shichen thus speculated that the special gift of the siblings is the gift of light. But since Eugene can observe the power of darkness, and said that the siblings have sufficient dark power, there is only one possibility. Their mother is a magician related to the dark system. But the question arises again. If their mother is a dark system, why is it shown in the file that their mother is a light knight with no magic talent? The file will not lie. The file is generated based on the world line and the law. It is the most reliable channel for teachers to understand the identity of students, so that Xie Shichen can complete the identity of students through the identities of parents, so that Xie Shichen can know the race of students and prescribe the right medicine. Maybe the files we got at the beginning were relatively brief, but the app has been upgraded twice so far, and the files have gradually improved. We may not know the future, but the past must be accurate. So, Xie Shichen's mind was blown. Could their mother be the dark god? The app was silent for 2 seconds. If so, the file you see now is not a talentless knight of light. The god of light has been detected. So how can the file not detect the dark god? That's strange. Could it be that she was eroded by pollution? This is also possible. So Lucius said that letting his sister choose the light talent is for her own good. Maybe Lucius knows something. But unfortunately Xie Shichen can't ask. This little guy's trust value in him is too low, which is particularly abrupt among the students with a trust value of up to 90. Moreover, because the trust value is related to his force value improvement, there is no upper limit. For example, Bori and Ophelia, the two little guys who were conquered by Xie Shichen the most, have a trust value of over 200 after the app update. Xie Shichen couldn't attack suddenly just because his trust value seemed high. Then he could only pay attention to it first. Perhaps he could wait until he had achieved certain results and Screech had become famous on the mainland, and then talk to Lucius and his parents to solve these problems as soon as possible. Xie Shichen's thinking and communicating with Xiao Xiao seemed to take a long time, but it seemed to the outside world that only 10 seconds had passed. He took over Eugene's words nonchalantly. If I have a talent for light, will there be any problems learning witchcraft from you? Eugene was just shocked at how he could be so blind that he could not see the light-related talents in these two children. Hearing Xie Shichen's words, he subconsciously answered, "Of course it is possible. But it still depends on the source of this light talent. Light and darkness cannot coexist." Xie Shichen frowned. Is it impossible at all? For example, compare them to yin and yang. And then yin and yang intertwine? Eugene didn't quite understand what Xie Shichen meant by this sentence. He tried to guess. Are you talking about the twilight line? Indeed. This time period is the only time when darkness and light can meet. But they cannot coexist. They are in a relationship of darkness devouring light and light devouring darkness. They cannot coexist. Xie Shichen asked again with his mind open. Like the elements of water and fire? Although water and fire cannot coexist, if there are two spaces separated by my body, storing these two elements separately, it's not that he has to argue with Eugene, but mainly because the little guy is the student he chose. No matter what, this matter must be resolved, and he must be prepared in advance. Eugene vaguely guessed Xie Shichen's purpose, and he also thought along this line of thought. And the final answer was still not optimistic. It's still different. Although water and fire elements are incompatible, it's not absolute. For example, in the small world where I live, there is water and fire. The element division in this world is relatively rough. Perhaps most fire elements cannot coexist with water elements, but there are also some where water and fire can coexist. The compartment you mentioned is not easy to make. Even if this situation can occur, it is difficult to apply it to light and darkness, Eugene said, giving Xie Shichen a detailed example. In the words of your small world, the light element is the light produced by the sun, and the dark element is the place where the light cannot reach. They are two opposite concepts. How about using the concept of this small world? Shichen knew what Eugene meant, but still didn't want to give up this exploration. Eugene thought about it carefully. It may be a bit abstract. The darkness of this world is like a collection of dark sides, such as fear, corrosion, and bloodthirstiness, while light is more like a kind of beauty, such as healing, such as warmth. It's really abstract. If we really want to coexist, then the only concept should be the twilight line. Right? When light and darkness devour each other, they are actually blending with each other. Eugene suddenly laughed at himself and made a joke. Doesn't that mean we should train our children as morning and evening? Shichen. Good question. How can we accurately train the morning and evening? Eugene shrugged. Obviously, he didn't have a better idea. But this also gave Shichen a direction to think about. Let's not talk about Anna. Just look at Lucius. He already is half of the god of light. How domineering is the light element in his body. But Eugene can feel his strong dark element. And he can even be said to be one of the best talents. Doesn't this prove that the power of this darkness is enough to compete with the power of half of the god of light? Forget it. Mark it first and discuss it with the parents of the students. Shichen added another layer of emphasis to the little guy, which means that all teachers will help to pay attention to him in the future. After putting aside this concern, the two invigilators also threw themselves into the intense assessment. With Shiuzi alone, it is still easy for the little guys to get into trouble if they are not careful. In order to ensure the safety of the little guys, even if they have nothing to do now, they have to pay more attention to the movements of the little guys. Until the end of this assessment, this observation lasted for 4 days. Shichen watched the little guys from running around with their heads in their hands to jumping on trees numbly. The fatigue on his face gradually disappeared, leaving a full smile. How should I put it? It was like they were hurting themselves. Although the little guys also decided to challenge themselves. It was based on the fact that everyone had set up a lot of traps, and had the confidence of the teacher behind them. Not only did they not bring many tools, but the backpacks also contained textbooks that could not be lost. It was okay during the fixed period of fighting monsters, which was just a little tiring, and I could also use the rest time to check and fill in the gaps in the books. After that, small waves of beasts suddenly appeared from nowhere, which was very disgusting. The students needed to carry their books and various small tools and run away desperately. If one beast can be dealt with, a group of beasts can be dealt with. Even if this group is a small group, there are more than 10 of them, especially the Boreai group. They were miserable. After all, they brought a pot. You deserve it. Seeing the embarrassed trio, Shichen got interested and started to give them some small surprises. For example, when a bunch of banana peels suddenly appeared on the side of the road. Not only would they fall down one by one, but the beasts behind them would sometimes fall down instantly, and then rush forward a long way due to inertia and almost knock the students off. For example, a few realistic pythons suddenly appeared in the bushes, scaring the students who were about to rush in so much that they jumped 3 feet high and wanted to poke their eyes out. Another example, the escape process was very embarrassing, and the students' voices were very lively. Chloe, what road are you looking for? Oh, why is there a swamp here? Damn. My shoes. Chris, did you poke the monster's nest? Didn't you say you would lure a 4th level monster over here? There is only one 4th level monster, and I can't do anything if other monsters want to follow me. Bo Ray, your fault. If you don't move over, I throw it away. No. 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 Osido. My dearest Osido. The savior of Bo Ray. Please hold on for a while. Shichen touched the teaching stick and shook his head. It still lacks some flexibility. Eugene choked, looking at the little guys, who were almost unrecognizable in their original appearance, and sighed softly. He often didn't fit in with this academy because he was too kind. The 4-day assessment passed in the blink of an eye, and the students' shoulders felt like they were about to be pressed into right angles by the books. If I still felt puzzled at first, after a few more accidents, I realized that this was a trick of the teachers. On the last day, the students stood in a row, holding the beast cores they had killed. The mud on their bodies had already dried, but they didn't feel anything at all, and waited with dead eyes for Shiuzi to announce the results. Shiuzi took the blame given by Shichen, and he had to swallow it. After all, he did drive away those monsters, and Shichen, a superficial muggle, really couldn't do so many accidents. Mo Shuzi coughed a few times with a guilty conscience. We give scores for physical training on the spot. Don't be nervous. I've checked. Everyone did very well. The students were cold and ruthless. And their expressions didn't change. Mo Shuzi checked one by one. Of course he was careless. And he already knew the real result. After walking around, he said a symbolic closing remark. Okay. Everyone's scores are definitely excellent. The specific scores are worth publishing together with Teacher Sia's cultural courses. But don't worry. If you score less than 90 points, come to me. And I go to your Teacher Sia. Chris smiled, but his face was not smiling. Thank you for your generosity. Sir. Ophelia had a good temper and couldn't help whispering. I hope you can be more honest next time. Teacher Mo. Teacher Mo was as quiet as a chicken. And he didn't care. Anyway, it wasn't him. So what should he reflect on? It was obviously the bastard Xie Shichen who caused the trouble. Teacher Xie, who caused the trouble behind the scenes, postponed the exam time for them and barely appeased the students' hearts. Time passed quickly. And in a blink of an eye, they only had one exam left. History of Magic Development. I had already taken practical-related exams, and the rest were all theoretical courses. History of Magic Development was left out. So I simply set it up so that I could take the exam in the morning and rest. Make arrangements for the new month in the afternoon, and then continue with the class the next day. Students are not very used to this arrangement of continuing to take classes after the exam without rest. But they are also looking forward to what they can learn in the third month. The first 2 months of study not only made them stronger, but also broadened their horizons, and even felt confident. They have a more thorough understanding of magic, love it more, and have even made considerable gains. Many students have received the honorary medals and certificates sent by Xie Shichen. After soliciting the opinions of the students, almost all students were willing to send back their certificates of honor when they learned that Xie Shichen was going to write a letter of praise and thanks to their parents. Regardless of their relationship with their parents, they all look forward to giving their parents a surprise. If they can get praise from their parents, it would be great. Just like Bo Rui. After sending his certificate of honor, he soon received a reply from his mother. The long paragraph of praise in the reply, plus some greetings and heartache, made Bo Rui feel warm in his heart. It feels so good to be praised after making progress. He even showed his family letter to his good friends, saying that his parents treated him like a child, which was really a sweet trouble. Xie Shichen had no choice but to send thank you letters to the students who had already reported. They won't be able to see their parents for the next year, so it's only right to give them some sweetness. Back to the topic. It was the last exam, and the students with strong adaptability had already gotten used to Xie Shichen's various operations in the exam. Whether it was psychological warfare, difficult questions, or the disordered order of answer sheets, they were very careful to avoid pitfalls and worked hard to improve their grades. Because the make-up exam was more painful, the academic work was very intense. Until the last exam was over, they didn't dare to relax for a moment. And once they relaxed, they would have to take the make-up exam. Oh, yes. I have to add that voluntary make-up exams and involuntary make-up exams are still different. The process of writing furiously was so wonderful. So wonderful that they could hear all kinds of small movements of Xie Shichen, and then quietly shift their attention to see what little surprise Xie Shichen was doing. What little surprise could Xie Shichen have this time? It was just that someone else found a little surprise for him. App gloated. Someone is coming. Xie Shichen paused with his pen, and a clear red ink mark appeared on the paper he was correcting. He asked nonchalantly, Who? What are you doing? Could it be that the group of people from the Magic Association are here to cause trouble for me? It shouldn't be that bad. No matter how poor the Screech family is, they can't be so unethical. Right? App chuckled, and a hint of vulgarity was revealed in the electronic voice. No. It's a few noble ladies with guards. Xie Shichen had a bad feeling. What are they here for? I don't know. I can only tell you about the places within the academy. App said, and continued with interest. Wow. They came up because they were judged as not threatening by the magic circle. They successfully entered Screech. Oh my god. Host, you can never guess what they are talking about. They said that such a big Screech doesn't even have a guard, and they are asked to go up like this, which is really rude. Xie Shichen, So, we should find a guard as soon as possible. Right? This magic circle is too lame. Xie Shichen took a deep breath, put down the pen, and began to send a message to Eugene, asking Eugene to help supervise the exam. And Moshe Uzi went to improve his physical training field. Physical training is the top priority next month. And he has no time at all now. Eugene was doing an experiment. But he was not slow to come. It only took 10 minutes for him to switch shifts with Siashichin. The little guys looked at Siashichin with sly eyes as he left. Their big round eyes almost said that they were going to cause trouble. Siashichin smiled at Eugene. If you find that you are not obedient, write it down and deduct your contribution points. Eugene waved his hand casually. Don't worry. I'm not that kind. Student Listen. Listen. This is the unscrupulous conversation between the teacher and the principal of the Magic Academy. They asked. Should this kind of conversation exist between teachers? Who would use kindness as a reverse indicator? Wanting to complain, but not finding the time. The students lowered their heads in dismay and continued to work hard on their papers, thinking that this college with a distorted outlook would be finished sooner or later. Their lives are so miserable. I really hope that my compatriots can come to accompany them in the rain soon. You mean? You want your child to enroll in Screech? Siashichin took a sip of tea, looking extremely surprised. Mrs. Singh, did I hear it wrong? Our Screech has been in school for 2 months. Now most magic schools start in February and end in November, leaving 2 months of rest. Some students live far away, and some students need to go out for training. So the time is too short to catch up. Of course, there are also schools that start school early or late, which is very common. But most magic schools rarely allow new students to enroll after the start of the school. They think that students who have been absent for a period of time cannot keep up with the learning progress of their own school. Some people also think that this will damage fairness and the image of the academy. Once the loophole is opened, the noble children will have to temporarily join the class, which will have a great impact on the academy. However, this kind of thing depends on the academy. It is almost impossible to temporarily join a famous academy, unless there is a reason to postpone it, and with the help of an authoritative official seal and the excellence of the students, it can be barely achieved. This is what Shinya has in mind. The Magic Academy they are interested in is set to start in April for the cohesion of students and the academy, and the vacation time is February and March, requiring students to spend the new year in the academy. Screech will start school in February, so her son only needs to report to the academy in advance, apply for a 3-month training, and then stay at Screech for 3 months and take what he needs back. Although it is a bit difficult to operate, Shinya has the means and connections, as well as the help of Singer, so it is theoretically feasible. As for the transfer students, Shinya covered her mouth and chuckled. Very easy to talk to. I understand. Principal Screech, I am not the kind of difficult parent who would haggle over even a banquet. I am just a mother who loves my Ike. You can just call me Shinya. There is no madam here. Only Ike's mother. Siashichin hummed. Mrs. Singh, please understand. Our college does not accept transfer students, and the teaching staff is not enough to recruit more students. Please forgive me. Shinya lowered her eyes and said softly, I know. I understand. Principal. But Mike also came to Screech to report. How can he be considered a transfer student? She raised her eyes, and her naturally charming eyes looked at Siashichin timidly, as if she was afraid that Siashichin would say something negative. Shinya's mother was able to become one of her father's favored lovers, and was not sent to the previous emperor by her father. She was quite scheming and good-looking. But more importantly, she taught Shinya how to make good use of this good appearance. To be honest, Shinya relied on this appearance to gain a lot of benefits for herself. She had powerful guards around her, her husband, and her husband's position as vice president. This is also why Singh did not dare to reveal that he had a lover. Shinya was successful in everything, and the only failure was with Captain Amos, the fool who was afraid of women. He hid behind the woman as soon as he saw her, but it was okay. So Shinya did not realize that she had seduced her husband. Back to the topic. Xinya also had a desire to conquer Screech. After all, Screech was not bad looking, and he was very smart. Wasn't he? She used her beautiful eyes to slowly outline Siashichin's whole body, from top to bottom, looking at him bit by bit, trying to find Siashichin's weaknesses. Siashichin raised his eyebrows slightly and said with interest, but if I remember correctly, there were at least 500 students who signed up to come to Screech at that time. He said with emotion, I didn't expect that only 20 students were willing to come to class in the end. I was lucky enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have delayed the other 480 students. The meaning is obvious. He thinks that 20 students are enough now. And he doesn't need the fence-sitters to make things difficult for him. Xinyao gritted her teeth and moved closer without saying a word. Her thin white fingers stretched forward, trying to put her hand on Xie Shichen's shoulder. Sir! Xie Shichen remained calm. Mrs. Singer. Your child is still here. Who is this? Xinyao, ? She already mentioned her Ike. Why did she ask who this person was? Of course, it was her Ike. Xinyao gritted her teeth and tried to hold it in. This is my child. Ike Singer. Ike. Say hello to the principal. Ike blinked his big eyes and showed a cheerful smile. Hello, principal. My name is Ike Singer. He left on his own initiative. So it's not appropriate to say too much now. Xinyao also pretended to be angry and gently hit Ike on the shoulder. My little Ike was spoiled by me. And he is very timid. When he saw everyone going back to find their parents, he was afraid that he would be left alone. So he followed them. I only recently found out that this little guy ran back without even going to school. So I severely punished him. Ike was embarrassed about his clothes and scratched his head, looking a little bit like a child. Seeing that Xie Shichen didn't respond, Xianya had to further explain her purpose. Principal. I know it's very troublesome to arrange for transfer students. And it requires various official seals and procedures, which are difficult for us to get. But after all, Ike was once your student, wasn't he? Can you accept our little Ike for the sake of his enrollment? Xie Shichen listened and pondered. In theory, it's not impossible to make concessions. After all, he is a student who has been enrolled. How can we reject a student who has been enrolled? Xinyao was slightly happy. Sure enough, men are visual animals. As long as they find the right method, know how to show weakness, and don't ask for too much, what can't be done? She raised her lips modestly. That's troublesome. Xie Shichen suddenly stood up, turned aside, and looked through the enrollment directory, and soon found a line of words. But Mrs. Sung, I didn't see Ike Sing's name at the tuition payment, which means that he didn't complete the enrollment. This is true. The enrollment directory requires magic registration, which is also set up to prevent students from entering multiple colleges to steal skills. In order for Ike to go to a better college, Ike did not register to pay tuition when he came to Screech. He just had the same concerns as most students and waited and saw. Now Ike has a student status in another college, so it is impossible for him to leave his name on it. But this is not a problem for them. As the vice president, Singer has the opportunity to help change the data. But Xie Shichen's fussing attitude still made Xinyao irritable. Ike, you are so stupid. Why did you cancel your information after sneaking away? Xinyao complained half-truthfully, pursed her lips and looked at Screech, feeling very embarrassed. Principal. Xie Shichen smiled nonchalantly. Don't be nervous. I still like the child very much. His name is Ike, right? Ike's name had been ignored so many times, and he could only nod frustratedly. Yes, Principal. My name is Ike Singer. Xie Shichen looked at the other person carefully, as if to see if the child had any merits that would make him make an exception. Ike also straightened his back involuntarily. He knew he needed to be liked by Screech. Only in this way could he get the greatest benefit. It's a pity that the little guy didn't practice well enough, compared with the next-door Xianya, who even seduced unconsciously. He almost had ambition written on his face. Xie Shichen smiled slightly. I have a good impression of him. I like such sunny and cheerful children. Xianya immediately boasted. Yes, Principal. I'm not bragging. My child is the kindest and most cheerful. It's just that he is usually dragged down by us as parents and doesn't get a good reputation. Oh! Xie Shichen looked at Xianya curiously. Dragged down? Xianya knew that Xie Shichen, who could plot against the legendary wizard together with the one from the Steen family, must have something special. She was also afraid that Xie Shichen would go to the royal city to inquire about the news. Her son's bad deeds could not withstand a detailed investigation. She must give Xie Shichen a preconceived concept and impression. So Xianya lowered her eyes and sighed helplessly. Adults always have to make some compromises for the sake of their interests. Right? My child had to play with some children with bad reputations, and be their little follower because of my compromise. But maybe it's just a rumor. I believe my son will not be led astray. In fact, If you go to the royal city to ask, everyone knows which noble children are the most difficult to get along with. So Xinya did not hide it, and just said some helpless words in her trust. It was not absolute, but it could guide Xie Shichen to think in this direction. Xie Shichen really thought about it. But the direction he thought was different from what she imagined? Well, it doesn't matter. The child is still young, and anything can be forgiven. Can you make a big fuss about it? Xie Shichen said, looking at Ike jokingly, and suddenly straightened his face. This is also my selfishness. I really like this kind of cheerful big boy. It's comfortable to teach and very fulfilling. Xinya's smug look could hardly be concealed, and she said that her son would definitely win Screech's heart. Ike was much more excited, and even almost stood up. The more special Screech showed to him, the more he liked him. And didn't this prove that he could leave sooner? Who knew that Xie Shichen turned around and said, just like Bori. Oh, by the way, has Mrs. Sang heard of Bori? Bori Amos. My God. The first time I saw Ike greet me, I thought of him. The two children are really a bit similar. Xianya, who hated Bo Rui so much that she cursed him every day. Indeed. According to Ike played by Bo Rui, Xie Shichen seemed to be blind to the livid faces of the mother and son, and said to himself, I'm sorry. I know it's not good to say that a child is similar to other children. But please forgive me for being so rude. Bo Rui is a very good child. If it weren't for him, I would have a lot of troubles in managing the class. I suddenly saw a child who is very similar to Bo Rui. Well, or not quite the same. Bo Rui looks more cheerful, innocent and likable. But it's still rare. I can't help it. Oh my God. What nonsense am I talking about? Sorry, Mrs. Sang. Let's get back to the point. After discussing the mother and son, Xie Shichen smiled and asked them to sit down again to discuss the admission. I think you also understand that it is really difficult to arrange for transfer students. Not only is it difficult for the school to arrange, but the outside voices and the students' progress are also very influential. But who can blame Ike for being so good-looking? I always want to make an exception for him. He smiled. So how do you think about this? I asked him to join Screech as an auditor. He only needs to pay the monthly auditor tuition and pay for his living expenses. Of course, since this month has already started, the college also needs some time to prepare, so he has to enroll next month. What do you think? Next month. It's rare to have progress. Xianya didn't want to go against Xie Shichen. She endured her displeasure and listened to Xie Shichen's heart-wrenching words, trying to maintain a smile. Isn't it too late? Xie Shichen's eyes were full of innocence, and he sighed softly. The college has been busy recently, and I can't do anything about it. Mrs. Sang, please forgive me. It's okay. Just enroll. At worst, we can go back and make some arrangements so that Xie Shichen has to recruit students in advance. Xinya finally agreed to this compromise answer. Although she agreed reluctantly, she had to let Screech see their urgency and their concern for the children, so that they could have a deeper impression. Before leaving, Xinya asked Xie Shichen, can I get used to the college life first? I'm still a little worried. This is Ike's first time at the college. Xie Shichen looked at Xinya with a half smile, but didn't answer, which made Xinya feel nervous. What does that mean? She realized that she seemed to have underestimated the other party. Xie Shichen thought for a while. How about this? 2 weeks in advance? If you still insist after 2 weeks, let Ike come in advance to adapt to the environment. Xinya felt a little uneasy, but Screech had already taken a step back, so she couldn't be aggressive and ruin Ike's good popularity with Screech. She nodded slightly aggrievedly, but her voice was full of gratitude. I have to trouble Principal Screech for my Ike. If Ike gets into any trouble, you can contact me at any time. She winked playfully, full of energy like a teenage girl. Xie Shichen nodded. Don't worry about that. Tuition is also paid monthly. If you don't adapt, you can go back directly. Anyway, it's not the first time to do this. What do you think? Mrs. Sanger? Xinya, It's confirmed that Screech is prejudiced against her Ike. Xinya took Ike away in a hurry. Fearing accidents, they did not leave the town immediately, but stayed in the town where Screech was. It was good to have these 2 weeks of buffer time. She could teach her children a lot of skills, so that they would not be unable to deal with a petty man like Screech. Xie Shichen sent the mother and son away, and the remaining couples also used the same template. Some of them came alone, and some came with their children like Xinya. and they all had the same idea. Although Xie Shichen gave the same reply, they were not willing to exchange information with each other. In their hearts, they had paid enough, and it was reasonable for Xie Shichen to agree to their children's admission. If they shared the information, what if the other party gave them a higher benefit? Because of this, Xie Shichen took advantage of the opportunity. Xie Shichen sent the last noble lady away, stretched his waist, and smiled like a cat that stole fish. You dare to say that about my students? Tut tut. Among these noble ladies, Xie Shichen had the deepest impression of Madame Singer. And she was also the one with the worst attitude. If nothing else, it was because she had dragged down his good student. Screech. Did he really think that he didn't know who Xi Niao was insinuating without mentioning the name or the deeds? Xie Shichen was not stupid. Nor did he have Alzheimer's disease. He expected that the transfer students would appear. But he was furious when this little guy was dragged down. Maybe other transfer students might get some benefits from him because they gave him a lot of money. But Ike had been sentenced to death since Madame Singer dragged down Bori. There's nothing I can do. Xie Shichen is just so narrow-minded. Squeak. Eugene knocked on the door, pushed it open, and came in to give Xie Shichen the test paper. He happened to see Xie Shichen smiling very evilly, and stopped. Shouldn't I come? Time flies so fast. Xie Shichen didn't answer but said, You plan to teach the basics of alchemy next month, right? I'm going to schedule classes here. Eugene didn't mind. He put the test paper on Xie Shichen's desk, nodded and said, I send you the specific class time and content in the teacher group later. And I want to add another class. Xie Shichen held a pen and waited to record. You say. Eugene took out a book on alchemical items. Well, potions and items are two branches. I want to see if they have relevant talents. Okay. Xie Shichen agreed. But there are a lot of courses next month. And I can't guarantee that you can finish the course in 1 month. Can you accept online courses? Eugene was confused. Online courses? He thought of the technology he had seen recently about Xie Shichen's world, and hesitated. Our college has already advanced to online courses? Chapter 52. The academy is not advanced enough. Providing app accessories to teachers is already a support provided by the school. Even if the school is from a wealthy family, it is not capable of providing students with a tablet. Xie Shichen smiled beautifully. The one you are thinking of is still under research. I may need your help in the future. Eugene accidentally took on another task for himself and nodded helplessly. What does online class mean? Xie Shichen smiled mysteriously and took out a white dove. It was Fanny who gave him the inspiration. White pigeons can use magic to transmit sound, and can hear in both directions. If he modified the white pigeons, the teacher could see the students through the eyes of the white pigeons. Wouldn't that be an online class? As expected, Xie Shichen talked about the principles and functions. Of course, considering that students have more freedom to go out, I am not such an inhumane principal. I have also prepared a recorded class. You only need to spend some contribution points. Well, I believe that unless it is necessary, the little student should not miss the class. Eugene was in a mixed mood. Just make your decision. I send you the course when you get back. Xie Shichen made a gesture of understanding. After sending Eugene away, Xie Shichen was not able to start marking papers immediately. There were still a few things that were quite worrying that he hadn't solved. One of them was Aurella. Aurella had lived in the college for a while, because the students were busy with exams some time ago. She felt sorry for the students' hard work and didn't give lectures. But for some reasons, she stayed. Recently, Aurella often looked for Mo Shuzi to exchange academic ideas, and occasionally asked Xie Shichen to give them permission to fight, which was considered a considerable gain. Since you have already fleeced the college, you can't leave until you pay it back. Xie Shichen originally wanted to give Aurella an honorary mentor status, and let her give lectures to students when she has time. But now, Xie Shichen cleverly issued a task to deliver a letter of appointment to Aurella, and the designated people were Chris and Ophelia. One is a fanatical fan of Aurella, and the other is an heir to the empire who knows how to advance and retreat. They are both juniors, and he doesn't believe that Aurella dares to lose her temper with him. But why don't you use your owl? Chris, who was called over, frowned, thinking that the matter was not simple. Besides, if Her Majesty is angry, she will definitely come to you. Right? Isn't this redundant? Why call Her Majesty? Call her teacher. Let your teacher adapt to the environment. Xie Shichen corrected righteously. This task is a 10 contribution point task. Of course, it must include after-sales service. Your task is to deliver the appointment letter to Aurora and let teacher Aurora sign it willingly. 2 good students, In Screech, no contribution point is easy to earn. Chris knows it well, but when the incident happened, he was inevitably speechless. He felt that he had become more lively during his time at Screech. When Shichen was about to send the good students away, he said casually, "There are a lot of test papers. I have to correct them in the next 2 days. Time is tight. Please help the teacher more." "Okay. You have something to do. So the little students can only work hard. Right?" The students who were given a 3-day deadline left in dismay. However, as soon as the little guys left, Shichen went to Xiao to buy a one-time auxiliary correction without saying a word. As long as it was a multiple-choice question or a fill-in-the-blank question, it could correct it, which greatly saved Shichen's time for grading papers. The app was shocked. "Don't you have to grading in 2 days? How can you afford it?" In order to prevent teachers from being lazy, a one-time auxiliary correction costs 200 principles. In Shichen's words, he never invests in projects that cheat money. But this was Shichen in the past. Shichen now pays attention to efficiency. It's going to be corrected in these 2 days. Isn't it also in these 2 days now? Shichen was careless and took it for granted. He made all the history papers multiple choice and fill in the blanks. Wasn't it just to save time? After correcting it today, the papers will be handed out for correction in the afternoon. And the new lessons will be available tomorrow. There are so many new lessons. How can we finish them without working hard? Moreover, the little students' mental strength has been greatly improved by activating the magic desks day after day. And they are more energetic and study more easily. Shichen must seize this opportunity. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Let's not talk about sad things. I've got good news. Shichen knocked on the table and questioned App. "Where's my principal value? It's going to be distributed soon. The average score of the makeup exam is 90. It's unreasonable for you not to give me some principal value. Right? And this physical exam is a real challenge to myself." And App was overwhelmed by what he heard. Give it. Give it. Give it right away after the statistics. Will I cheat you of your principal value? Shichen touched his chin. It's hard to say. App, it's not a human. But Shichen is a real dog. Xiao Xie, who is still in high spirits today, set a large number of leadership requirements to Fanny, who is studying as a teacher writing and publicity teacher, and then walked to the path to teach and educate people. Fanny is busy packing her luggage. Theoretically, these things can be packed by the maid. And she, a noble, only needs to pick up the space ring and leave. But in fact, it is not the case. As the editor-in-chief of Stern, Fanny is responsible for their manuscripts. So she has to sort out all the confidential information in the newspaper personally. And she has to go to Screech to teach. In order not to delay the development of Stern, Fanny can only move the newspaper to Screech as much as possible. Of course, she has to bring her capable employees. But this has been agreed with Screech, so it is not a big problem. The big problem is that as a combat instructor, she must teach students to fight with magic, which is not difficult. Who makes Screech's students a group of martial artists who are better at boxing than magic, in order to make her first class amazing enough and give the children the most benefit in the future. Fanny had to study the combination of martial arts and magic and find the latest teaching method. Last month alone, she communicated more with Mo Shuzi than with Shichen. Even so, Fanny only had a rough idea. She found a lot of her old notes, some ancient books, and a lot of auxiliary tools, and stuffed them all in. Oh, yes. There are also gifts for the little classmates. She, Fanny, is not that poor and stingy man like Screech. Pa! Fanny hummed a song and put the things she packed into her ring in different categories. As the head of the Steen family, Fanny's ring was big enough, so she didn't need to worry about bringing too many things. Daily necessities, magic supplies, newspaper items, student gifts. Fanny put everything she could think of into it. Next to her, many newspaper staff were busy organizing carriages. This issue of newspapers had been delivered to various places. They needed to rush to the new site within a week and rush out the next issue of newspapers. Time was very tight, and they didn't know why they suddenly had to change venues. Fanny directed everyone to speed up, gave the leader a map, and prepared to go to Screech first. She had a very tight time to start work. Fanny took out her flying prop, a small swing, and sat on it lazily and leisurely. Her small dress revealed a section of her white calves. She crossed her legs and swayed slightly in the air, feeling very comfortable. Ha ha ha. Wait until she gets to Screech, and see how Leonard can bother her. A Wonderful Life begins with a quarrel with Screech. Fanny leaned back in her chair, opened the school's easy access in a good mood, and saw many greetings from Shichen at a glance. So impatient? Principal Shichen, congratulations. I will meet the students soon. The lovely students will be very surprised to finally meet the mysterious combat instructor. Principal Shichen, schedule. These 3 courses are yours. Magic Training and Inspiration. Magic Combat Practice. Basic Tutorial of Magic Circle. There were only 2 subjects originally, but I am really not proficient in magic circles. You know, I am just a muggle, and it is already very difficult for me to teach students cultural courses. It is still our great, kind and beautiful Miss Fanny who has to work hard. Fanny felt comfortable after hearing this. Not bad. Not bad. This kind of professional magic matter still depends on her. Fanny's turn. Fanny replied to Shichen with an okay without saying anything. Principal Shichen, one more thing. How is your entertainment newspaper developing? Do you still need an entertainment report? Moostyle Fanny, very good. I can guarantee that there is no one in the Ace Empire who doesn't know about the existence of my entertainment student newspaper. Recently, various magic academies have asked students to come to me to submit articles. But unfortunately I have no interest. Do you have any material? Of course. A minute later, Fanny wished that she had never replied to this question mark. You are so nagging. It's too late. Xiao Xie didn't ask the app to withdraw it. And it's the same now. Principal Shichen, someone paid a lot of money to find me and asked me to give their children a chance to audit the class. They said it with tears in their eyes. It was hard for me to refuse with a kind heart. So I agreed. Kind-hearted? Huh? Does Screech really have a conscience? What a joke. But Fanny was puzzled. Why did he agree? Didn't he consider whether those few teachers could support the students' courses? And, forgive Fanny for being frank, she was willing to teach those little guys because she was moved by their seriousness and perseverance. If they were a bunch of trash, she wouldn't have the patience. I believe that Screech's teachers also think so. Shichen seemed not to notice Fanny's resistance, and continued to convey the message. I plan to send out 30 auditors. Let the nobles of the Ace Empire fight for it themselves. Come to the academy in a month to take the preschool education course, and eliminate one every month for 3 months. If they can stick to it, they will be given early admission and priority admission next year. Fanny was confused. Persist? What's the standard? Do you think anyone can persist with your students' abnormal course arrangement? To be honest, the 20 students have not lost their number under Screech's torture until now, which is the biggest shock. Fanny doesn't believe that the children of nobles, who have been raised to be spineless, can persist. Shichen said as a matter of course. But my students persisted, didn't they? This shows that my arrangement is very reasonable. Besides, the courses for auditors are not as heavy as our courses. Just to find out the basics. You know, our 20 unique students are on the elite training program, and they are at most on the ordinary student training program. Fanny was puzzled. Then why did you accept them? Just to make a big fortune and run away? Aren't you afraid that the nobles will cause trouble for you? Also, our teaching staff will be very tight. Right? No. 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 Their tuition is paid monthly, and they can refund the tuition at any time if they can't afford it. I have a financial sponsor, so I won't be greedy for such a small amount of money. If they really want to cause trouble for me, then I can't do anything. As for why I accepted them, Shichen smiled playfully. Let's get back to business first. Since your schedule is very free, please put an advertisement in the newspaper for me about Screech's upcoming admission of 30 auditors. Fanny really wanted to complain, but it sounded like Screech was looking forward to being troubled. Fanny was confused now, and she didn't understand why Shichen wasted time on a few useless students. But her previous success made her subconsciously believe in Screech, so she calmed down and asked one more question. What is the bias of your report? Well, just be realistic, emphasizing that Screech is a rigorous, serious, and strict magic school, and the learning intensity is the strongest in the world. In order to ensure fairness, justice, transparency, and openness, we have cooperated with the journal to report on students' learning situation at any time. Remember to help me promote the gimmick. You know? Fanny, No. She doesn't understand. She doesn't want to understand. This is another damn protracted war. Right? Another long-term special topic. Right? Now Fanny doesn't know what Sia-Shichen wants to do. She is a fool. But playing with public opinion is also very troublesome. Okay? Scritch. Do you think I'm an animal? Fanny gnashed her teeth. You are really like the big landlord from the east that Mo Shuzi talked about. You don't treat us animals as human beings? Sia-Shichen joked innocently. That's not the case. At most you don't treat us as human beings. The school spirit of the college is efficiency. Thank you for your hard work. Teacher Fanny. It's not hard. It's a hard life. Teacher Fanny smiled. Scritch. Aren't you afraid that you will be beaten up when you go out one day? Sia-Shichen remained calm. Don't worry. I will suspect you at the first time. Fanny, Xiao Xia was afraid that his good partner would run away. So he started giving dates again. I am a principal who values efficiency. Don't worry. Fanny. You just need to concentrate on teaching this month. It won't take much time to get the auditor's public opinion. Next month. I will teach the students. And you just need to concentrate on recording the auditor's attendance. Fanny carefully calculated the schedule. At present, the Stern Journal is on the right track. There is no need to worry about the supply of manuscripts in the short term. It can be temporarily handed over to the assistant to help manage it. The Stern Entertainment News has a theme. It is not impossible to cooperate with the Duke of Munster to manipulate public opinion. Oh, yes. Many parents in the class can help. So it is not a big problem. She won't be needed to teach students next month. So it's not very busy. Fanny was coaxed into submission. And checked the details with Sia-Shichen. And finally started to work with resentment. Damn it. Next time, she sees Screech's little window Didi. She will definitely click it. What a miserable life. This miserable life is unbearable. Herbert lay weakly on the table, pretending to cry and sob. Screech is too much. He just finished the exam in the morning, and came to class in the afternoon. Shouldn't he be given a half-day break? Isabella agreed. But think about it. The exams haven't been graded yet. So this afternoon, we should be explaining what to learn next month. Oh no. What to learn this month? Isabella said uncertainly. There are 5 courses. And the most recent one has just been completed. How can it be that fast? Herbert agreed. I don't want to see the exams at all now. Speaking of which, where are Ophelia and the others? It was already 2:20 in the afternoon. These good students always came early. So why were the few left in the classroom all students who came late? Isabella didn't have so many thoughts. You got up late. There are always times when you don't want to go to class. Herbert thought so. But that was Ophelia, Chris, and Osido. These 3 gods almost lived in the classroom after lunch. If Herbert and Isabella were the indicators of getting up early in the morning, then these 3 people would always be there at noon. How could they suddenly be gone? Herbert suddenly had a bad feeling. Isabella patted his shoulder. Don't worry. You see, Bori is here. Right? If there was something wrong, he would have been out of the dormitory long ago. That's right. Herbert was barely relieved, and glanced at the active student in the class with his peripheral vision. The other party was also lying on the desk weakly, with his eyes as dull as a salted fish that had lost its dream. Herbert smiled and moved closer. What's wrong? Didn't do well in the exam? It doesn't matter. We can take the makeup exam together. Bori glanced at Herbert coldly, his tone heavy and sad. You don't understand. You will understand soon, Herbert exclaimed. You will understand soon? What do you know? Before he finished speaking, Ophelia and the others came in one after another, each holding a large stack of papers in their hands. Ophelia took the lead and said, The teacher has corrected the test papers of Magic Basics and Micro-Expression Studies. Here are the answers and answer sheets. The teacher of Micro-Expression Studies asked you to correct them privately. Everyone should hurry up and read the Magic Basics. It will be taught in the afternoon class. 1 kill. Chris put the paper in his hand on the podium with a calm expression. This is the test paper of mental stimulation. Correct the test paper and write a reflection on the wrong questions for this week's homework. Submit it within 3 days. 2 kills. Osido groaned. This is the field illustration test paper. They said they are all basic questions. So I won't say much. Let us correct them by ourselves. Those with scores below 80 will need to check the knowledge points next week. 3 kills. Bori, the fake smile boy, came online. Herbert, do you understand my injury? I understand. Herbert's tone was heavy and choked. Is there anything heavier? Bori nodded weakly. Guess why I don't join in the fun? As if to answer Herbert's questions, Freya and Vera came in one after another. The former also had a thick test paper in her hand. But the latter was different. She was holding a small stack of thick paper with beautiful patterns around it, which was very unique. Freya shrugged. Correct the history test yourself. The teacher said that if you can't get 90 points in history, which is so simple, he doesn't mind sending it to Her Majesty Aurora to listen to more classes. Villa shook the cardboard in his hand. Come and get the transcript yourself. Screech will be in class soon. Don't waste time. Total destruction. Herbert closed his eyes. His smile was uglier than crying. Brother, why didn't you say it earlier? Brother Bori patted Herbert on the chest. I'm afraid you be sad. I just carry on with the burden. Herbert choked up. You are really my good brother. Wow. Why are their lives so hard? How did Screech manage to be so efficient? Are there really teachers who can finish the exam in the morning and give the exam papers in the afternoon? If Xieshichan heard the children's nagging, he would probably say that the children were not experienced enough. If the road here was not difficult, the results would have been sent to their parents and asked them to sign. Teacher Xie did not only his own exams, but also the students' exams and the parents' exams. He never forgot his original intention in his efforts. Why are you all so sad? Teacher Xie, who never forgets his original intention, was frightened by the sad faces of the students as soon as he came in. Didn't you do well in the exam? Everyone looked down at the transcript. Not bad. There were a few good ones, but more of them were painful. Although the average score of the whole class looked good, it was almost at two extremes, either hovering around 60 or 70, or standing out from the crowd with more than 90 points. And fewer people scored 80 points. But this exam was indeed unexpected. The fact that they did not fail was the best news for Xieshichan. And to the students, how many times will it take to make up the exam to improve the score? Or not to improve the score? 60 points. It's fine. Unfortunately, this simple wish is destined to be unrealized. Xieshichan talked freely. After seeing everyone's results, I did a long reflection. The students' hearts skipped a beat, and they looked down at their not-so-excellent test papers, feeling very nervous. What should the teacher reflect on? Did their results disappoint Screech? If I had worked harder at that time. Teacher Fanny told me. Who can keep up with such a perverted course? I told her at that time. Can't my students keep up? After I finished speaking, I realized that, yes, everyone can keep up with this course. And every time it exceeds my expectations. It seems to be a compliment? The little guys raised their heads timidly. Xieshichan's eyes flashed with a smile. And he pretended to be nothing and continued. Teacher Emoshuzi was very excited after watching your physical examination. He said that he did not teach the wrong person and wanted to accept you as his personal disciples. Teacher Eugene was so happy that he wanted to meet you immediately and select the little disciples that suit him. I stopped them because I was afraid that they would put too much pressure on you. No pressure. Don't be afraid of pressure. Borui was so excited that he dared to say anything, which immediately pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Sure enough, his good popularity and the effectiveness of this sentence made the whole class swear in unison. Don't be afraid of pressure. We can do it. Yes. The class needs selfless students like Borui. Xieshichan finally smiled with satisfaction. Yes. I believe so too. You can do it. So I reflected on why I underestimated you before and wasted so much time? Why can't I trust you more and make a teaching plan that is more suitable for you? Classmate, ? This tone. This sentence. Something is wrong. Chris's face changed. I think you are the first batch of outstanding students that the teacher has personally taught. How can I use the goals of ordinary outstanding students to restrict you? Wouldn't that be very unfair to you? Xieshichan's ups and downs in the tone made many students immersed. There are also those who don't buy this brainwashing package, such as Vera, who has been Pua for many years. It's over. It seems that I understand what Screech is going to do. Villa puffed up her cheeks. Don't feel wrong. Teacher. I think the teacher doesn't want you to feel. The teacher wants the teacher to feel. Teacher Xie said it very cleverly. I decided to train you according to the standards of honor graduates. I believe that with the cooperation of teachers and students, we can achieve our goals. Do you have confidence? The whole class shouted, yes. Wow. It turns out that Screech trusts them so much, likes them so much, and even takes out such a big challenge as honor graduates. Wait, honorary graduates? I vaguely remember that it seemed that there was a requirement that graduates must meet the standards of a Grand Mage and be promoted to a Mage Saint 10 years after graduation. Chris was silent for a long time. When Xieshichan picked up the test paper and started to prepare for the lecture, he suddenly asked, "We still graduate in 5 years?" Xieshichan nodded. "Of course. How can you go to a magic school for 7 or 8 years? Wouldn't that make the school's teacher education level very poor?" He always has a point. But Chris turned his head and stared at Bo-Rui silently. "Bo-Rui, how many days do you want to be beaten?" Bo-Rui, He was so embarrassed that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Chris, listen to my explanation. Wow. Long Altian's growth path is indeed full of hardships. It's so hard." The poor children were depressed for half a period of time while discussing the test paper. And soon they regained their energy. This is also their biggest advantage. Of course, the main reason is that they believe that Screech is not the kind of teacher who throws all the tasks to the students. Since Screech said it, it means that he already has a rule. At most, it will be a little harder in the future, and they are not unable to bear it. Should? A group of little guys waited anxiously for Xieshichan to announce the new moon course. Xieshichan did not let them learn a lot this afternoon. They were already restless after the exam. He only talked about the test paper of magic basics and explained the new moon matters to the students. This was all the content of today's teaching. First of all, I will tell you some good news. The first good news is that there will be no monthly exams in April and May. The midterm exams will be held together in June. As soon as Xieshichan finished speaking, all the students shouted out subconsciously, "Screech loves you." Ah, did I hear that right? No monthly exam for 2 months? Really? Really? Oh my god. Screech loves me. I love Screech. Wow. Is this the legendary sweet after bitterness? Xieshichan twitched his lips. Helpless. Don't get too excited. Mainly because there are a lot of courses this month. And there are a lot of make-up exams. You have to go out for training next month. And the schedule is very tight. So there is no time for exams. Students who haven't been happy for a minute, the schedule is tight. That's fine. However, how can this be considered good news? Nathaniel was puzzled and asked. Xieshichan hummed in confusion. Isn't this good news? You can learn more knowledge, meet more teachers, and no longer just look at me who is tired of it. It must be said that Xieshichan is very good at self-deprecation and twisting meanings. Anyway, the students have calmed down instantly and started to look forward to the good news later. You're right. Now they don't have to worry about the debts. And they don't worry about not being able to finish their studies. Instead, they are looking forward to the new teacher. The second good news is that the school uniforms sponsored by our big sponsor have arrived. There are 4 sets each for spring, summer, autumn and winter. 4 sets each for outdoor training and training, plus some evening gowns. A total of 30 sets of clothes per person. They are all at the door of the classroom. Let the little sponsor take you to distribute them later. Villa proudly raised her little head, with a sweet smile on her proud face. Xieshichan joked. You are special. This dress must be worn by me. Future Screech students will not be treated so well. After all, not everyone is like our teacher Sheldon, willing to pity his poor and kind principal leader. The students laughed out loud at Xieshichan's amusement, and a seed of open-mindedness and optimism was planted in them, which vaguely melted the thin barrier between the common people and the nobles. What's the third good news? Bori crossed his legs and started to act funny and mean. No way. No way. There won't be only 2 good news. Right? Xieshichan narrowed his eyes slightly, causing Bo-Rui to shudder involuntarily. When he opened his eyes again, Xieshichan was the smiling and kind teacher again. The class schedule is attached to the first page of the student handbook, which can be viewed by mental stimulation. Handbook 3.0 is also at the door. Just pick it up. Be sure to read the student handbook. In addition, we have added many teachers to Shinue. Everyone strictly abides by Screech's teaching style, and trains students seriously, strictly, and with high requirements. I hope everyone can continue to be excellent, and not give the teachers too much headache. The new teachers are as petty as Screech and love to bully students. They must continue to work hard as always. Otherwise the troubled teachers will not let them go easily. Is this good news? Borui couldn't help but suspect that this was just something Screech used to make up the numbers. Soon. He didn't think so. Because Xieshichan changed the subject and said bad news. Compared with the bad news, the previous ones were really all good news. During the physical examination, the students in our class privately requisitioned the principal's private property, the cubs of the monster garden. In order to show fairness, the principal decided to deal with the following students: Bori, Nathaniel, Asato, Chris. After reading the names of the 20 students in the class, Xieshichan said seriously, "You will be fined 1 contribution point for each cub and 1 contribution point for each student. You will also be punished to help teacher Eugene develop the magic plant garden during their spare time. Do you have any objection?" He did not dare to object. The student did not dare to be angry or speak, and could only look green on his face. He did not expect Screech to be so stingy. 1 contribution point. Why didn't he go and rob? Do they really think they don't know how much the purchase price of Warcraft cubs is outside? A cub is worth at most 1 silver coin. Even if it's a bigger one. It's only 5 silver coins. The students who often helped Xieshichan sell the cubs were so angry that their faces turned red. They were in the wrong, and it was difficult to argue. They almost had a heart attack. And the most outrageous thing is that there are people who didn't use the cubs, but they were criticized. Lucius's face was livid, and his pair of romantic eyes could no longer maintain their arrogance, revealing a little embarrassment. "I have an objection." Lucius's voice came out from between his teeth. "I didn't make any profit. Why should I be punished?" He raised his head and looked at Xieshichan without blinking. He and Anna attacked the monster step by step. Why should he pay the cub gold? He didn't want to get involved with him. There was no need to share the joys and sorrows. His voice made the students in the class subconsciously look in his direction. Anna, who was very uncomfortable, pulled Lucius's sleeve, and Lucius held her hand tightly and gently comforted her. Lucius looked at Xieshichan with more determination. Xieshichan sighed, because the test found that the magic you used was corrosive. It caused long-term changes in the land in the back mountain. Your contribution points are mainly used to pay for the labor costs of teacher Eugene to refine the soil-nourishing magic potion. Xieshichan said meaningfully. Teacher Eugene is not cheap. This is a discounted price because you are his students. Of course, if you need it in the future, you can also go to teacher Eugene. Teacher Eugene's discounted price is very affordable and very cost-effective. Lucius, no need for discount. I pay. You people who work in education at Screech, you have dirty hearts. Lucius became more and more angry the more he thought about it. Anyway, he has no shortage of contribution points. He can give as much as he wants. He will never let Screech use this to control him. How expensive can it be? Xieshichan was surprised, and then took out a golden abacus that no one had seen before. Are you sure? Lucius felt like he was being tricked. Without waiting for Lucius to answer, Xieshichan used the golden abacus to calculate the accounts. The abacus was only the size of a palm, but the sound was very crisp, making their hearts beat fast. Well, if there is no discount, first we need to save the soil and improve the soil quality. A total of 2 bottles of magic potion. 1 bottle is 5 contribution points. And there is also the labor fee for teacher Emoshuzi to move the soil. The planted saplings need to be stimulated by teacher Fanny. And Lucius could no longer bear it and interrupted Xieshichan's exaggerated show-off. Wait, didn't you say it was only teacher Eugene? Xieshichan blinked. Yes. So why do you have to divide it so clearly? Isn't it better to treat everyone equally? The college is everyone's second home. Why do you have to divide it so clearly from your family? Lucius was stunned, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Beauray knew that he had to stop, and he quickly changed the topic with a smile to liven up the atmosphere. Brother Xie, what is that shiny thing in your hand? It's beautiful. Xieshichan shook the abacus calmly. An abacus for calculating accounts. Do you want it? The academy will sell it to you at a low price. 10 contribution points. The golden abacus was small and exquisite, and the frame was inlaid with various beautiful gems. It was very eye-catching and very suitable for showing off. It was simply in Beauroy's heart. Isn't the academy my home? Why are you cheating me out of my pocket money? Beauroy's smile collapsed instantly. If you sell me money, I can barely consider it. Family members cheat each other. Right? Xieshichan snorted and joked. I am an honest and kind teacher. I don't make private money transactions with students. Besides, how can we, the future leader of Iron Rose, be short of money? Wouldn't you feel bad if I asked for money? Beauray blushed at the praise and sighed in a fake way. Oh, you found out. Brother Xie. This future leader wanted to make a big deal with you. No problem. Just let your leader come to talk. Xie Shichen knew what the little guy wanted. He was never stingy with his students. We are all family. And parents of students should also give some discounts. Right? Beauray's big eyes bulged and lit up. Chapter 53. Xie Shichen called the school off after announcing all the news. After several days of continuous breakthroughs, the little guys were still very tired. After cheering, they didn't pretend to look at the test papers and reflect. The exam was over. So of course they had to do something after the exam. They went outside the classroom to receive their gifts. Vera looked at the size and tips left by her father, as well as the few lines of concern for personal gain. And her little face flushed. I don't know why. Maybe it's because she rarely feels her father's love. When she is cared for in this open and above-board way, she still feels at a loss from time to time. A class of 20 students didn't need much order. So she took a quick look and started calling everyone up to get their uniforms. The uniforms were low-key and luxurious, with only 10 pieces in each bag as tall as a person. Each hung on a wooden hanger with a protective layer on the outside, making it very formal. But Sheldon was a smart guy. So how could he not know how to help his daughter get along with her classmates? The uniform bags, uniform dust covers, and even uniforms, he said, looked casual on the surface, but very practical on the inside. There are fewer useless and fancy gemstones, and more silver and gold chains, which give it a grand feel. This is how Sheldon explained to his daughter. I really don't agree with your principal's aesthetics. Do you want students to be like him? Like a male peacock, spreading their tails on the battle stage? Even if there are no gemstones, his gorgeous and complicated style would make even the most fashionable designer in the royal city scold him. Shh. Don't tell that petty fox. So I slightly modified the various reference drawings he gave me, with a unified solid color as the base, so that even if you wear different clothes, you can still look very coordinated. Although there are not many decorations, there is enough space for you to wear medals of honor. I look forward to the day when my daughter returns home with all the honors to tell me the good news. Of course, there are many complaints about Screech's unreasonableness, about her mother's long-standing ideas being difficult to correct, and about His Majesty's slowness and the failure to transfer the title for so long. Vera didn't look at it carefully, not wanting to waste everyone's time. According to the instructions given by her father, she began to distribute school uniforms with the help of Chris. The clothes for each season are all black, with white shirts and pants, looking solemn and dignified. In addition to these uniform clothes and pants, there is also a magic robe with many exquisite embroidery on it. Of course, there was a piece of clothing that was white. Sheldon had to admit that even a wooden man like Xie Shichen occasionally had a good sense of taste. For example, the training suit he provided was said to be a Tai Chi training suit from the Far East. Anyway, it was very simple and elegant. Sheldon thought it was fine and comfortable, so he made it accordingly, under the name of, I hope that one day the children's training suits will always be white. The training suit became a single white color. Oh, you have to wash it by hand and Screech? You can ask the college for help. You only need to pay a little contribution point to get brand new clothes. The college has finally made contribution points work in every possible way. Back to school uniforms. After the uniforms of the 20 students were distributed one by one, everyone opened them and saw the gaps deliberately left on the uniforms for wearing medals. Involuntarily, some people took out the medals they had already obtained, chose a place, and put them on, looking at this solemn school uniform that always attracts people's attention. Many students subconsciously accelerated their heartbeats. They didn't know why, but at this moment, they always had a hunch their class, which was full of laughter, would not break up. They would continue to laugh and walk for a long, long time in the future, until the school uniform faded, until Screech grew a head full of white hair. Oh my God! This is such a horrible imagination. Herbert shuddered without hesitation as he listened to Beauray's sentimental speech. Will Screech grow white hair? I always feel that I can't wait until that time. Beauray choked, curled his lips, and stopped chatting with people who didn't understand romance. He lowered his head and flipped through the student handbook. Forget it. Let's look at the business. and we can go back and have a good rest after reading it. This student handbook is almost the same as before. What did Screech want us to see? Herbert also came over curiously. Compared with the 2.0 version, the 3.0 version of the handbook has a lot more items that can be exchanged for contribution points, as well as some school rules. For example, it is strictly forbidden to bring living creatures such as monster cubs during exams. It is strictly forbidden to sneak monsters into the monster park. It is strictly forbidden. They are all pointing at the students' noses and scolding them. Bori touched his nose and blamed Chris without hesitation. Such a clever idea is not something Bori can come up with. It must be Chris's fault. Chris clenched his fists and endured it. He was also reading the student handbook. It was obvious that this kind of strict prohibition was just a patch made by Screech. They had already enjoyed the treatment, so it didn't matter. He just didn't understand what it meant to strictly prohibit dating during school. Had Chris and Vera already broken off their marriage intention? It's not that Chris is narcissistic, but he felt that he and Vera were the only two in the class who were relatively high profile. Bang! Chris subconsciously looked behind him. Lucius, who had questioned Screech today, stood up suddenly with a very bad look on his face. Is he mocking me? When did I fall in love? Why can't I fall in love? Chris, Well, he seems to be a little self-indulgent. He said that he and Vera are innocent. Lucius behind him was not so good-tempered. He frowned and looked at the band, as if he wanted to argue with Screech. Anna said in a small voice with admonition. We are not in love. If you are so excited, they will think that we are in love. Lucius said as a matter of course. Of course you think we are in love. Otherwise how can I take care of you openly? He then became angry again. Damn Screech. He must be against me. Anna moved her lips, still blushing, and said, Brother, is it possible that it is against Chris and Vera? Huh? Lucius's useless brain hadn't reacted yet, and Vera was already calling people openly in front of him with a sweet voice. Ha ha ha. Chris, look at this. There are new standards for honor students. Every course in school must reach 90 points. Villa was gloating, not even covering her mouth. Bori, how many subjects do you have to make up for? Bori choked up, gritted his teeth, and looked at the report card resignedly for a long time. Chris, you don't care about Vera. How can you laugh at your good friend? Chris said coldly. They are childhood playmates. You can do it yourself. If Bori could care, he would have ignored Chris long ago. Lucius looked at Anna in a tangled way, hesitating and looking back and forth. Anna? No. Anna blushed and shook her head frantically. I don't want to do this. You just ignore me. Lucius was very depressed. His sister was too timid. Why didn't she even dare to play openly? Forget it. He was here. He would just go to Screech and make a scene. This would be much more effective. Lucius made up his mind and made a perfect plan himself. He couldn't let Screech take the advantage. In addition to receiving school uniforms, they also received their own textbooks at the desk. A total of 6 books. But that doesn't mean there are only 6 classes. For example, Screech only has 3 courses starting this month, namely the Inspiration and Meditation of Mental Magic, the Art of Language, and the History of Magic. Among them, only the Art of Language is a new book, and the subsequent Magic Foundation, Magic Circle Foundation, and Magic Practice are Fanny's courses. Similarly, there is no book for practice, and the Magic Foundation is the previous book, which means there is only one book. There are also Eugene's Alchemy Potion Basics and Alchemy Item Basics, as well as Moxuzi's Wilderness Survival Training. There are 5 books in total, but there are 9 courses. If you count the physical training course, that's 10 courses. The number doubled in an instant. No wonder Screech said that the workload was heavy and the exam had to be postponed. But what shocked them the most was Wilderness Survival Training? It's so unreal. It feels like we're going out for training soon. Doesn't that mean we can learn magic soon? A group of students who had never been exposed to magic were also excited. Of course, there were also many students who had hidden their identities and were a little worried about themselves. Their identities were not easy to expose, but their talents were easy to expose. They were really worried that everyone would look at them with strange eyes after they were exposed. Julian and Genevieve were worried like this, for no other reason, because one of them was a demon and the other was a siren. Julian sighed. Genevieve, I'm going to die. Your race is easy to hide. But mine is not. Once I'm exposed, I guess the Holy Son of the Church of Light in my class will directly send down holy light to kill me. Genevieve glanced at Julian, looking at herself in the mirror and looking very calm. We sirens don't have a very good reputation. You know, people are always worried about being dragged into a romantic relationship by us. TSK. It's a pity that we sirens only have a dream of marrying a prince in our hearts. Which makes them sad. Julian? Are you mocking me? After all, he is also a prince. If the salted fish son of the Buddha-like demon lord counts. Genevieve licked her lips. Who? Prince? No. I changed my mind. What's so good about being a prince? It's more exciting to rob a princess. Julian, forget it. There's nothing to talk about. He should just stay alone in the corner and pretend to be a mushroom. Luckily, he doesn't communicate much with his classmates. Julian thought. If he is really forced to leave, it's not a big deal. He can just muddle along. But he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. On the second day after he was worried, Screech, the very efficient role king, announced that today's class was to use mental power to stimulate magic. Julian leaned forward and closed his eyes. He thought to himself that a serious and hard-working teacher like Screech was really incompatible with their family. Little Julian was so upset that he just laid down. Don't be nervous. Trust the teacher. Shichen led the students to the meditation room. Your mental power is strong enough and very powerful. At this time, the probability of using mental power to stimulate magic is very high, Shichen said, first letting the students choose a suitable position to sit down according to their preferences, and then open the window. The sun slowly shone in from the window. There were backlit sides and light-facing sides. Seawater, beach, grass and groves. Although they were not big, they were simulated very realistically. According to Shichen, they should find a place that makes them feel most comfortable, safe and relaxed. Julian pondered for a moment, and chose the corner farthest from Shichen without hesitation. His resolute look made Shichen want to hit the child. Forget it. Let the child activate magic first, and then go to magic class. Shichen chose to settle the score later in desperation. The students quickly found a place to nestle, closed their eyes, and waited for Shichen's next guidance. Shichen's voice was not loud, but it felt like it filled the entire meditation room. It was very gentle, and had a force that made them follow unconsciously. Whether you know magic or not, follow my steps. Believe me, your future achievements will be unpredictable. First, as usual, look for your mental tentacles in your mind, and look inside your brain. You have been practicing for a month, so I guess you can see clearly now, right? Those powerful and intimidating lines of various colors combined to form a sparkling sea in my mind. Calm on the surface, but dangerous inside. Do you see them? After seeing them, say hello to them gently. Touch them gently with your cute little tentacles. And use your favorite way to break the calm on the surface and make your mental power agitated. This step is very dangerous. If the mental power is unstable, it is easy to cause dementia. And in more serious cases, it may even lead to brain death. Its importance makes many successful magicians dare not study it casually, resulting in the mental power of this plane not developing so quickly. But with Shichen, there is no need to worry about danger. First of all, Shichen's mental power is strong enough to check the student's situation in time and intervene and guide at any time. Secondly, Shichen has a golden finger, which is so powerful that he can make remedies with confidence. Of course, Shichen still hopes that there is no need for remedies as much as possible, and it is best for the little guys to pass it in one go. Shichen paused for a moment, observing the little guy's movements. When he saw that some students were lazy and fell asleep, he felt helpless. Shichen had to remind them. The teacher's mental power can cover the entire meditation room. I can tell whether you are working hard or not. Very euphemistic. Right? Julian was so scared that he opened his eyes and trembled all over as if he fell off a cliff. Shichen pulled the corner of his mouth. Teacher, repeat the guidance again. Follow the teacher's pace and don't fall behind. Forget it. In his 2 lifetimes, Shichen probably won't be able to understand how a creature like a Buddha salted fish can survive. It's just like his thermos collie, who obviously has excellent talents, but would rather be a salted fish who muddles through. Shichen doesn't understand, but doesn't interfere. Julian can't do that, at least before graduation. He is still his student, and must follow his pace. No lying down. Julian, who had to stand up, tried to calm down. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult. He smoothly reached the step of disrupting his mental power. Unlike others who get agitated and act immature when hearing about the wind and rain, Julian just gently extended his tentacles and subconsciously dipped them in water. This can also be considered as disturbing the mental power. Right? He hesitated and gently stirred it again, just like a lazy donkey pulling a millstone, swinging a braid and making a circle. However, his mental power is still strong enough. When Julian tried, those disordered mental powers entangled with this small tentacle, entangled madly, rolled in circles, and formed vortices one after another, like the flapping of butterfly wings. And the whole mental domain was shaking. Julian's face turned pale, and the feeling of nausea and dizziness filled his mind. He felt that he was going to die soon. Help! Help! Soon! A strong mental force entered his spiritual sea without rejection, connecting every vortex like a chain and gathering them together. This increasingly large vortex made Julian feel as if his whole brain was hit by a hammer, swollen and congested, unable to think, unable to concentrate, as if he could only follow the chain and the spinning vortex, surging continuously. It was painful, so painful that he couldn't make a sound. But after the extreme pain, Julian felt an indescribable sense of relief. It was as if something had naturally been dug out from the depths of the spiritual sea. After leaving the deep pressure, Julian was like a free Julian, floating lightly and quickly to the surface of the sea. Floating quietly. It was a little guy like a cold ball. Very cute. Suddenly, a low laugh came from all directions in the spiritual sea, and two very recognizable ridicules. It turns out that the mental projection of little Julian is such a small cold ball. Julian, ? Mental projection? A small cold ball? Why didn't he see it? Julian looked around, and in Xiaxichen's eyes, he was just a small cold ball with two round eyes, looking around to find something. Xiaxichen maliciously condensed a small instant mirror for the little guy. Julian saw it, and he fell on his back on the sea with a smack. And he had no desire to live. How could he, a little devil, appear so undignified? At least give him one more horn. Julian, who has no horn, has become autistic. Other students are also scrambling to gather their mental strength. If necessary, Xiaxichen needs to take care of the advancement process of 3 students at once. But the results are all good. Everyone gradually gathers their own little balls. Chris is a blue and white little ball. Vera is a brown little ball. Bori is a blue and purple little ball. The most special one is Ophelia, who is a colorful little ball. In comparison, Julian found that his cold ball little ball seemed so ordinary. There is also a gray little ball next door. Is it the undead? Julian heard so many colors and had a guess. It should be Genevieve. The transparent little ball shrugged and smiled brightly. It's really interesting. I like it here. Julian was silent. He and this classmate, who also came from afar, never had much in common. Xiaxichen also quickly gave a standard answer. Did you see the color of your little ball? This is the mental power tendency, which means that your mental power prefers to disguise as this type of element. Of course, you can also think that your own affinity is biased towards this side. So your mental power is also biased towards this side. What if you don't have a talent for magic? Xiaxichen gave the children a standard answer at this moment. Use mental power as magic. What if you don't have magic affinity? It doesn't matter. Your mental power has already made a choice for you. Chris raised his hand and asked, Teacher, you said you prefer to disguise? What does this mean? Xiaxichen smiled and explained. Mental power is mental power after all. And it is different from elements. It is more like a source of power. So when using it, it needs to be converted. It means that your mental power will be more efficient when converted into this type of elemental factors. But this does not mean that you cannot use other magic. When this was said, everyone subconsciously widened their eyes. What does this mean? It means that as long as they want, they can become full system magicians. What a terrifying assumption is this? Xiaxichen nodded. It's just what you think. In addition to space and time magic related to the law, other elements and mental power can be converted. So in the future, your practice will be more about meditation and mental power. Teacher Fanny will guide you. Oh my god. They still think it's incredible. Full system magician. This is a shocking existence, no matter where it is placed. In Screech, They could achieve it easily. Of course, the students were not carried away. They understood what Xiaoxichen meant. Since it was an unpopular choice, the mental strength required was naturally greater. But this was enough to shock them. You know, there are many places called forbidden magic areas. They have no magic element supply in those places. Only legendary magicians can rely on their powerful and abundant magic power to walk in. And since they bring their own power banks and can charge at any time, they don't need to worry about running out of magic power. Xiaoxichen saw the children getting more and more excited, and had to pour cold water on them. The stimulation of spiritual power is a very dangerous thing. If you have people who need it, you can ask them to come to the teacher. Don't try it easily by yourself. Understand? Of course they understand. And the ups and downs in their minds just now still make them feel scared. Indeed. Except for Screech. Other places don't have the capital to cultivate it. Everyone calmed down gradually and thought of many questions. Teacher, how many magics can we use with our current mental power? This is Bo Rui. He can't wait to try to chant a spell to become a magician. Xiaoxichen thought for a while. A fireball spell? Bo Rui was stunned. Ah? This? So little? Xiaoxichen added slowly. I'm just kidding. Bo Rui, Xiaoxichen smiled and said. Teaching you magic is not my field. Go back and ask your teacher Fanny. I'm only responsible for laying the foundation for you. Okay. Bori quickly comforted the details, constantly looking inward at his heroic figure. And his smile became more and more charming. Oh! Who is this noble purple little ball? It turns out to be me. Bori Aotian Long Yamos. Woohoo! Such a handsome color. My magic must be very powerful. After hearing the self-praise in his ears, Chris couldn't bear it anymore, and whispered a spell, which was not the traditional guidance of magic power, but the guidance of spiritual power. The effect was very significant. The moment his voice fell, a basin of water suddenly appeared above Bori's head, and the water poured down, pouring Bori cool. Bo Rui spat out water and glared at Chris. Chris, your magician's small body can't withstand my punch. Chris squinted calmly. A water splashing spell can support it. The cost of using it is less than the use of magic power. I help you try it. No thanks. Bo Rui, Chris, I want to duel with you. Bo Rui rushed towards Chris like a vicious dog without saying a word, and they started to fight. Chris supported Bo Rui's shoulders with both hands and couldn't help but smile faintly. That's great. That's great. Emilia couldn't help but smile as she looked at the two boys playing. Can I use magic too? She looked at her palm. Although they hadn't cast any magic yet, they were already qualified to use magic. That noble door was open to them forever. Nathaniel was very silent at this exciting moment. He didn't dare to speak. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would be choked up and ruin everyone's good mood. But he waited too long. Too long. He was tested for high magic talent and excellent affinity at the age of 6. But his talent was destroyed in less than a year, and he became a poor muddle who was pitted and laughed at by everyone. He looked at his parents' smiles and swore to be the greatest wizard to protect them, and then cried and hugged his parents' thighs, asking them not to cry, and he would try his best to pick up the hoe to protect them. Nathaniel's life took a sharp turn for the worse from that time. He gradually became content with being ordinary, cowardly, and stopped talking. He lowered his already cheap head and was about to become a servant of the Viscount, or even a slave. His future should have been so plain, like flowing water, to become an ordinary civilian. But it changed in the end. Perhaps it was his unwilling eyes. Perhaps it was his parents' efforts to seek opportunities. Or perhaps it was his persistence that moved the heavens and the world, which gave him the opportunity to hear the promotion of Screech School of Magic and come to this school. It made him determined to stay and refuse to give up all the way, and made him meet a teacher who refused to give up on him, dragging him forward with difficulty like a dead dog. Finally, on this day, he regained the pride he deserved. He reached the most important point in his life and turned around that ordinary life full of resentment. He could finally proudly tell everyone, his parents, and his teachers, that he was worth cultivating, that he could go further and become their pride. Nathaniel? Amelia called Nathaniel in confusion, her voice a little helpless. Why are you crying? It's okay. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. He choked and wiped away his tears, then laughed. I seem to have seen my future. I can't help it. Amelia understood. If she hadn't had anyone worth sharing with, or anyone worth working hard for. She would have wanted to cry at this moment. It was really magical. As if she had gained herself overnight and achieved a new life. It's okay. I think everyone can hardly hide their excitement. Look! Ophelia is crying too, Amelia said, lowering her eyes. I want to cry too. She remembered that she had told Screech that since she had no talent, she would have to take it slow. She couldn't help but tear up when she remembered Screech's calm advice at that time. But now it sounded full of deep meaning. It turned out that when she didn't believe in herself, there were still people who firmly believed in her. Amelia wiped her tears and showed a little girlish cuteness. I will do better. As long as there is a glimmer of opportunity, she will do better. At this moment, whether they knew magic or not, whether they could learn magic or not, they were all excited to cry. They seemed to have suddenly broken the real shackles. They were no longer bound by tradition. And they had a better starting point in life. How? Unforgettable. Shichen didn't care about the classroom discipline, waiting for the students to vent almost enough, and continued to talk. Those who have learned magic can transform the source of magic power into mental power. You can figure out the specific operation by yourself, or wait for Teacher Fanny to explain it to you. And those who have magic talent but no affinity talent can also use mental power to simulate and attract elements for magic practice. Those who have affinity talent but no magic talent can use mental power simulation to directly absorb magic elements and transform them into mental power. Don't worry if you don't have any. It's just a little slower. But after the mental power simulates the elements, it can also be converted into mental power. The higher the talent of the single factor, the higher the conversion efficiency. This is also a kind of mental power training. We will talk about more training methods in the next class. Everyone is tired in this class, so take a good rest. After stimulating mental power, the brain will feel tired. Now everyone is very excited, so they don't notice this feeling of weakness. When the excitement is over, I guess everyone will not want to move. This class was a success if it could inspire them. The subsequent classes were relatively relaxed. Enough for the students to relax. When everyone calmed down and looked at Shichen with sharp eyes, Shichen showed his usual warm and gentle smile. Congratulations. From today on, you are real little magicians. The road to magic is long and rugged, legendary and mysterious, and your future is still long. Even though the students were very weak, they still fought hard and shouted out loudly. From this moment on, they are no longer the muggles that are looked down upon by others. They are real little magicians. The energetic appearance of the little guys made Ep feel deeply moved. It is only the 3rd month, but it has watched them grow up, watched their ups and downs and setbacks along the way. And it seems that it has also grown a sensitive brain. The electronic sound of Ep sobbed, harassing Shichen's ears. Shichen put away the photostone. For the sake of his still clear mind, he had to change the subject. With so many memories, I can make a lot of money from them in the future. App's crying stopped abruptly. Host, can you create some atmosphere? No. I am just so cold and ruthless. Shichen threw the photostone and sneered. This is just the beginning? You haven't even become a junior magician yet. And there is still a long way to go in the future. Why are you crying so anxiously? App, I am moved. Isn't it okay to move them and change their fate? Oh! What was their original fate? Shichen raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course it's terrible. Everyone died. App came to his senses and found that he was being tricked by the host again. He was furious. Host, can you be more polite and stop taking advantage of others? Is it because this batch of systems are growing, emotional, and have low IQs? This is too much. Shichen coughed lightly. It's because we are poor. Please bear with me. My friend. I am also curious and concerned about the future of the Cubs. But I am too poor and can't find any opportunities. App easily forgave Shichen. It stammered. Well, anyway, they are all cannon fodder and villains. And now their fate has changed. So it's okay not to know. Really? Shichen asked back. Is there no such thing as a fate node that cannot be changed? It's like if someone dies in a car accident at 3 o'clock today. They will die even if they don't go out. No, App said firmly. Maybe fate will make the event happen. But people's trajectories are no longer the same. There is no such thing as an unchangeable fate node in this world. At most, the unlucky villain will continue to be unlucky. But this person has changed. So he is not afraid anymore. Right? App thought guiltily. Xieshichan also knew that fate is not so easy to change. But since he entered this world, he has been paying attention to the fate of his students. There can be setbacks and difficulties, and they can experience dangers and life and death. But if bad luck wants to take advantage of his students, Xieshichan will not agree. The first class passed peacefully, and the second class in the morning was still Xieshichan's. He taught the history of magic, which was not very important. He also turned a blind eye to the students slacking off, just as a small reward for the students. After class, Xieshichan hesitated for a moment, but still pointed at the two little guys and had a good chat with him. Lucius, Anna, come and talk to the teacher after dinner. Lucius, Anna, Other students, ? Bori thought of the prohibition and guessed maliciously. Lucius, your relationship was discovered by Brother Xie? Hey, it won't be broken up, right? Just like Vera and Chris. Lucius, shut up. Vera was speechless. Bori, please stop muddying the waters. Chris and I are not lovers. No. Bori reacted fiercely. You must be? Chris was stunned. Puzzled. Why? Bori vowed. You are not that kind of relationship. Wouldn't my suffering over the years be in vain? The threesome always forgets about Bori. No way. No way. You don't have any impression at all? Chris and Vera, Bori beat his chest frantically. I knew it. There must not be a friendship between three people. For example, now, Nasa and Asado often get together behind his back. Lucius was troubled by Bori's noise. He looked at his sister with watery eyes and patiently comforted her. I'm here. Don't worry. Anna nodded slightly, bit her lower lip, and made up her mind. I will tell the teacher that it's me. I can't leave you. Lucius, no need. Just leave it to me. I always feel that this sentence is still weird. Chapter 54. In the room full of fragrance, a huge desk was piled with all kinds of books. On the small sofa next to it, two teenagers sat side by side. They looked at the young man behind the desk with a little vigilance. Feeling a little uneasy, there were 2 cups of milk on the exquisite coffee table, and nothing else. The young man being watched quickly put away the things at hand, smiled at the 2 little guys, and said apologetically, I kept you waiting. Don't you want to drink milk? Lucius slightly raised his head, moved his body, and stood in front of Anna. Do you have anything to talk to me about? Very polite, but also very rude. Xieshichan didn't care, smiled and walked around the desk, sat opposite them, and said in a gentle tone, There are some things, but they are all small things. Don't be nervous. How can I not be nervous? Lucius felt a toothache when he thought of the student handbook targeting them. A 15-year-old boy, in some places, is already married. At the very least, he is engaged. But in Screech, love is still prohibited. Lucius pursed his lips, crossed his fingers and placed them on his chest, pretending to be confident. We are already engaged. I'm sorry for violating your rules. You can tell me, and I do my best to compensate you. But it's impossible to separate them. Their relationship has been approved by their parents. Xieshichan paused, feeling complicated. Your parents agreed? Lucius nodded proudly. Yes. My father personally hosted the engagement party. If you don't believe me, I can ask him to give you an answer. Behind him, Anna was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out. She could not help but move her body again and lower her head to cover her body. There was no such thing as an engagement. She could not get close to the noble holy son in the church. But her father should be able to cover up their lies. Right? Anna twisted her skirt tightly. Xieshichan took a breath. He never thought that this world would be so open. Even orthopedics. But the little guy's tense expression seemed to have some hidden secrets. Xieshichan's mind was in a state of confusion. But his face remained calm. He changed the subject lightly. Don't worry, kids. I'm an open-minded teacher. I'm just worried that it will affect your studies. By the way, what do you think of today's spiritual power stimulation class? That's all? Lucius was a little confused, but he pretended well. It's very valuable to learn. Thank you for letting me experience it, he replied cautiously. In fact, Lucius wanted to flip the table and leave. Anyone who dared to ask Anna's identity in a roundabout way in the church would basically be scolded by Lucius. But this was in Screech, and the one asking him the question was Principal Screech. So he had to be careful. Siashichin laughed. Can you tell me? Teacher, what is your spiritual power bias? Lucius was instantly alert. Light. Anna was a little slow, and also stuttered to express her bias. I am also light. Siashichin raised his eyebrows slightly. This way they don't know everything. Perhaps Siashichin's eyes were too penetrating. Lucius always felt like the embarrassed puppy on a rainy day, unable to cover up anything. He clenched his fists, forced a smile, and stood up suddenly. If the principal has nothing else to do, Anna and I will leave first. Like a little wolf cub whose trump card was revealed, he bared his teeth and threatened the enemy. Siashichin still looked non-aggressive. Sit down first. Little guy. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking yet. What else is there to say? Lucius gritted his teeth and wanted to leave without caring. He was too young and only learned to pretend to be strong but weak. He had no idea how to deal with such a thing. Anna was startled by the tense atmosphere. She hurriedly pulled Lucius's clothes and said in a low and anxious voice, Brother. Lucius took a deep breath and sat down reluctantly. It doesn't matter. Just deny it. Siashichin watched all their interactions and had a vague guess in his heart. But he continued to pretend not to know. It's like this. Teacher Eugene said that a dark wizard wants to find a few dark students among his students to train them well, and see if there are any students who are suitable to inherit his skills. Lucius sneered. Oh? What does it have to do with our light department? Siashichin said patiently. He can see through all darkness. Teacher Eugene said that the two of you have the most dark aura, and he wanted me to ask you if you have any intention. Lucius's face changed. Damn it. Why does such a person exist? He was restless, and even wanted to take Anna away from Screech immediately. His father told him personally that if someone guessed his mother's identity, then his mother would have to accept the baptism of holy light. They must hide the other half of the blood in their bodies. He thought about why Screech said this, and finally insisted. We are from the light department. We have also been tested for light talents in the church. We are not dark wizards. Siashichin lied about Eugene without blushing. Seeing that the little guy refused to admit it, he didn't care. Instead, he said, Okay. I'm just asking for him. You know, there are always all kinds of people on the mainland who are afraid of the dark. Our poor teacher Eugene is probably going to have a headache for a while. As if he was really just asking for Eugene. Lucius was waiting for Siashichin to make a move. He didn't expect him to let him go so easily. As if he didn't care what their talents were. Really? How is it possible? Lucius didn't let down his guard. Siashichin turned around and picked up a book from the shelf, and handed it to Lucius, saying in a gentle voice, This book is very interesting. Called The Rise of the Gods. I read it, and I felt that the protagonist in it is very similar to you. If you are interested, you can also read it. Lucius reached out to take the book in confusion, not knowing what Screech was up to. Thank you. I will. He casually stuffed the book into the space ring and asked patiently, Any more questions? No more. Siashichin spread his hands. His smiling eyes were very beautiful. Just remember to read the book. Until the brother and sister walked out of the library solemnly. They still hadn't come back to their senses, not knowing what medicine Screech was selling. He hurriedly took out the book and flipped through it carefully. There was no hint, only the content of the book itself. It's very thin, and it's probably about a new god who gains the godhood of an old god and becomes a god. And the old god disappears. Is it a metaphor for something? Lucius was very confused. Brother. Anna was very scared. We are all half dark and half light spiritual power groups. Right. The teacher knows something? Impossible. Your identity is known to no one except father, mother and me. How could he know? Lucius said. But he was not sure in his heart. It should be Eugene who made him suspicious. It doesn't matter. I will find a way to cover it up. But, Anna paused as she spoke, pursed her lips, and stopped trying to convince herself to protect her brother. But she felt that the teacher didn't seem to know nothing, and even knew much more than them, and was vaguely telling them something. Anna always had a very bad premonition in her heart, which reached its peak when she said goodbye to Screech. It seemed that if she missed it, something very bad would happen. She was led away by Lucius with a worried look, but her eyes swept across the library from time to time, and the looming feeling of suffocation lingered for a long time. You just tell them. It won't be bad. Right? What if their parents have other plans? Xiao Xiao was about to freeze when she saw the book The Birth of God that Xie Shichen handed over. Does its host know what he is doing? Then it will be bad. If it is a misunderstanding, then I am overthinking it. If it is not a misunderstanding, it can also change the sad future. There is nothing wrong with it. Xie Shichen analyzed rationally. These two siblings seem to have no gap with their parents. If the price of losing their parents for them to become stronger, then I think this is not the future they deserve, nor the future I want to see. Besides, Lucius is arrogant and stubborn. If someone makes decisions for him in his own good name, it will definitely be a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. His parents do love him very much, and perhaps they have some unavoidable difficulties. But the child is sensible now, and what he needs more is the right to choose for himself, not the right to choose for others. It is inevitable that the new god will replace the old god. It is inevitable that Lucius will focus on practicing light magic, and it is inevitable that Lucius has half of his father's divinity in his body. So, if things continue like this, it is inevitable that he will replace his father. At least, there is no way to circumvent the rules. Xie Shichen has the help of Xiao Xiao and many books to consult, but he is still an outsider outside the rules. There is no way for the time being. Then, as a real native, the god of light, who must abide by the rules, is there really a way to circumvent it? Why is half of the godhood in the child? Why should the children work hard to learn light magic? Why does the child's mother show an ordinary muddle on the app? Xie Shichen still lacks some information, so he can't infer the parents' thoughts. But he doesn't want the student to regret deeply when he reaches the top in the future. He is a teacher. His position is to teach and educate, to make students live without regrets, not just for the good of students. He needs to tell students, let them make their own choices, and then help them make the best choices. There will always be a way. Xie Shichen browsed the teaching aids mall and continued to look for answers. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something. I received the task of completing Nathaniel's heart this morning. Ophelia's heart should also be completed. Right? Where is my principal's value? You never forget about money. App said unhappily. You've already paid off your debts. Why don't you look at how much debt you owe? Xie Shichen reflected on it. His recent expenses were indeed quite high. He had wasted a lot of principal value on various one-time teaching aids for exams. Let's just settle the account. We have to borrow again next month. He continued to look at the mall with a clear conscience, and sighed. I really want it. App immediately played dead. What the hell? Forget about the loan. Now you want to get it for free. Right? Xie Shichen didn't give it a chance to play dead. Aren't you going to update the app? For example, add some lucky draws or something? The app was desperate. Stop squeezing me. Even the landlords don't squeeze me like this. Xie Shichen, okay. I really want it. But my students will be away soon. Even I can't do it. Poor kids. The app choked. And in order to prevent Xie Shichen from nagging, it had to give a 10% discount. Seeing Xie Shichen taking out loans and buying things on a large scale, it was really melancholy. When will its host stop taking out loans? It feels like it has been doing a losing business. Since there are more teachers, Xie Shichen's schedule has become looser. Just like today. He only has one morning class, and he can move freely in the afternoon. The evening self-study class in the evening has also been merged into the time for outdoor survival training. He is very free. But the King of Volumes never has free time. When Xie Shichen was tired of reading, he simply took out the map of the academy and began to transform the academy. They will recruit new students next year, and an old school won't be able to show their brand. The design of Screech School of Magic is still very good, and it was once glorious, and it occupies a lot of space. Xie Shichen only needs to make some changes on the original basis. The first thing he targeted was to build a mission building. Xie Shichen wanted to renovate the castle-like villa at the foot of the mountain. It was too suitable to be a mission center. It had a superior geographical location, and the building was beautiful. App reminded him, this is the original Academic Affairs building, which is where the senior management's offices are. Xie Shichen was speechless. Who else is there in the Screech senior management besides me? Isn't my office building in the library? App, This is true. But, as a principal, he actually works in the library. Isn't it a bit too much? And it was renovated from an ordinary browsing room on the first floor. And opposite is the renovated reception room. Xie Shichen also knew that this was not very impressive. He explained, Putting the reception room opposite me is convenient for me to meet guests. The college is in need of reconstruction, and there will be a special reception building in the future. App thought it was wrong. Where is the principal's office? Sieshichin said without thinking. The library is good. I will put a magic circle there. The mysterious principal of the library and Screech, who I only meet occasionally, will be very interesting. Right? My students will visit the library frequently to see me. Students should read more. The library happens to be a good place to relax. App was silent. He is indeed a principal. He has considered every aspect. Of course, Sieshichin was not without selfish motives. His college would have more students in the future, and there would always be students who could not stand it and wanted to report problems to the principal. At this time, a vague and untraceable principal would make it very convenient for him to turn a deaf ear to the outside world. Sieshichin was very busy and did not want to deal with such students who were unwilling to drop out and unwilling to abide by the rules. After discussing the site, Sieshichin made a field survey and began to draw the blueprint. The mission building was a 3-story villa with an abandoned small garden in front and a very good surrounding environment. The open space is spacious, and a stone tablet can be erected in front to make it look more imposing. As for the inside, the first floor must be decorated gorgeously enough. This is the facade. Around it are various task commissions hung, divided according to levels. The first few counters are used for settlement and collection. It would be great if there was an internet connection. A fully automatic operation surface can save a lot of money. Sieshichin murmured. Xiao poured cold water on him directly. Wake up. The internet is not that easy to build. That's right. He didn't even get a tablet. Sieshichin sighed and continued to work on his mission building. The second floor could be used for discussing cooperation. Since some people needed privacy, he could make it a shaded private room, as long as a magic circle was engraved on it. The third floor was open air, so it could be used as a leisure area. Their college was not a college for studying hard, and entertainment facilities were also required. Although Xiao didn't understand whether Sieshichin was inserting entertainment facilities in these buildings that reminded students to work hard as decorations or as carrots. After designing the functional area, Sieshichin began to draw the draft. After finishing the drawing, he had to consider cooperating with the outside world and asking his students to entrust tasks. The academy can only produce commissions by itself, but there are not so many. There are also the exchange ratio of contribution points and gold coins, the standard of task grading, and the teachers stationed in the task building. Xiao. Sieshichin called Goldfinger calmly. Goldfinger shook his head frantically. There is no lottery. There is really no lottery. There is no lottery this month. I am not the kind of person who doesn't talk about reason. Sieshichin said earnestly. I'm asking you. Do you want to go out for a walk? Huh? Sieshichin frantically browsed through his teaching aids mall and found 2 puppet dolls that he liked. One is a fairy skin, and the other is a cute cat skin. This kind of simulated puppet doll that can be manipulated by conscious creatures. You keep following me, and when I read the book, you have nothing to do. Isn't that boring? App hesitated. It's not boring. Sieshichin continued. Besides, I'm a homeboy. Homeboys often stay in the library. You are so lively. You can go out and breathe fresh air. You can also develop your emotional system. Right? App was a little moved. Then you. Sieshichin achieved his goal and revealed his true face. Your system has such strong computing power. It's not impossible to take care of more people. Right? I pay you this money. You can go out and walk around more. And you can also be cute to the students. When we are the treasure of Screech, it's the best of both worlds. Isn't it? Xiao kept saying that it was right. How lucky it was that its stingy host could spend the principal's value to buy its skins. 2 at a time. Woo. So touched. So touched. Xiao was touched and couldn't help but agree to the 2 tasks that Sieshichin assigned to it. The book elf in the library, and the short-legged tortoiseshell cat in the mission building. Just wait a minute. Xiao reacted and was furious. You just don't want to waste teaching resources. So let me take the blame. Sieshichin did not refute, but asked, don't you enjoy the benefits of freedom? Xiao, Shit. App is really autistic now. But who is Sieshichin? He is the king of efficiency. Without saying anything, he started to distribute flyers and collect the names of book elves and task elves. Once confirmed, Xiao Xiao can go to work directly. This speed amazed Fanny, who had just finished the first class that day. Fanny had a whole class of magic application in the afternoon, which was also a practical class. They struck while the iron was hot, and taught students how to cast the first bias magic when they just stimulated the magic hair. For Chris, a student who has already cast a spell, Fanny did not waste his time and let him completely transform his magic power into mental power in class. After arranging the special students, Fanny clapped her hands and greeted the students face to face. Little guys, long time no see. She wore black leather pants, revealing most of her white thighs, with green magic patterns flowing on them, which would dazzle people if they paid more attention. The students focused their attention on Fanny. Hello, Teacher Fanny. I didn't expect that Screech would actually call Fanny Stern, although I had a vague idea that Fanny would teach. It still felt unreal when I really saw the legendary Editor-in-Chief Stern, the youngest wood mage at present, a super magician with both beauty and strength, is their magic teacher. Fanny smiled and gestured, and the students instantly quieted down. They were now in the small garden where they used to be, and those plum blossom piles were very suitable to be the students' hostile targets. Fanny first met everyone one by one. Of course, she was already familiar with the children from the various photo stones sent by Screech's teachers and the students' manuscripts. But a formal self-introduction would deepen the students' impression. Fanny called out their names one by one, said their manuscripts, and slightly praised their excellent ideas and sentences, which instantly boosted the atmosphere of the whole class. Although she had little experience as a teacher, she was the editor-in-chief and knew best how to arouse people's emotions and attract their attention. After everyone's eyes were focused, she began to teach, holding the teaching stick given by Screech. As an aside, Fanny had to admit that Screech's teaching stick was really easy to use. The teaching stick was like a magic wand, with a faint green light when it was waved. Did you see it? These are the visualized wood elements. Because my preference is wood, it is very easy for me to resonate with the wood elements with my mental power. She explained how she did it, and then asked the students to try to guide them, and walked to the side of the students to give instructions while talking. When we first started learning, we didn't quite understand why elements sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared. It was also difficult to condense elements and disguise elements in such a situation to achieve the purpose of releasing magic. So we need to watch first. Abstract things are often more difficult to understand, but after they are concretized, you can clearly see how magic power is condensed, how mental power works, and how magic is formed. Fanny smiled and put away the magic wand. This is our first lesson today, how magic is formed. The students looked at their palms intently. They did not need to condense magic, but only needed to use their mental power to attract the elements around them and make them visible. But this was also very difficult. It was not because they were not serious enough, but because this was a kind of understanding of magic, and they could not find the trick. Fortunately, Fanny was an experienced young mentor who could absorb new knowledge. She told everyone her thoughts, her way, and the methods she thought were feasible, and then demonstrated them to the students over and over again. Although the efficiency was low, it was also a small achievement. Mental power is too difficult to visualize. If students were not so sure about what they said, they would be stunned. However, the effort was worth it. With Fanny's guidance and help, they successfully lit up the elements around their palms. Those elements were like fireflies, floating around their palms. They could intuitively feel their mental power pulling these elements like silk threads, slowly gathering these elements around them. Wow! Even in the daytime, this power was so brilliant that they were impressed. Fanny relaxed. See, I told you that you are very smart. You can master the skills in less than one class. Teacher, I can't see my element. A student's low voice woke Fanny up, and Fanny walked in quickly to check the progress of the slightly lagging student. No, it should have been successfully pulled. Why can't it be seen? Fanny thought carefully and said to the student, relax. Don't be nervous. Let the teacher enter your spiritual realm to take a look. Okay? Oris nodded, calmly closed his eyes, and completely relaxed. In fact, Fanny was overthinking. The little guy's spiritual domain was not that strong yet, and they could not feel her entry at all. Even if they could feel it, they could not resist. But surprisingly, this little guy really believed in the teacher. He said he would not resist. When Fanny's spiritual power entered to explore, the little ball came up to him without any hesitation to seek closeness. Still a clingy little guy. Fanny rubbed the little ball with her spiritual power in a funny way. And the little ball immediately lay flat with a snap. And disappeared in the spiritual sea in a blink of an eye. I could still hear the mimicry's chirping and humming sounds. Obviously, the little guy was still there. Transparent ball? Fanny was surprised. And tentatively gathered a little wood factor and moved over. And the little guy swallowed it all in one gulp. And disappeared without a trace. It turned out to be a space element. Fanny was surprised to exit the little guy's mental domain. And rubbed his head excitedly. Mr. Oris, your mental force traction was successful. But because you are biased towards the space element, you can't see those transparent elements. Oris stared at Fanny in a daze. Then looked at his palm. Then Fanny smiled slyly. It will be a little difficult for you to condense your magic. Because the space system is related to the law. Most space system magicians will have a focus. At least before the legendary magician. Because comprehending all the power of space is equivalent to comprehending half of the power of the law. And then comprehending the power of time. You can use the law and explore the law. That is, become a false god. This is very difficult. Most space magicians only specialize in one thing. Such as space transfer, space cutting, and space storage. Fanny patted the little guy's head. Don't worry. Just follow along in this class. I help you with your lessons when I have time. Once you have determined your initial direction of expertise, you can start using magic. Fanny divided the students' learning into 3 categories according to Screech's teaching progress: bias magic, non-bias magic, and ordinary daily magic. Bias magic is theoretically the easiest for them. So Fanny taught it first. Then she taught them daily magic, such as flying, fast reading, and door opening, which can be used with mental power alone. Finally, the most difficult non-bias magic. If there is enough time, she could also teach them how to use space magic and time magic, which are special magics. After studying mental power, Fanny has also gained a lot of insights. Simple space and time magic can still be taught. Oris's partial magic is a very special space magic, which still needs special treatment. Oris heard Fanny's explanation and nodded. He was a little worried, but more excited. Middle school boys are always easily moved by special things. After teaching this episode, Fanny walked around and made sure everyone had activated magic. She did not wait any longer, but continued with the next process. Let them watch how she used her mental power to gather elements and form a small magic. Before that, Fanny asked everyone. In the previous basic magic class, I remember Anshin said that he had memorized magic spells for you. Have you memorized them all? Students, Your teachers really don't care about the lives of students when sharing what you have. That was a thick book of magic spells. Did they memorize them all? This reminded them of the many out-of-scope questions that appeared in the exam. Screech said that magic spells would be tested. But he didn't say what magic spells would be tested. Tens of thousands of spells. Difficult and obscure. And a spell that takes at least 30 seconds to recite would be tested. It is said that these are just elementary magic. God knows where Screech found so many weird elementary magic spells. Almost everyone gave up on this part of the score. Later, everyone was relieved when they found out that Screech was testing common magic spells. Now, Vera raised her hand and blinked innocently. Teacher, we can't memorize all of them. There are too many spells, and we don't have enough time. Yes. Chris and Asato can't memorize them. Herbert nodded frantically and dragged the top students into the water. This time, the top students were willing to go into the water. Tens of thousands of spells are indeed not that easy to memorize. Fanny rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "What are you thinking? Am I a strict teacher like Screech, who doesn't care about the students' lives?" The students agreed reluctantly. "No." Fanny nodded in a good mood. "That's right. I just asked you to memorize the magic of the element you prefer first. And magic still needs to be learned slowly. Screech is too anxious. It's only been 3 months. And it's not easy to learn quickly. Students, But Screech didn't force them to memorize tens of thousands of spells. Why did Teacher Fanny suddenly ask them to memorize the spells they prefer? There are at least more than 1,000. Right? Bori couldn't help but look at Ophelia with sympathy. If she had to recite like this, Ophelia would be the most miserable. She has a high affinity. And she is equally inclined to each element, although she doesn't have any special element inclination. If you count them carefully: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, Ice. She has to recite 8 elemental inclinations alone. Nearly 9,000 spells. Sure enough, after Boree's careful observation, Ophelia, who always had a gentle smile, suddenly turned green. Fanny was very nice and said, "Don't be nervous. Kids, today is the first class. You just need to memorize one magic spell. Our main focus is to inspire magic. When we have a magic battle, I will check everyone's spell recitation," Fanny said meaningfully. "It's good news that you can memorize more spells now. You will have to memorize them sooner or later. It's just a matter of which is more difficult now or later. Besides, Screech told me that in his textbook, there are 100,000 necessary magic spells for the intermediate level and a little less for the advanced level. Only about 40,000. You are afraid now. But what will you do in the future?" Students. Their faces were all green. Like poison zombies. More? How many? Why are there more intermediate and advanced spells than low-level spells? Chris asked in confusion. Fanny looked at the spells and explained calmly. Because you can use less magic power at the primary level. There are only a few ways to combine. So of course there are fewer. At the intermediate level, you can already use a lot of magic power. So naturally there are more. As for the advanced level, she spread her hands. It stands to reason that there should be more. Isn't it hard to understand if you don't have the strength to do it? Chris was silent, thinking of the thousands of advanced magics at home. He thought that Screech's background was really rich. It was just that he was too open-minded, which was not very friendly to the learning of students like them. Chris began to reflect on what they had done to make Screech's teachers feel that everything was ordinary and easy to achieve. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Just study hard. Chris silently took out his magic book and began to recite it. Doesn't Fanny think it's too much? Of course she does. After reading the various supplementary books given by Screech, she has a better understanding and can recite spells at a glance. She is gradually getting out of the process of magic spells. These magic spells are no longer difficult for her and do not need to be memorized. Then why not show her ease in front of the students? This way, students can bargain less and study magic more diligently. Right? Fanny, who instantly realized the ability to teach, casually changed the topic and began to teach the students magic. Xieshichen's naming plan also came at the right time. After discussing with Xiao Xiao, Timol Elf, he entered the classroom during the break with 2 elves in his arms, smiling and sending warmth to the students. The college will soon add 2 elves. One is a book elf to help index the library, and the other is a task elf to help distribute contribution point tasks in the task center. They are missing a name. You can think about it when you have time. What do you want to call it? Xieshichen shook the small cloth bag in his hand, and 2 round elves rolled out and fell on the flower bed with a snap. Fanny was instantly melted by cuteness. Oh my god. Anshin, you always come up with some weird ideas that make me crazy. This is just in time. This elf is so cute. She picked up 2 elves and sucked them madly. Her cheeks flushed as if she was drunk. Such a little guy will definitely cheer up the students. Xieshichen glanced at the listless students. Curious. What's wrong? The progress of learning magic is not friendly. How is it possible? I'm Fanny Stern. How could I let them progress slowly? Fanny stroked the kitten and snorted. It's all your fault. Anshin, your students haven't even memorized the magic spells, and can only barely perform a magic. I saw that everyone has learned almost the same. So I asked them to recite the magic spells in class. Fanny said, sighing. I originally wanted to let them go down and memorize them themselves. But their schedule is too tight. I still can't bear it. Xieshichen nodded. This month is a bit busy. We can only work harder. I will increase the proportion of magic spells in the next make-up exam. Students, ? Huh? Does this count as your efforts? Does anyone care about the students' lives? No. Not a single teacher cares. Fanny smiled and said to the students. Reduce the burden. Can you make different test papers? They have different preferences. And if they recite the same magic, it will be difficult for me to teach them. Of course, our answer sheets are different. Just one test paper is different. Xieshichen responded very nicely. I will give you the test papers and answer sheets that I have made before for reference. And you will have to make your own questions later. And they can't be too simple. The teachers talked about how to teach students in the break, and they were still a little reluctant to leave. And the students? For some reason, They looked at the two elves who were left behind and vaguely saw their own expressions in each other. What a hopeless micro-expression. It was obvious that Screech was not willing to use it as an exam content and give them points. Chapter 55. How should I put it? All teachers at Screech have some bad tastes. It was not until she saw that the little guys looked like they had been drained of their energy that Fanny slowly slowed down their pace and asked them to memorize all the elementary and intermediate spells before becoming intermediate mages. Those who are biased towards this department must be able to memorize them. And those who are not biased towards this department must be familiar with them and be able to use magic at a glance. The requirements were lowered. The time was relaxed. And the students could barely breathe a sigh of relief. Except Ophelia. She must have all natural elemental affinities. In theory, you can learn them one by one. But Screed told me that your physique is different. Is your affinities for all natural elements equal? After class, Fanny had a brief chat with Ophelia in the corridor. Ophelia nodded and told Fanny what she saw in her notebook. She was a little worried. Is there any problem? Her heart was in a knot because she could use magic. It's not a big problem. You may have to work harder in my course. Fanny blinked and said in a relaxed tone. Today, we use mental power to guide the bias factor to cast magic. In the future, I will teach you how to use mental power to directly convert into magic. After all, you will always encounter times when there are no magic elements. Ophelia nodded and waited for Fanny's next words. Fanny patted her head. You have the same affinity for all systems. When you use a certain system alone, it is easy to attract other magic elements and cause an imbalance of magic elements. This is an inevitable result, which will affect your efficiency in using magic. For example, today, Ophelia's fireball was released by gathering the surrounding magic factors with her mental power. Other magic factors were attracted by her mental power to interfere. If Fanny hadn't been watching and isolating and screening, she might have been in big trouble when releasing magic. This is the interference of magic elements. In the future, when she directly uses mental power to simulate a certain bias, due to equal affinity, her mental power will involuntarily simulate other magic factors, causing her to fail enchanting spells. She must find a way to make up for this imbalance, so that she will not be interfered when using it. It's a good thing, because the cost of using other magic is less than those children with a special preference. It's also a bad thing, because it requires excellent control. After listening to Fanny's explanation and analysis, Ophelia's face turned pale. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly asked, Then I should. Fanny explained simply. The one-time solution is to let your mental power simulate a cycle, and you will no longer have this problem after forming a habit. I am still discussing the details with Screech. There is no end to magic learning, and we are still exploring. We can't use you as an experiment before you are mature. But the stage has been discussed. That is, distraction control. At this stage, you need to spend more energy and mental strength. Either way is more challenging. Plus there is the problem of magic spells. So you have to spend more time with me. Ophelia understood. She nodded solemnly to Fanny. I understand. Teacher Fanny. Thank you and Teacher Anshin for your concern. I will increase the efficiency of learning and squeeze out more time for magic. Fanny nodded and said with satisfaction, I like to see you guys so energetic and unyielding. I believe you will overcome it. By the way, kid, when I came here, I heard that His Majesty Fickle intends to strengthen the training of your successor and hopes that you can take over his position after graduation? She winked and said, Are you interested in doing an interview in my student entertainment newspaper? Ophelia forced a smile. Of course. Yes. How come she hasn't heard of this? But her course is so tight. Does her father have to come and join in the fun at this time? I don't know if the teacher can help her send a letter. Ophelia, who has always been a genius, has a good grasp of learning, pursues perfection in everything, and takes care of all aspects, rarely shows a painful expression. You have the same bad taste as Siashichin. The school cat lay on Fanny's shoulder. After seeing Ophelia leave, she complained about this teacher who was keen on adding fuel to the fire. Fanny snorted, hugged the cat and tortured it in various ways. Little guy, how can this be called bad taste? This is called encouragement and supervision. There are not many teachers who care about students like me. The school cat had no desire to live. Please show due respect to our staff. Thank you. Why did that bastard Siashichin set its personality as a gentleman cat? Aren't they cute cats with angry hair? Aren't they elegant enough? Which gentleman cat would be taken advantage of by a woman like it? The cat refused to accept it. Hee hee. You are so cute. Dear, I feel like I am falling in love with you again, said Fanny, kissing the cat without hesitation. Even if her mouth was full of cat hair, she didn't change her love. Hey, I heard from Screech that the students in the college are of various races. I really want to peek at the students' files. What do you think? Little gentleman? That will be fun. Gentleman Cat, you signed a long-term teacher contract with C.S. Shichen. He would like to teach you all his classes. Hearing this, Fanny was full of disgust. Sign a long-term contract with that dead fox? This is not an easy thing. It still requires all kinds of negotiations. I don't want to be calculated by him and work for him every day. Yes. Speaking of which, the entertainment student newspaper will be updated soon. And his auditor's manuscript should have been written. Come on, Mr. Gentleman. Accompany me to review the manuscript, Fanny said, taking a step with her long legs, and walked straight towards the newspaper office building that C.S. Shichen had opened for her, complaining as she walked, there are too many tasks. I can't handle them all. Hey, after this period of time is over, I must also issue tasks and ask students to help. The efficiency of those magician employees is too slow, and they are also very long-winded. But Screech entrusted this matter to me, which is also a trust in me. Hey, who made me love my students? After all, I am not as cruel as that man. Fanny knew the weight of the task that C.S. Shichen had lightly delivered. If the manuscript was not used well, their students would not get much benefit. But this was not difficult to solve. After all, the nobles nowadays were more or less brainless. I hope the person who was causing the trouble would think about it, and not increase her workload. When you devote yourself to it, time always feels short. It seems that a long period of time has passed without you noticing. However, no matter how much you devote yourself, the painful time will still be hard to endure. It has been a week, and Screech's students are still being tortured to death, as usual. Adapt? There is no way to adapt. This shitty academic arrangement has never treated them as human beings, and it is not allowed to be questioned. When asked, the first objection is, you are all little magicians. Can't you bear this little hardship? The most annoying thing is these teachers, who will show off their skills in front of them. For example, Screech. He doesn't even bring books to history class now. He just takes a teaching stick and starts lecturing. From time to time, when he finds that students can't keep up, he kindly reminds them, start reading from the third word on the 7th line of page 373 of the History of Magic Evolution. C.S. Shichen watched the students flipping through the book at leisure, waiting very patiently. Did you find it? Pre-study should be done with a clear mind. History is always the most detailed and pays the most attention to details. With tears streaming down his face, when students praised Screech's good memory, he actually replied in a very pretentious way, this is my only advantage. Everything else is a weakness. And it's a good thing that I have handed in all the magic-related books now. Otherwise you will have to see me holding books in class, which will affect my professionalism. Classmates, Okay. You are the best. You can recite the whole text in class. But they can't. Why treat them like this? If Screech is pretending secretly, he is still very humble on the surface. As long as you don't think too deeply, you won't be hurt. Then Fanny and Moxuzi, who are generous and straightforward, really don't care about the students' lives when they pretend. Fanny picked a student to recite the magic spell in class. The student recited it stumblingly. She couldn't stand it, and asked the student to keep working hard. Later, when they were teaching the basics of magic circles, they would show off their skills when they encountered a spell related to magic, and teach the students how important it was to memorize the spells. Okay. They got it. But could these more than 1,000 difficult spells be learned quickly? It was miserable. And even more miserable was that Emoshuzi's recent classes were basically theoretical classes, with the theory taught on the first day and practiced on the second day. Those who failed in practice had to practice at night. The students didn't know why the teachers were like chicken blood, pushing them to death one after another, which really proved what Screech said, that students were so young, they had to study to death. Anyway, with Eugene around, they would never die from studying. What a kind man. Unknowingly, Eugene became the most hated teacher by students. No doubt about it. Eugene often had a sullen face because of his involvement, and looked more like a dark wizard. In this way, after a stumbling week, the students looked much more haggard, and the baby fat on their cheeks was reduced. Even their eyes became brighter, and their figures became better and better. It was not possible to see that they suffered at all, but they looked like they were growing taller. The young people gradually shed their former immaturity and moved towards the transition of youth. Perhaps in a short time, they will be able to see a vaguely mature future. But that is a matter for the future. Right now, they are still worried about their studies. No, man. You have already scored 90 in every subject. Why do you still need to take a makeup exam? Bori chewed on a big chicken leg, with a look of incomprehension on his face. I thought it was painful enough for someone like me who didn't get 90 in every subject. But I didn't expect you academic masters to be even more miserable. The chicken leg was specially roasted for them by Screech today. It is said to be the thigh of the magic with chicken, which is nutritious, delicious and very nourishing. Oh! Bori is not advertising. He mainly wants to express his admiration that the person who roasted the chicken leg is Screech. Before, they would not meet Screech at dinner. He could always see Screech's bright night light at midnight. Bo-Rui was very emotional and worked very hard, thinking that he could not lose to this teacher. Now Screech. Haha. You can't meet him in the library, but you meet him in the cafeteria. When Bo-Rui got his meal, his eyes were bigger than copper bells. Why? Why? Are you here to get food? Where's the ant who got food before? Xieshichan took the plate calmly, filled the little guy with food, and also gave him a chicken drumstick that he roasted himself. And then he took the time to reply him. There's not much to do lately, but the expenses are high. I fired the ant who helped me. I cook and serve you meals from now on. Look, I made the chicken drumsticks myself today. It's my first time, so I don't know if it tastes good. If it tastes good, remember to come and get it again. There's not much to do. Made by myself. Bo-Rui blurted out, you're so free that you're here to cook. Xieshichan smiled unchanged. How can cooking be free? The teacher is busy with the transformation of the college recently, so of course, he needs to pay attention to these small details. No. What kind of small details are these? Bo-Rui's mentality collapsed instantly. They were dying over there, and they were reciting curses in their dreams at night. Wow. When he turned around, he saw that the initiator was actually cooking leisurely. He even had time to get food and fired the ant who served food. What a murderous act. Bo-Rui, who was filled with grief and anger, sat down next to Chris with a full plate of food. Oh! After Vera talked to her father, she has now gone to find other little sisters. Chris has been very lonely recently and always keeps to herself. This barely comforted Bo-Rui. Whenever he encountered a major accident, he would come here to comfort his young heart. Then he was hit hard. He looked at Chris's deliberately arrogant and elegant appearance and got angry. Oh! Challenged to brush the score. Did you break the record this time? No. Chris, hurt each other. Right? Chris smiled. Yesterday's makeup exam was almost a record. But there is no worry about graduation. By the way, Bo-Rui, how many subjects do you still need? Do you want me to lend you my notes? Bori, He couldn't laugh anymore. Ah. This damn study environment actually makes students kill each other like this. If Screech continues like this, he will be driven crazy by students sooner or later. Bori complained. Either the students are crazy, or the teachers are driven crazy by the students. This is too easy to make people lose their minds. That won't happen. Ophelia has finished eating. She has been busy recently and pays great attention to efficiency when eating. She passed by and overheard them. She was also happy to stop and chat with them. I heard Teacher Fanny let slip last time that it seems that only we are elite education, and the next class's schedule is not as tight as ours. Why? Chris didn't understand. I don't think our course is very tight. It's just challenging our limits. Isn't that good? Ophelia shrugged. Helpless, Chris. If our class didn't have teachers to help with various remedial lessons, there would be many students who couldn't keep up with the progress. That's true. Not everyone is so talented. Among these 20 people, each person has different talents. The only thing they have in common is perseverance and the determination to change themselves. Chris understood, but he felt that he couldn't be too relaxed. Otherwise, there would always be people who were eager to succeed like them, and they would be left behind. Right? Bori touched his chin. Also disappointed, then I can't go to see the show? What a pity. Chris and Ophelia, Hey! They actually felt a little bit sorry. What's going on? Until Ophelia left. Bori was still eating incoherently, harassing Chris while eating. There is no other way. It is too hard. So I can only find some entertainment. And of course, I have to share it with my good brother at this time. Chris's temper is getting better and better. Now he can be described as a Buddhist to Bo-rui. No matter what Bo-rui does, he can calmly say him and continue to do his own thing. The main focus is to accompany. Even the companionship is limited. For example, when everyone has almost finished eating, Chris's patience has reached its limit. Okay. Shoo. Bo-rui pricked up his ears and put his index finger on his lips to silence Chris. Not far away, Sieshichan also sat down with a plate and started chatting with Fanny while eating. It was really hard to pay attention to dining etiquette in this environment. In just 1 week, Fanny had already gotten used to talking to Screech about various things during meals. Very uninhibited. Today was the same. They mainly talked about the auditors that had been going on before. The news has been released. As you said, I have praised the noble children who came here in the entertainment newspapers. And I am waiting for other families to contact our admissions office, Fanny said, still feeling a little strange. This was the first time she heard the word admissions office. And the first time she knew that there was such an organization that helped students understand the college and consult the college. She followed Sieshichan's suggestion and reported the news that Screech was going to accept auditors, and spent a lot of money to let the entertainment newspaper track it all the way. And attached the first issue of tracking, many outstanding children of nobles contacted Screech to compete for auditors. If this issue is effective, the entertainment newspaper can even collect advertising money from those colleges in the future. Oh! The word advertisement was said by Screech. He reads a lot of books, and can always find all kinds of good ideas. You are praising in the name of the parents, right? Sieshichan asked. Fanny nodded, of course. Our entertainment newspaper never expresses subjective opinions. And we can't say that you are praising. It can only be the parents praising themselves. Fanny smiled very brightly. Obviously, the nobles had to step into this trap. There was no other way. Who asked them to come to the door to coerce and bribe Screech? The stingy guy? Sieshichan was very satisfied. Now that the news had spread, those parents who requested to come to the academy early would not be able to spare the time to make their request. He thought for a moment and said, You can make a daily report on the tracking period, which will show that we are paying close attention to this matter, and will also help guide public opinion. Remember to spread the news in the next issue. All of Screech's students have been promoted to magicians, and the number of applications for auditors has increased again. Fanny pondered over what Sieshichan said, and suddenly looked at Sieshichan mischievously. Not bad, Teacher Anshin. You are still good at praising students. It's just SOSO. But it's just realistic, Sieshichan said calmly. We didn't say anything wrong. The students have worked so hard for so long, and it's time for them to clear their names. Fanny could already imagine the dilemma of those nobles. And she chuckled. Oh my god. It turns out that bad men are just what I like. Stop it. Sieshichan had a headache. Don't be attracted to me. You have too many people to be attracted to. And they are too worthless. Fanny shrugged innocently. Huh? Can't I just fall in love with every girl I meet? We magicians are so willful. Sieshichan choked up, and finally could only say I'd be happy. Hey. His celibacy really doesn't understand the fickleness of falling in love with every girl he meets. The two discussed some details, and after talking about the key points, Fanny also stood up to put the plate away, as she had classes this afternoon. Sieshichan ate alone without hurrying, and saw Bo-rui sneakily running over to put down the plate, and gently put down the chopsticks. Raising an eyebrow, What? Why are you so free to come and see me? That's not it. I know how busy you are. Bo-rui was very tactful, and went straight to the point with a smile. Principal, I heard that our Screech will come to audit. How will he attend the class? With us? He looked so eager that he almost said that he wanted to see others get into trouble. Sieshichan looked at Bo-rui for a long time, and played dumb with a smile. How could it be? They will definitely not be able to keep up with you in the class. And it will affect your studies. Why ask so many questions? Then how are they going to go? Bo-rui blinked curiously. Actually, it's not that I can't spare some time. Oh, spare some time? Sieshichan stretched out his tone, and under Bo-rui's nervous and excited gaze, he suddenly stopped and turned. It seems that there is too little homework recently. I asked Fanny to pay more attention to you. Bo Rui? Question mark. He was shocked. Homework? Brothers, yeah. I've gone to bed at 2 o'clock for 3 consecutive nights. Xie Shichen was cold and ruthless. Do you think I don't have enough information? Your dear teacher Emoshuzi has replaced the new body refining medicine for you. Sleeping 4 hours a day is too much. Oh! Including the training time. A short nap at noon is enough. Bo Rui pain mask, principal. I was wrong. I really don't have any free time at all. I can't spare any time. Xie Shichen blinked and smiled. Just kidding. You are still growing up. And sleep is still necessary. It will only be hard this month. Next month. You will have to go out for training. The teachers are not very reassured and want to teach you all the life-saving knowledge. Of course. There was also a little bit of bad taste. Wanting to see the students push their limits. But I don't know if the students couldn't find the bottom. So they couldn't know the depth. Bo Rui scratched his head. Xie Shichen's sudden sentimentality made it difficult for him to react for a while. I know. Oh! I just want to learn more and come back to surprise them. So I stayed up late. I won't stay up late in the future. The little guy was a little embarrassed. And didn't even continue to ask about the auditors. However, Xie Shichen still gave him the bottom line. These students are more talkative than each other. No matter who you tell. The whole class will know it after 10 minutes. The auditors have little to do with you. They will come to the academy for a trial next month. Those who can survive for 3 months will probably meet you a few times in the month after you come back. I guess they will be your juniors next year. Although this auditor is the product of the game between Xie Shichen and the Magic Association. If there are really students who persist, he can give them an early admission quota. There is no need to project the calculations between adults on the little ones. Oh! Bo Rui understood and asked mysteriously. What are they learning? Xie Shichen said meaningfully. That's the matter of teacher Emoshuzi and the other 3. The teacher doesn't know. Bo Rui blinked slowly, as if he had received a big hidden news. Until Xie Shichen left leisurely, Bo Rui was still thinking about whether his guess was right. Chris came over and asked for gossip directly. What did the teacher say? Bo Rui raised a few fingers and said generously, First, we will practice next month. And the academy will have auditors next month. Chris nodded. Frowning, auditors? Did those nobles bully the teachers? I always feel that this system is full of compromise and perfunctory. How could Bo Rui know? He only said the relevant news. Second, the auditors will have a 3-month probation period. And they will report to our college next year after passing it. This is quite reliable. Chris nodded. Let's go. It has nothing to do with us. They went out for 2 months of training. And when they came back, they would spend at most 1 month with them. And it was still a question whether they could meet the intensity of their Screech's training. TSK. Even dogs don't come. Wait. I haven't finished yet. Bori hurriedly caught up with Chris, put his arm around Chris's shoulders, and lowered his voice. I guess Screech is the leader of our training trip. He said that the arrangement of auditors is the responsibility of the 3 teachers including Emoshuzi. And he doesn't know. Just be mentally prepared. Bori patted Chris's slightly stiff shoulders and laughed. This is big news. It was so loud that the students almost lost their focus the whole afternoon and were caught by the teacher. How should I put it? It's not that there is a big difference between the way other teachers lead the team and the way Screech leads the team. If it was another teacher leading the team, they could still barely guess what the main purpose of this experience was. But if it was Screech, okay, no need to guess. The theme of this experience is to see how the students are played with in various ways. They really understand. When I thought of this result, I suddenly felt a desire to learn more about the knowledge in my hands. Screech's students were in dire straits again, but they were willing to do so and turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. The Ace Empire, on the other hand, was bustling. Recently, Fanny's Stern magic journal had spread to other races because the manuscripts of other races' little guys had been sent out. In order to keep the students confidential, Fanny had not signed a long-term teaching contract, but had signed a confidentiality agreement to ensure the students' safety and some privacy. However, this privacy could not be hidden for long. Almost as soon as Xie Shichen sent the honorary certificates to the parents, the people of that race came out to claim them. There was no other way. The magic journal was mostly promoted by the human race. Now they also had the opportunity to be promoted. How could they not be encouraged? Of course, these small-scale cheers did not make Fanny's Stern student entertainment newspaper go to these races. So the final craze was still in the entire Ace Empire. To be precise, it was among the nobles of the Ace Empire and various famous magicians. The initial publicity still made everyone very active. The entertainment newspaper said that this time Screech would recruit 30 auditors for trial teaching. Those who successfully stayed until the third month would be given a place in Screech. Many nobles and magicians who heard about the recent excitement in Stern were eager to join. Of course, they were unwilling to send their talented children to Screech. Although it was great to get comments from legendary magicians, who knew how the children would perform when they entered. You know, the Stern Magic Journal has stabilized recently, and the 20 student manuscripts are about to be published. If they keep relying on their old capital, they will have to go the old way sooner or later. As for other legendary wizards, they are not so easy to fool. Everyone still has a negative attitude, but it does not mean that they don't want to get a share. Just like what Xianya thought before, Screech has such a strong foundation, and it would not be wrong to send a child who is not worth cultivating to try it out. What's more, look at the son of Vice President Singer's family and the daughter of Minister Molly's family. Don't they all brag about their children in order to get into Screech? It was really hilarious. Who doesn't know what these kids are like? With such shameless spirit, wouldn't they be at a loss if they didn't get involved? So many people sent their children self-recommendation letters according to the contact information left in the newspaper. Then, something even more outrageous came. Almost the next day, the entertainment newspaper suddenly issued a new newspaper. This process of changing from a weekly newspaper to a daily newspaper gave everyone a bad feeling in their hearts, and they all chose to pay for a copy without hesitation. Then, everyone's face turned green. Screech's 20 core students created another legend, and each of them was promoted to a magician. The list of auditors increased again. Screech said frankly, too many applications is a kind of distress, and it offends everyone. Many parents recommended their children, super talented, hardworking, and it is no problem to beat the old students. Screech was moved and said, I will report the students' learning status every day truthfully to reassure the parents. Parents of applicants, Damn it. Which bastard said this? Yes, they were a little exaggerated when they recommended themselves. But isn't that what they should do? Who wouldn't say their child is extremely talented when recommending themselves? Who wouldn't say their child is hardworking and willing to endure hardships? Who wouldn't secretly compare and say their child is more cost-effective? Isn't this a very normal thing? You, Screech, must make this matter public to show that you are open and above board. Right? The nobles were furious, but it was like they were on a fire wreck, unable to move forward or backward. If they didn't send it off, it would have been reported out. Wouldn't it mean that their child was not selected? They are the ones who are embarrassed. If they continue to send him, will they send someone who has not been properly trained? Or a good seedling from their own family? If they send the former, they will not be able to bear the daily reports of public execution. If they send the latter, a good seedling will go to a famous top magic academy. Who would be willing to waste a year just for a place as an auditor? And to a poor magic academy? Damn Screech. Cunning dead fox. So infuriating. Damn Screech. The president of the Magic Association slammed the table in anger, and looked at Sung with his narrow eyes, saying very slowly, Vice President Sung, is this the good news you said that will make Screech suffer? Sung was sweating coldly. After he got the good news from his wife, he hurried over to tell the president. What was the vice president of the association? He couldn't even get into the elders' council of the association. He was just a worker. If he did a good job this time and got a lot of benefits, wouldn't he be able to go further? Thinking of this, Sung directly reported to the president about his wife sending their son to Screech School of Magic. In fact, our association can also send a few children in. Didn't Screech promote that people without talent can learn magic? He is now asking students to publish in the Magic Journal to slap our association in the face, so we can send a few students with poor talents to let him teach. If it works, we can spy on Screech's secrets and be ready to ban Screech in a year. If it doesn't work, it means Screech is a habitual liar, and we will directly cancel his school quota. What Sung said was not entirely right. If it really works, it will still have a certain impact on their magic association, including those magic academies that are friendly with the Magic Association. But one thing is right. Sending children in will bring them all benefits. They can get the secrets of Screech and find opportunities to attack the other party. If the Magic Association's ban on Screech School of Magic was just an indicator at the beginning, and it was a meaningless attitude to delegate the responsibility to the branch, Then now Screech has become a thorn in their eyes. The influence is too great. The benefits are too many. They can't let it go. And they can't keep it. The president immediately said to Sung, "Go find a few children. Those with no talent. Those with poor talent. And those with good talent. And send them all here." Sung thought about it carefully and figured it out quickly. He smiled and flattered, "President, you are still thinking comprehensively. Those with poor talent will attack and test Screech. And those with good talent will attack Screech's students to make the Magic Association famous. No matter what the result is. Their Magic Association will only make money and not lose. By the way, try to talk to Stern. If they are unwilling to make peace, go and support the other two newspapers." The president sneered at this. Stern is not the only one who can publish an entertainment journal. Sung received the order and went down to make the arrangements. He worked diligently, as this was related to whether he could go further, gain more power, and enter the power core of the Magic Association. But all this was ruined by the second issue of the Stern Entertainment newspaper. Sung tried hard to think about how he should answer, but the president had already adjusted himself. He calmly looked at the journal in his hand and sneered, "Go. Change the people. Except for those without talent. Send all the good seedlings that the association has found recently." The president said in a cold tone, "Tell them that if anyone dares to quit midway, he will never be able to join the association, get subsidies from the association, or go to other magic schools for classes." Sung was stunned and didn't quite understand. "But there are many noble children among the good seedlings. They may." The president waved his hand, "Give me the list. I will go and talk to their fathers in person." Sung wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly said yes. He hid the resentment and unwillingness in his eyes, and continued to go back to arrange the list of personnel like a domesticated vicious dog. The president slowly sat down with the help of the table, and read the contents of the journal carefully again. Soon after, he sneered, "Screech is indeed very smart, and knows how to build momentum for himself. Unfortunately, the foundation of the association is not comparable to that of his magic school." The president put away the newspaper and folded up all his calculations. Not only did he want to make all of Screech's calculations go to waste, but he also wanted these students, who persisted to expose Screech's atrocities in the most vicious language. Chapter 56. No one doesn't love gossip. The busier they are, the more they want to listen to gossip when they have time. Especially in Screech, where there are not many entertainment activities. Listening to gossip, talking about gossip, and guessing about Sieshichen's movements have become a great pleasure for students to entertain themselves. Before Bori brought these explosive news, the small group of them, led by Bori Herbert, loved to listen to the gossip of couples, and paid attention to every bit of the young couples. The victims before were Chris and Vera. But after Bori was hit by Vera, now it became Lucius and Anna. Then Herbert and Bori were hit by Lucius. And finally they could only talk about Sieshichin and Fanny. Until now, they are no longer superficial scouts, who only focus on the love affairs. They are military advisors. Military advisors, who detect future trends. Who do you think will be the auditors? Bori discussed enthusiastically. I think there will definitely be no one who can endure hardships. They are all nobles. Who doesn't know who? Why does Screech want to accept auditors? Chris directly pointed out the key point. He is not a person who would waste time and energy on wasted work. If it is really just these nobles, he can't be attracted. Right? Why else? Of course, he was forced to do so. He sent us away, Herbert said in a rhythmic way. I understand the nobles of you humans the best. He, Chris paused, ignored the you humans as if nothing had happened, and continued to analyze. I think the auditor system must be profitable. It would be even better if I could see the newspaper distributed by Teacher Fanny. Well, but it really has nothing to do with us. Chris, I think you should analyze more about the dangers of going out for training. Ophelia was not interested and started another topic. How to say it? Just like Herbert said, the nobles in the royal city, especially those who rush up when they see benefits, are as difficult and annoying as hyenas. Ophelia clearly understands their stupid and ignorant character, so she never thinks they can cause any trouble to Screech. Oh, yes. It is estimated that there are very few people who can become their classmates, so there is really no need to waste time paying attention to them. But Screech is different after training, and such closely related things are still worth discussing. Chris was silent for a long time, and asked, We can't discuss this. right? Ophelia smiled reluctantly. Don't be like that. Chris, there are always places that can be guessed. Right? There are 20 of us. Speaking of this, Ophelia suddenly recalled the bits and pieces of her classmates who had been deceived, and suddenly shut up. Well, there are only 20 people, and there is still no chance of winning against Screech, she said calmly. Do you think there will be talented new students among the auditors? Teacher Fanny is promoting us so much. Won't they be unwilling? Students, Vera suddenly raised her eyes. The teaching stick is coming. The whole class was silent, looking at the teaching stick that had not been seen alone for 800 years, with a very complicated and difficult to analyze look. According to the analysis, as long as the teaching stick appears alone, it is basically, classmates, I have good news for you all. My heart is trembling. It's over. Great teaching plus good news. I'm afraid this time, in order to help you use magic better, Fanny decided to teach you in practice. Come to the monster park to find me. Don't be late. Students, There is no good news for Screech. Fanny looked at the monster in the iron cage with disdain, and confirmed with Siashichin again and again. Is it really okay? Why do I feel like it's so hungry that it can eat 10 of me? Siashichin knocked on the cage and said calmly. No problem. I'm controlling it here. Fanny was shocked. You control it? Are you a beastmaster? No. 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 You overestimate me. Siashichin snapped his fingers. And the big guy in front of him gasped frantically, his eyes red. But it was also because of this that Fanny clearly saw countless dense silk threads. Siashichin's eyebrows curved. It's in stock. This is our Skriki's special puppet monster. You can control the silk threads through mental power to achieve the effect of controlling the monster. These silk threads are looming and do not really exist, but they can show every movement of the monster in the most realistic way. Moreover, unless the operator is willing, others cannot see the silk threads. Siashichin spent $1,000 on it, and it was worth it. Interesting. Fanny ran up and asked excitedly. Can I operate it? Is it okay? This is my class. Let me do it. Siashichin reasoned with Fanny. At least let me do it first. I bought the big guy with my own money. Fanny muttered. Okay. Okay. Hey. It would be nice if I could know your supply channel. She bought it like crazy. Siashichin twitched his lips. Miss Fanny, I'm sorry to tell you that even if you are attracted to my supply channel, you can't see it. Fanny snorted. I don't want to see it. If you can use it for free, why do you have to buy it yourself? Even if you have to stay in Screech forever, there is nothing you can do about it. Swoosh. A teaching stick flew over very quickly. Fanny took the teaching stick in her hand and glanced at Siashichin. Siashichin went around the cabin and made a hushing gesture to Fanny. Hiding himself quietly, the two teachers who were in cahoots reached a silent agreement. Fanny stood outside the iron cage with her hands behind her back, tapping the teaching stick in her hand from time to time, very leisurely. The first to run over were still Herbert and his sister. They saw the locked-up big guy at a glance, and they felt a little uneasy. Isabella asked. Teacher Fanny. This is. Fanny rarely kept it a secret. You will know in a while. Ah, this? The brother and sister became uneasy. Soon, the students ran to the monster park one after another. They were worried about being late, so they ran very fast. However, the training for so long was not in vain. These little guys did not even breathe hard at this point, and they were very leisurely and natural. Fanny couldn't help but sigh that Screech's teaching was really good, and the students looked more energetic. She knocked on the cage, and the monster inside the cage roared very powerfully. Roar! It made their scalps numb. Fanny smiled maliciously. Do you know what this is? The students were silent, and turned their heads to look at Bori one by one. Bori touched his nose and guessed. Monster? Fanny continued to ask with interest. What level? Well, this is not a question that can be answered casually. After thinking for a moment, Valentina raised her hand first. Teacher, I think it's a 5th level one. The monsters that Chris and his friends hunted before were 4th level monsters. And this one is only 1 level higher than that one. But don't underestimate this level. If the 4th level monsters are the monsters that the intermediate magicians can barely kill, then the 5th level ones have already entered the realm of the advanced magicians. And they are still the kind that can easily kill the advanced magicians if they are not careful. It can be said that the 5th level is a watershed, and all the monsters above are high-level monsters. even if Valentina releases the dragon breath with all her strength. The 5th level monsters may hesitate to weigh whether to approach. The monsters above the 5th level are not afraid at all, and even dare to catch dragons in reverse. Valentina also used this to estimate that it should be a 5th level monster. Yes, you got it right. Fanny smiled and floated up into the air. She waved the teaching stick lightly, and the vines on the ground grew rapidly, weaving a swing for her to sit on. The swing vines broke off, and soon became a swing flying in the air. She leaned against the vines with her legs crossed, waved the teaching stick again, and the vines around her grew wildly again, isolating a not-so-small space with some obstructions inside. But not many. Then, the student saw that Fanny's teaching stick stretched out, and suddenly got stuck on the lock of the iron cage. She stopped all these actions, and explained leisurely. Your progress is too slow. Although you have memorized the spells, it is always difficult to use them. It is not well combined with the actual combat. I am very troubled. So you. Bori's voice was difficult. Yes. So I went to ask him Oshuzi for advice. He gave me a lot of inspiration. Fanny said, looking at the cage. Do you see this 5th level little guy? It's really handsome. Right? Don't worry. It's already full. It won't eat people. Student Amelia gritted her teeth and spoke to disrupt the class for the first time. Are you sure? Why do I feel like it can't stop drooling? Darren nodded frantically, and the dwarf used the fastest speed in his life to slip behind Bori, who felt relatively safe. Oh my god. I swear. Its eyes are green. Look at us green. Haha. The teachers at Screech are really good at lying. Darren thought with a smile. Fanny pretended to be angry. Nonsense. How could the teacher lie to you? Besides, the teacher is here, and he will definitely not let you die. That means I won't care if you get hurt. Right? Isabella trembled her lips. Then, what if you get hurt? Fanny smiled and said, Don't be afraid, kid. In order to make a big deal with Captain Amos's family, our dear Eugene specially developed the Healing Potion 2.0. As long as there is a breath, you can be saved. Are you surprised? Why should I be happy? Now, even Lucius's face turned green. Ophelia racked her brains to make suggestions. Actually, I think... Oh, time is running out. Kids, we can't delay the class, or Screech will deduct my money, Fanny said, raising her teaching stick. With a click, the iron door slowly opened. Another magic came down, and the iron cage disappeared directly. 20 students faced such a huge monster for the first time, and they felt that they were not even as thick as its toes. Chris, help, help. Bori grabbed Chris's sleeve, his face pale. The green magic element kept spinning, and soon transformed the monster into a 2-person high figure. Fanny smiled gently and announced in an elegant voice, Game on. The monster roared again, and started running in a crowded place. Ophelia's pupils shrank suddenly, and her tight voice was only controlled by instinct. Disperse. Run. The students tried hard to control their not-so-obedient legs, and fled desperately, looking at the monster chasing them from time to time, full of despair. God, look at these students. Ah. Herbert and Isabella were the first to run away, shouting as they ran. They were really scared of such a big guy, and even their wings hidden by magic potion were spread out. Fuck. This is Bori. He relied on his agility to see more of his classmates. Unexpectedly, he turned around and saw Herbert and Isabella flying in the air. He sighed inappropriately. They are really elves. Shut up and run. Chris interrupted Bori's sigh with a sharp voice, and pulled the people to run forward desperately. The monster's green eyes looked at the scattered crowd, and suddenly set its sights on the target, chasing after it without hesitation. And the roar seemed to be right in front of him. It was going to chase Julian. The Buddha-like little demon's eyes widened. How did these monsters with no intelligence find such a visual blind spot? Gritting his teeth, he got up and ran away quickly. Julian cursed and regretted that he was crazy to come to Screech. Ah, going to school is so painful. Julian burst into tears, sobbing and whimpering. But he didn't dare to mention dropping out. Screech said that these 20 students were the capital for his comeback. So how could he dare to drop out first? Little Julian wiped his tears and ran wildly, almost shouting, Stop chasing me. It's a pity that the monster really didn't listen. And when he saw that he was slowing down, he sped up a little and kept chasing after him. It was really very bad taste. When the other students who were already standing and resting thought of this word, they were already in tears. Yes, it was a very bad taste. It was just like what Fanny said. The monsters didn't eat people. But the monsters were like cats and mice, chasing them from time to time. And the main purpose was to have fun. Who doesn't know what will happen to you after being caught? Who dares not to run? Sure enough, they, Scricky, are very outrageous even with a monster. Seeing that they were on the right track, Fanny smiled and said, "Children, run. If you are caught by the monsters, you will still get a little hurt. Of course, running is not your goal. The goal of this class is very simple. Send out 10 magic spells before the end of get out of class. Each one must hit the monster. The first one to complete can choose to leave early." "Oh, dear. The kind teacher Fanny left you some advice. Don't run away. Move forward bravely. It's really full. Student Bullshit. Who dares to move forward bravely?" The monster seemed to be sabotaging Fanny. Without saying a word, it roared, scaring the little guys to scatter again. This place is not that big. The monsters can run to the end in a few steps. And they can be chased by monsters at any time. There is no focus at all. The most troublesome thing is not running, but not finding a chance to chant. Chanting magic spells is not to say that you have to chant at a fixed point, but you have to be able to chant without being interrupted. This monster is very smart. If it sees someone making a move or talking, it will rush to the person in 3 or 2 steps. The lightest one will just roar, and the heavy one will directly hit forward. Damn! The chanting of the spell was interrupted. I have to start over again. This is not the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is that every brewing requires mental power. Every failure will take away a huge amount of mental power. They are not even a junior magician. And they have to cast 10 spells. Is this something a human can do? Fanny added fuel to the fire. It's too boring. Little guys, work hard. The teacher really doesn't want to be deducted from his salary. Hey, go forward boldly. The monsters are really well fed. They won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Are you not afraid if they don't eat you? I'm even more scared if I don't eat. Bori said loudly. If we don't eat, you won't have to save us. Right? Fanny was stunned and thought about it. She thought for a moment. How could that be? If he loses too much blood, he can still be saved. I don't know if Eugene has potions for reattaching broken limbs. Oh, I'd better pay more attention to him on the first day. Fanny sighed. Bori burst into tears. Is this a threat? Is it true? Scritch's teacher is too scary. Even though they were trained by Moxuzi for a long time, they were still out of breath. There was no way. Avoiding monsters really consumed energy. I can't run any longer. Anna gritted her teeth and shook off Lucius's hand. Brother, you run first. Roar. Lucius's face changed, and he subconsciously pulled Anna into his arms to block her. He turned his head and looked at the monster without dodging. He was holding a grudge, and he wanted to look at the monster and skin it in the future. But the next moment, Lucius subconsciously opened his eyes wide. The monster did not catch up, and there was a figure lying on its back. Lucius was not very familiar. The black-haired boy held a short dagger in his mouth, and some blood was coming out of the dagger. He grabbed the fur on the back of the monster with both hands, spit out the dagger, and tremblingly recited a spell that he had memorized thousands of times. It's an opportunity. Many students who reacted quickly looked at each other, opened their mouths at the same time, and recited the most familiar magic spell. Lucius reacted quickly, dragging Anna to let Anna cast a spell. While he quickly recited a stillness spell, Anna frowned. She sent out a light magic ball and looked at Lucius. Brother, you? Lucius gritted his teeth and quickly finished the spell. The transparent spell that no one could detect quickly locked onto the target, forcing the monster to stop its current action. Lucius exhaled and shouted, Cast the magic spell quickly. He squeezed Anna's hand and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Everyone's bottom is almost exposed. No one cares. Yes. At this moment, looking at the entire monster park, it can be described as a racial team building. Julian had taken off his clothes and turned into a sticky golden slime, pretending to be dead. Beside him, Genevieve was so tired that she exposed her beautiful gills to help breathe. Without saying a word, Valentina turned into a fat dragon and carried Ophelia to fly up to the sky. Chloe on the back of the monster could not hide her ears and tail to keep balance. I don't want to talk about Isabella and the others. They showed their wings early. Looking at the whole academy, there are quite a few students from other races. Even so, who can realize that there is something wrong with his magic? Anna was barely relieved, and took advantage of her brother, and cast a spell in time. Unfortunately, Lucius was too weak now, and he could not use this magic smoothly and effectively. At best, he could only freeze for more than 10 seconds, and he could only cast 2 spells with his mouth. And then the monster continued to move. Or it was just a dozen seconds after the water was released. After Xieshichan found a blockage while manipulating the magic beast, he quickly found the reason. Although it was a manipulative puppet, it would also get a corresponding reaction if it was hit by magic, such as this kind of inability to move, which was caused by a static spell. But the system must produce fine products. It was just a little blocked, and it would be able to move after 3 seconds. But the students were so scared that they had no privacy. And there was also Lucius. Although Xieshichan knew why he could use space magic, the child revealed his bottom line. So he also had another reason to ask and explore, which was good. It is estimated that these little guys will still have something to discuss after class. So Xieshichan let them go, and let them off a little more. 10 seconds, plus the time Chloe had bought before. The 2 magics were pretty good. When the time was almost up, Xieshichan still activated the magic beast very slowly, giving everyone time to react. In front of everyone's eyes, the magic beast moved its body, and quickly shook Chloe off. Chloe rolled a few times and landed lightly, escaping without caring about her life. The other little guys were smarter than each other, and they kept looking for opportunities to escape. Fanny was more and more happy. This is going smoothly. Anshan, I think your students can apply for the Junior Magician Certificate this time. She held a pigeon and unilaterally sent a message to Xieshichan. Xieshichan did not answer, and concentrated on controlling the magic beast. The students learned to cooperate, and the magic beast was also going to upgrade. Next, it became the students' nightmare again. The magic beast. It has grown in intelligence, and knows how to attack the heart. For example, when Lucius was chanting a spell, it would grab Anna without hesitation. Lucius had to curse in a low voice, end the spell, and fight the beast 1v1 with a stick. For another example, when Ophelia was taken off the ground by Valentina, the beast immediately ran to attack Freya, and the kind of blood was drawn when it was grabbed. Ophelia's face suddenly changed, and she threw the object in her hand without saying a word, trying to help Freya escape. It became more difficult to hit the target, and the consumption of mental power forced them to find a place to hide and get a moment of rest. An hour later, Chris, who was the fastest among them, had only cast 4 magic spells. There were also many people who only took advantage of the previous stillness spell and cast 2 magic spells, but got nothing. If this continues, let alone advance, the class will definitely be delayed. They don't want to suffer the consequences of delaying the class. Chapter 57. The students decided to cooperate. The 2 months of life have allowed them to develop enough tacit understanding. They often suffer together, and can roughly understand what the other person wants with just a glance. Seeing Bori's expression, Chloe gritted her teeth, bit the dagger again, and quickly bypassed the back of the monster. Xieshichan looked at the whole scene and pretended to be tricked. He turned around and looked at Chloe, manipulating his arms to grab the naughty little cat. At this moment, the flexible Herbert and Isabella flapped their transparent wings and flew up, attracting the attention of the monster like flies. Behind him, the other little guys lowered their voices one after another, chanting magic spells one after another. Xieshichan felt that they seemed to be treating him as a fool. Should he let it go? The magic beast controlled by Xieshichan blinked and looked up at Fanny. Fanny pointed it out clearly, tapped the teaching stick lightly, and chanted a spell in a fake manner. The magic beast suddenly seemed to be injected with chicken blood and expanded by twice. Its movements became more flexible, and even ignored the 3 attracted students in front, and turned around and ran towards the magicians chanting spells behind him. 17 students, shock. Lucius casually picked up a weapon from nowhere without saying anything, and fought the monster one-on-one. Xieshichan really didn't expect this little guy to dare to fight back. The monster's eyes were wide open, as if curious. The wooden stick in Lucius's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the corrosive light spot corroded the wooden stick instantly. Before the corrosion, it hit the monster hard with inertia. Roar! Chris was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered something. He raised his hands and muttered something. Soon, a large amount of blue water elements surged in his palms. The water elements spun around the monster at high speed, and Chris's face suddenly turned pale. This was too much for him. But he could still hold on. The spinning water elements gradually condensed into ice spikes, which pierced into the monster's fur one by one. Very sharp. Unstoppable. The monster roared again, and Lucius took advantage of this gap to retreat very quickly. During his retreat, other students seized the opportunity again, dispersed and silently chanted spells, trying to do more, and the get out of class would be over soon. They seemed to have found a way to attract the attention of the monster by using a few people to chant more shining spells, while others took the opportunity to cast magic in various directions and attack the monster's weak points. Unfortunately, the offensiveness of the primary magic was still too low, and it almost did not cause any damage to the monster. At most, the light magic corroded a little hair. But the good news is that each of them can cast 8 or 9 magic successfully, and the get out of class is only a step away from the end. Chris, Lucius's 10 magics have successfully hit the target. Do you want to leave? If you do, Fanny will come to rescue you. Lucius pondered for a moment, nodded to Chris, and said loudly, I'm leaving. Fanny covered her mouth and chuckled, waving the teaching stick and chanting a spell softly. Soon, a vine circled Lucius from the ground, ready to throw him out of the battlefield. Lucius's face remained unchanged, chanting the magic spell loudly, and the light at his fingertips was bright. Arukio. It's a high-level magic spell. The monster almost immediately reached out to Lucius and interrupted his spell. Fanny even directed the vines to directly insert into Lucius' mouth, and Chris seized the opportunity to give everyone a hint with his eyes. Almost immediately after stopping, all the magic spells were finished. The halo lit up, and many colorful magics were thrown at the monster desperately. Siashichin didn't know if the children had discovered something, but he couldn't gamble, so he could only hold Lucius and turn around, letting the monster's back bear the magic. Fanny didn't have time to think. Her first reaction was to circle the little guy to avoid accidental injury. So many elementary magics. It's easy to kill. When the chaotic magic elements gradually disappeared, Chris's calm voice slowly sounded in the monster garden. Thank you, Teacher Fanny. Our 10 magics all hit the target. Fanny blinked slowly, and then realized that she was tricked by these little bastards. She laughed angrily. Well, you are dead for calculating your beloved Teacher Fanny. Bori joked with a smile. Teacher, don't be angry first. We are going to report that some teachers are cheating secretly. Villa got up with a shrug, and her body was all dirty. Principal, can't you be nicer to the students? Fanny, ? She spread her hands. Children, this is my class? What are you talking about? Do you miss Screech so much? It's just a reasonable question, Ophelia said calmly, looking at the scar on Freya's hand with heartache. Warcraft is IQ, but not that high. Not to mention, it's only a 5th level Warcraft. Teacher Fanny, there were many flaws before, but the most obvious one is that it protected Lucius. A monster cannot do this, even if it is driven by a beastmaster. This action is too humane. Almost the first reaction of a person, hugging the child and turning around to block all attacks from behind. If they were just uncertain before and wanted to take a gamble. Anyway, the teacher would not watch them get into trouble. Then after this action, they no longer believed that the monster was a real monster. Bo-Rui nodded. Yes, and the monster in front had to look at Teacher Fanny before it could grow bigger. Teacher Fanny's chant was obviously not a magic spell, but the monster still grew bigger. It's very wrong. Fanny was shocked. How can you say that I didn't chant a magic spell? Because Darren has memorized the relevant spells. He has always wanted to grow bigger, and he memorized all the spells at the first time. Herbert also spread his hands, so he can be sure that you didn't chant this spell. Fanny, When Siashichin opened the door of the cabin and came out, he saw Fanny's frustrated expression. He shook his head with amusement. So the problem is with Fanny. Fanny gritted her teeth. I said I was in control. Look at your control. It's full of loopholes. Siashichin was not ashamed. Otherwise, will the little guys be unable to finish the get out of class? I'm not that cruel. He even did it on purpose. And it can also check the little guy's sharpness and carefulness. It's great to gain the content of 3 classes in 1 class. Little guys, Okay. It's the same thing. What's there to argue about? I have to say. Seeing the two teachers furious because of their plan. They are still quite happy. Even if they are covered in wounds and exhausted. They can't hide the excitement in their eyes. Before everyone has finished their breath, Lucius's cold voice came from the monster, which made them realize that they seemed to have forgotten something. I say, should you send it down to me first? Xieshichan blinked, snapped his fingers without any embarrassment, and manipulated the monster's arm to put Lucius down. He suppressed his smile and apologized. Sorry, kid. I forgot you were still in my palm. But it tastes good, right? The simulated monster's paw pads must be very comfortable. Lucius's face was livid. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have challenged Xieshichan in a minute. Everyone had almost recovered. Fanny also clapped her hands and made a summary. This is the first time we use this new teaching aid. We are not proficient, but we have also gained a lot. I will give you the healing potion, and you can heal your wounds. Next time we will strive to improve so that you can gain more and not pass it so easily. Also, go back and have a good rest. Don't delay the physical training class in the evening. Students with indifference. Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. Xieshichan hummed. Have a good rest. Some students can come to me to chat after class tomorrow afternoon. Lucius? Do you want to come by yourself? Or bring Anna with you? Lucius again? Bori's gossipy eyes were accurately projected over again. Lucius gritted his teeth. I do it. His slightly narrow eyes widened, glaring at a classmate who did not hide anything, and said in a sinister tone, Bori, I remember your name. Bo Rui, no way. Man, you're holding a grudge? How can you hold a grudge even more than Chloe? The little one's flirting started with Screech and ended with Screech. Xieshichan looked at Bo Rui with a smile. And you, little Bo Rui, when are you going to come find me? Bo Rui's face fell. I want one too. Xieshichan knew he was misunderstood, but he liked to see the anxious expression of the child when he was called. So he didn't explain and continued to scan the classmates. And then, Ophelia. Come along. And that little one. All the little guys lowered their heads, wishing they were headless aliens. Xieshichan mercifully let them go. Just these few. We talk about the others later. After he finished speaking, he turned to Fanny and said, Then I leave first. Come back if you need anything. Fanny gave an okay gesture and watched Xieshichan leave with a smile. Not long after, she turned back to continue her summary with a teasing tone. Oh my god. Speaking of which, you really surprised me. The teacher is really curious. Is there really a race that our class doesn't have? Speaking of this, the little guys who survived the disaster looked at each other subconsciously, and found that many of their classmates had become familiar and unfamiliar, and they all fell into silence. Chloe, you? Natha was in a trance, and couldn't come back to his senses. Chloe stepped back several steps and shifted the blame. I just hid my tail. Herbert also hid his wings and pointed ears. Natha thought to himself, isn't there any difference? Turning to look at Darren, who also has pointed ears, his mood became more complicated. On the other side, Vera picked up Valentina and hugged her belly. Ah, Tina, you are so soft. I never knew you little dragons are so cute. Woo woo woo. I like it so much. Valentina struggled for a long time with her hands and feet, and finally stopped panting, and collapsed on Vera's body. Her short hands hugged Vera's head in a daze, as if she had lost consciousness. That's right. That's right. Woo woo. She also likes to cuddle with girls. Valentina, whose skin was all red under the scales, thought, if Ophelia could be as lively and active as Vera, Valentina could be as well. And what about Ophelia herself? Ophelia was supervising Freya to drink the potion and make sure that Freya's injuries were healed. She looked at her companions and did not move with satisfaction. That's great. That's great. Bori poked the limp slime, and the surprise in his eyes could not be stopped. Isn't this the professional skill of Moxuzi's physical training class that I dreamed of? No more worrying about me being forcibly caught by Moshuzi. It's so funny. This ball can't be caught at all. Julian was indignant. Bullshit. We are just soft. But we will feel pain. As a half-blood demon, Julian got all the advantages of his father and mother. His father is a slime king, and Julian inherited his softness and immortality. His mother is an abyss demon, and Julian inherited her sharp horns and wings. and even has 2 deformed bodies. He should be a legendary figure. But unfortunately, he is too homely and lazy. And he just wants to be served and turned over. His father is like this too. But his father can throw him out as a matter of course. If he is not careful, he will be thrown to screech. And he will never be able to get out of the sea of suffering. Thinking of this, Julian was filled with bitter tears. You are afraid of being pulled up. Aren't you afraid of pain? What is there to envy? Bo-Ray thought about it. And he murmured for a long time. Then, if you can't catch it, Mo-Shizi won't dare to touch you. What if it breaks? Julian rolled his eyes. It seems nothing is wrong. A group of little guys gathered around people who were different from themselves and started to chat with each other. But the time was too short. And everyone couldn't have a good chat. They could only suppress their excitement and curiosity. Chatted for a few words, and then turned to look at Fanny. They had to wait until the get out of class was over to have a good chat with everyone. Obviously, the children came back to their senses and needed time to start a confession. Fanny raised her eyebrows. Okay, dear, you guys chat first. I hope that tomorrow, everyone who is reconciled with each other can give the teacher a touch to satisfy their cravings for the teacher's hard work. Her eyes gradually fell on Chloe. Well, these cat ears and cat tails really made her heart beat. Little Chloe was instantly stiff, and she felt helpless. And that night, when Mo-Shizi was teaching, he found that the students in the class were very silent. How should I put it? I felt a sense of absent-mindedness. After he finished a round of training, he frowned and was about to curse. Wait a minute. Teacher, Bori pulled Julian out. Julian has something to tell you. Mo-Shizi, what do you want to tell me? Bori winked at Julian, cheering him up. Julian took a deep breath, looked at Mo-Shizi fearlessly, and snorted. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a round slime ball. His voice softened. I am a soft ball. I can't get hard. I can't learn those hard martial arts. Can I? No. Mo-Shizi cursed. You are so young. You don't even have bones. How can you be so soft? Get up. Even if it's dough, I make it into overnight baguette for you. Make sure it's hard. Julian closed his eyes and didn't listen. You can't get up. Teacher, they are slimes. Always soft, smooth, and difficult to handle. This time he must speak for the race, as Bori said. Scritch said that we must respect species diversity and ensure the characteristics of each race. Teacher Maksuzi's approach is wrong. Why did his vision change? Julian moved his little feet in a daze. They were little oval dots sticking out from the dumplings. Very small and cute. Mo-Shizi couldn't see it. He only had martial arts in his mind. Mo-Shizi shook the custard ball, wondering, why is it like a water ball? It's not easy to train such a physique into a hard ball. Julian was shocked. Why can you lift me up? Even his mother couldn't do it. Mo-Shizi was ruthless. Because I know martial arts. Only Bo-Rui, who was close, could see it clearly. Mo-Shizi didn't lift it up. He just bent his palm slightly and sucked it up. Like kneading dough in the air. Kneading Julian in various ways. Friend, don't blame your good friend Bori. He really didn't expect that martial arts could reach this level. Julian struggled for a long time. More desperate than Valentina, who was sucked by the dragon. He had no desire to live. Put me down. Seeing that Mo-Shizi was determined to study it to the end, Bori hurriedly changed the subject. Teacher, aren't you surprised? Julian can actually turn into a slime. Surprised? Mo-Shizi nodded and said in a calm tone. You all turn into me and show me. I happen to be free today. I will check your qualifications and replan a development route suitable for you. Mo-Shizi raised the custard dumpling in his hand mercilessly. Those with poor aptitude like this must practice more, so as not to fall behind the main group. Your teacher Xie is the same. He even forgot to tell me such an important thing. And almost delayed you. Julian was shocked. No. I don't want a special order. I just follow the crowd. I just follow everyone. He cried and stretched out his little round hand to hug Mo-Shizi's arm, begging. Please. Teacher. I beg you. I don't want it. I can't bear it anymore. Mo-Shizi laughed and scolded. What a waste. He only used one move to stop the crying kid. Do you want me or Sieshichin? The kid immediately stopped talking and made a quick decision. You. I love you. I love you the most. Bo-Rui It turns out that you are the most sensible kid in the class. Chapter 58. Late at night. Screech has fallen into silence. Recently, students have been busy with their studies, and they've returned to the days when they fell asleep at night. Screech has no lights at all throughout the night, and it is as dark as a black dragon sleeping in the darkness. As for why there is not even a light, Shichen said that it is not the era of electrical appliances, and the magic lamp is so cost-effective. They are poor in Screech and cannot afford such expensive lights, and there is no manpower for artificial kerosene lamps. Anyway, there are not many students walking on the side roads at night. Even if there are, students have learned magic and can light their own lights. He simply ignored this public facility. So at this time, a little light in Screech was very conspicuous. If the students came to find the principal quietly at this time, they would find that there was a light behind a small window on the side of the library near the grove. The flame was about the size of a soybean, dim, and could not even illuminate the forest, and could not emit light or heat. Why not count it as a light? Shichen pointed at Fanny. Teacher Fanny doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are if she doesn't manage the household. The college is being renovated recently, so we should save as much as possible. As a good principal, how could Shichen make a child suffer? So he could only make himself suffer. Fanny looked at the thin candle that couldn't even light up the entire table, gnashing her teeth. Screech, you really are. You always surprise me, Shichen said humorously. Have you refreshed your bottom line? It's okay, Fanny. Life is long. You can refresh many times. Fanny almost wanted to find a needle to sew Screech's mouth shut. She took a deep breath and silently recited a spell, lighting a slightly brighter magic ball light in the room. The lighting spell she chanted was also green, with a feeling of hellish will-o'-the-wisp. But compared to Shichen's stinginess, this green flame was bright enough. Look! Screech blew out the candle directly. Fanny said, What's wrong with you recently? You don't work late at night anymore. And so, frugal. Fanny chose a compliment that would not hurt the friendship of colleagues. Shichen carefully put away the candle, and listened to this without raising his head and said, Didn't I say that? The college needs money recently. I've been studying during the day and doing building renovations at night. Fortunately, I have good night vision. Otherwise I might be delayed. Fanny blurted out subconsciously. What about the investment given by Sheldon? Have you spent it all? Shichen looked confused, and he said tactfully, Fanny, do you know how many teaching buildings, student dormitories, and how many? Stop! Fanny was overwhelmed and interrupted irritably. I know. You were poor recently. Come! Let's talk about something serious. Well, Fanny works hard for students during the day and for the newspaper at night, so she can only find time to discuss with Shichen in the early morning. Shichen sat in the brightest place of the lighting ball, relying on the non-aggressiveness of the wood lighting ball, and sat directly next to the ball, occupying the best position. Fanny pulled a corner of her mouth, took out her notebook, and said concisely, It has been 2 weeks of warm-up, and we have closed the submission information. The submitters have been decided, and you can prepare to select people. Fanny pondered for a moment, and still asked, How do you plan to select people? Are there any standards? In fact, it is better to have a standard to prevent Screech from losing fairness. But the current situation obviously does not allow them to make a freer choice. They still have to be careful in selecting people. Shichen also took out each self-recommendation letter from the drawer, put them on the table one by one, and introduced them in an orderly manner. There are 143 self-recommendation letters in total, of which aristocrats account for the majority. About 117 people. Among the 143 people, 23 were untalented, 104 were of average talent, and 17 were highly talented. Fanny was surprised. So many highly talented people? Shichen laughed. You made your own newspaper. Don't you know? Fanny thought to herself. How could she know so clearly? If she saw any praise, she would just write it. Who cares if it's exaggerated or realistic? But this way, Screech would have a lot more choices. She looked at Shichen, hesitant. What are your plans? Shichen crossed his hands on his legs, and his leisurely and relaxed look made Fanny relax as well. It's good to have a plan. Yes, Screech always has ideas. She just needs to wait for Screech's arrangement. Xieshichan said in a light tone. I think this time, we won't accept any commoners without talent. And try not to accept commoner students. And try to select children of high-powered nobles. Fanny almost stood up in a trance. What did you say? She became a little anxious. Are you crazy? How difficult would it be to discipline them if they were all nobles? Well, this problem is easy to solve. We can always suppress them by force. But this will hinder Screech's enrollment in the future. Others will think that we only accept nobles. And Fanny knew. She knew Screech's ideals and long-term goals. So she couldn't believe why they would give up this goal for such a small matter. Xieshichan looked at the lighting calmly, and his tone was unhurried. Listen to me first. Fanny. Fanny panted heavily, and it took a long time for her to calm down. Her eyes were cold and her tone was unquestionable. You'd better convince me. Screech. Xieshichan smiled helplessly. If possible, he would certainly like to recruit children according to his own wishes, especially those who are willing to learn. He would just work harder. But it would be worth it if he could help these children achieve success a year earlier. But a very realistic problem is that these are not the children they Screech recruited themselves. And their identity may become their biggest obstacle. Xieshichan was not omnipotent. When he first received the manuscript from a civilian student, he was a little surprised and put aside the manuscript of this studious and good at seizing opportunities. At that time, Xieshichan thought that it would be better to give more opportunities to these children who rarely seize opportunities than to give more opportunities to those troublemakers who would leave in a few days. They reminded him of the pairs of eyes thirsting for knowledge he met when he was teaching, which were dazzling and unforgettable. But when the second and third manuscripts came in one after another, Xieshichan realized something was wrong. He took it for granted. And then he vaguely realized that something was wrong. One doubt is that although Fanny's magic journal is not expensive, it is not cheap either. The original body promoted that Muggles can also learn magic, relying on some literate colleges to promote and attract students. Plus Screech's reputation, which attracted a few civilian children. And Fanny's journal. Will civilian students be willing to spend silver coins to buy the magic journal? They have no magic talent, and may not even have the money to test their magic talent. Can they really pay attention to the content of the magic journal and write a self-recommendation letter of their own? The second doubt was also something that Xieshichan had forgotten due to his excitement. This was the magic continent. He had Xiao cheating, and the people around him communicated with him through pigeon magic. And writing letters was also very convenient, which made Xieshichan almost forget that this was a magic continent with inconvenient transportation. How could these civilian students contact him? Therefore, Xieshichan, who had cooled down very quickly, realized the problem. The students were recommended by someone, and this person must have his own purpose. Thinking about it this way, it is not difficult to guess the purpose of the person behind it. At best, there are only a few types. Either to let the civilian student serve as the control group, or to slap him, Screech, in the face. Xieshichan was not afraid of being slapped in the face. But he did not want to affect the children who should not be involved because of these things. So in the end, he still planned to try not to recruit civilian auditors. Among the civilian auditors, those with high talents can also be accepted if it is really unavoidable. They have talents and will not be abandoned by the people behind them. But those students without talents, whether they want to learn or are worthy of education, are not the reason for them to step into this muddy water. As for the children of the nobility, no matter what, there are still people supporting them. The more powerful and noble they are, the more choices they have, and the less harm they will suffer in this comparison. Initially, Xieshichan's idea was to play with the little guys. Let them retreat when they see difficulties, and then publicize how excellent his students are, in preparation for Screech's enrollment. But now the battlefield has expanded. This method is not particularly suitable, and the auditors who come in are destined to be compared with his students. He always has a little bit of saintliness towards his students, and wants to leave them some retreat. Call him hypocritical, or call him a saint. Xieshichan was just a little stubborn in this regard. He could make those with bad intentions get slapped in the face. But he didn't want to let the child be forced to become a victim without having the opportunity to choose. Fanny's expression became complicated. She had never thought that there was such an angle to analyze. But after careful analysis, it was indeed true. If the children of nobles still had choices and waited, then the only choice for the children of commoners was to listen to the nobles and the magicians. And they were destined to be cannon fodder. The auditors they selected this time were originally for the purpose of selecting the control group. At most, they would comment more on the class struggle behind the scenes and less on sharp comments. Fanny looked up to Siashichin. In this way, their promotion work was bound to become difficult. But Screech actually had the courage to do so. Siashichin told Fanny about the analysis, and then concluded, "But it doesn't matter. I already have an idea." Which is? Fanny was silent for 2 seconds, and realized something from Siashichin's hesitation. "It's to destroy me. Right?" Siashichin nodded with a smile. "You are so smart. Fanny, I can't think of what I would do without you." Fanny, shut up. Scumbag. Finally, they discussed 2 options. One is to provoke the nobles and magic academies outside, pretending to be pressured and ridiculed. So Screech's mind is not clear. Angry. Select all high-talented students and filter out most civilian students. The question is that Screech wants to prove that learning magic has nothing to do with talent. This can be regarded as the implementation of the original owner's previous idea. The other one is more rude. Looking at these self-recommendation letters, the more powerful and noble the more selective they are. To the nobles, Screechy is a soft bone, or compromises with the nobles, trying to sell them well. To the outside, Screechy selects those with more resumes, and the resumes of commoners are not exciting enough. This Siashichin's reputation will be dragged down. But Siashichin is not afraid. The worst case is to publish a letter of repentance in the newspaper. He is fearless. What if you still accept commoner students? Fanny asked Siashichin for a solution. Siashichin was not a god, and could not take care of everything. He said, "If this child is willing to persist and persist to the end, I will give him a place for next year's enrollment. Even if he is willing, I can help him solve some minor problems. But if he can't persist, I'm sorry, he can't help." Fanny sighed softly. "Then let's discuss it again. It seems that neither of us feels good." What they didn't say openly was that since these civilian students were not volunteers, take the initiative. If they come to me, then there must be someone behind them. And the conspiracy these people are planning is the biggest threat. The best situation is to try not to step into the trap. But they also know that not everything can go smoothly. They can only choose things that are as advantageous to them as possible. One night, Fanny and Siashichin studied the list together, and posted the list in the next issue of the newspaper as the first public announcement. Of course, this list will definitely change to a certain extent, depending on what the nobles and magicians outside choose to do. They could only deal with the situation as it came. The intermittent extreme tug-of-war lasted another week, before the final list was finalized. Siashichin took the time to chat with the students he named. He first chatted with Ophelia and Bori. The students were really too busy. Siashichin had to find time to talk to them. It was a rare meeting, so he had to seize the time to talk about business. There was no time for small talk. He took out 2 owls and said to Bori and Ophelia, "Didn't little Bori ask me if the healing potion could be traded before? Teacher Eugene has been practicing a lot recently, and the amount is not small. If you want to contact your family, I have 2 owls here. You can send a letter to your family." Siashichin emphasized, "Under special circumstances, the college does not allow you to contact your family at will. You must cultivate your independence." Yeah, I know. Brother Xie." Borui's eyes lit up, looking at the little owl as if he saw a treasure. "Brother, how do you use this?" "Just write it and put it in." Siashichin taught him how to use it. "It's set up. Just put the things in it. There are already 2 versions of the healing potion. If your family is interested, you can buy it at any time. But you have to pay attention. It's a transaction with Screech School of Magic, not with Principal Screech." Borui understood too well. Isn't it just to make money but not to make people think he's a snob? Well, he held the owl, smiled and wanted to go back to write a letter. Borui rolled his eyes. "Brother Xie? There shouldn't be anything else." "Right?" Siashichin laughed. "If you haven't done anything wrong recently." Bori left without saying anything. "Can I talk to Screech about something like committing a crime in detail?" "No." Ophelia didn't say much, but she knew what she should know, and she was touched for a moment. This healing potion may be a big deal for the Amos family, but it is important enough for the royal family of the Ace Empire, and it can even reduce the current situation of magicians being high and mighty in the country as much as possible. So she had to take this help. So after quietly holding the owl for a few seconds, Ophelia still stepped back a few steps and performed the highest royal etiquette to Xie Shichen. Ophelia Fickle. Salute you. On behalf of Ophelia myself, the royal family of the Ace Empire, and the Ace Empire offer you the most sincere gratitude. Xie Shichen quietly accepted Ophelia's salute, and after Ophelia stood up straight, he rubbed Ophelia's head again, and said in a gentle voice, "You will be a good queen, bringing endless hope to the people." Ophelia blinked. Her eyes curved and she smiled with beautiful bags under her eyes. "Thank you. I thought so too." She would. Ophelia turned around and left happily. She gently shook her princess braids behind her, revealing a bit of girlish liveliness. The next one who came was not so lively. Cold as an iceberg. No. A dead face. And the depressed expression almost made Xie Shichen suspect that Lucius had plastic surgery. He asked calmly, "Are the courses so tight recently? Why do you look so haggard?" "How dare you say that?" Lucius clenched his teeth, and his voice came out from between his teeth. "Didn't you say you would look for me?" Xie Shichen exclaimed. "Yes. So you did? What's wrong? Didn't you know it a long time ago? What's wrong? And you still asked him what? What? He, Lucius, waited for 3 whole days, because of Screech's words, to look for him. On the first day, he went to look for Screech, but didn't see anyone. Lucius's mouth corners drooped, knowing that Screech was trying to intimidate him, trying to tell him that he was mysterious and knew everything, and he shouldn't play tricks. The next day, Lucius went to look for Screech after class, but Screech disappeared 10 minutes before the end of get out of class. He searched everywhere for Screech, but couldn't find him. Lucius was a little nervous, thinking that it was just a space magic, and he could say that he had some talent. What else could he say? On the 3rd day, Lucius stopped looking for him, because the schoolwork was too heavy for him to waste time. But Screech disappeared all day. The most hateful thing was that Bo Rui and Ophelia had already looked for him, but he hadn't made an appointment yet. Is this going to be a big deal? Must he be dragged like this? Lucius became more and more nervous the more he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Xie Shichen's fox-like smile was hiding all kinds of calculations that he couldn't understand. At that time, Anna was still very obedient, and said that she would accompany Lucius to find Screech. And Lucius's mentality collapsed on the spot. Good guy. Not long after his mentality collapsed, the culprit came and asked him with a strange look on his face why he was so haggard. Was he bullied by other teachers? Is that so? Is it possible? Can a shameless principal look his students in the face and stop talking nonsense? How could Xie Shichen know that the little guy had so many ideas in his mind? He really thought that he just wanted to know a small matter. Anyway, the little guy had a lot of things to do, so he would choose a time when the little guy had less things to do. He asked several times, but Lucius kept his mouth shut, frowned, and looked like he didn't want to talk. Xie Shichen simply stopped asking. Adolescents are really hard to serve. Xie Shichen, who served all adolescents, sighed and continued to communicate with the little guy. Okay. The teacher respects you. Let's talk. Lucius, eh? He listened to Xie Shichen's questions with a sullen face, as if he was refusing to talk, until Xie Shichen suddenly asked, "Have you finished reading the book I gave you?" Lucius was stunned. "What?" Xie Shichen repeated. "Have you finished reading the book I gave you? The one about the rise of the new gods? Do you have any thoughts?" Lucius recalled the book that he flipped through and thought was too boring and stupid, so he threw it in the dormitory. And later, it was picked up by his sister? Is there really a secret? He answered carefully. I just read it briefly. What's wrong? Xie Shichen sighed. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. But you must read the book carefully. I personally think the description of becoming a god is very meaningful. Lucius pursed his lips. But I don't need to become a god. The requirements are not high. Just be a legendary wizard and defeat the Pope. That damn snobbish Pope always looks at his sister in a very strange way. Lucius is disgusted every time he sees it. Xie Shichen hummed for a long time. It's hard to say. Lucius was fed up with those who only said half of the words. Just like his father who taught riddles. He asked impatiently, What do you mean? After taking a deep breath, Lucius barely controlled his emotions. Principal, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I'm not good at guessing. But I'm very emotionally stable. I don't like people who only say half of the words, and let me know later. Xie Shichen looked at Lucius steadily. The little guy was so stubborn. He was even more helpless. It's not that I don't want to say it. I still don't know what your family thinks. Maybe there are some differences between their educational philosophy and mine. I also want you to make your own decision. But no one can guarantee that the result will be good. Right? Lucius understood. But, he shook his head, his eyes firm. At least I know. I won't regret it. Xieshichan thought so too. Even if he really said it out loud, he might really offend the god of light. Hey, who made his students so troublesome? Xieshichan enjoyed this sweet trouble. He clasped his hands together and asked in a very serious and earnest tone. Do you know that you have half of the godhead in your body? Maybe I don't need to say more. You can guess it. I don't have more information. And I don't know what your family thinks. But I hope to seek the best answer, rather than getting a sad and regretful result in the end. Of course, if you know that there is a plan, and it is not as bad as I thought, then I am worrying too much. Please forgive a teacher who tries his best to consider the heart of his students. Lucius walked to the path back to the dormitory in a daze, not caring about his disheveled clothes, and even the mud on his trouser legs. He kept repeating what Screech said in his ears. Do you know that you have half of the godhood in your body? He didn't know. He never knew why he had this thing. He thought that he could use space magic because his father taught him well. Have you finished reading the book I gave you? What do you think of the book about the rise of the new gods? There is only one god of each element, because the elements can only condense one godhead, and only recognize this godhead. When the new gods want to be promoted to gods, they have only two ways. 1. Kill the old gods, steal the old god's godhead, and ascend to the throne. 2. Obtain the incomplete godhead of the old gods. When the godhead is complete, the new gods automatically replace the old gods, and the twilight of the old days will naturally disappear. Lucius' mouth trembled slightly, and the owl in his hand gradually became heavy. Have a good chat with your father. I hope he won't blame me for meddling in other people's business. I mean, I hope to know more. Child, you know, the teacher has all kinds of information. If it's fake, that's great. If it's true, we can always find a way. Right? Yes. Of course. Lucius put on an ugly smile. Screech was still comforting him with a half-understanding. But when Screech pointed out that he still had half a godhead in his body, Lucius suddenly recalled the past and no longer had any luck. It was true. He couldn't find a false reason. But why? Why must half of the godhood be placed on him? Why did he and his sister both have half-light and half-dark talents? Does he really have a light talent? Lucius suddenly felt extremely confused. Why? 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 Find my sister. Find my sister. What should I do? Far away in the center of the continent, at the headquarters of the Church of Light, a man in red was listening to his subordinates report the news when he suddenly heard a large number of childish words. Full of panic, he raised his hand slightly to stop his subordinates' reports, tilted his head slightly, and listened to the chaotic voice. His long golden hair tilted slightly, covering his originally solemn face. Lucius, Your Excellency the Bishop? The black-robed man asked in a low voice. Your Highness the Son of God should have missed Skirkili. Right? Yes. The cardinal lowered his eyelids to cover the slightly flickering golden light, and his voice was very gentle, without a trace of emotion. You continue. Lucius, who possessed half of the divine nature, would let the cardinal hear a little bit of his words when his mind was in turmoil and related to him. But this doesn't allow him to understand the child's situation. Holding the scepter tightly in his hand, the cardinal hesitated for a rare time. If the prophecy is unreliable, then Xieshichan didn't know whether his action would bring good or bad results. But he would do his best to change the bad result. The worst-case scenario is that his students can't reach the extreme. Of course, he won't let this happen. In order to gain the trust of the god and to better help Lucius, Xieshichan still searched through various books in the teaching aid mall day after day, hoping to find an opportunity for change. For this reason, he even gave the task of auditing to Fanny. The original words were as follows. The bolder the person, the more productive the land. Go ahead, Fanny. I believe that as another person in charge of Screech, you will definitely do your best. Fanny was shocked at the time. I am the person in charge of Screech? How come I don't know? Xieshichan was surprised. Of course you are. I have been discussing various facilities of the college with you. Right? I thought this had become a consensus. Look. Hasn't Stern been accepting my suggestions? Our two families have long been mixed up. Mixed up is not used like this. And Fanny was puzzled. I am the one in power. How come I don't even know about Screech's finances? Siashichin paused suspiciously and said slowly, Didn't I tell you before that the college has no money? I am saving money. Fanny, damn it. How could she be so desperate to join this college with a financial deficit and become a person in power with only troubles and no enjoyment? Fanny cursed but still went to do the work, mainly because the work was halfway done and it was really hard not to do it. She swore that next time Screech asked her to promote the college, she would charge a fee. A fee? Why should Screech use her for free? Siashichin heard this, and his face was very complicated at the time. He told Fanny very bluntly, If you must settle the account, Fanny, Screech has provided you with so many manuscripts, and you have not paid for them yet. To be honest, such behavior has a great impact on the credibility of the newspaper. Fanny, I shut up. Okay? I just shut up. Fanny puffed up her cheeks and went out to do things angrily. Perhaps because she was too angry. She had some dealings with these difficult magician nobles, and finally finalized the list of auditors. The final list was almost as expected, with 27 nobles and 3 civilians. 3 of the civilian students were all highly talented. Fanny had seen them personally, and each of them lowered their chins to the sky. They looked like the seedlings specially cultivated by the Magic Association. There aren't many high-talented nobles, and each one is more arrogant than the other, and they look like they deserve a beating. As for those without talent, there are none, and most of them are just idiots with mediocre talent. They fit Screech's selection criteria. The vice president of the Magic Association wanted to recruit a few without talent, and he said something very high-sounding, such as wanting to know whether muggles can really learn magic, etc. But Fanny replied without any pain. Vice President sang, Since you know that Screech can teach untalented students to have talent, then it must be something that non-academy students can't learn. What if these little guys learn it in the academy and pass it on to some dubious people after they come out? How unlucky will we Screech be? Singer smiled awkwardly, with a hint of anger in his eyes. You Screech? How come I didn't know that the editor-in-chief of Stern was also Screech's man? Fanny remained calm. Yes, I just found out about it not long ago, and I just discussed it with Screech. Otherwise, there would be no need for our Stern journal to keep staring at this skinny camel. Singer, Fanny added. My journal will not report false news, since Vice President Singer wants to know so much. When Screech's students track it down, won't we know whether it is true or not? Oh my God, that will definitely surprise you, Singer said with a fake smile. I'm looking forward to it. It's just a video. Who knows if it's fake? Their hesitation has only confirmed that this gimmick of allowing muggles to learn magic is fake. I just don't know why they are so confident. They have already joined so many talented students. If they are outdone, how will Screech end up? Singer thought carefully and felt that something was wrong. After Fanny got the final list, she said goodbye to these noble magicians. She lazily returned to the academy and threw the list to Siashichin, who lit the lamps again. Where did you get the money to light the lamps? How long has it been? Less than a week, Siashichin explained calmly. Recently, there are 2 more sponsors, so there is no need to be too frugal. Fanny thought about it, vaguely remembered this matter, and gloated. This is a big order. Are you sure Eugene can do it all? Of course. I believe my good partner will definitely overcome the difficulties, Siashichin said casually, looking at the list. All confirmed? What's the result? It's almost the same. But I think your pre-admission quota may not be given out. Fanny giggled and roughly explained the situation. Suddenly, she leaned on the table and approached Siashichin with interest. Anshin, do you want to make a bet with me? No bet. Siashichin refused without thinking. I never make a bet that I'm not sure of. Fanny, what if? These 30 students. So many of them are highly talented. What if? Siashichin sneered. Should I thank you for finding me a lot of good toys? Most highly talented children have strong self-esteem and are arrogant, and many are very stubborn. If they are played with by you, they will probably feel humiliated and leave. Fanny touched her nose embarrassedly. Not to the extent. How could Siashichin not know? Chris was like that at the beginning. Oh, Lucius is still like that now. At best, these 2 little bastards are not willing to admit defeat, and they keep trying to prove that they are good. So they stayed until the time to activate magic. Then, he officially settled down in Screech. And the other little bastards? I guess some of them are on strike. But there are also ways to train such children. Mainly because it is not painful to educate such children. Eat more hardships. Proud children have to endure hardships to grow taller. Teachers don't suffer. They only have to have fun. Seeing Xieshichan staring at her with a look of insight, Fanny said confidently, "You have taken out the ones who are fun to play with. So can't I choose a few who are more playable?" Xieshichan was simply indescribable. Although he also had a bit of bad taste. Although their teachers were very dedicated, there seemed to be some mistakes in teaching students. Xieshichan couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "I plan to allow cheating in the future. God, I'm really afraid that the relationship between teachers and students will be difficult to reconcile at that time." Fanny's eyes lit up. "Do you have any supplementary books? I learn them. And I must be the invigilator in the future." Xieshichan sent a few cheating books to Fanny without any annoyance, and lowered his head to study the list carefully. I don't know any of them." Xieshichan chatted with Xiao casually. "Are there any villains here?" Xiao scanned the list for 2 seconds and replied casually, "It's hard to say. Probably." It got stuck and said angrily, "If you do this again, I will deduct your principal's value." Xieshichan apologized swiftly. "Sorry, baby. I will try to be more tactful next time." Xiao, you are really a freeloader." Xieshichan, who was freeloader, memorized the list again. He calculated the probability, hesitated, and looked at Fanny. "Aren't you going to bet with me? What are you betting on?" Fanny was stunned. "Do you really want to bet?" She looked at Xieshichan suspiciously. "Why do you want to bet suddenly? Don't you not bet without confidence?" Xieshichan remained calm. "Life is colorful. If everything is predictable, it would be so boring. Only when you don't know can you experience the fun of betting. Right?" The stinky man changed his words too quickly, and Fanny didn't dare to believe it. Xieshichan shrugged and spread his hands. "Forget about the bet. I just said it casually. After all, you have worked hard and made great contributions, so I will let you take advantage of it." Fanny's heart was beating like crazy. This stinky man can sometimes speak human words. How about just believe him for once? When she thought of the bet she had in mind, she couldn't help but approach Xieshichan and asked, "How are you going to bet?" She emphasized cautiously, "First of all, the bet cannot be based on the workload. I don't want to bet on such boring things. Of course, we bet on some interesting things. After all, work is already very busy, and there is no point in betting on work." Xieshichan thought about it, and said, "How about this? If I win, even if you send yourself to the editor-in-chief's bed, you have to help me contact the editors-in-chief of the other 2 journals, and send my students to the journals." Fanny laughed angrily. "What do you mean by sending yourself to the editor's bed? Can't I use my connections?" Xieshichan calmly asked back, "Why do you want to cooperate with me if you have connections? We are all family. Why do we have to deceive each other?" "Fanny, okay. You seek profit for your students, and I seek profit for my students. If I win, even if you send yourself to the bed of the legendary wizard, you have to knock down the wizard tower for me and let my students visit it." "Okay." Xieshichan agreed without hesitation. "I will do it if I lose. Why don't you choose a challenging one? I really feel ashamed that I took advantage of you." Fanny choked. Isn't this challenging enough? After thinking about it carefully, she suddenly realized and smiled triumphantly. Except for the mage tower in Aurora. Xieshichan, Fanny looked at Xieshichan, who had nothing to say, and deliberately asked, "Don't you want a challenge? How about visiting all these mage towers?" Xieshichan, let's talk about the timing issue. We can't keep dragging it out. What do you think about graduating from the 1st grade? Okay. Fanny laughed maliciously. Screech, be careful. Don't really give yourself to others. I will be sad. Xieshichan snorted and laughed. Miss Fanny, you should think about how to design the identity card for prospective students first. But don't complain about my taste when the time comes. I will be sad. Fanny was so angry that her teeth itched, and she turned around and left the office angrily, holding the list. She had selected these students one by one. She didn't believe that she would lose to Screech. Chapter 59. After returning that day, Fanny, who was still worried about Screech, finally came to the door again. She made 3 rules with Shichen. At least we have to ensure a relatively fair environment. Right? We have to eliminate all the places where we can cheat, and let students achieve this goal through their own efforts. This is what you said. You like this kind of uncertainty the most. Fanny emphasized. Of course, I won't increase the difficulty casually. But you can't give pre-enrollment quotas casually. Of course. I'm not that kind of person. You know that? Shichen, who had already cheated, agreed immediately. Not only will I not let them win, I will also call Eugene and Emoshuzi before leaving to discuss the most suitable education for these auditors. Although I also want to win. This consideration is obviously not for myself. Fanny. Not everyone can do what others can't do, like our 20 children now. That's too beyond their limits. Moreover, Shichen had something else to say. Auditors were not considered Screech's students after all. And Shichen would not let them know Screech's secrets casually. Moreover, the number of students to be admitted at one time was quite large. And he would not treat these 20 students well, for free, and feed them food in their mouths, like the body-refining liquid that the children got now, or even the talent potion that they could get if they scored 90 points on the test. It would be impossible for the subsequent students to have such good things. At most, Shichen would give the biggest discount to his students. There was no way. He admitted that he was biased. He was the class teacher of the little ones, and the principal of the new class of students. After all, they were different. Fanny also understood that as a native of this world. She was suddenly inserted into Screech to teach. Fortunately, Screech gave her enough time to adapt. The more she adapted, the more she understood Screech's secrets, the more frightened she felt. Naturally, it was not difficult to know how much adventure the children had gained here. Are these 20 students the only ones who have such unparalleled perseverance? And are these little guys the only ones who are gifted and irreplaceable? No. Just like when Shichen heard the system say that there were villains among the new auditors. He guessed that there was a high probability that some of the auditors would be able to stay. These so-called villains, cannon fodder, and supporting roles are actually not very different from the original Meow Meow. But from the first time they chose to stay in Screech, they were destined to have a different trajectory from other students. Fanny understood, but was a little worried. The difference in strength is obvious. Will the subsequent public opinion be difficult to manipulate? Shichen sneered. Fanny. The difference in strength is obvious. But the students still persisted. But many newcomers could not persist. The students persisted until they activated magic. And they were even more dazzling and excellent than before. This is enough to make those nobles speechless. As for the students using the body-refining liquid, but the body-refining liquid is also very painful. And ordinary people can't stand it. Fanny understood. She rolled her eyes. Okay. You always have such ideas. Then let's talk about the education of auditors first. Or take care of them like our little Meow Meow. Just with less intensity? No. Our Meow Mew's courses are almost all tailor-made. Not suitable for new auditors. Shichen analyzed very rationally. You can see that in just 3 months. Students have to learn basic boxing, swordsmanship, leg techniques, basic alchemical potions, alchemical items, basic magic circles, magic spells, and some little secrets of dealing with people, the history of magic. And, Shichen paused, stroking his chin and thinking, this course is really not too few. Did they learn so much? Fanny, oh, this damn man who focuses on efficiency and always lets students break through themselves also made students write an assignment that is enough to be published in the newspaper, and held monthly exams for no less than 5 subjects, and various make-up exams to earn contribution points, and finally a trick of throwing meat buns at dogs that is no return, so that his students are working hard to memorize even in their dreams. Did you realize that you have learned so much only now? Fanny asked very sincerely. Did you not notice anything before? Shichen recalled the various plans he had arranged along the way, and shook his head honestly. No. I think they have enough energy. And the courses I set are very scientific. Maybe it just looks a bit too much. It looks a bit too much. I think so? Now he couldn't even read the app anymore. You know, the rating of the 1-year student training plan is closely related to the teacher's ability and the student's gains. As mentioned before, even if the teacher is ruthless and makes an S-level teaching plan, if the students fail to complete it, they will still be deducted from the principal's points. And the teaching plan rating may even be lowered. Shichen, on the other hand, made the teaching plan S-level for the first month. To see if the students have enough to learn? Hey. He revised the teaching plan overnight to SS level. And in the third month, he didn't follow the teaching plan and willfully said, I'm going to let the students go out and run wild soon. So I have to learn more. As an excuse, he added a batch of optional courses to the students. And some operations that were not in the plan. If he were to modify the teaching plan now, or take a make-up exam in the third month, the rating on the teaching plan would probably jump to SSS level again. App complained, Host, your training intensity is already SSS level. God knows how these little guys can keep up and be full of energy every day. Shichen was also a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and bravely admitted his mistake. It's my fault. I just can't bear to see the little guys wasting their time. Fanny, Shichen also knew that he would be beaten if he said this. So he immediately changed the subject and went back to the discussion just now. The content is still too complicated. They are auditors, which is equivalent to pre-reading students. They are just experiencing college life in advance. There is no need to force them so hard. Even if the intensity of Miamia's plan is reduced, it is not suitable. Moreover, freshmen do not need to go out for training twice a year. They do not have such an important burden on their shoulders as the survival of Screech. Shichen's original plan was to become a magician and go out for a walk in the first grade. If we calculate, it means that by the end of the first grade, they can collectively inspire magic. Fanny thought for a while. How about this? Don't assign homework. Let them take classes in the form of interest classes. Oh yes. Except for physical training classes. Other classes are mainly for experience. Just like you said, they are pre-reading students. There is no need to force them too much. This won't work. How can I refresh people once a week? Shichen frowned. The assessment still needs. Wait. Refresh people once a week? Fanny raised her voice. Incredulous. Do you really want to lose the bet? Scritch. Don't tell me that you have already taken a fancy to a legendary wizard. And are waiting for me to trick you? Shichen, His face darkened instantly. I am a bachelor. Please ask Miss Fanny, who is always excited, to construct the language well. Fanny spread her hands. But you don't look like pushing the child to death. Shichen choked. But only when it is urgent enough can the person behind it reveal his true colors. Right? That's right. Fanny pondered. Then how do you plan to assess? Shichen hadn't decided yet. The trial class you mentioned is really good. And it's equivalent to promoting our college. Maybe we can sell classes. And then we can attract a lot of students to sign up. Fanny was speechless. How can you make a fortune by doing anything? She hurriedly got back to the point with Shichen. Assessment is necessary. 1 week may be a little short. But 1 month is also long. Fanny finally bargained with Shichen and got the result of assessment every 2 weeks. Of course, they also made a lot of concessions. If students couldn't keep up with the teacher's pace, here specifically referring to Mr. Moshuzi's physical training class, or if they were late or left early for more than 3 times without following the rules, they would be eliminated directly. As for the content of the assessment, they hadn't thought about it yet. But Shichen didn't go to class, so it didn't matter to him. Fanny kicked this paper king out of the group chat without hesitation. I'm really afraid that if I'm not careful, the other party will let the auditors travel for 2 weeks. As if they, Scricky and Stern, can't afford to play. But after all, Shichen is an excellent principal of the Magic Academy. And he also provided a little bit of ingenuity. There is an assessment every 2 weeks. And your entertainment reports can also be alternating. For example, on the first day, the auditors learn Tai Chi. And on the second day, you can report on the first time of the Miamu doing Tai Chi. This can not only make the parents cooperate with you, but also show the strong character of our Miamu. How great! This kind of comparison is not easy to control. There is only a chance in the early stage. In the middle and late stages, basically everyone has gradually adapted to the pace. And the effect of the comparison is not so shocking. Fanny accepted this suggestion. As for the other ones that suddenly appeared, Screech, please, give you a little hope of winning the bet. Fanny was very serious and sincere. So, the children will leave soon. Right? How about we discuss the children's outdoor experience? Scared? How could there be such a teacher who didn't know what to do? She admitted that she was a little moved when Screech made the suggestion. For example, let the monsters and Estrus wake up the auditors before dawn in the morning. For example, if you hear the sound of monsters at night, You must gather in the small playground within 5 minutes. For example, bring some Halloween funny dolls during the evening self-study to train concentration. But Fanny dared to swear that if this was really done, none of these auditors would stay. Everyone has to save face. How can they live in the world if such a scandal is recorded? Okay. I experiment on my strong and tough Miamu first. Siashichin reluctantly agreed. These students are really fragile, he said to Fanny. I have arranged their training. Don't worry. It's safe. You just need to prepare the test papers and make up the test papers before they come back. Make up? Test papers? Fanny couldn't help but sympathize with these little guys. Is this a sure thing that the first exam will be bad? No. Think positively. This is a sure thing that the children will have a lot of contribution points to cope with the make-up exam when they come back. Fanny successfully convinced herself and checked some small details with Siashichin. In the end, they decided to hold a small teacher meeting 2 days before the students left, arrange everything for the next 2 months, and then send the students off together, counting the days. The 3rd week has already ended, and the 4th week has also started for a few days. At the latest in 3 days, the little guys will leave the academy and go out on their own. Fanny sighed softly. I always feel like I missed a very interesting scene. I don't know how long it will take for the next outing. There are still 4 days left until the end of this month. The students also have a sense of urgency, and it seems that in the blink of an eye, their full month has passed. But it is true. Last month's monthly exam was delayed for a while, occupying a few days of the new month. In addition, they have been very busy during this period. If the teachers hadn't said it, they would have been in a trance. It turns out that this month is about to pass. Hey, it's only at this time that we feel a little bit real about going out for training. Vera sighed sadly, combing her long hair with a small comb, her violet eyes full of longing. I don't know how much fun it will be this time. They stayed in the academy for 3 months, going back and forth between several buildings every day, and they were already bored. These days, I don't know if it's because they are leaving soon. The teachers are not pushing so hard, and while letting the door take a breath, they also realize that they are about to welcome a different place. That's right. Arabe's dark circles couldn't be covered up. She yawned, a little listless. I can finally relax for 2 months. As a noble girl like Vera, Arabe was also arrogant and even a little spoiled. Of course, these were almost gone after Siashichin dragged her to the evening self-study. What's even more despairing is that she and Chloe later, because of their dark talents, were highly expected by teacher Eugene. After having to go to the alchemy laboratory for extra training every day, this delicate young lady even gave up her favorite dressing up and became unkempt. However, because only Vera was a noble lady from the royal city like her, she and Vera could occasionally chat. Are you going home in the next 2 months? For them, going out for training is actually the same as going home. Rather than training, it is more like letting them go out for a walk. As nobles, what do they want? Arabe has already tacitly agreed that this is a trip home to relax. Vera did not answer, but looked at Arabe curiously. You have changed a lot. And it feels like people are a lot colder. Arabella thought. If anyone is tormented by those damn potions, formulas, and failures all day long, they probably won't have the energy to say more. She hummed weakly. Teacher Eugene has a class today, and I have to stay to do experiments. Vera cheered dryly. Oh, then you should do your best. I probably won't go back. I'm not ready yet. I don't know how the father and mother communicated. Vera pursed her lips, not daring to face it. Arabella pouted. My father has many daughters, so he doesn't bother to take care of me. Forget it. I won't go either. That philandering man will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Arabelle was not interested, yawned again, and lay on the table to catch up on his sleep without any scruples. It must be said that Mr. Eugene's silent influence is really great. Vera still remembers that at the beginning, Arabelle was similar to her. She clung to Chris desperately for the sake of being useful. She was so love-minded that she hated him now. While Arabelle was a smart person and kept clinging to her like her, she didn't like Arabelle at the time. And she couldn't even remember that she had such a playmate. She had many such playmates, all of whom were attached to her for the sake of the family. So Vera initially thought that Arabelle would leave Screech sooner or later. But she didn't expect that teacher Eugene would quietly change her personality. Maybe Arabelle was like this? Vera was thoughtful, and didn't disturb Arabelle's sleep. She took out the book on the basics of alchemy and began to prepare. Teacher Eugene kept silent. But usually there would be a big one. Last time, Bori made trouble in class and was given a bottle of pink bunny potion. He had to wear a Santa hat for a week and was as well behaved as he could be. Vera knew the situation and didn't want to find fault with teacher Eugene's class. Today, as usual, Eugene arrived at the laboratory 2 minutes before class started and put all the experimental materials in order. When he looked up again, all the students were nervous, waiting for him to announce today's torture. No one had ever thought that doing experiments could be so painful and boring. Obviously, that's not what Screech's potion says. Each of the 20 students had a large laboratory table filled with equipment and materials. Obviously, the theme of this experiment class had been decided long ago. Eugene didn't say much nonsense. He turned around and wrote out lines of experimental steps on the blackboard. As he wrote, he said, "As your last alchemy class before leaving school, we will teach you a practical alchemy potion. The healing potion." Healing potion? Bori covered his mouth in shock, his face full of tears. Ah, his damn mouth. Why did he mess up Eugene's class again? It might be the last class. Eugene was in a good mood. Didn't care. But explained, yes. To prevent you from getting hurt when going out. You have to give you some means to save your life. Today I will teach you the 1.0 and 2.0 versions of the healing potion. There are 10 materials on each person's desk. Don't worry. It's normal to fail in the first practice. It's good news that we can refine it before the end of get out of class. Student Before get out of class ends? A small class lasts 40 minutes. And a large class lasts for 90 minutes. What good news can come out in 90 minutes? Has Eugene completely forgotten his face that was as black as charcoal when he was practicing basic potions? Everyone was complaining in their hearts. But they still went through the contents on the blackboard obediently and wrote down all the steps. After the students remembered them, Eugene leisurely began to explain the steps and important difficulties and breakthrough points. First of all, the amount I give is the most standard. Not a drop more or less. We alchemists are very strict. I have explained it so many times. Don't always make mistakes, Eugene said, looking at everyone coldly. You have already learned the magic of levitation and the magic of decomposition. If you can't grasp it, use magic. Do it for me little by little. Keep practicing. Practice until you can be accurate with your eyes closed. The students' tongues began to taste bitter, as if the acid in their stomachs had begun to surge out. I won't remind you of the precautions for the experiment. You have memorized them better than I have. The following are several key points of the healing potion. Listen carefully. The pollen of dry 20 grass and phoenix vine must be combined in proportion. Don't put too much. Put the pollen first and observe carefully. After the pollen is fused, you can put the dry 20 grass. Otherwise it will become poison. And Eugene said the long and boring precautions in his cold tone, as if he was saying, if you don't listen, you will die. Everyone's memory has been improved comprehensively. But at this time, they still couldn't help but write down the key points with a pen, fearing that they would make obvious mistakes and be caught by Eugene. Oh, Eugene is a good teacher. He is not like Screech, who likes to be sarcastic. Nor is he like Emoshuzi, who exaggerates education. He is a real good teacher. And he doesn't scold people. He would just repeat the precautions he had mentioned with cold words, making you feel so ashamed that you would wonder how you could make such a small mistake. Or if he was really annoyed by the students' stupidity, he would give them a bottle of unknown potion. Don't worry. It will not hurt you at all. Just a little sad. Bori has the most say. Can't you see that he is the most well-behaved in class now? After Eugene carefully explained the details to them, he asked the students to start practicing immediately without saying anything. Practice makes perfect. If 10 is not enough, then 100 is enough. You will eventually get it right. Isn't it more terrifying? Herbert asked cautiously, but what if we delay too late and your salary is deducted? Deduction of salary? Eugene thought carefully about his application terms and said indifferently, it's only 5% at most. If Screech wants to, he can always find out my mistakes. Let him deduct. The most important thing is to learn knowledge in your mind. That's it. Woohoo, Mr. Eugene, an academic wizard who is not afraid of having his salary deducted, is so terrifying. Herbert did not dare to ask, and buried his head and began to find the feel of his hand. God, please give the Mells a hand that is good at alchemy. just like the alchemy masters in the class. He really doesn't want to be watched by Mr. Eugene while doing experiments. God did not hear Herbert's prayers. In fact, God was very kind and left him no less than 10 classmates who had not yet made a successful potion at the end of the class. Eugene didn't have the extra time to deal with them at that time. He needed to check the completion of the students' experiments one by one. For the students with average speed, he looked at the alchemy potion and said, "Defective product. About 80% of the potency. Go back and practice again. Come to me if you don't understand. Give me 10 bottles of 100% healing potion before you leave school." Ophelia nodded and forced a smile. "Okay, teacher." For the students with alchemy talent, Eugene frowned. "You succeeded in 3 times with so many potions?" Fred was very nervous and nodded carefully. "Yes, teacher." "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Eugene was not very satisfied. "With so much time, why don't you practice the remaining materials? You obviously have the ability." Fry swallowed a mouthful of blood, smiled and responded obediently, "I hurry up and give it to you tonight. How about it?" Eugene was reluctantly satisfied and let the student go. Oh, because the student was lazy in class. He was punished to give him 20 bottles of potion before leaving. 1.0 and 2.0. 20 bottles each. As a student with a talent for dark alchemy, Eugene said nothing and started counting potions. 1, 2, 3, 7 bottles. The success rate is low. Arabe couldn't laugh. Not at all. 7 bottles. All the materials were used up. And she still wanted to stay? Ah? Does she have student rights? Not knowing what the student was shouting in his heart, Eugene still sighed. "Forget it. Go back first. Remember to come to make up lessons tonight. Your magic grades are just below average. I will teach you to make some potions for self-defense." Arabelle closed her eyes and nodded heavily. "Okay, teacher." "Woo. I have to stay up late again tonight." And Screech, who said he cared the most about his students, still didn't care. This time she went out for training. She must sleep a lot. Qualified students left one after another with their homework, and unqualified students buried their heads in the ground. It was useless. Eugene started to stare at them. He seemed determined to let students learn these 2 life-saving potions. At this time, he was particularly stubborn, acting as a backup, correcting one by one, and had to see the students make it by hand before allowing them to leave. Because they were not talented enough, Eugene only asked them to hand in 5 copies as homework. Several students who almost missed the physical training class breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God! This class is finally over. When I think that I don't need to study for the next 2 months, I feel full of strength." Herbert raised his thin arms in a particularly immature way and looked at Beaurue. "We will continue to form a team for this experience?" "Okay." Beaurue didn't care, as long as there were friends. "But it depends on how many people can form a team at most. Screech is not so kind." "That's right," Herbert muttered quietly, and suddenly remembered something. He looked at Darren, who was only as tall as his chest. "By the way, Darren, aren't you good at alchemy? Why did you stay with us?" Darren had a bitter face. Alchemy is divided into 2 categories, potions and items. We dwarves are good at refining equipment, and are also good at refining items in alchemy. But it doesn't mean that I am also good at alchemy. In fact, at the beginning, he thought that his alchemy was still good and confident, until he was ruled by Eugene. Darren shuddered and shook his head frantically. "I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm leaving first." He began to mutter various knowledge points he had memorized, as if to relieve his anxiety. Herbert felt distressed. Poor child. He was driven crazy by teacher Eugene. Bori wanted to say that when he first chatted with Darren, the other party was this kind of fanatic when he saw knowledge. But thinking of Darren's painful look, he didn't refute it, and quickened his pace to go to class with a few good brothers. "Let's go, or you be late for M.O. Shuzi's class. You know." Nasa's faint voice was like a death knell, ringing in everyone's heart. "Ah, this day is really hard to bear. Fortunately, we can go out and play." Even if the 20 students were tortured to death by M.O. Shuzi again, they still had hope for tomorrow, pitting their great dreams on being let out to play. There are still 3 days. Only 3 days left. They clenched their fists. 3 days. Just a smile. A flash. Eyes open and close. And it will be over soon. It can't go on. On the 2nd day after setting up hope, Screech, who was becoming more and more handsome and energetic, came to class with brisk steps. Without the hardship of teaching students every day, Shichen, who was busy with other teachers' classes every day, looked radiant and seemed to be several years younger. The hair tie he wore today was a decoration that no student had seen before. It was a crystal butterfly, very showy and gorgeous. At first glance, I thought it was a lady's favorite. Without a reference, the students couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. But Screech's visit today must have something important to do. It was said that he was leaving soon, so he came to give everyone a class meeting in advance, and also to explain some small rules for this outing. For some reason, Bo Ray, whose heart had been freed, felt a little bit of crisis. He opened his mouth, but remembered that every time he opened his mouth, nothing good happened, so he closed it awkwardly. Forget it. Let the lucky students ask about this matter. Unexpectedly, it was Arabelle who stepped forward this time. This girl was so spoiled at first that Borui didn't want to be friends with her. And then she was so silent that Borui was full of sympathy. She had huge dark circles under her eyes and asked directly without hesitation, "Is it good news?" Shichen nodded, "Of course. How can I bear to ruin your mood with bad news?" Arabelle was unwilling to give up. "The kind of rules that can let me sleep well? Child, you've been away for 2 months. There will always be time to sleep well. Right?" Shichen did not give an accurate answer, but smiled and said, "Oh, since everyone is so worried, how about I just tell you some good news first?" The students in the class looked at each other, and no one dared to answer. Their intuition told them that there was a trap. In the end, you pushed me and I pushed you. But it was Chris, the man, who acted as a door blocker. He considered, "If the news is not particularly good, can you take it back?" "No." Shichen smiled slightly. "Even if you understand it differently from the teacher and think it is bad news, the teacher will announce it." Ophelia was very calm and frank. "Then you tell us. We are quite receptive. It will definitely be good news. Anyway, no matter how bad the news is, it can't be worse than her tens of thousands of spells. She is mentally prepared." Of course, they didn't expect that what Screech brought them was really good news. "The first good news is that from today, until the gathering before you leave school, you will have no classes except for the physical training class as usual." Bori jumped up suddenly. "Really? Really? Really? 3 consecutive days off? Is there really such a miracle? No buts?" Shichen coughed lightly, and Bori immediately shut up and sat down obediently, looking at Shichen with wet eyes full of expectation, as if Shichen would not bring them bad news. Shichen touched the teaching stick, smiled and asked the students, "Is it good news?" "Yes." The students who only remembered to eat but not to be beaten said in unison. 3 days of super long vacation. 3 days? Who can resist this? Even if it is a trap, they will jump into it. Seeing that they were too excited to control themselves, Shichen had to maintain order in the class. And then he began to tell the next good news. "The second good news is that the mission building is officially open to you. There are many channels for exchanging contribution points. If you are interested, you can go shopping and buy more self-defense items. Everyone understands the teacher's caring heart." Hey, Screech is really good at keeping people in suspense. Herbert thought of his not so many contribution points, and asked carefully, "What if the contribution points are not enough? Can I buy on credit?" "Credit?" Shichen smiled when he heard this familiar word. "Probably not. Kid, if you buy on credit from Screech, you have to pay interest." Herbert, Okay. He won't buy on credit. Who knows how heavy the interest is, and whether it will crush his already thin shoulders. It doesn't matter. He can just go back to the elf forest. "No worries," Shichen added, "but don't worry too much. The mission building has also updated a lot of tasks that you can complete on campus. It's always a good idea to earn a few more contribution points before leaving." In the empty classroom, 20 students suddenly came to their senses. Shichen's brilliant move made them find their brains. The wind outside the classroom blew, blowing into their empty hearts, making them feel cold. "Here it comes." Scribe-style tricks are always XX. This means that the proposal he gave now is a real proposal. If you don't listen to it and don't complete it, you will be cheated in the future. Isabella, who was hoping for luck, even asked cautiously, "Do we need to spend contribution points when we go out for training?" She asked unclearly. And the students were waiting seriously. And they must ask Xiaxichan to give an accurate answer. Yes. Yes. There should be no way to trade contribution points outside. Right? Do we need to hand in contribution points before going out? We shouldn't need to make up the exam for this outing. Right? The students' little heads were filled with great wisdom. And they asked about almost every aspect of their concerns, and the traps that Xiaxichan might have set. Xiaxichan sighed. What are you thinking, kid? If we need to make up the exam for the outing, we won't be able to go to class later. And Screech is not so stingy as to ask you to hand in contribution points for the outing. Please trust me. Your teacher. Okay? The students pondered for a while, chewed and chewed Xiaxichan's answer, and finally tasted a little abnormal. Good guy. He didn't answer whether there is a way to trade contribution points. Not answering is avoiding the main point. It is silence. It is tacit consent. So contribution points are also needed outside? Why? The students vaguely remembered that Xiaxichan was going to follow the team this time. So the free experience they thought of did not actually exist. Could it be that it was the kind of route specified? For example, like the assessment in the back mountain? Villa frowned. Aren't the trainings usually free to choose? Are we going to a destination under your leadership? Xiaxichan shook his head. No. The teacher will only observe remotely, and will not force your choices. Team formation, and training throughout the process. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, is there anything else that needs to be contributed? They still wanted to try it out. But Xiaxichan did not give them room to try. He continued his announcement to avoid being distracted by the students again. I have said 2 good news. Right? Now let me tell you about the requirements for this 2-month training. Don't always think that the teacher has bad intentions. The teacher is really considering everyone carefully. After he finished speaking with a hint of meaning, he began to talk about the entire process of his training. Try to prepare for the study tour as much as possible in the next 2 days. Gather the day after tomorrow morning. I will bring you a study tour gift package. Of course, it is not free. You need contribution points to buy it. But it is worth the money. You will be training for 2 months. It is recommended that you buy it if you can. The day after tomorrow. After everything is done, you can leave the academy. There is no limit on the number of people in your team. You can travel by yourself. The training location can be anywhere except the royal city. I will not restrict you. But you must come back on time. Don't forget that there will be a monthly exam in July. Xiaxichan's arrangement made many students frown slightly. A little worried. It doesn't matter where you go? Doesn't that mean? I have sent a letter to your parents. They will not give you any help. Otherwise, it will be considered cheating. I believe you will not make it difficult for me. That's true. Although Arabella had asked if she wanted to go home. She knew that she had to look like she was doing the training. She didn't mean to give herself more privileges, and make her training results inflated. Everyone thought so too. But if there was time, they also wanted to go home. They hadn't been home for a long time and missed it. The students were still sighing. And the next moment, their faces changed collectively. The passing line for the training is to complete C-level or above tasks of the Mercenary Union. At least 3 per person. Of course, if you have completed an A-level task or made a little name for yourself, I can relax the standard. You can decide for yourself. C-level mission? Scritch. You are so bold. The missions of the Mercenary Association are basically issued from F-level. The worst level is mostly picking herbs outside the monster forest, which is suitable for mercenaries who have just become swordsmen. E-level almost requires teamwork to kill monsters. D-level is estimated to require a team of at least 6 people with a junior magician to work together to complete it. C-level. That can only be accepted by a fixed mercenary group with an intermediate magician. Okay? Bo-Rui almost shouted. But it was useless. Xiaxichan, who was as hard-hearted as a man, continued to make demands. When you go out, you are not allowed to bring any items except the study tour gift bag and study tour clothes. You are not allowed to use your own identity and name. You are not allowed to seek help from acquaintances. Violations will be treated as cheating. Chris was shocked. What about the money? You can't stop us from bringing coins. Right? Xiaxichan was also shocked. Can't you earn coins yourself? If you are asked to bring coins, it would be unfair. Wouldn't it? Chris's face turned green. Are they going to let them go out to train empty-handed? Where can they go to train without even a carriage? The back mountain of the academy? Xiaxichan said, as a matter of course. So I asked you to buy the study tour gift package. The teacher has prepared it for you. We treat everyone equally. No one will get better treatment. And no one will get the worst treatment. Isn't this good news? Students, Ah. For a moment, I didn't even know if this was weird. Vera didn't give up and asked one more question. How do you know we didn't cheat? Did you rely on self-consciousness? Then, she heard the most devilish words. Of course. It's because the teacher has a special way to watch the movie. Don't worry. Kids, if you encounter private things, the magic will automatically block it. The main reason is that I'm worried that you will get hurt. Okay. No need to explain. I knew that there would be no good things in these 2 months of training. Amelia couldn't bear it anymore and complained, "You don't let us bring anything. What should we prepare in these 2 days?" This time, Siashichin didn't need to say anything, as the other students had already answered her very skillfully. Contribution points. Didn't he say that we could trade contribution points with him during the study tour? Nathaniel said casually. I was wondering why he was so kind all of a sudden, giving me 3 days off. It turns out he was afraid that the contribution points wouldn't be enough for him to make money. This sentence was said lightly. Screech was vindictive, and he didn't dare to openly say that Screech was bad. Ah. It turns out that I can't be so happy so quickly next time. Chapter 60. It was just a reminder before the study tour. Siashichin didn't spend too much time on it. After saying a few words casually, he came up with a rather emotional conclusion. Don't forget to say goodbye to your teachers. The 20 students didn't feel emotional at all, and they felt their whole bodies tremble. No way. Is this kind of blow going to come 4 times at once? Siashichin didn't expect that his casual kindness would make the students frightened. But one thing is certain. The little guys are leaving, and the auditors are being taken care of by Fanny. So he is relatively free recently. Siashichin, who can't sit still chooses to continue studying various knowledge points in this world. Just in case. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. With Screech's disappearance again, the students who don't have classes did not disperse, although they have a 3-day vacation. The crisis in front of them is still very prominent, and they need to solve the problem. Even though there were 20 people, they still stood out. After looking at each other, they decided to form teams of 2 or 3 and find time to go to the newly built mission building to see the world. Before, they all received missions directly from a shabby bulletin board. However, this small team formation vaguely formed a small prototype of a team. Vera and Arabe agreed to go together. Vera called Chris along the way. Chris thought about the pros and cons of training alone and together, and finally followed silently. Vera held Arabella's arm and chattered, "Since we can't bring a space ring and have no money, it's better to find more men to follow us. I don't want to carry my luggage by myself. Even if she is strong enough now, she is still a delicate girl and doesn't want to carry things by herself." Arabella paused, obviously realizing something belatedly. "But why can't we bring a storage device when we go through training? Are we not worthy? If we encounter some good things, do we have to take them away?" Not really. Chris couldn't help but glance at the 2 girls with calculating faces and took a deep breath. "Can't you think positively? For example, the study abroad gift package that Screech mentioned. Yes, Screech wants us to experience, not to suffer. And he probably won't let us take nothing with us." Villa reacted and habitually praised Chris sweetly. "Chris, you are so smart." "Chris, thank you." Vera nodded perfunctorily and continued to chat with Arabelle. "But what if? I think we should find 2 more partners to travel together. It would be better if they are boys. If not, we can find another boy. There will always be times when we need hard labor." Arabelle nodded, still frightened. "You are right. Let me see who else can be tricked into joining our team." "Can Bori come?" "Him?" Vera sneered. "He has made so many new friends. How could he come? Besides, that idiot. If we send him an invitation to join the team, he will definitely start to act like a jerk without saying a word and ask us to beg him. I have to say, it is worthy of the friendship that they have played together since childhood. Verla understands Bori too well. Arabelle is also a noble. Although he used to flatter Verla because of his family, he is not willing to flatter a stinky man now that he has returned to normal." After hearing Verla's explanation, he changed the candidate without saying a word. "What about Oris? He is a space department, and now he is looking for his own preference. If he is a space storage department, then he will make a profit." Verla knocked his chin on Arabelle's shoulder and blinked. "What if it is not?" Arabella was calm. He is also a space department. And he is 1.82 meters tall. A big guy. Villa changed his words immediately. I think he is good. Arabella, you go to the mission building and wait for me. I will take Chris to trick him over, Villa said, pulling Chris's arm and going back. They were the first to come out. And if they go back now, they might run into that idiot. Chris exclaimed in disbelief. Why should I go too? What role can he play? Villa's beautiful eyebrows frowned. And her soft and sweet voice was a little coquettish. But you are a boy. You boys shouldn't feel too distant. Right? Chris, brother, without worries. You will have to carry my luggage all the time. Chris, But, so fast? Arabe admired Vera's speed. Okay. I will choose the simple and cost-effective tasks first. If we have to grab them, we can't fall behind. Chris choked. Don't worry about your feelings. Brother, help me. Villa blinked her big, moist eyes. Her long, fine eyelashes trembled slightly, as if tears were about to fall. I don't want to carry my luggage by myself. Chris gave in. He dragged Villa to the classroom without looking back. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and look back, and then regret it. As for now, of course he regretted it. But the regret was not that he agreed to Villa. But why when he saw Villa when he was a child? He went forward to join in the fun and give warmth, because he thought this sister was cute and lonely. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a dilemma now. Right? Chris kept silent, with a rare look of depression on his face. Arabe didn't delay, but instead quickened his pace and hurried to the mission building. They were indeed the first to leave the classroom. And when Arabe arrived at the mission building, he hadn't seen anyone. The small villa surrounded by the flower wall was very unique, with the words Mission Center engraved on the huge marble at the door. Looking inside, going up the stairs, there was a faint orange firelight. A very warm, grand and simple outfit. Arabe couldn't help but sigh. It's really beautiful. She walked in without hesitation, and was shocked by the whole hall as soon as she entered. The two walls next to her were neatly hung with various commission information, as if there was no end. And opposite, a row of counters that had never been seen were neatly arranged. But it could be clearly observed that the small transaction hole in front of each counter was used for task communication. In the center of the spacious hall, there is a gorgeous chandelier, and a circle of sofas and coffee tables. And some tables and chairs are placed around them in an orderly manner. It can be seen that the capacity here is not just for 20 students. Arabe also slowly began to feel that they will soon have younger students. Welcome to the Mission Center. I am your guide, the Mission Elf Fa Kai. Xiao Xiao uttered this name very aggrievedly. It was really curious about how Xie Shichen's brain was. Obviously, among the 20 students, not a single one named him Fa Kai. But Xie Shichen just mixed up the names and made a false divination. Princess, I have done a divination for you. Those Western names they chose are not suitable for the feng shui of our mission center. Our college lacks gold in the 5 elements, and it is very lacking. In order for the college to have a prosperous source of income in the future, you have to be sacrificed. How about calling him Fa Kai? Xie Shichen asked casually, ignoring the cat's angry expression. That's it. Don't forget your cat character. Gentlemen. Xiao Xiao. Oh no. Now it should be called Fa Kai. I want to say something particularly dirty, but unfortunately their system has a blocking function. So even if I say it, it will only show. In short, this name was decided so hastily. When the little ones heard it, they were still confused and guessed which smart guy came up with such a, well, very meaningful name. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can guess it. But the little ones, who know the current situation, are not blind. How could they make a conclusion so casually? It's not Bori. Ever since they found out that if they said something bad about Screech, there was an 80% chance that Screech would plot against them. The little guys have been very cautious, and would only use some hard-to-guess nicknames to satisfy their desire to complain. Xie Shichen certainly knew, but Xie Shichen didn't pursue it. A teacher without a nickname is not a good teacher. Back to the point. The lucky cat is obviously feeling wrong now, but he has to pretend to be a mature and steady gentleman cat to introduce him to Arabelle. Arabelle hadn't seen this tortoiseshell cat for a long time, and his heart, which was harder than steel, softened a little. Fa Sai. Long time no see. Fa Sai cat was silent for a moment, and said casually, "Long time no see. Dear Arabelle, welcome to the task center. Do you want to spend contribution points or earn contribution points?" Arabe was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the wall next to him full of commissions. Bossy Cat said concisely, "This is decoration." Arabelle, you Screech really know how to play. She coughed lightly. "Earn contribution points first." "Okay. Please wait." The lucky cat pressed a button next to it with its paw, and several joysticks appeared on it. The cat ran back and forth several times, and Arabelle found that a row of translucent panels suddenly appeared on the table in front of her. She covered her mouth in surprise. "What is this?" The lucky cat said politely, "The task panel for accepting tasks. You can choose tasks on it. Isn't it very convenient?" Arabe nodded constantly. "This is so convenient. She has never seen such a magical thing. Is this thing also a product of alchemy? Of course not. This is Shishu's own system panel. Don't ask. The stingy host wants convenience, but doesn't want to pay. So he uses all kinds of rhetoric to trick Xiao Xiao into giving him a small job and making him a convenient laborer for free. You know, artificial intelligence is much more cost-effective than ordinary people. The most important thing is that this artificial intelligence in Xie Shichen's hand does not cost money." Xiao Xiao no longer wanted to think about this headache. Anyway, no matter how incredible something appeared, Xie Shichen would quibble back with the magic world is omnipotent. Xiao Xiao just wanted to be a pendant cat quietly. Xiao Xiao sat quietly in vicissitudes in front of Arabelle with her hands in her pockets, waiting for Arabelle to read the page. Arabelle was also amazed by the translucent interface in her hand. While flipping through each task on it, she was curious about the structure of this thing. Unfortunately, this is obviously not an alchemical item. Maybe it is a kind of magic? Scritch is really amazing. Arabe started to select tasks attentively. It seems that in order to ensure that they have no shortage of contribution points, there are many more tasks now, and most of them can earn a lot of contribution points. The entire interface is composed of a simple title and value contribution points. If you want to know more, click on the title, and you can see a detailed description of the task intuitively. There are many kinds of tasks, and Arabe directly skipped those that require a lot of time. She swiped quickly and memorized the tasks that she was interested in. While memorizing, she asked, "Teacher Fa Kai, can we still choose these tasks if others have chosen them?" "It depends. Most contribution point tasks are repetitive. However, if there is a number requirement, you cannot accept it unless the previous group of people who accepted the task completes the task or the time is up. However, most of these tasks with number and time requirements are not very efficient, such as getting up early to feed medicine to monsters, or using magic to clean the laboratory for Teacher Eugene. The former is not to mention how troublesome it is. And the latter. Eugene is so picky, and her favorite student knows it very well. This task is completely asking for trouble. In addition to the higher contribution points, you can earn 10 at a time." 10? Arabelle checked the box silently, then looked at Fortune Cat. "Teacher, how do I accept the task? This is 10 contribution points. Isn't it just being stared at coldly by Eugene? Isn't she experienced enough?" The Fortune Cat poked his head out, and soon came back with a sympathetic look, and taught Arabelle how to accept the task. Arabelle also looked at a lot of tasks, all of which she thought were pretty good. So she simply set up a temporary team in her own name, and directly took on all the tasks she liked. With Chris around, they really didn't need to worry too much. "Hey, let's go faster. Oh my god. This is the first time I see Chris being so humble. If Chris finds out again, I lose my ass." Bori patted his chest with lingering fear. "It's so scary. Didn't he break up with Vera?" Asuto, who followed in, frowned. "Bori, Chris said they are not together." "Of course I know they are not together. I mean they broke up. How did they get together again?" Bori said, curling his lips. "Look at Chris. It's a good thing I'm in the same group with you. Otherwise I'd be the one who's humbled now." Asuto and Nathaniel, I see. Bori is really good at talking." The three of them walked in and saw Arabelle standing in front of the counter. Bori's eyes widened, and he rushed up without saying a word, hurried up and grabbed the task. Any less contribution points is a huge loss. Nathan and Asuto still agreed with this. They followed behind Bori and started to run around the counter like headless flies. The lucky cat stretched and continued to walk over to serve them. The counter was very big, and the little ones didn't need to queue up if they were separated. which was very good. Bori took all the high contribution points without blinking, grabbing them first. NASA was more careful, and he was relieved when he was sure that although these were difficult, they could be completed. He chatted with Asado. I see that the team prepared by Chris and others is also a combination of men and women. Should we find a girl as well? Asado hesitated. No. I'm not suitable. He was a quiet person, not talkative, and felt uncomfortable with a girl in the team. You can't say that. What if there are things that only women can do? Bori quickly scanned the tasks and said, the three of us are taller and stronger than each other. It's hard to pretend to be girls even if we wear skirts. Right? Nathaniel, yes. That's right. Wait. He looked at Bori uncertainly. Why do we have to pretend to be girls? Bo-Rui was very surprised. And then he remembered that he knew these details because he had a mercenary father. So he laughed. He leaned lazily against the counter, with a sunny and mischievous smile on his face. NASA. Didn't you hear what Brother Xie said? We are going there to take sea-level tasks. Sea-level tasks rarely include killing monsters and collecting magic plants, which are relatively simple tasks. Of course, killing high-level monsters does not count. I remember seeing a sea-level task before, which was to serve as a bodyguard for a noble and go to an auction held in a black market together. Bori has been naughty since he was young. Although his mother is cold, she treats him very well. His mother is the boss of the family, so he is often carefully taken out by his father to do missions. Do those low-level missions. This mission was originally to take Bori out to broaden his horizons. Unexpectedly, little Bori was frightened by the filth in the black market and got a fever when he returned. Captain Amos took care of his son for a month without sleep before he got the right to go home. Thinking of the chaotic scene, Bori curled his lips. Sea-level missions are more complicated than higher or lower missions. Even the familiar mercenaries outside have a headache doing it, let alone us. At this time, if you want to complete the mission, most of them will use some means. For example, when entering a beauty salon, there must be a noble lady leading the way. Right? At this time, it is of course safer to be with your own people. But Bori felt that he was not even 1.8 meters tall and was very thin. He could pretend to be a noble lady by wearing a skirt. After meeting Vera for so many years, he was still very good at it. Bori thought uncertainly. Asado was already scared. He really didn't know that the sea-level mission would be so complicated. He racked his brains to think about it, and resigned himself to turning his head to look at Nathaniel. Do you have any girls to recommend? Can I invite her in? Bori immediately became alert. Let me make it clear first. I can't find a noble lady. I don't want to be a slave like Chris. Bori will never be a slave. Nathaniel, humph. Before Nathaniel could recall, a soft hum sounded behind him. Bori's alarm bells rang loudly. He looked up tremblingly and saw Vera, who was dressed very casually, holding the two coolies he had brought back, with a mocking expression on his face. Bori started to slide without saying a word. My beautiful Miss Vera, please listen to my explanation. Explain? Villa scratched her ears and said disdainfully, leave it to your civilian lady. Chris, don't talk to him for the next 2 months. Otherwise, I won't be friends with you. This is childish. A threat. Chris agreed very quickly. Okay. Bori, ? Villa was satisfied. Like a little bird, jumping and skipping to find Arabelle. Arabelle, I've got the people here. How do you think the mission is? Chris and Oris were like two door gods, each more silent than the other, standing there motionless, waiting for the ladies in their group to choose first. Bori patted Chris's shoulder sympathetically. Hey brother, how do you think Vera can be both cold and sweet at the same time? Sometimes she is sweet to my heart, and sometimes she is so cold that I want to kneel down. Okay. Bori admitted that when he was young, actually not long ago, cough cough, he had a vague affection for Vera. But Vera had a clear goal at that time. She only smiled sweetly at Chris, and either looked down on him or snorted coldly, and was also cold and ruthless. Bori's heart was so sour. Every time he saw Chris's cold look, he swore that if he had a fiancée so cute and sweet, and willing to act coquettishly to him, he would definitely give his life to her. Bori was really afraid of cold women like his old mother. Then, after Vera and Chris quarreled, changed their faces, and revealed their true colors, Bori woke up. But this does not mean that Bori does not like sweet girls. His lifelong dream is to find a soft fiancée. Bori recalled for a long time and found that he had not heard Chris's answer yet. He couldn't help but look at Chris suspiciously. Chris? Have you evolved to the state of ice sculpture? You're not going to talk anymore? Chris glanced at him and said simply, I won't talk to you for 2 months. Bo-Rui, you are really my good friend. Bo-Rui also snorted and turned to look at the other taciturn guy. Brother, why did you agree to this? The whole class is Bo-Rui's brothers and sisters. Oris is no stranger to Bo-Rui. Hearing this, he said simply, Chris, accompany me to study the space system. Oh, by bribery. After a pause, Oris' ears turned red, and he said softly, Villa? Cute. Bori also paused, looking at Oris with sympathy. Bori, we have chosen the task. Nathaniel and Mr. Zhaokai nodded, and after getting a new task list, they turned to Borui and said, We have also selected new team members. Can you come over to discuss it? Bori went there happily. In fact, there was nothing to discuss. There were only a few people in the class who were used to walking alone, and the others more or less had to go together, so they were not suitable as their targets. After all, it's just a matter of choosing 1 or 2 from a few lone rangers. It's not good to have too many, as the target will be too obvious. In the end, they found a few alternatives. Fury, Amelia, Chloe. Why Chloe? Because Chloe is a cat. Bo-Rui swore. He's less than 1.7 meters tall. This height is so suitable for wearing a skirt. And he has cat ears. And cat ears. And they are black. With such a configuration, in which auction house, cough cough, he can also run fast and can hide his presence at any time. So it's perfect. Nathaniel was moved by what he said. But he was uncertain. Are you sure you can convince him to wear women's clothes? Bori's eyes wandered for a moment. He coughed lightly and pointed to a name. Of course, I can't do it alone. But when the time comes, we girls can't suffer. Chloe will definitely agree. He made a mouth shape. And seeing Nathaniel's strange expression, he was curious. What's wrong? Nothing. Nathaniel's expression was complicated. I just suddenly remembered that Chloe, he, is a bit vindictive. Bo-Rui was alert immediately. You want to tell me something bad? I tell you, Nathaniel, if you dare to backstab me, our friendship will be cheap. Today you backstab me like crazy. Tomorrow you won't be able to reach me. Nathaniel had a headache, I know. I go and get Amelia. She will definitely be willing to be in the same group with us. Who will go to Chloe's side? Bo-Rui and Asado shut up. Oh, only Bo-Rui. Asado didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to be a quiet autistic person. Bori's scalp tingled when Nathaniel looked at him. Okay. I trick him in. Let's make a deal. For the sake of our great friendship. You must keep your mouth shut. Nathaniel was helpless. While they were arguing, another group appeared, led by Ophelia. It was visible to the naked eye that the team had already been formed. Ophelia brought Freya, Valentina, Fry and Genevieve, and the 5 girls formed a group. Bori was full of envy. Look at this configuration. Nobles, swordsmen, dragons, alchemists, sirens. What mission can't be completed? They have money, beauty, power, combat power, wisdom, and they have no shortage of anything. Bori felt a headache when he thought that he still had to work hard to seduce Chloe. That big iceberg. Woo! So fragrant. Go and seduce Chloe quickly. It's too late. They've both been teamed up by others. Nathaniel couldn't stand it anymore. Bori, Chloe is an orc. Didn't Herbert and the others say they wanted to form a foreign team? If you don't go, the people will be gone. Bo-Rui suddenly woke up and rushed out without saying a word. Damn. I almost forgot that there was a competitor named Herbert. Asado breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he left. Sometimes, being with Bo-Rui is really a sweet burden. The entire mission center was very active in these 3 days. From the first group to the later groups. Indistinctly, they had already formed a team and went to Sieshichin to report in advance. Probably to tell Sieshichin their team list and their training plan. Yes, this can't just go around randomly. There still needs to be a rough plan to reassure the teachers. Sieshichin looked at the list, not particularly surprised. But somewhat unexpectedly, the little guys formed a team of 5 people. And the configuration looked good. For example, the multi-ethnic group composed of Lucius brothers and sisters, Herbert brothers and sisters, and Darren. Their goal is to go on an adventure in the dark jungle adjacent to the fairy forest and the Church of Light. It was a very smart move. Not only did the team have close combat and long-range attacks, an alchemist to make money, and a nurse, but most importantly, if they really encountered something life-threatening, they would not really get into trouble with the Church of Light and the Forest of Elves, not seeking help. But if it was really dangerous, there was also a safety guarantee, which was a very smart move. The other teams were more or less within Xieshichen's expectations, but when he saw a name, Xieshichen couldn't help but laugh. Julian? How did this team get together with Vera and the others? In his impression, this decadent little fellow was not very familiar with the other people. However, seeing Oris and Arabelle, who had hardly communicated with each other before, Xieshichen felt that this team must be very interesting. I don't want it, Julian whimpered softly, looking at Vera with his big watery eyes without blinking. Please, be nice to Julian. The team, that was stamped as very interesting, was working hard to distribute tasks. Arabelle took on a task to make a healing potion and clean the laboratory, leaving early and returning late every day, while Chris and Oris went to complete the remaining difficult tasks. Villa and Julian were left behind to be responsible for the preparations before they left, as well as the remaining simple tasks. Of course, there was no need to prepare, as Screech stipulated that only so many things could be taken with one's death. But, after the little guys in the class successfully formed a team, they went to Xieshichen to cry one after another, and to the subject teacher to cry. And even Orella almost went to find him. Xieshichen, who was very troubled by their ability to cause trouble, had no choice but to give them a little more power. They could bring it, but he would check it before leaving, and they could not have anything that could be used for cheating, except for those purchased with contribution points. For example, they could bring their own clothes, but not clothes that would expose their identities. Another example was that they could bring tints, but not fancy tints. But this was enough to make the students happy. If they could not bring anything, they would have to go out and buy it first. This was also the reason why Vera kept wanting more male students to join the group. She wanted to bring more of her own clothes. After finally going out, she couldn't still be covered in dirt. Right? Arabelle thought so too. Of course, if it really hindered their training, they would not feel bad if they just threw it away temporarily. They just wanted to look good. So there was this scene of Julian and Vera getting along harmoniously. Julian wanted to sneak away with the task, but Vera blinked. Julian, my good friend, you are the best. I like your prototype the most. Can you show me? Yes. It's not impossible. Julian was coaxed into a daze, as if he had drunk fake wine, and turned around obediently, turning into a golden slime. At first, Vera made her request very politely. Can I pinch it? Will it hurt? Can it really change shape? What's inside? Various questions, mixed with her attitude when asking for help. It was really hard for Julian not to fall. How should I put it? Julian felt that there were two types of girls in the world that were the hardest to refuse. One type was gentle and wise. She always made you walk into the trap she set inadvertently, and then you subconsciously followed her instructions. For example, Ophelia, a natural leader with such a strong aura that Julian would agree to it even if she made a gentle request. The other type is like Vera. She is smart, good at talking, and can always touch your itch inadvertently. She is praising you. She is so good and understands you so well. What's wrong with just wanting to make a small request? Can't you? Such a powerful person. Even do a little bit of small requests? What's the point of enjoying the praise? Julian succumbed to Vera's sweet words, fell for Vera's honeyed words, and finally ended up with Vera's request. Then can't you pretend to be a lot of things by yourself? Oh my god. You are really amazing. After hearing that Julian's prototype was just a mimicry, and the real him was 10 meters tall, and his body was actually a kind of filled cavity, where he used to hide snacks secretly and paralyzed for a whole day, Vera made his request step by step. Let Julian help them pack their luggage. Don't worry. They will definitely carry Julian and Julian will not need to move. Julian said that his mimicry was a hypothetical state, and his weight was very light, so the resistance was large when walking, and he didn't like to move. But, Julian started to act cute with tears in his eyes, begging Vera to take back his idea. It was too lame to move a package. Vera also looked at Julian with tears in her eyes, and there was mist in her eyes. The noble violet color softened several degrees in an instant. Like a little princess who couldn't get candy. He deserved to die. Julian closed his eyes righteously. Come on. I make it clear first. I don't want Chris and Oris to hug me. They are hard and not gentle. They will hurt me. Little Julian made a final struggle. I hold you myself. Villa was very happy. She suddenly had such a large space storage. What's wrong with holding a soft ball? She and Arabelle could finally wear their own beautiful clothes when going out. What? 10 bottles of healing potion can only be exchanged for 5 contribution points. Bori's team scraped together 7 bottles of healing potion and was immediately shocked by the price. Isn't this really a robbery? Bori complained indignantly. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 100 alchemical materials. It takes at most 10 minutes to prepare a potion. If the success rate is 100%, it will only take an hour and a half to prepare 10 bottles of potion. If you only refine 100 potions a day, that is to say, you can save 49 contribution points a day. A rational voice sounded from behind Bori. Bori turned around subconsciously and saw the arrogant Lucius. Lucius adjusted his cufflinks and asked Bori sarcastically, "Don't you guys brush up your proficiency? Can't you produce a bottle of potion in 10 minutes?" His slow voice was filled with the arrogance that Bori hated the most. Like a black swan. So annoying. Arabe next door can produce 3 bottles of potion in 5 minutes. Wait. How many? Bori completely forgot about Lucius's badness and was shocked. So many procedures. 5 minutes. 3 bottles? Lucius shrugged. It's just multitasking. Bori can do it too. But not as fast. About 8 minutes to produce 3 bottles. Lucius said with some regret, "It's a pity that Darren is not very skilled in this. So he only speeds up the time to 6 minutes per bottle. And our group is still a little slow. Bori, Amelia. Amelia. Come quickly. Someone is provoking our group." As the best alchemist in their group, if Amelia knew that Bori suddenly had a strong desire to win in this regard, she would probably throw a bottle of potion on him. How stupid is she to team up with a group of unreliable and stinky men? Lucius didn't understand the sad tears in Bori's eyes. He walked to the counter leisurely and put a lot of potions in front of the counter. It was spectacular and annoying. 800 bottles of healing potions. 400 contribution points. Please transfer them to our group's public property. Lucius felt a little regretful. If they hadn't teamed up with elves, who were not very good at alchemy, they would have been able to refine more potions in a day. Yes, from the beginning, Lucius's team did not take other tasks. Lucius found through precise calculations that only refining healing potions had the highest cost effectiveness. Other tasks can be taken, but they are a waste of time. They don't need to waste time at this juncture. Besides, Screech said that as long as they learned something, he didn't mind them using it to make a living. This also means that brushing up their proficiency can give them an extra layer of life protection and an extra way to make money when they go out. A very cost-effective task. Lucius went back with a separate task and directly assigned the task. Under the pressure of high efficiency, their team produced an excellent result of 800 bottles. The lucky cat lowered his head and carefully confirmed the number and quality of the bottles, and generously entered them. "Dear, is there anything you need to buy? Things purchased with contribution points can be taken with you." Lucius had obviously already taken a fancy to them, and he bought some practical tools for the team members, which were really cheap to buy with contribution points. Then he spoke leisurely, "Give me another 2,000 potion raw materials. There are less than 2 days left, and I should be able to finish refining them if I work harder." The lucky cat paused for a moment, and still guided Lucius diligently and conscientiously. Of course, he was still very emotional. He really deserves to be the villain trained by Sieshichin. This efficiency, this style of exploiting teammates, this ruthless attitude, it's simply amazing. Lucky Cat dares to say that if Sieshichin had not been bound by him, he would definitely be a villain like a big devil in that small world. Seeing Lucius leave with a large amount of raw materials that can be converted into cash, Bori was really envious and cried this time. Amelia. Amelia. Come quickly. Their group really needs to compete. Chapter 61. Under the leadership of the King of Rolls of Lucius's group, other groups also began to roll up spontaneously, either actively or passively. Sleep at night? Can't you sleep on the way? Why waste such a good time to accumulate contribution points? Resting during the day? Can't you rest on the way? Why waste the time to accumulate contribution points? Do they have enough contribution points to spend? Have they bought everything they need? There is no other way. Everyone adheres to the concept of earning more and getting more, and spends as much time as possible on accumulating contribution points. They believe that every word Xieshichan said had profound meaning. However, when they were about to leave, they did not exchange too many things when they exchanged contribution points for the last time. The main reason was that there was not enough space to store them. It can be said that when they gathered at the last time, except for Julian's team who traveled lightly, almost everyone in the other groups carried a large package. There was no way. Screech did not allow storage equipment. This makes Verla and his group very conspicuous. Bori, who used to be conspicuous, almost popped his eyes out, and couldn't react for a long time when he looked at Verla and the other 5. Where are your luggage? Bori didn't believe that Verla would come empty-handed, and he maliciously speculated. Verla, you didn't bring magic storage tools secretly, did you? Screech will check it later. Verla smiled and made a face. You are jealous. Bori, our group has legal storage tools. Bori, Heh. There is no legal storage item in this world for Screech. Bori retorted loudly in his heart. Several groups gathered together and checked their own things again. They couldn't go back halfway, which was too inefficient. Lucius counted everyone's equipment. They didn't use up the large amount of contribution points they earned immediately. Lucius knew that the biggest use of experience was to improve them. If they put the cart before the horse, they would not only gain nothing, but Screech might not allow it either. Therefore, they only exchanged some defensive and life-saving items, and chose not to bring the rest. Have you brought the textbooks? What about the question bank provided by the mission center? Lucius confirmed with the team members again. We have brought them. Herbert yawned, feeling helpless about Lucius's rare nagging. We are going out for training. Why do we have to bring textbooks? Isabella nodded, obviously not understanding this move. As the only 2 poor students in the team, Isabella and Herbert have always been the ones who want to score 60 points, and even made a fool of themselves by asking the whole class about their grades so that they would not be the last. Of course, after Xieshichan redefined their graduation requirements, these 2 also took the makeup exams most frequently and were the most desperate. In order to pass the exam, they almost memorized the books. But there are still several subjects that have not reached 90 points. This is really a sad story. Therefore, the Twin Elves group did not understand the ideas of the twin group of academic masters. Lucius sighed, and for the sake of group harmony, he patiently explained. Screech said the exam is in July. Herbert sighed. I know. What's wrong with that? Anna pursed her lips and stammered to help her brother explain. Teacher Anshin said the exam is in July. But he didn't say it's not on July 1st. We just went to practice in May and June, and came back in July. Bring the books with you. In the past, it was always right. Herbert, why are you so skilled? Isabella also cried out, and suddenly realized, damn it, Screech is setting a trap for us again. Darren is no longer surprised. Isn't he always like this? Speaking of this, Darren said sarcastically, you elves always say that we dwarves are stingy, calculative, and stingy, and we are fussy about refining weapons. Oh my god. You elves who are so arrogant should come to Screech to see who is the originator of these words. If you want to die, don't be in our group. Darren. Lucia's tone was slightly cold. Darren shut up and sighed. Forget it. I continue drawing the blueprints. Believe me, I will definitely tailor the best weapons for you all. Really? Herbert regained his original vitality and approached curiously. I heard from Uncle Muley that the masters of your dwarves have lived for hundreds of years. Darren turned around suddenly and frightened Herbert. When Herbert fell back and hid behind Isabella with lingering fear, he snorted coldly. I have been carrying a hammer since I could walk. I can't make a god-level weapon, but it's okay for you to use it. Herbert rubbed his nose and stopped chatting. Okay. I have to say that Screech letting them go out to train has some benefits. At this time when everyone's vests have been exposed, they can always find other attributes of teammates from various corners. For example, the king of rolls of the turtle Lucius, such as the refining of the empty Darren. After counting, it seems that only he and Isabella have not found any attributes for the time being. Lucius slightly tilted his ear and obviously heard a hurried footsteps. Screech, who was late for a while, finally arrived. He said in short, keep the remaining contribution points for now, just in case, and distribute them when there are surplus after training. Also, Screech is here. Shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, a more brisk and familiar voice came from the door. So familiar that the students almost cried. I'm really sorry. My dear little ones. Because of some accidents, the teacher came late. I hope it didn't delay your study time too much. What's the surprise? Villa asked curiously. Xieshichan didn't answer immediately. He looked up and down at the group, raised his eyebrows slightly. Villa didn't bring any nice clothes? Villa blinked and said cunningly, Guess? Xieshichan hummed. I heard that there are always many magical species in the Abyss Demon clan. So, is it on Julian? Villa's face fell. But he still answered politely, You are always so perceptive. Xieshichan smiled playfully, not making any comment. What a lucky little guy. It seems that this group needs to be checked in detail. Villa's face turned green. I hate it so much. Xieshichan, who was secretly muttered by the students, walked slowly to the podium and directly started the main topic of today. The teacher has said what should be said before. The weather is good now. The teacher will not delay everyone's time. Let's finish the process as soon as possible and let you go out to play as soon as possible. There are only 2 things to do today. The first is to check everyone's packages, and the second is to give everyone study tour gift packs and say some encouraging words. Then you can leave. Xieshichan said it simply. But every single thing made the students feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. The first thing alone was a headache. Apart from anything else. In order to test Screech's bottom line, they brought almost everything they could. If Screech said they couldn't bring it, then luck would not disappear just because of their fear. Xieshichan started the inspection from the most time-consuming Vera group. Before the inspection, he was still chatting with the students with great interest. What do you want to call the group? Chris calmly replied, Team 1. Xieshichan paused. Curious, why is it called Team 1? Villa proudly raised her head. Our results will definitely be the best. That's it. Xieshichan nodded with a smile. Okay. I hope you throw out the least. Villa was almost autistic again. Xieshichan did not let Julian release his prototype, but directly scanned with his mental power, and roughly understood what they brought. There really wasn't anything that violated the contract. It was just that there were too many. Xieshichan thought for a moment. You guys sort it out. First, all the things cannot exceed 25 square meters. Second, take out the weapons. The mission center does not provide weapon exchange. This is prohibited. Finally, you can't bring any jewelry. Although the teacher knows that you won't sell it. It is an invisible help and cannot be taken. Vera had a heart attack. The things cannot exceed 25 square meters. It's fine if you can't bring jewelry. If you can't bring weapons, what else can they bring? Oh, by the way, Xieshichan recalled what he saw and said in a serious tone. The tent is too gorgeous. For your safety, you can't take it. Villa, Scritch. You are so cruel. The cruel Xieshichan continued to the next group. The group where Lucius and his friends were. Xieshichan also asked the same question. What do you plan to name the group? Infinite. Lucius answered in a serious tone, as if he didn't want to pay attention to Xieshichan. Well, although he was very grateful to Xieshichan for helping them a lot, his father was willing to talk to him during this study tour. But Lucius still felt very disgusted when looking at Xieshichan. He didn't like Xieshichan's feeling of seeing through everything, which was very frightening. But Lucius had to admit that when he heard that Screech was leading the study tour, he was still relieved and was less paranoid about protecting his sister. His subconscious mind told him that Screech was safe and reliable. Anyway, it didn't stop him from liking Screech. Xieshichan didn't know what the little guy was struggling with. He could check and chat with this big package without wasting any mental energy. What does unlimited possibilities mean? Xieshichan asked with interest. No, Herbert replied with a beaming smile. It means it cannot be surpassed. We are infinitely powerful. Damn! Not far away. Herbert still caught Bori's whispered curse. Herbert snorted. No matter what our group does, it is the strongest. Teacher believes in you and looks forward to your performance. Xieshichan replied, making sure that the group did not bring any extra things, and then left leisurely. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Lucius and said, Oh, by the way, there are a lot of metals in your items, which can be sold for money. Although the teacher believes that you will not do this, weapons made of metal are also a kind of help. So remember to take them out. Darren's eyes widened, and he grabbed his package fiercely. wailing like a pig being slaughtered. No. 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 Don't confiscate my stuff. Oh, Lucius. Save me. Save me. This is my life. My life. How can you take away the most precious raw materials of a master refiner? Lucius rubbed his temples with a headache. Okay. Let's go to the dwarves first and buy the raw materials so that you can refine to your heart's content. Darren choked. But, no buts. Take it back. Lucius announced the outcome of this game ruthlessly. Darren's heart was broken. Sieshichin was about to walk to Bori's side. And Bori was still jumping up and down like a monkey. No. No. You can't use this name. It's not domineering at all. My title of Altian will be taken away by Lucius. Lucius, who was already upset, gritted his teeth and said, I don't want it. Humph. You are lying and I don't believe it. Bori took the time to curse Lucius in the ear, and turned back to continue to run around like a headless fly. Ah. Hurry up. Hurry up. Help me think of a good name. Emilia. Emilia. Help me. This is very important. If you lose one step, you will lose every step. Osido. NASA. Save me. Save me. Emilia's veins popped out because of the noise. Okay. Bori. It's just a name. Don't bother me to study. Is it easy for her to be a poor student who is working hard to improve herself? Speaking of this, Emilia was furious. Emilia knew from the beginning that she had no magical talent. Not even affinity talent. She was just an ordinary orphan who came to Screech to make a living and tried to extend her life of making a living. She had a good life as a poor student. But Screech said she would graduate with 90 points. So she had to spend more time on her studies. It didn't matter. Screech often called her to study alone in the evening. And she was used to it. Screech said that 90 points could be exchanged for talent magic. So she made a profit. Who knew that when Fanny came? She said that she was good at necromancy. Wow. Our light of Screech. I haven't taught necromancers yet. So Emilia began to suffer in magic. You know, the one who has the most trouble learning magic in Screech is Ophelia. She has to learn 7 or 8, while others have to learn 1. The second most miserable are these stupid students, who are said to have special talents. Lucius on a light department? Wow. Fanny has not taught any good students of the church yet. She must catch up. Chloe Arabelle? Wow. Fanny has not seen a dark wizard properly. She must study it carefully. Her undead department? Wow. The only undead mage in Screech. Almost no undead mage in the whole continent. She must pay attention to it. That day, Fanny worked tirelessly to redesign a study plan for Emilia, and taught her various methods that required cooperation. Emilia was of course happy to be valued by the teacher. But being valued by Screech's teacher was a sweet trouble. Emilia returned to her solitary life again. With only Chloe, who barely shared the same suffering. Of course, this was not because she didn't like to communicate with others, but because she didn't have time after this series of painful tortures. Emilia's grades barely touched 90. And there were also a few subjects that Emilia was still preparing for makeup exams. In Bori's group, she was the only one who brought a lot of books. There was no other way. Was she studious? That didn't exist. She was just forced to do so. So when Bori asked her to study, she was really irritable. Bori said sorry and leaned forward pitifully. Emilia. My dear friend. We are all leaving. Please give me a little sight. Emilia closed her eyes and closed the book. That's easy. You can just call her the pinnacle of the academy. The pinnacle of Screech Academy. Sieshichin had just walked in. And he heard something. But he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bori looked at Sieshichin blankly. What's wrong? Brother Sie? Nothing. I just think this name is good. Sieshichin shook his head and didn't say much. After crossing over, many homophonic puns can't be played with him. Sieshichin missed it a little. Bori was still hesitating. And Emilia saw Sieshichin's strange look and changed the name immediately. No. Let's call our group Chaowe. We don't need to compete with others. Just compete with ourselves. Bo-Rui was reluctant to give up the previous domineering name. But, no buts. I'm the only girl in our group. Listen to me. Emilia decided directly. Be low-key. If you are high-profile now, you won't be able to fly high in the future. That's right. Bo-Rui was easily convinced. And he spread their new name everywhere. This made Sieshichin, who was still missing them, feel a little regretful. Shichen carefully checked the packages of the remaining two groups and found a lot of contraband. So he let the students go. All four groups knew that the next thing was the study tour gift package. I was really curious about what Screech would prepare for them. Shichen collected the gift package fee of 10 contribution points from each person in advance. After the lucky cat indicated that the fee had been received, Shichen also took out one box after another from his emerald ring. The boxes were colorful. Each one was not small. And there were bows on them. Just like gift boxes. Shichen put the 20 boxes neatly and asked each group to send one person to take the gift box of the group. One for each person. The configurations are similar. And there is a gift list. Remember to read it carefully, Shichen said. And suddenly said, of course, if you want to keep the surprise, you can wait until you are on the road to open it. Everyone chose to open it now. What a joke. If you wait until you are on the road to open it, you won't be able to find the Screech people even if you want to protest. Under Shichen's day-to-day persecution, they learned the necessity of after-sales service without a teacher. 20 boxes were quickly divided up. Although Shichen had some small things to do, he was not in a hurry. He simply sat on the podium and watched the students open the gift boxes, so as to avoid any unforeseen things and not being able to replenish them in time. Vera has received so many gifts since she was a child that her hands are overwhelmed. She is also the one who opens the gifts the fastest. The box contains small boxes of various shapes. Just like opening a blind box. You don't know what surprises you will encounter before opening it. The first small box is probably not as big as Vera's palm. Her eyes light up, and she quickly opens it. As she expected, it is a small piece of jewelry. There is a small note on it. A small and simple 5 square meter storage container. Given to the dearest child. Vera smiled sweetly. Scricky is so nice. The next things are also surprises. Villa gradually unpacked an inconspicuous magic wooden staff with some data written on it. It looks very conductive. And Vera is very satisfied. There is also a task board where contribution points can be exchanged at any time. And tasks can be recorded. It is said to be time limited, with only 2 months of use. But Vera is very satisfied. Wow! Teleportation scroll. Over there. Bori took the lead in unpacking a magic teleportation scroll. Thank you, brother. I knew you loved us the most. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Oh my god. This is a magic scroll. Although it is a magic scroll with an uncertain direction. With this teleportation scroll, their lives are guaranteed. Screech just loves them. Bori was so moved that he could not say anything. Over there. Ophelia also removed a bracelet inlaid with some strange stones. Friendly induction bracelet? She read the instructions carefully, and found that the 20 small stones on the bracelet represented each of them. When a classmate was nearby, the small stones on the bracelet would heat up slightly to remind them who they were, and where they were going. It's a good thing. Ophelia also chuckled with satisfaction. Vera saw that they had opened a lot of things that Shichen had carefully prepared. And his eyes were more expectant. Wow! What other good things could there be? Let alone other things. These 10 contribution points are worth it. Vera excitedly prepared to take one down. Behind him, Lucius's puzzled and strange voice sounded. Little wooden sword? A small wooden sword that can be freely retracted. He was silent for a while, and looked up curiously. Free extension is indeed a good advantage. But do you really think the wooden sword can pierce the enemy's heart? Other students who haven't received their weapons yet. Huh? And wooden swords? I suddenly remembered Shichen's ruthless attitude when he collected weapons and weapon materials before. He didn't really want them to use wooden swords to show their abilities. Did he? Herbert didn't even dare to think about that scene. The enemy raised the iron sword and asked them to die. Herbert snorted and took out a palm-sized wooden sword. Give me a raise. Then, he used a big wooden sword to use his skill of using a little force to move a large object. With a click, his wooden sword broke into pieces, and the enemy was stunned. So Lucius and the others also used their magic to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Is this how it is used? A big question mark popped up in Herbert's little head. He asked Shichen sincerely if the wooden sword was afraid that they would cut themselves when using it. Shichen choked up. And after a while, he smiled and stopped these students' weird imagination. Don't say bad things about me casually. The teacher will be angry. His words made the 20 students stop what they were doing. Subconsciously looked up at Shichen. And waited for Shichen to speak. Shichen held his forehead. Dear, doesn't it say in the manual? This is a wooden sword with good conductivity. Seeing that everyone was confused, he had to explain more. You have learned magic and martial arts. Why don't you attach magic to the magic sword and fight more aggressively? When he said this, he stabbed the students' hearts. Don't tell me that you plan to use wooden swords to fight against others' iron swords. If you are so stupid, don't say you are a student of Screech. It's really embarrassing. Embarrassed, Herbert lowered his head silently, looked at the small wooden sword in his hand, and said exaggeratedly, "Cool. What a cool wooden sword. It turns out that wooden swords can be used like this. I said Screech would not give us useless things." Lucius, Isabella pushed Herbert's head away unbearably. "Can't you show off your wisdom that you don't have?" Siashichin was also speechless. Are there really students who want to fight with wooden swords? After such a small episode, they gradually pulled out a magic pen that never stops filling with ink, and 10 silver coins. Adhering to the principle that Screech must be doing this for my own good, just in case, we should not think too much. So we concealed our worries, and continued to open the gift boxes. At the bottom were 2 large things, placed side by side, which seemed to be quite large. It was still the fast Vera who opened it first. In the rectangular wooden box she opened, there was a not very delicate puppet doll. Doll? Vera picked up the small thing in confusion. It was about 15 centimeters in size, with very smooth joints, and it seemed that the limbs could rotate freely. Vera pinched the doll's palm, and the doll suddenly said, "Don't tease me. I'm a boy." Vera froze, and subconsciously threw the doll into Chris's hand. "Ah, Chris, what is this? Bad thing." She shook her hands wildly, and looked at the ugly doll in Chris's palm with tears in her eyes. And she wanted to kill him. Siashichin was still angry and said, "Don't say anything nonsense. This is a gift from the teacher. It is related to your language art assessment." Other students, ? Everyone unanimously chose the one of similar size, and took out an identical doll. Except that there was a space on the chest of the doll for them to write their own names. Before they could figure it out, Siashichin simply helped them, and instructed them how to use the doll. This is called teaching you to talk to the doll. After you say my name is XXX to it, you can officially recognize the master. And you are their master. The journey of studying abroad is always full of danger and loneliness. It's different with the dolls who can teach you to talk. They can not only talk with you to relieve your loneliness, but also protect you from fatal blows when you are in danger. Siashichin concluded, the teacher still loves you very much. This little doll alone is more expensive than the space scroll. Chris held the hand of Vera's doll and hesitated, and put it in front of Vera. You try to recognize it as the master? Yes. Try it first. The doll will judge the most suitable personality for communication through communication with you. Vera took it hesitantly and whispered to the doll, "My name is Vera Muster." "Vera Muster? Can I call you Vera?" The doll giggled. "Your name is so nice." Vera looked up proudly. "Of course. This is the name my father gave me." The doll was very supportive. "Then your father must like you very much." Vera nodded, and her impression of this gift was slightly better. Although it was a little ugly, it was still to her liking. But Chris on the other side could be described as having a lidded face. After he exchanged names, the little doll started talking to him crazily. "Why don't you talk to me?" The little doll's tiny voice was full of grievance. "Scumbag. You will fail the language arts class like this." "Chris, ? He looked at Siashichin suddenly. "Our exam is related to this?" Siashichin explained, his eyes full of smiles. "Of course. The art of language, no matter how many exams, is not as useful as actual combat. The dolls have set up a sophistry and sharp-tongued quarrel system. Although they will be your good partners, they will often debate with you. If you can't win, you will lose points." "Chris, Siashichin added, "Anshin little guy. You will also get extra points. You won the argument, and you did something very good, and you can get extra points." Chris, He really didn't want to think about how to get extra points. This damn glass-hearted doll was still crying and scolding him. "Why are you ignoring me again? Is it because I told you the truth that makes you unhappy?" Wawa even imitated the sound of sobbing. "I knew it. I said, shut up." Chris couldn't stand it anymore, and called for a stop. Wawa paused for 2 seconds, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Wawa said faintly, "Okay. You told me to be good when you need me, but you told me to shut up when you don't? Everyone, please judge. Chris had a headache. When did I? Scumbag. Chris, shut up. Okay. He's a scumbag. Shut up. Vera was amazed. Looked down at her obedient doll. And couldn't help but sigh that her doll was still worth it. Of course. When she was deducted a lot of points later. She also cursed this doll that knew how to deduct points without saying a word. That was all the irritability later. What made everyone even more expressionless now was the last box. That was a pigeon? Super Messenger Coup Pigeon. Siashichin crossed his legs, tapped his hands lightly with his crossed fingers, and said with a smile, "Kids, you didn't forget. Did you? We haven't finished this month's course yet. And the exam will be in July. How can we not finish the course?" All the dolls advertised to Siashichin in unison, Super Messenger Coup Pigeon. As long as you input magic power, you can achieve two-way one-to-many communication. Your best partner for pigeon class. Shocked their whole family. Okay, they know about interactive messenger pigeons. But what the hell is a one-to-many messenger pigeon? What the hell is a pigeon class? It's outrageous. Along with the cooing pigeon, a relatively easy schedule appeared. The schedule fell. And there were classes almost every day. But the time was not fixed. But they were all the courses they were very familiar with. Siashichin sighed. The teacher will never allow you to learn the course incompletely because of the arrangement of the college. So we specially developed a super messenger cooing pigeon. As long as you bring it, you can take the pigeon class at any time. Don't worry. We will definitely finish the class for you before July. This is not the point. Lucius raised a very serious question. We will encounter various emergencies in the tour group. And we cannot guarantee that we will attend every class. Don't worry. Lucius's doll replied with a snicker. Friend, what are you avoiding? If you can't attend the class, then don't attend it. When you go back to the task board, you can go to the contribution point to exchange for the current pigeon class. You can listen to it as much as you want. And listen as many times as you want. Lucius gritted his teeth. Oh? So this is how the task board is used? Damn it. I said Screech had bad intentions. Hey. You're angry? You're angry now? No way. No way. Wawa gloated. If you knew that the small wooden sticks and small wooden swords that Screech gave you were all inferior products that needed to be replaced frequently, you wouldn't be so angry that your eyes would turn red. Right? Lucius, Siashichin coughed lightly. Nonsense. It's just that it's more fragile. I'm not the kind of teacher who ignores the danger of children. Lucius didn't believe it. He laid out everything with a cold face and asked Doll, "Tell me everything?" Doll snorted, "If you ask me to tell you, I will tell you. Wouldn't it be embarrassing?" Lucius remained calm. "Let me break the defense." Doll was stuck. After a while, Doll reluctantly gave Lucius extra points. "Congratulations on winning me once. I give you 1 point. Now, I let you break the defense." Other students listened and looked at the dolls in their hands thoughtfully, before they could come up with a plan. Doll's giggling explanation petrified everyone. "I can't tell you some things that don't harm your life. But there is one thing I can tell you. The teleportation scroll is superimposed with bad luck magic. As long as you use it, you will definitely be unlucky." Lucius looked at Siashichin expressionlessly. His eyes were so complicated that Siashichin couldn't guess. Siashichin coughed a few more times and pretended to be innocent. "It's very safe. Teacher guarantees that the landing place is absolutely safe. At most it's in some corner. And then the next few days will be more difficult." But his innocence and sincerity no longer work. Chris held on to the last bit of luck and asked, "What if the class time is not convenient for us, and the sound of the cooing pigeon exposes us? What should we do?" "It's easy. The cooing pigeon is an alchemical item. If it is not held in the hand during class, it will not make any sound," Siashichin said, giving them an example. "If you suddenly have something to do in the middle of the class, you can also pinch the cooing pigeon's beak, and the cooing pigeon will stop output. Oh, by the way, the two eyes of the cooing pigeon can also adjust the volume for you. There is also a shielding device on the doll. As long as it is placed on the shoulder, no one else can hear it except the person himself. Isn't it very useful?" Classmates, yes. Is that so? They no longer dare to think about it. The gift packages that were so thoughtful to them before now seem to have pitfalls. But they don't know where the pitfalls are. The only thing that is certain is that Screech pays attention to safety, and will not let them die. Others. After the group dispersed, Beauroy touched the silver coins in his hand, and complained to Natha while walking to the foot of the mountain, "Screech really opens my eyes every time." Hee hee. The doll on Bori's shoulder suddenly laughed. And Bori shuddered. His face became uncertain. Nasa wondered, "What's wrong?" Bori was silent for a while. Shook his head, "Nothing. I always feel that I'm going to be unlucky." He took the doll down. Shook it left and right and up and down for a few times. And the doll didn't say a word. Bori put the doll on his shoulder again with doubt. Is there really no unlucky magic on the doll? Chapter 62. At the foot of the mountain, the not-so-spacious open space was densely packed with people. At least hundreds of people. The Screech School of Magic is very large. And the entire mountain is Screech's territory. But perhaps because it is built on the mountain, the open space under the Screech School of Magic is not particularly spacious. It can even be said to be narrow. There is only a relatively wide stone staircase, winding upwards, and gradually the shadow is invisible. At the foot of the mountain, there is a simple sign with a simple Screech School of Magic written on it. And there is no other marker. Once known as the most low-key college, it has now become a proof of the college's decline. When the dense motorcade appeared, many people in the nearby villages subconsciously leaned out to watch the excitement. The last time such a grand occasion appeared was when Screech recruited students. But it came and went quickly. And everyone watched the excitement for a long time. I don't know what the reason is this time. Although Xieshichan only agreed to 30 auditors. The auditors' families, maids, servants, etc. also came along. And some families even had their children's parents come to see them off. It's not that they want to put on a show, but they think that Screech has to let the servants who serve the children in for everyone's sake. Anyway, they have already compromised once. So what if they compromise again? Most of the nobles don't care. Since Screech is willing to take a step back, it proves that he is still very worried. "My dear mother, you are really causing trouble for your son." A polite young nobleman curled his lips, turned his head, and smiled very cheerfully. He hugged his mother affectionately and rubbed her, then said, "Don't worry, mother. I won't cause trouble for the family." "Is this something you caused trouble for?" The noblewoman glared at the young man, and was full of anger when she spoke of this. "I've already picked out a magic academy for you. Your father is an old stubborn man. He's afraid of this and that. But he's not afraid of you suffering. I'm not causing trouble. I'm just afraid that you're not comfortable here." She was a traditional noble lady, and she did whatever her husband said all her life. No matter how reluctant she was, she would just swallow it silently and complain to herself. This time, about 2 weeks ago, her husband suddenly told her that he had found a magic school for her son, and asked her to prepare and help her son pack his things so that he could go there as an auditor. The things were naturally packed, and her baby was about to go to the school that had been decided. Who knew that this would change at the last minute? As a traditional woman, she would not question her husband's approach, but she still felt like the sky was falling. She knew that her husband was a shrewd fence-sitter, knew that her husband was a playboy, and knew that her husband did not care about the future of her son and daughter, as long as their family could rely on him no matter what changes happened in the future. But when her children were used as pawns, the lady was still very angry. She was obviously the only wife of the other party. How could her son be treated the same as the children of those shameless mistresses? But she was too weak. In the end, she just sent the child over with sobs. She was worried that the child would not be able to adapt to the life. So she brought a lot of servants and things with her. At the same time, she visited the Muster family and the Amos family, hoping to get some help. Then, she became even more desperate. "This college doesn't allow servants to follow in?" Okay. Most colleges don't allow it. But those colleges are not as poor as Screech now. She couldn't stand the thought of her child suffering in the future and being delayed for such a long time. Thinking of this, the lady began to wipe her tears again. The boy took out a handkerchief as usual to wipe his mother's tears, as if coaxing a child. With curved eyebrows, "Don't worry, Mom. Think about it. Bori, that frivolous guy can bear it. It must not be that difficult." But they all said that this is a competition between Screech and the Magic Association. "If you come, you will be the sacrifice." The lady got even angrier thinking about it. What on earth was her husband thinking? The boy shook his head and said seriously, "Mom, I know you are worried about me, but I am doing this voluntarily." He raised his eyebrows and said confidently, "You know, if I don't want to, My father can't tell me to do this. The woman looked at her son, hesitating to speak. But finally she lowered her head unwillingly, wiped her tears, and swallowed the grievance in her heart. The boy sighed softly, just patted his mother's back, and didn't continue to persuade her. What he said was not entirely right, but at least 60% of it was because he was willing. Unlike Vera, who has a father who loves his daughter, and is a crazy duke, Nava's father is the most philandering of the three dukes. He has had countless lovers throughout his life, and at least 20 illegitimate children. His wife is cowardly, and dares not resist. And he is happy with it. He once said that only the most talented children can inherit his title. It can be said that Navas has no preferential treatment or support from his father. He has good talent, and dares to fight and work hard. At the age of 16, he is already a very qualified mercenary. Knowing that his father was unreliable, he had been seeking for his future. But he also understood that since he had a chance to inherit his father's title, he would be a fool if he didn't fight for it. Under the angel's face, Navas hid his competitive heart that he never explained to anyone. This time was the same. When his father told him that he had registered the name of the auditor in his name, Navas only reacted slightly and agreed. It's not that he likes Screech or trusts Screech so much. It's just an intuition for self-survival. Among the three dukes of the empire, only his father, who was a hopeless case, was the most out of place. Among the children of the three dukes, only he did not come to Screech. After returning, Navas reflected deeply on whether he should be a maverick like his father. The answer is no. So he agreed. How to say it? He is still young, but his strength is good. In theory, he does not need to learn and teach in the Magic Academy. He just needs to join the Magic Academy, find helpers and build forces. So what's the difference between going to Screech and other colleges? Screech has 2 Duke heirs, and there are fewer people, which is much better than him looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, this auditor status is not a waste. By delaying his admission for a year, he can work as a mercenary to increase his experience, which is not a loss. Of course, the most important point is that he wants to go to Screech to find someone and fulfill his previous promise. Of course, Navas dare not tell his fragile mother for this reason. His mother just wants to enjoy her life as a noble lady. But he himself must stay and get the quota, even if he may not need it. But he can't do without it. Navas thought about it, and persuaded his mother to take away the servants and items when she calmed down. The lady had no choice but to repeatedly instruct her, and then reluctantly drove the carriage away, in order to make himself look very hard-working. Navas didn't even prepare a space storage device, but just carried a small bag and stood abruptly in the open space, waiting for Screech to pick them up. At least it can leave a good impression. Right? He thought uncertainly, and less than 10 minutes later, he regretted his decision to be so conspicuous. Why are there so many carriages? Navia stood close, and could hear a little bit of sound. Not very familiar. Coming from Screech Academy. He curiously poked his head out, and saw a familiar idiot who made him want to wear a mask. I remember Brother Sia said something about auditors? That group of people should have arrived. It's so lively. Bori glanced at it casually and complained. Brother Sia should see this scene, and see how stingy he is. Novice? Bori jumped down in shock. He looked up and down at the smartly dressed boy and suddenly smiled maliciously. You were also packed up by your family and rolled over? Ha ha ha. Your family didn't even prepare a space ring for you? Bori laughed and leaned against Nathaniel. Nathan. Look. I finally met a guy who is more stingy than Screech. Novice's fists hardened. He clenched his fists with a fake smile. Bori. Are you looking for death? Bori suddenly fell silent, and even hid behind Nathaniel very honestly. He even poked his head out to provoke. This is a good citizen. Novice. If you want to fight, just fight. I will never stop you. Nathaniel, Novice, Nathaniel awkwardly bit the bullet and greeted this old friend of Bori. Hello. Novice also smiled brightly. Hello. I hope we can be classmates in the future. Nathaniel nodded. It's my honor. He dragged the restless Bori forward and asked in a low voice. Do you have a grudge? No. We are still brothers. I often met him when I went to the mercenary group before. Bori was very unhappy when he said this. He is a lunatic. A lunatic. Do you know? Once we went out hunting and encountered a 3rd-level monster. I was still very young at that time. We got separated from the team. I was so scared that I almost peed. Cough, cough, cough. Anyway. It was like that. He was so good. He rushed forward without caring about his life. My God. The monster almost cut his heart directly, leaving a very long scar. My father said that if they came a moment later, he would be dead. Bori said this with some heartache, but more of a sense of regret. I asked him why he didn't run, and he said I was a coward. Look, this person doesn't deserve my sympathy at all. Nathaniel opened his mouth, but didn't point out that Bori's increasingly angry look was very similar to Vera's angry look in the past. He silently changed the subject. Do you hate him? It's not a life and death friendship. Bori scratched his head, unable to tell what their relationship was, and finally waved his hand. His family is snobbish, and thinks that our Amos family is not up to par, so they don't let him play with me. We haven't been together for too long. But, Bori thought of the other party's desperate attitude to bite off a piece of meat, and sighed. I hope he can really stay. He is quite suitable for Screech. Hey. Speaking of this, Bori suddenly had an idea. I don't know who is more stubborn, Screech or him. Bori, who had already learned the words roll up and lie down, began to guess with interest. Nathaniel subconsciously looked back at Novice, who was standing lazily in the same place, thought for a while, and replied, don't guess. There are already many top students who roll up now. The far one is Chris Ophelia, and the nearby Lucius is also giving you a headache. If there is one more, we will suffer. Bori was silent. Obviously, he was scared by the recent Lucius. Bori walked forward like a bullied young wife, and halfway through, he suddenly added, not really. He has one good point. Nathaniel didn't react. What? Bori didn't know what was wrong with him, and said inexplicably, Chris doesn't want to take the blame for me. He always takes the blame for me. Nathaniel. Bori, it's only his family that's annoying. Otherwise, in a small team of 4, how could Chris and the others dislike me? Nathaniel, Okay. I know you were hurt too deeply by the young couple. Speechless, Nathaniel dragged Bori away quickly. But I don't know if most of the people who came were nobles, and many of them knew Bori, so their journey was quite difficult. Oh, it turns out to be little Bori from the Amos family. Where are you going? Bori has grown up so much in the blink of an eye. I heard that Screech is a capable person, and the Amos family is lucky to have met a good teacher. Bori is 15 this year. Right? I heard that he is still a junior swordsman. That won't do. My Phil is already a junior magician. Bori needs to work harder. What junior swordsman? His father is the captain of Amos. It's hard to say whether this junior swordsman is real or not. Meg, don't embarrass others. Bori listened to the sour words of the nobles, but didn't take them to heart. Instead, the kid on his shoulder couldn't stand it. Fight back. You don't fight back. Grandson, hurry up. Win the fight, or I deduct your points. Bori was speechless. He wanted to tell the kid that he had a bad reputation in the royal city, and fighting back would only make people laugh at him. But he was indeed a little impatient with all this. He was about to say something back with a smile, when the curtain of a gorgeous carriage was lifted not far away, and Ike looked at Bori with a little surprise. Bori! I didn't expect to see you here again. Bori was also a little surprised. Didn't you go back? Why are you here at Screech again? Ike's face twisted for a moment, but soon returned to his original cheerfulness. Because my mother said that Screech can help us become magicians quickly. So I came here. You know, my talent is not as good as Chris's. That's right. Bori was always rude to Ike, who was trying to undermine him. Well, let me do the math. There doesn't seem to be anyone around me with worse talent than you. I hope you can stay. Otherwise you won't have any chance. Ike clenched his fists, but he had to look calm on his face. Really? I thought we were about the same. But why don't I see Chris? He glanced at the people around Bori, all of whom he didn't know, dressed very simply, and were obviously civilians. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Ike's eyes. Bori, are you and Chris having a falling out? This is not good. Chris and I can talk a little. How about I help you to make peace? Why do you talk so strangely? Nathaniel dragged Bori behind him and said in a bad tone, Bori is not Chris's lover. Why do you see Chris everywhere? Bori, hey. Nathaniel, you seem to be more lively today. Nathaniel hated this kind of noble, who looked down on others the most. He thought that his aristocratic aversion had been cured in Screech, and he did not feel disgusted by so many nobles in Screech. And he behaved well when he met Bori's former friends. Now he realized that he had thought too much. Sure enough, most nobles were visibly annoying. He said to Bori unceremoniously, "You seem to be too polite today." Yes. Bori used to sew up the mouth of the foul-mouthed idiot directly. Novice walked over lazily, like a well-fed lion, and gently embraced Bori, his cat eyes full of surprise. "You are the one before. Because your martial arts talent is not as good as Bori's. So you say that Bori's magic talent is not as good as yours. Who is that person?" He patted Bori's shoulder in surprise. Looking puzzled, when will he admit that his talent is similar to yours? Does he mean his magic talent is similar? Ike. Novice. You are as humorous as ever. He said it almost with gritted teeth, looking at Bori with unconcealed jealousy and unwillingness. He was used to comparing with Bori. But in the end, only when he was Bori's friend could he see the colors that Bori had seen. None of the friends that Bori made cared about Bori's poor talent. Bori's good friends were all from prominent families, either children of the three dukes or talented geniuses. If Ike wanted to, he could only be barely remembered by these friends when Bori took him out to play. And he was still as Bori's friend. But I couldn't get angry, even though Novice was not an heir like Chris. No one could deny his excellence. Novice hid well, but Ike had a father who was the vice president. He knew that compared to the obvious favored child Chris, this silent one was really hiding deep. As long as Duke Edmund is not stupid, he will never support his illegitimate children, who are not presentable enough to cause trouble for the other party. Naturally, Ike will not provoke the other party. Novice blinked and accepted the compliment. "You see, I said I am good at talking. By the way, Chris and Vera finally couldn't stand you. A big kid. And threw you out?" Bori punched Novice in the stomach and said indignantly, "Novice, I give you a chance to change your words. You don't want to know how difficult your life will be after losing Bori." Novice's expression was slightly complicated for a moment. Why did he feel that his former friend had become a lot strange after just a few months of not seeing him? Nathaniel understood too well. But he was not particularly familiar with this Bori friend. Otherwise he would definitely pull him aside and complain. Yes, it was very strange. How could anyone like the things that Screech sent out that were so embarrassing that his hair fell all over the floor? Of course, no one could hear these shouts. The scene seemed a lot more awkward because of Novice's protection. Unconsciously, Bori gained confidence. He lazily folded his hands, looked at Ike's increasingly ugly face, and chuckled. "Okay, Ike. Have a good time at school. I'm going out with my teammates to gain experience." He suddenly remembered something and whispered to Novice, "Where's your carriage?" Novice was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, "I asked them to go back." "What's wrong?" Bori choked. "I just want to hire a car." It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Bori suddenly remembered that Screech said he would not give them the convenience of his noble status. But that didn't mean he couldn't ask for help from his good brother. He didn't ask for it for nothing. He still gave it. At most, he just bargained for the price. It was really hard to get to the destination. They only had so few silver coins. They still had to save a little. How could he know that this guy with a strange mind would just ask his family to go back like this? How could he take advantage of this? No. You can't say that. If you say that, Screech will beat him. Bori was listless. It seemed that he had to walk a distance. Novice thought about it briefly and understood what Bori meant. It seems that Screech's training outside is quite strict. He was very amused, but still satisfied his only good friend. "Wait. I will hire one for you. How much can you offer?" Bori's eyes lit up, and he quietly showed a number to Novice. Novice left, and Bori couldn't help showing off to his companions. "Okay. Now we don't have to worry about going to the mercenary guild." Amelia didn't care about these. Just asked, "How many silver coins?" Bori looked around to make sure that Screech hadn't come down yet. So he went up and said, "At most 10 silver coins. The nearest mercenary guild is in Cece City. There is no mercenary guild in the town. If you take a car, it will probably take a day to walk this distance. 10 silver coins for 5 people is really cheap." Amelia nodded and had to admit that Bori was still useful. She glanced at Ike, lowered her head, and took out her palm-sized small staff, approached Osido, and whispered something. Osido, who was not good at speaking, was stunned. He looked at Bori and nodded slightly. Soon, a figure that was easy to ignore disappeared in the team, and no one realized where the other person went. Novice acted quickly and served as an intermediary for Bori in almost minutes. Bori thanked Novice with a smile and turned to greet his teammates to get in the car. Ike frowned. He couldn't stand Bori's attitude of not trying hard in everything, but always getting what he wanted. He still raised his voice. Bori, when you come back, we will be classmates. My mother said that Screech likes students like me very much. By then, we will be competitors. Bori paused, turned around and glanced at Ike coldly, and suddenly smiled crookedly. Really? Then I really wish you success. Oh my god. There are people who want to get Screech's attention these days. But speaking of it, don't they know that Screech went out with them to gain experience? Bori patted Novice's shoulder without feeling irritated. Novice, believe me, little lunatics like you are the favorite of Screech Magic Academy. Novice curled his lips. I know. I will help you squeeze Ike. Borui pretended that he didn't understand anything, followed him into the carriage in a mysterious manner, and immediately changed his face. Hurry. Hurry. It seems that Screech has come down the mountain. Let's go! Amelia hadn't come back to her senses yet. Asato hurriedly grabbed the seat and started driving, pulling the carriage away in a hurry without looking back. It was not until Screech became a tiny black dot in their eyes that the team slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Borui even collapsed on the carriage. Thank God. He finally came out? If I had known, I wouldn't have come down so early. The other teams were still packing up, but that team was the first to slip out. Bori smacked his lips, feeling that he was unlucky today. Amelia showed her curiosity about Bori for the first time. Are you afraid of these people? How is that possible? Bori danced exaggeratedly. Who am I? I am Bori Aotian Yamos. Would I be afraid of a group of nobles who only know how to make connections? Chloe said concisely. You are afraid. He was not even willing to get involved. If Amelia hadn't said, Chloe muttered something under his breath, turned his head, and looked out the window, not getting involved in this conversation. Nathaniel nodded. If Novice hadn't stood up, I think you wouldn't want to fight back. Bori argued. I didn't want to argue with him. Nathaniel was silent. Asato looked at Bori, then at Amelia with sharp eyes, and finally didn't say anything. He thought that no matter what, this was Bori's own business. Since Bori didn't want to say it, it would be better not to ask. Amelia didn't think so. She asked directly, because of inferiority complex? You must be unhappy to face them. Bori looked at Amelia in surprise. Why do you think so? I won't. His forced smile seemed a little stiff. Amelia shook her head. But you are very capable. Why do you care about the thoughts of a group of people who are not as good as you? Bori fell silent. Inferiority complex? Unhappy? Maybe a little. Bori has been called the happy fruit by people around him since he was a child. And he is also the object of everyone's ridicule. It seems that no matter what is said, Bori will not get angry. In addition, there are always some powerful friends around Bori, which gives those people a place to attack. Bori, that bad boy, has no ambition all day long, and only knows how to lead their XXX astray. Bori has no magic talent at all. Why is XXX willing to play with him? Bori's swordsman talent must be cheated by his father. You see, he can't beat XXX. Bori. Over time, Bori became the control group of the royal city. As long as a child is naughty, disobedient, or has poor talent, the parents will say, it's a good thing that my child is not like Bori's child. I don't know how much headache the Amos family will have. When Bori heard these words when he was very young, he didn't understand what they meant. Why was he so well behaved, obedient, sensible, cheerful, and good at making friends in front of his parents? But why was he the wild child who could not compete with everyone behind their backs, and did evil things because of his family background? He really had poor talent. Chris only needed to easily become a junior magician, and Vera could become a magic apprentice after learning casually. Only he had to work very hard to become a junior swordsman at the age of 13. He took the qualification exam himself, but because his father was one of the judges, his qualification became worthless. He went to his family's mercenary group to train, but was rejected because he was delicate, from the leader's family, and fragile. Everyone was polite on the surface, but actually disliked him. He was very sensitive and could see the difference, so he pretended not to care. What's the problem? As long as he has enough friends, he will never be left behind, and he will always have friends waiting for him. When Vera pestered Chris and told him to get out, Bori would bow and leave with a playful smile, then turn around and cry in his pillow with red eyes. He would also scold Ike in public when he knew that Ike didn't really want to be friends with him and actually thought he was unworthy, then turn around and reflect on himself like a coward. wondering if he had done something wrong. He would also wonder if it was because of his noble status that he was abandoned when he found out that Asuto and Nathaniel got to know each other because of him. But they played better with each other. He is always busy making friends. But his friends may not be the best ones in his heart for various reasons. His father told him that as long as he treats others sincerely, others will make friends with him. In fact, this is true. He is not aggressive and smiles at everyone. He is a person that everyone feels at ease to make friends with. He implements his father's words very well and lives happily. But sometimes he will feel lonely. Just like in Screech, Bo-rui is laughing on the surface. The whole class is his friend. The whole class likes him very much. But privately, no one knows that Bo-rui is lonely, longs for a special friend, and is clingy. This is why he likes the quotes that Screech gave him. He feels that he is very similar to Long Outyan, either having many friends but not getting much sincerity, always feeling lonely, or having no friends, and relying on himself all the way. But there are also some differences. Bo-rui accepts calmly that his friends will always have better friends, as long as he is happy every day, as long as they also sincerely regard themselves as friends. He would joke that Natha and Asuto are better, and he can also feel that Chloe and Emilia are closer. He is very sharp and sensitive, but he tells himself that friends are like this. He only occasionally envied envious of Chris for having Vera sticking to him, envious of Vera being able to openly act like a spoiled child with Chris. He only envied a little bit, just a little bit, occasionally, and all the time he had been in Screech. He only recalled the days when he and Novice went out together in the jungle 3 times. Isn't this normal? Who wouldn't envy? Of course he wouldn't say these things. Wouldn't it make him look childish? He, Bori, was not a child who couldn't live without his mother or friends. He had grown up. Bori was silent for a long time. When Natha couldn't help but try to smooth things over, he spoke nonchalantly. Nobles always have some twists and turns in their dealings. Speaking of which, I don't know if that idiot Ike will be made to cry by Teacher Fanny and the others. He took the initiative to change the subject. Emilia didn't pursue the matter this time. She wasn't a very enthusiastic person. So she casually added, of course, I hope I won't see him when I go back. By the way, Chloe, have you decided on your location? Chloe nodded, yeah. Emilia shrugged, okay. Bori, I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it. But since you don't like Ike, I made him some little things. You shouldn't mind, right? Bori asked in confusion, what little things? Asuto coughed lightly, just the bad luck magic you've been thinking about. Bori, shock. He jumped up suddenly, and was hit on the head by the top cover of the carriage. He rubbed his head in pain and sat down again, his eyes shining. Emilia. My dear Emilia. You can actually do bad luck magic? Isn't this something that only an intermediate magician can use? Emilia explained simply, it's a trick, mainly relying on the magic of the dead, plus the mental power provided by Asuto, and the directional transmission helped by Chloe. Those who are talking don't even think about escaping. After a pause, Emilia added, Ike is double. Even if you say he is your friend now, it's too late. How could Bori be so ignorant? This is the love given to him by the cold-blooded Emilia. He was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Woo! Emilia. My God. You are my Bori's savior. Emilia sneered and snorted. No better than your good friend, who knows what you want at a glance. Bori was embarrassed and silent. Hey. He is so smart. It's easy to guess. But it must be said that Emilia's attitude still made Bori feel relaxed, and he regained his usual smile. Asuto and Nathaniel breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Bori should just smile. They joined the discussion enthusiastically until a little kid suddenly broke the harmony. Bori. You need help to scold people. Deduct 5 points. Bori. Emilia. Asuto. Nathaniel. Chloe. You are about to use counterfeit money. Deduct 5 points. To cultivate people, you must first cultivate your mind. And to cultivate your mind, you must cultivate your morality. Please find the counterfeit money. If you really use counterfeit money, you will fail this exam. 5-person team. Good fellow. They shouted good fellow. So the pit of silver coins is here? No. Why should they deduct points before they have even spent the money? Scritch. You are so vicious. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement task. Bo-rui's heart. Current progress. 0 out of 100. Please try to enlighten the students. Siashichan, who was about to go down the mountain to welcome the auditors, questioned Borui's heart? He has heard that the more heartless someone looks, the more likely they are to have a heart. But what could Borui's heart be? No. It should be said that something happened that caused the achievement task Borui's heart to be triggered suddenly. Siashichan was puzzled, and regretted that he had focused on Vera when arranging the dishes, and forgot to pay more attention to the dishes of other little guys. I hope I can figure out the reason in the next 2 months, Siashichan thought, and walked down the mountain slowly with resignation. I have to hurry up and deal with the things on the academy side before I can deal with the things on the other side. It's time to get busy again. Chapter 63. Down the mountain. After the little episode just now, many nobles were talking in low voices, and they didn't care so much about Siashichan's late arrival. As the Bori group left, students gradually went down the mountain in groups. But unlike the Bori group, when they went down the mountain, these nobles were very quiet, and no one even dared to speak. One reason was that the leaders of the children in the remaining 3 groups were mostly rich or noble, and they were not comparable, although they wanted to approach them to flirt with them. When these young noble boys looked at them with their arrogant eyes, they kept silent at the same time. The reason why they dared to say that about Bori was not only because Bori himself was not up to the task, but also because Amos was only the leader of a small mercenary group. Their noble families all had magicians, so why should they be afraid of a mercenary group leader causing them trouble? Besides, Amos was out doing business, and although he was not something most of them could compare to, they did not do anything, just said a few words to Bori. Amos would not be petty, right? But the students of Screech, who came one after another, were different. The Duke's beloved son and daughter, the first heir to the Ace Empire, the holy son of the Church of Light. Oh, yes, I have to add that Lucius's identity is not known to everyone, but most nobles have their own channels. They looked at these nobles who might not even meet once in normal times, and now suddenly appeared in Screech, and they couldn't help but start to be secretly shocked. Is Screech really profitable? Otherwise, why did each of these nobles stay so obediently? After thinking a lot, Novice glanced at all the nobles present and put away his faint smile. It seems that if he wants to stay in Screech, he has to be more serious. The students who came down were not too shocked by the dense crowd, but a little unhappy, with a little gloating. Ha! Arabelle, were we so stupid when we came to school? Vera recalled her past self, and her cheeks flushed. Chris glanced at Vera and corrected him succinctly. We don't have that many people to see you off. It was he who brought Vera here at the time. Chris remembered clearly that in order to keep a low profile, they had nothing but a carriage. Vera shrugged. That's stupid too. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Are these the auditors that Screech recruited? Vera frowned and looked at the younger children in the field. Puzzled. Why does it feel like no one can stay? Who knows what Screech is thinking? Arabelle said casually. We know in 2 months. Let's go. Time is short. Don't fail the training. Vera choked. Their choice was similar to Bori's, thinking that Screech didn't say that they couldn't hire a carriage with very little coins. Vera just found a noble family that she was close to and hired a carriage. She was more domineering and forced the sale. She directly bought the carriage for 10 silver coins. She didn't want to have others follow her on the road of training. It would be uncomfortable at all. Vera threw 10 silver coins generously. Okay. Give me the car. You? Hee. You are about to use counterfeit money. 5 points will be deducted. Little guy. Hurry up and find the counterfeit money inside. Otherwise you will fail. The baby said a lot of words about self-cultivation, but Vera didn't hear a word clearly, and heard that 5 points would be deducted for counterfeit money. Counterfeit money? How could it be possible? How could Vera use? Chris. Vera sniffed and sobbed aggrievedly. Scritch. That bastard. Actually gave us counterfeit money. Chris, Unexpected, but reasonable. He stepped forward with a headache and started to solve the problem and asked, Don't worry. I heard it too. Find the fake one first. Don't waste time. A group of them gathered around, and in order not to be deducted points, they had to argue with the nobleman about which coin was the fake one. The other side kept saying in panic that it was unnecessary, and this side would cause me to lose points. So I had to find it out, which made it very lively. Sorry for waiting for you all. Welcome to Screech School of Magic. I am the current principal of the school. Anch and Screech. While the little guys were busy, Shichen finally walked slowly to the foot of the mountain. Thank you for choosing Skricky. Now, except for the students who are about to enter, the rest of the irrelevant people can leave, he said, with a slight smile. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, Villa. Cheating in front of the teacher is not good. Right? Vera was stiff, turned his head pitifully, and was about to cry. Teacher, the gift pack you gave us is fake. Shichen said calmly. This is a test. If you can't pass it, the teacher will be very sad. Sad ass? Villa almost yelled. But Shichen didn't give her a chance, and directly moved his eyes to the groups next to him. Lucius. Ophelia? Want to hire a carriage too? He emphasized the word hire very much. And the two groups of little guys who wanted to secretly reduce their presence stood up silently and left the carriage that was about to be negotiated as if nothing had happened. Ophelia rolled up her hair very naturally. Valentina has never seen a carriage. I will take her to see the world. Let's go. We should get on the road, Ophelia said, calling everyone to turn around and walk. Lucius closed his eyes, but finally took out his palm-sized wooden stick with a sullen face and cast a light spell on Anna. He felt sorry for his sister. The journey is a bit long. Can you walk? If not, I will carry you. Anna blushed and shook her head, and hurriedly dragged her brother to walk forward without caring about his life. It's so embarrassing. The nobles who stayed behind were stunned. They originally wanted to talk to Screech. After all, they were people that ordinary people in the royal city couldn't even meet. Now that they have condescended to come here, Screech should not only invite them to have a cup of tea, but also respect them. Right? Who would have thought that Screech would give them a head start as soon as he arrived? Moreover, he was not talking to them, but was only scolding the students who wanted to cheat. But it was precisely because of this that no one present dared to move. Screech could make these proud little guys obey him, which showed that he was very powerful and could not be underestimated. They had to be cautious. On a more superficial level, several noble children did not say anything to refute, and left when they had to. Are they more noble? Do you still want to argue with Screech? Everyone looked at each other, unwilling to leave like this, but afraid not to leave. Caught in a dilemma, Shichen still gave them a way out. I also want to entertain you. Parents must have some concerns about Screech, and they are also deeply worried about their children. But our Screech is currently short of funds. I am afraid there are not so many places and afternoon tea to entertain you. Please forgive me, Shichen said, and then said, but please believe that our Screech is a very fair and just academy. Editor-in-Chief Stern has agreed that in the future, the children's learning process will be published in the entertainment newspaper every day, transparent and open, and there will be no secret manipulation. What? Published every day? Many people turned pale with fear. Most of them were nobles, who didn't believe in evil, and wanted their children to take advantage of the situation. They couldn't help sweating when they saw the useless children from their families, who were selected. But it was too late to go back now. They could only quickly remind their children not to embarrass their family, no matter what. Shichen stood quietly in a slightly higher place, waiting for these parents to leave one by one, until he was sure that there were only 30 selected auditors left in the venue. Then he smiled gently, and led them up. Come up with me. He didn't show special treatment to anyone, even though many of them were well known in the royal city, and even though some of them had seen him in the office and received his praise. 30 students were not as good at reading people's expressions as his Miao Miao. Soon a student asked him impatiently, why don't you have flying skills? Do you know how much time it will take me to go all the way here? Damn it. Why did he have to come to a college with a Muggle principal? The young man cursed and cursed, and his clothes were very exquisite. His eyes were full of disdain and arrogance. Yes, others were frightened by the nobles who left and might not dare to speak. But he was not an ordinary person. He was not afraid. Ike blinked, stepped forward, and whispered, glad? This is Screech, not the Magic Association. Let's be patient for a while. The conditions here are really not good. As he said, he looked at Screech with worry, and said naively, but there seemed to be a teleportation array when I came last time. I don't know why it suddenly disappeared now. After he finished speaking, Glad's face became even uglier. Is this how you treat students at Skricky? Shichen turned around and looked at the tall and strong boy. His expression indifferent, but you are still auditors, aren't you? He spread his hands and said helplessly, besides, this is also part of the assessment. If you can't accept it, I can refund your registration fee at any time, and won't delay your return to the Magic Association. How about it? He seemed to be very moved by this matter. He lowered his head, and took out a small notebook from his ring, pretending to record something. Glad. Found it. A good seedling sent by the Magic Association? It seems that we can go back early. I didn't say I wouldn't go up. Glad's face was ugly, looking at Xieshichan as if he wanted to eat him. Damn it. The teachers in this academy are not professional at all. I don't know what my father likes. He continued to walk forward while cursing, blatantly saying bad things about Xieshichan along the way. But he didn't dare to say that he was leaving. His father personally told him that they must stay. And then when Screech gave them the admission quota, they should throw the quota back and slap Screech in the face. Of course, at this time, the photostone on Glad's chest was also recording diligently. He wanted to expose all the dark secrets and injustices of Screech, so that everyone could see that this legendary Screech, who could save Muggles, was just a gimmick. Glad had already imagined how exciting that scene would be. His father would definitely reward him with great pleasure. Xieshichan slowly put away the small notebook, and Glad's insults went in one ear and out the other. He would not treat the little guy on a day trip with the same opinion. He turned around and continued to lead the way. He suddenly laughed. His smile was very gentle and beautiful, as if it did not affect his mood. Novice looked at Xieshichan's back, thinking. 30 students worked hard and finally climbed to the small auditorium on the top of the mountain. Xieshichan asked them to enter the small auditorium one by one. He did not say too much and went straight to the point. Welcome everyone to Screech to experience Screech's learning courses and start a magical journey here. Some of you may be about to leave, and some may be able to accompany the old students to return. No one knows the result. This is also a wonderful thing, isn't it? Xieshichan said this and took out a stack of papers. This is a simple map of Screech. You need to remember the places marked on it. They are all places you may visit in the future. Of course, since you are not students of Screech yet, the principal is here, so I won't give you anything more, so as not to get attached and be reluctant to leave. Xieshichan finished with a smile. And when he noticed that some students ignored him, he directly stated the elimination rules: no lateness, no failure to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher, and if you violate it 3 times, the registration fee will be refunded and you will be persuaded to withdraw. There will be an assessment every 2 weeks, and if you fail the assessment, you will still be persuaded to withdraw. If you can successfully stay in the college for 3 months, you will receive a pre-admission token issued by the college, and you can join the Screech family next year. Next year? Next year? A noble girl heard this in a bad tone. I turned down the invitation letter from Harrier School of Magic and came here to study. But I have to wait until next year. Then what's the point of me being an otter here? Xieshichan smiled. Then are you planning to leave now? Young lady? I can refund all your tuition fees. The noble girl choked. Damn it. If they could leave, would they still stay? Xieshichan glanced around and made sure that everyone had no problem, and curled his eyes. Then this meeting ends here, and I look forward to the opportunity to meet you all in the future. The meeting is adjourned. You can go find your own dormitories and get familiar with the college environment. After the voice fell, the auditors could not wait to rush out of the small auditorium, complaining loudly as they walked. Really? I don't know what they are thinking, letting me come to this old and shabby college. If I went to Harrell, the entry-level teachers there are all senior magicians. Oh, surely. You are out of touch with the news. I heard that the first-year lecturer at Harrell has changed, and the senior magician can only be an assistant teacher. Really? That's much better than Screech. I don't know what's so good about Screech. Hey, it's better to be expelled early, and there is still a chance to go to other magic schools. It's just that other schools start too late. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao listened to these remarks and poked Xieshichan's sore spot with ill intentions. Host, it seems that you are going to lose this time? Xieshichan lowered his head to pack his things and said slowly, Then I can only blame you. Why didn't I see any of the villains I promised to see? Xiao Xiao choked and snorted. You deserve it. It's obviously you. Hello, Principal Screech. A lively and cheerful boy's voice sounded in Xieshichan's ears. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Novice Edmund, a new auditor. He habitually raised his ending tone, sounding very sunny and very comfortable. Xieshichan looked up curiously and saw the appearance of the boy who came to find him. He was a boy with a very pleasing appearance. He looked like a high school student in their area. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned frame and perfect leg proportions. It can be seen that he has a lot of explosive power. It was totally different from Xie Shichen's standard little magicians. Novice had a pair of mandarin duck eyes, one blue and one gray. For some reason, the gray eyes looked a little deep and bottomless, as if he looked at them a few more times, he would be sucked into this not-so-dark vortex. While Xie Shichen was observing the little guy, Novice was also observing Xie Shichen, the principal who could make so many extraordinary students obey. Yes, although Novice didn't know the origins of Bori's other classmates, his years of wandering life allowed him to see at a glance that the origins of these classmates were definitely extraordinary. At least most of them were extraordinary. And being able to make these extraordinary students obedient. Screech is definitely the best among the extraordinary. But even if you have carefully observed any of Screech's expressions, it is still difficult to see his emotions and personality. He seems to be smiling all the time, and has never shown his emotional bullying, as if he can do everything with ease. Novice was still thinking about continuing the analysis. But Xie Shichen looked clear and asked him with a little surprise, "Student Novice? Is there something you don't understand that needs the principal to explain?" "Principal. Teacher." Navius keenly noticed the difference between the two self-proclaimed. He smiled shyly, blinked his long eyelashes, and said embarrassedly, "No. You explained it very clearly. I just want to know more." Xie Shichen nodded, waiting leisurely for Novice to ask his own questions. Navius lowered his eyes and thought for a while, and decided to tell the truth. "Teacher, if I want to join Screech this year, what should I do?" Xie Shichen was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses. "Kid, why do you think so? This year, Screechy has been taking classes for 3 months. If you follow them, you won't be able to keep up with the course." Navius shook his head and insisted, "How do you know if you don't try?" Xie Shichen's smile deepened, and instead of saying yes or no, he asked, "Can I ask the reason?" He deliberately said, "Are you worried that the second-year students will not be taken seriously? Or are you worried that we will give auditors special treatment?" "No. Children, with the experience of the first year, we will train the students of the second year more reasonably. Moreover, I, the principal, am very tolerant, and will not treat you specially because of your prejudice against Screech." He joked, "After all, you are all Screech's students, aren't you?" Navius understood. But Novice was still very persistent. He pursed his lips and played the emotional card with some guilt. "I promised my best friend that I would accompany him to a magic school, and then study and practice together until he becomes the best person in the world." After a pause, Novice's expression softened. "He is very smart. I once gave up the opportunity to go to magic school with him for my own sake. Now I want to try again." He raised his head and looked at Xie Shichen with a firm gaze. "Teacher, don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, I am willing to give it a try. Everything depends on human efforts." "Right?" Xie Shichen looked at Novice quietly. He thought for a moment and considered a name. "Bori?" After the voice fell, a trace of surprise flashed in Novice's eyes. Could it be that Bo-Ray mentioned him to Screech? He was not sure, but he did not want to make a conclusion about this matter. After all, he had given up the opportunity to go to school with Bo-Ray for a commission. If he used Bo-Ray again, he would really feel sorry for this friendship. But Xie Shichen did not need his response. He just felt fortunate. Good guy. Bo-Ray's concerns just came out, and now he found someone related to Bo-Ray. So of course, he had to find a way to keep him. But Screech's fairness cannot be compromised. He pretended to be embarrassed and pondered for a moment. "Do you really want to stay this year?" Novice nodded. "I won't hide it from you. Teacher, I don't understand Screech much, but I hope to have this opportunity to understand Screech better." Xie Shichen hesitated for a long time, and finally took out a piece of paper from his ring, and then densely wrote on it one book after another. "I understand the child. The friendship in youth is always so unforgettable," Xie Shichen said, putting the long and stinky name in Novice's hand. "I can give you a chance, but you have to think it over. This is a list of all the courses my students have studied. They will come back in 2 months to conduct a systematic assessment of the previous courses. If you want, I can provide you with class photos of relevant courses, and explain to the teachers the different training for you. But you have to think it over." Xie Shichen emphasized, "Once you choose this path, if you can't achieve my goal in 2 months, you can only leave. There is no pre-admission quota, and I will not give you a chance for next year's enrollment." His tone was gentle, But his words were cold. Xie Shichen placed this course, the course they were about to start, and the completion requirements in Novice's hands. He didn't say much, but Novice could feel the weight of the two papers. Should he burn his boats or take that retreat? Xie Shichen didn't leave, but took 2 steps back and waited for a result. He teased Xiao Xiao. You really live up to the name I gave you. You recruited a little treasure for me. And it seems that he is a big villain, Xie Shichen said, and speculated irresponsibly. Could my little Borui be the cannon fodder that forced the villain to turn evil? Xiao Xiao immediately retorted unconvincedly. How is it possible? He is also a little villain. Oh! Xie Shichen touched his chin. Then this person is the big villain who was forced to turn evil. This protagonist is so hateful that he even killed my little Borui. He should strangle the protagonist in the cradle now. How could Xiao Xiao allow irrelevant people to mock their son of luck? He immediately argued, nonsense. The protagonist hasn't been born yet. And besides, he didn't do it on purpose. Xie Shichen really didn't have the heart to trick Xiao Xiao this time. He sighed softly. Okay. I won't talk about your protagonist anymore. Your underwear is about to be gone. Xiao Xie touched his empty chest and felt that he was indeed a good person. Xiao Xiao, who was tricked out of the plot again, was already a Buddha. It nestled in the host's sea of consciousness without saying a word, humming and groaning, but forgave Xie Shichen. Don't bother with this host who almost sold himself. Novice didn't know that he had become Xie Shichen's treasure for victory, even though he hadn't made a choice yet. In fact, there was no need for him to be entangled. The principal and the teacher. Anyone with a discerning eye knew which one to choose. Besides, if he came to Skriki and became Bori's junior, he would not be happy. It would be better for him to be Bori's thigh when Bori went out for training. The reason why Novice didn't speak for so long was just because he was looking at the 2 pieces of paper given by Xie Shichen. It can be seen with the naked eye that one is hellish difficulty, and the other is easy difficulty. The easy difficulty is the assessment requirement for auditors. Basically, they only need to learn the contents of 2 books. One is the basics of mental mechanics, and the other is the basics of magic, as well as a tailor-made physical training course. The requirement for staying in this version is to pass the 2 courses and successfully stay in the physical training course that is assessed every 2 weeks. It's very simple, and there is almost no threshold for novice. But the other one is different. The foundation of mental power. The foundation of magic. Magic circles. Alchemy. There are at least 10 books, not including the exercise books provided by Xie Shichen. The assessment of these theoretical courses is not only divided into practice plus theory, but also requires a minimum score of at least 80 points. In addition, the requirements for physical courses are more stringent, such as being able to combine magic and martial arts, being proficient in using at least 5 basic martial arts, etc. It is very complicated, and it is not easy with only 2 months. Novice looked at Xie Shichen curiously. Can I ask you something? Have they learned all these things? Not really, Xie Shichen said calmly. There are still 2 months before the exam, so of course they have to learn some on the way. Oh, his dear Bori must have lived a miserable life in the past 2 months. Novice thought with sympathy, but continued to ask questions. Anyway, Screech seemed to be easy to talk to now, so he might as well ask more questions. Do they also require 80 points? Xie Shichen explained calmly. 90. Seeing that the little guy seemed a little dissatisfied with his low requirements, he added, graduation requirements. As my students, they can make up the exam. Oh! Novice understood. He held the densely packed schedule in his palm, returned the simple one to Xie Shichen, and then asked, how should I proceed? Study by myself? Or will the college have different arrangements? Although Novice was very confident in himself, he had to admit that it would be difficult to stay if he relied on himself alone. His answer made Xie Shichen smile. Don't worry. You have made your choice, and the teachers in the college will provide help, as long as you are not afraid of hardship. His meaningful words. At that time, Novice did not know how heavy it was, and happily signed a military order, saying that he would definitely stay with his own efforts. But Fanny knew how difficult it was. The auditors did not have the body-refining liquid provided by the college, and even the healing potion had to be purchased by themselves. It can be predicted that in the future, Novice would have to spend a lot of money, energy, and sweat to have a chance to stay. So, when Fanny knew about Xie Shichen's decision, she was very confused. Why? Screech, do you really not want to win? She had a headache just looking at the schedule. I admit that I didn't pay much attention when I started betting with you. But this child, if I may be frank, is probably the only one who can be sure to stay. If you do this, can he really stay? Shichen was indifferent. That's his business. I just gave him a choice. Fanny didn't believe it. She looked at Shichen suspiciously. Is it really just that? Shichen looked back innocently. Is there anything else? Fanny was speechless. That's why she asked, because she didn't know. Eugene was very calm. I just said that I won't let her go. Of course I believe you. I believe Shuzi won't let her go either. Shichen suddenly said with a playful tone. Fanny, don't worry. Maybe he can really do it? Fanny glared at Shichen. How can he do it? The little guys took 5 months to learn. But he did it in 2 months? Don't you think you're being too ridiculous? Shichen felt that he had to make it clear to Fanny. It's less than 5 months. They still need to go on a tour to learn. So it's 4 months at most. Okay. 4 months. What others took 4 months to learn? He did in 2 months. Do you think this is possible? Fanny was happy to change her words. She knew it made no difference. And these 4 months were not just ordinary 4 months. This was no longer a question of confidence or not. Only Shuzi touched his wrist and did not get involved. He did not join the conversation until Fanny spread the war to him. If he can keep up, should I give him the medicine? Shuzi was quite pragmatic and asked directly about his business. It's not that he likes Novice that much, but he just thought that looking at Shichen's calm look, it seems that this Novice has a high possibility of staying. If he waits until he is sure to stay before refining his body, then his workload will be even greater in the future. Shuzi has to make sure whether he can reduce the workload in advance. Shichen touched his magic thermos cup and thought for a while. Let Fanny and the students tell each other that there are held difficulty and easy difficulty. Don't be partial to one over the other. If the students are willing to spend money, it's not impossible to provide them with it. He blew the hot water in his thermos cup, took a sip, felt warm, and even relaxed his expression. Don't make the price too cheap. You are not my student now, so there is no discount. Shuzi understood and directly reached out to ask Shichen for the file. Auditors don't have files with Shichen. He only has files of his own students. But Novice is different. To be precise, Shichen has obtained Novice's authorization. This has to do with their simple conversation before leaving. Shichen always felt that Novice's gray eyes were very concerning. So he asked directly, but not about the gray eyes, but about what Novice's magic talent was. Novice blinked slowly. It seems that my unreliable father didn't say that my magic talent is healing. Shichen was noncommittal. Healing? It's rare to see someone with pure healing magic. And Novice looked dangerous when he got close, which didn't seem like a healing magic. The ruthless Novice said he would demonstrate it. He used the dagger to cut a small wound on his arm, then threw the dagger away. A burst of milky white light appeared on his right hand, and soon, the small wound healed directly. Shichen stared at his arm for a long time, slowly stretched out his index finger, and gently touched a drop of blood on Novice's dagger, as if to confirm. Your healing magic can be cast instantly? Novice's body stiffened slightly, but soon he said indifferently, it's a very small magic, the kind that magic apprentices can use. Plus I have a good talent, so it looks like it's cast instantly. If the wound is bigger, it won't work. Shichen didn't say whether he believed it or not. He suddenly asked a very strange question. Do you mind if I create your student file in advance? Of course not. Novice happily agreed. Doesn't this mean that Shichen thinks he is qualified to enter the school? So, Shichen took the temporary student file. As long as he completed the admission procedures, he could see more student information. Now, he could only see the general physical talent information and the core character's favorability query. Nothing else. He recalled the scene and sent the file to Shuzi, smiling and saying, maybe you can be more strict. His magic talent is quite interesting. Oh! Fanny folded her hands in disbelief. Snorted coldly. What magic talent have I not seen or taught? Have all your students gathered all the magic they need? Shichen crossed his legs calmly, curved his eyebrows, and smiled mysteriously. Time. Fanny, wow. This is something she has never taught before. Fanny was slightly excited about the subsequent teaching activities. Even Eugene, who was always calm, showed a surprised look. Time? Which direction? Past? Xie Shichen thought of this guy who seemed to have hidden a lot of little secrets, and was happy to reveal it to him. I'm not sure, but there must be recovery. He pretended to be a healing system by reversing time. His tone was very relaxed. But all the teachers at Screech knew that Xie Shichen wanted to trick the children. Oh! Apart from anything else. They also wanted to trick the children. Compared with those children, who would cry out in pain and persuade them to quit at any time. This kind of tenacious children would let them play happily. Several teachers looked at each other. And without saying anything, they changed the topic very tacitly. Are you leaving Screech? Xie Shichen shrugged helplessly. Yes. I should go to supervise another group of little guys, who are easy to cause trouble. I wish you a happy life. He didn't lose anything by causing trouble for 20 little guys. Chapter 64. Xie Shichen's departure was not so cool. In order to treat everyone equally, and to make this auditor incident pass perfectly, he still held a few more meetings with the teachers before leaving hurriedly under Fanny's contempt. Of course, the great principal did not need to beg for a carriage like the little guys, and finally had to walk on the road. He could buy a teleportation scroll at a low price. Xiao Xiao, who had been following, began to rub his small parts. Which student do you want to teleport to? I can help locate it. Xie Shichen shook his head. No need. Ah? Xiao Xiao didn't understand. Why didn't you need it again? Weren't you very anxious? Xie Shichen calmly took out a disc, which was a good thing related to the doll that taught you to talk. There were 20 slots on it, and you only needed to roll the beads onto the corresponding disc to connect to the doll's eyes, and directly see the situation of the little guys. However, this thing had a disadvantage. That is, when Xie Shichen borrowed the perspective of this doll, the doll could not speak, and Xie Shichen had to disguise the doll. If the person is always chatting with the doll, it is easy to notice that someone has changed behind the doll. Haha. Xie Shichen believes that no one will keep talking to such a noisy doll that can never win an argument. He connected to any doll from the 4 groups without hesitation, wanting to see the situation. Soon, the disc was divided into 4 parts, and the scenery that could be seen from the doll's perspective appeared on the 4 plates. He connected to Asato's group in the Boria group, although Xie Shichen was very confident that no one would keep talking to the doll. What if? So he chose the most silent one. Asato hardly talked to the doll, but from Asato's side, he could hear Bori talking non-stop. Haha. Luckily we ran fast. We paused for a while in the middle, but still didn't see anyone. What does it mean? It means that they didn't hire a carriage. Bori said smugly how lucky they were. Amelia rolled her eyes. Okay. I get it. Did you find the silver coins? Bori choked. And after a while, he lowered his head in embarrassment, pulling his hair frantically. Help. These silver coins all look the same. How could there be fakes? Is Screech playing psychological warfare? Amelia thought about it, and felt that it was hard to say. But they couldn't just believe it. Otherwise they would not want the share. The best thing to do is not to use it. It's just 50 silver coins. The best thing to do is not to use it. In the second shot, Lucius uttered the solution in an elegant voice. He crossed his legs, holding a wine glass. Leaning against the wall of the carriage he found from nowhere, lowered his head and gently sipped the water, raised his eyes, and made a simple strategic plan. Doesn't he just want to see us break through the defense? On this journey, no matter what happens, if you care about it, you will lose. Lucius hated being manipulated the most, especially by Xie Shichen, who specifically bit people's pain points. He just didn't like Xie Shichen. He gritted his teeth. His expression was almost unmanageable. We don't use silver coins. We can directly sell the healing potion in our hands to earn travel expenses. Or barter. This is not a violation. Smart move. Xie Shichen just gave his affirmation. And Darren, who seemed to not understand, asked one more question. Then, what should we do with the silver coins in our hands? Lucius was ruthless. Throw it away. No, baby. If the lost silver coins are picked up by others and cause a crisis, it will be counted on you. Lucius, let's be good people and listen to me. Pick out the fake ones from the silver coins. Okay, baby? Lucius, He crushed the glass in his hand, his expression so cold that it was difficult to see his emotions. Hee. Don't rush to break the defense, Wawa said maliciously and sarcastically. You waste money and property when it is not necessary, and vent your anger by the most basic means. Deduct 1 point. You break the defense because you can't accept the fact. The most basic breaking of the defense. Deduct 3 points? Lucius, eh? He took a deep breath. And still suggested with a grim face, let's go back and beat up Screech together. How about it? Anna covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Her golden eyes filled with gentle smiles. Lucius accidentally glanced at it. His heart softened. And he still muttered and changed his target. Forget it. Take a harder mission and beat the enemy. Anna is so happy. Sieshichan, who was watching the little guy's every move, silently turned off the screen. Beat him? Great. Betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestors. Isn't this handing over the handle? Sieshichan moved to the next 2 screens. It must be said that the little guys are capable. When they left, they all said obediently that they would never break the rules. Now, each carriage is more comfortable than the other. Vera's body softened and she fell directly on Chris's legs and went crazy. Ah, Chris, I really can't recognize it. They are all the same. How can I, a noble lady, have fake coins? Vera has never felt so wronged. It was too painful. She was not short of money. The things she threw away were enough for an ordinary family to spend for a year. Naturally, she never worried about coins. This time, she was worried about coins. But she was not only worried about not having them, but she couldn't tell that they were fake. What can Chris do? Can Chris identify it? He continued to identify the weight, size, and details of several silver coins silently, and indeed could not find any fakes. The best way now is not to use them. But it is hard to guarantee that Screech will not give them any more problems after not using the silver coins. Villa did not get a response, and angrily bumped her head against Chris like a child who didn't get candy. Then climbed up in a low mood, hugged Julian and rubbed him. Julian, can you recognize silver coins? Julian yawned. Villa, we in the demon realm never use the things invented by you humans. You know how backward that place is. Thinking back to the soft bed and various supplies and Screech, Julian complained rarely, oh my god. My father doesn't know how to enjoy himself at all. He should come to Screech when he has time to see what a sleeping paradise is. It's a pity that you can't sleep well in a place where you can sleep. And you have to get up before dawn to do tasks. Really, your life is miserable. Screech is also a person who doesn't know how to enjoy life. Vera thought of the single-room dormitory and nodded. That's right. The only thing about Screech is the living environment that is impeccable. I can't say for sure. Seeing Vera chattering, Oris couldn't help but agree in a low voice. Vera looked over curiously, and the watery eyes were very easy to understand. Oris blushed slightly and said stumblingly, We live in a 3-story villa, with no more than 30 rooms. And the first floor is a large living room. I don't think Screech will necessarily send students in again. In this way, the accommodation conditions in other places may not be as good as theirs. The bed is big and soft. There is a small sofa and a table, as well as bookshelves, magic facilities, and even 2 toilets on each floor. Oh, yes, because everyone didn't know magic before. Most of them couldn't use this kind of toilet that needs to be injected with magic to use. After learning magic, they hurriedly left the college, and now not many people have used it. Vera suddenly became curious. I don't know what other dormitories are like. When there are new students, I must go and see them. Vera's attention was diverted, and he quickly started chatting with Julian Oris. Chris looked at Vera, sighed silently, and lowered his head to continue to work hard to find the fake ones among the 50 silver coins. It turned out that Oris was not as reliable as imagined. This team is really difficult to lead. I have to say that our team is definitely the easiest to lead. The last group, the 5 Screech Legend Roses, chatted with each other, very relaxed and happy. Ophelia took the lead, and several girls followed, and there was basically no major friction. The only friction was that everyone wanted to be close to Ophelia, except for Fry. Fry didn't know why they were so bored and argued for a position for a long time. The reason was that Ophelia went in and found a position, and Freya sat next to Ophelia as usual. As a personal maid, this was what she should do. And Genevieve and Valentina, who came in later, looked at the only remaining position for close contact, and their eyes began to sparkle. Valentina looked at Ophelia with tears in her eyes. Princess, Valentina wants to sit with you. Ophelia's heart softened, and just as she was about to agree, Genevieve next to her snorted coldly and started to act coquettishly with Ophelia. The voices of the sirens are very ethereal and beautiful. And every time they speak, it's like singing. I'm not familiar with them. Ophelia, I want to sit with you. Okay. What a statement. The little dragon cub was so angry that he shouted, What do you mean by not familiar? We are all classmates. What's wrong with us? I think you just want to compete with me for a seat. Genevieve was surprised. Yes. I just want to sit with Ophelia, she said, lowering her head and eyes. Besides, I don't know you very well. We don't talk much. And Julian is not here. Poor. Miserable. The doll gave Genevieve extra points without saying a word. Fortunately, Genevieve's doll was on her shoulder, so Valentina didn't hear it. Otherwise the dragon cub, who was deducted points, would make a fuss. Ophelia laughed. It's just one seat. How about this? I sit with Freddy. And you sit opposite me, so you can all see me. Okay? Fry? Fry looked up blankly. Ophelia winked at Freddy. And Freddy sat next to Ophelia. Ophelia leaned close to her ear and whispered to her, Thank you, Freddy. If it weren't for your help, I don't know how to solve it. Freddy's ears turned slightly red, and his voice softened. No. You're welcome. After that, the remaining 3 people saw that they couldn't stick together anymore, so they had to take a step back and sit opposite Ophelia, chattering about where they were going next. As they talked about the team configuration, the first paragraph appeared. Valentina said very confidently, I will definitely listen to the princess. When I grow up a little bit, I can take the princess to fly. Genevieve looked at Valentina and snorted. What's so good about the sky? The mysterious sea is worth exploring. I can take Ophelia to the mermaid kingdom and see the crystal city under the water. Valentina was confused. Then I. She was dejected. There is nothing fun in our dragon island. Ophelia was amused and hurried to comfort the little girl. That's riding a dragon. No one should be as lucky as me. Right? I can get a chance to be taken flying in the first semester. Valentina stood up again. Ophelia continued, But I haven't been to the underwater city yet. I heard from my father that it is very prosperous and wealthy. He has always wanted to cooperate with the Siren clan in trade. But unfortunately, the ministers are too annoying and uncooperative. If I can be invited there, my father will be jealous of me to death. Genevieve's face also brightened, and she came up to tell Ophelia what their underwater city was like. Ophelia listened to their narration and guided them to continue chatting. At the same time, she blinked slowly as she heard the various +1/+1 scores in her ears. Adding points? Isn't that difficult? The 4 groups all looked very active. Their first destination, except for Lucius and his team, which had to go a little further. The others were all going to the nearest mercenary guild, the CC City Mercenary Guild. Calculating the time, they still have to wait. And there is nothing fun now. After Siashichin finished looking at the little guys, he turned off the entire observation device and began to select the magic teleportation scroll of the destination he was about to go to. Speaking of which, it has been more than 3 months since I traveled to the other world. And I haven't traveled far. I am really becoming more and more like a homebody. Siashichin sighed, entered his destination, and bought the scroll. Xiao Xiao nodded. You didn't go out much before, right? I see her. Wait. Where are you going? Siashichin tore up the magic scroll and said casually, Learn from the barbarians to defeat them. The voice was gradually covered by the magic halo. The process of using the magic scroll to transmit had an indescribable addiction. It was as if the brain suddenly sank and the whole body became lighter. In less than 3 seconds, when he opened his eyes again, the whole surrounding scene had changed. This was a very spacious square. In the middle of the square, there were several gorgeously dressed magicians who were examining him patiently. The magician sat behind a table with a sunshade and various snacks. Even so, they were still very irritable, complaining to each other while reviewing. Oh my god. I really need to let them see how long the line is. God. Why are there so many people without sense of propriety? A magician said indignantly, and with a wave of his hand, the young man in front of him was eliminated. Sir, what are you talking about? Don't delay the time of the people behind you, the magician said casually, frowned immediately, and said in a bad tone, Next. A magician next to him nodded indifferently. If it wasn't arranged by the higher-ups this time, I wouldn't come. My god. I have to stay in the same place with a group of muggles for such a long time. I feel like I stink. The 2 magicians said, that the speed of processing was not slow. They were recruiting some irrelevant personnel from the college. Most of these people came to apply for the college's gardeners, cleaners, cooks and other jobs that did not require much technical skills, but were very dirty. What? You said that magicians can use the cleaning technique themselves. So why do they need to recruit people? Oh, it's not that they don't have money. Great magicians never do such dirty work. At most, they use the precious cleaning technique in the study room, where ordinary people are not allowed to enter. At other times, they even have to ask others to wash their underwear, as if they would be unworthy of their status if they did it more. But this is also the norm for everyone, isn't it? Magicians are very troubled, because the Magic Academy is almost full of magicians. So those ordinary muggles with clumsy hands and feet can easily provoke magicians, causing them to recruit these ordinary positions every year at the beginning of the school. This job was basically unpopular in previous years. For some reason this year, the principal suddenly visited the departments in charge of logistics at the academy. So a few magicians could only curse and wear robes to pretend to recruit. In the end, they still had to ask the cooperating families to recommend them, which was a waste of effort. After rejecting another muggle who didn't like him, the magician was already a little impatient. Hello, I'm Chelsea, and I'm here to apply for the job of gardener at your academy. Shichin politely tapped the table and introduced himself. I'm from the Mamu Earl's Manor in the Ace Empire, and I used to be a butler there. Butler? The magician looked Shichin up and down, but he didn't doubt it. This very elegant and decent look is indeed not something that ordinary people can pretend. Shichin thought that he needed to be checked again, but he didn't expect that the two magicians who couldn't sit still agreed very straightforwardly, and directly gave him an identity card and asked him to report as soon as possible. Don't be late. The leaves of Merim are piling up. Isn't sweeping the floor a cleaning job? Shichin didn't understand, but he still smiled and agreed, following the route he had chosen in advance, and went to the Merim School of Magic, reporting to get his work clothes first, and then making other plans. Xiao, who had been speechless in disbelief, spoke up. This is yours. Learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians? Shichin corrected Xiao. We can't look at things with a narrow perspective. Even if this school may not be as advanced as ours, and its concepts are not as perfect as ours, but it also has things worth learning, things worth reforming, and things worth exploring. Don't be confined to the status quo. Be proactive in exploring the future. Xiao was silent for a while, then found the point. You don't want to instigate rebellion, do you? What nonsense! Shichin remained calm. I'm spying on the enemy. While talking, he had already found the building he needed to go to, and after checking his appearance, he walked in. Before entering, he said to Xiao leisurely, we have to unify our study progress, and it's not advisable to work in isolation. Xiao, it's only been 3 months. Big brother, let's take smaller steps. Fortunately, Shichin is not the kind of host who is ambitious, and every step he takes is very planned. It was agreed that we would come to learn from the barbarians and spy on the enemy, so it was definitely not a matter of making a purchase with a big hand. Of course, there was also a little reason that I couldn't afford it. Anyway, after Shichin handled the relationship with the teacher in the logistics department very well, he got his own work clothes and his second job on this continent. The offer from Merim College, which is full of talented magicians and noble heirs, is very valuable. Gardener. What a high-end job. Xiao complained, not understanding. Why is there a broom? Shichin said calmly, they don't have enough manpower at the moment, so the gardener has to be responsible for sweeping the path. Before Xiao had time to feel sorry for Shichin, Shichin put away the broom in his hand and took out the magic broom he had originally prepared for his students. Xiao felt that something outrageous was about to happen. Shichin fiddled with the broom, enabled the administrator mode, set up the program directly, and injected mental power. Okay. Shichin raised his eyebrows and let go of the broom, which floated in the air. Let it sweep by itself. I should go to class. Xiao, It couldn't help asking, aren't you afraid of being stolen? The students here are not so well-mannered. Stolen? Shichin raised his index finger and shook it, very calmly. Xiao, this is a magic-driven broom. Who knows which magician it belongs to? They don't dare. Besides, being stolen is a good thing. Xiaoxichen thought about the reason why he had not taken it out to serve students, and sighed. It's too uncontrollable. I'm worried about danger. Just in time. I let these students help me try it. Xiao was stunned. I never expected. Xiaoxichen. You really never planned to be a human being. Xiaoxichen, who never planned to be a human being, lived in Merim peacefully. To be honest, the treatment of cleaning gardeners here is not good. Not only is the salary low, but the house they live in is also very shabby. It's just bright on the surface. Inside, everyone has a small bunk bed. Regardless of gender. It is crowded and crowded. All kinds of odors gather inside. And it is very humid. Xiaoxichen saw it and hurried out. It's not that he can't bear hardships. He never bears hardships that he shouldn't bear. That day, he asked Xiao to give him a tent. And he camped at a battlefield in Meriam at night to rest. With the help of the magic broom, Xiaoxichen's workload was able to meet the standard every day. But he couldn't see anyone. But this was not a big problem. His face and temperament were enough to confuse everyone, thinking that he was the newly hired apartment manager of the college. Oh, yes. This has to talk about the college environment of Meriam. Very good. Very good. It is necessary to learn from the barbarians to defeat them. The environment here can only be described in one word. Luxury. Xiaoxichen is reluctant to spend real money just for enjoyment. Yes. They attach great importance to enjoyment. There are only 2 teaching buildings in the whole college. The rest are private alchemy rooms, afternoon tea entertainment rooms, student apartments. Even the surroundings of the venue are inlaid with magic stones. But these magic stones are obviously useless. Therefore, the student dormitories in Merim are all apartment style. Noble students can share a villa with 2 people, and the rich can pay extra to have a villa for each person. The chief magician of the academy can live in a villa for free. And it is a very luxurious area that is divided separately, and can bring a few servants with them. Only ordinary students with high talents can enter the academy to study. And basically 4 to 6 people live in a small villa. These villas are much smaller. But if divided equally, it is still possible for each person to have a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. Of course, in such a luxurious environment, the tuition and accommodation fees are not low. But the students who can enter basically have supportive forces behind them. And they don't care about a few dollars. Xiaoxichen looked at it with a sour look. This is probably the legendary rich and powerful. They Skriki can't learn the aesthetics of this nouveau riche. Well, there is a certain reason that they have no money. But more of it is rationality. How can a college be for enjoyment instead of learning? Being a student means suffering. And only after suffering can you enjoy a bright future. Xiaoxichen silently convinced himself and crossed out this special skill. After 3 days of inspection, Xiao didn't know what he was inspecting. Xiaoxichen still gave some special skills. For example, we can try this chief privilege. Xiaoxichen couldn't stop talking about his major. Although our future enrollment standards for Screech have not been determined, they will definitely not be based on talent. In this way, there will be students who progress quickly and slowly. And class division is inevitable. But Xiaoxichen didn't plan to divide the class into too many classes. Once the class was formed like the modern one, the students would be more stressed, and the gains would outweigh the losses. Screech was not taking the elitist route now. It needed enough fame, enough students, and enough influence. This meant that it could not be dominated by cold grades in its early development. But one thing was also very necessary. That is, people who had a fast learning progress, or dared to fight and were willing to fight, and people who had a slow learning progress, or just wanted to learn simple magic. Their needs were different. You can't just let one side accommodate the other. After seeing the chief advantage here, and some of the students' incentives, Xiaoxichen also had some insights. He didn't need to make students anxious and nervous in the form of grades. He just needed to let the students who were willing to work hard to do it themselves. Most classes aim to graduate and become senior magicians, and the learning tends to be relaxed. A small number of students who are willing to do it can take some tests and tests. As a small class teaching, the goal is to surpass oneself. Xiaoxichen also had to admit that Screech might eventually adopt the modern education method. But he would provide enough humanistic care so that teachers would not only focus on grades. Anyway, Screech's graduation standard was already very valuable in the entire magic continent. Xiao felt dizzy after listening to Xiaoxichen's analysis, and finally relied on her flexible CPU to successfully summarize the argument. You plan to divide your students into 2 groups. with 5 easy years to become senior magicians, and 5 years for the king of magicians to become a magician? Xieshichan nodded. That's right. Of course. If you choose to be the king of the exam, the academy will also give you a lot of rewards. For example, the first year head can get contribution points, famous teachers, and individual small classes. These are all very rare. Anyway, there is no possibility of monetary rewards. Xiao Xiao complained, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait. Easy? Is it also easy to teach a senior magician for 5 years? Good guy. It called it good guy. What is learning from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians? This is just a dimensionality reduction attack. Right? Other magic schools, the duration of study is 4 to 5 years. If you can become a junior magician upon graduation, you are considered successful. If you cannot reach that level, you can extend your graduation period. The head of each grade is the most outstanding person in all aspects. He is rewarded with some money and the best treatment. Screech School of Magic. The duration of study is 5 years. The worst person will become a senior magician upon graduation. The best student will become a magician upon graduation. The super best student must strive to become a magic saint. The head of the grade is the one who is most enthusiastic about studying hard and 100% becomes a magician upon graduation. The treatment given is devilish teaching up. Study time up. And supplementary examination contribution points up. Is this really a reward? Xieshichan didn't think it was wrong. My students like these rewards very much. Xiao Xiao was speechless. Is that called liking? That's called being forced to like. Whose graduation requirement is 90 points collectively. It was really afraid that one day Xieshichan would find that the potential of students could be squeezed. And he would wave his hand and tell the students, you can only graduate with full marks. Don't let the teacher down. Xiao Xiao thought so, and simulated it like this. Xieshichan looked at the cell simulated by Xiao Xiao, and smiled. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was startled and kept silent. Xieshichan snorted and explained, I'm not that strict. At most, I just want them to get their scores up to 95. Xiao Xiao was as quiet as a chicken. Okay. You are right. Classmates. It's not that your fortune-telling teacher won't help you. It's that your principal has found a better way after learning from the foreigners. Xieshichan didn't continue to joke with Xiao Xiao. He lowered his head to perfect his ideas. He still had to go back and discuss the details with the core teachers. Hey, after my students go back, can I get the new teacher's reward? Xieshichan asked casually, as if he had just remembered it. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but ask casually, have you ever thought about applying for a job? Xieshichan blinked. Do you give loans? Xiao Xiao. Let's discuss the new teacher. It's like this. We have subsidies. If the students pass the exams after they come back, it proves that the principal has completed the SS level plan very well. There will be a teacher reward and a lottery. Oh, yes. Because the S level plan has been upgraded to SS level. We will reward an extra teacher. This is the biggest benefit it has fought for. With 3 teachers, what can Xieshichan not find? Xiao Xiao was also afraid. She was really afraid that Xieshichan would think that the student's slow progress made him unable to get a good teacher. So he would simply give the student more money and directly raise him to SSS level. Although now, he has already shown signs of being on par with SSS level. Xieshichan hesitated for a long time. A little regretful, can't there be one more? Xiao Xiao was furious. What's the reason? Xieshichan took it for granted. I recruited another future legendary wizard. So I won't give him a reward? Xiao Xiao, Xieshichan pointed out the topic. He is still the future villain. If I take him in, how much peace will he bring to the world? Isn't this worth a reward? It is worth it. Xiao Xiao reported to the main god realm with tears in his eyes. I can only try my best to fight for you. You already have 3 teacher rights. If you want another teacher, 2. Xieshichan will fight for every penny. One is a future legendary wizard, and the other is a future villain. Xiao Xiao was silent, recruiting 1 student and earning 2 times the money. You, Xieshichan, are really brave. It didn't know if its silence was deafening, but it knew that Xieshichan was really deaf. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept emphasizing how valuable his little treasure was in this situation. Xiao Xiao finally gave in. It was afraid that Xieshichan would say again. He taught 20 legendary mages. Shouldn't he give 20 teachers? Then it might as well go directly to the manufacturing plant in the main god world and return to the factory. Today, Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth again to help her host gain benefits. Xie Shichen was very happy to get something for nothing. He even took up the big shears and cut the lawn in Malam's beautiful garden. It was still not enough. 5 teachers were approved, plus the existing teachers and Orella, who was a little loose. There were only 10 teachers. 10 teachers were not enough to teach 20 students one-on-one. Not to mention the new students who would arrive next year. They needed to teach so many new students while not wasting Nyami's time. This was very difficult. Even Xie Shichen could not guarantee that he had the ability to do both. Therefore, we still have to find a way to recruit teachers. But, Xie Shichen's eyes darkened. He lowered his eyelids and fell into deep thought. He didn't want his academy to start with shoddy teachers. If the academy didn't pay attention to it when it was just starting out, it would be too late to catch up later. As for the school, we still have to maximize the benefits as much as possible. At the same time, we also need to work hard in the magic world. Teachers from outside still need to learn to adapt, while teachers from the magic world only need good character and have much less to learn. The more Xie Shichen thought about it, the more time was running out. It was less than 10 months until next year's enrollment. Their academy lacked a lot of things. We still have to poach people. Xie Shichen muttered to himself, lowering his head and accidentally making a small gap in the round bushes. Screechy's School of Magic is just sensationalizing and wasting students' time. I don't know what Teacher Head is thinking. He even asked us to read this issue of Stern Entertainment News. Oh, Teacher Head is old. They all said that he is leaving the academy. Maybe his strength can't keep up with Malam. So he is picking on students. It's so annoying. That's right. The latest Stern Entertainment News is so boring. It keeps describing how talented students are not good. Huh. Just talk like a muggle. Stern has lost much authority a long time ago. Besides, I find that teaching method funny. What effect can it have? I think it's the principal of Screech who is thinking about not sending out eliminated students. Several students who just finished the battle class complained one after another. They didn't notice Xie Shichen working hard in an old-fashioned gardener's uniform beside the path. And the discussion became louder and louder. Xie Shichen listened to the students' complaints and kept the information in mind. Fanny is quite fast. The newspaper has been passed to Malam? Then he has to take a good look. Chapter 65. As a magic school with plenty of money, the facilities in the Merim School of Magic are very complete. There is even a newsstand every few meters. It's not that students like to read newspapers, but the value of the 3 major magic journals makes everyone willing to spend a little money to absorb the knowledge above. Even though 2 of them are now mainly about praising merits. That is also a kind of information intake, isn't it? Only through the journals can they better understand the life of magicians, yearn for the magic world, and better guess what the top magicians like, and seize opportunities anytime and anywhere. Therefore, in various magic academies, for the convenience of students, they are happy to build newsstands to sell these magic journals and some noble chronicles. It is just a little more expensive, but since they are all people coming to the Magic Academy, no one will care about that little money. Xie Shichen cares. But he is also a person who wants to save face. To be honest, if Xie Shichen was not unfamiliar with the newspaper seller, he might really choose to stand in front of the newsstand and read the newspaper, and then leave after reading. His college still lacks so many facilities, and now he has to spend every penny in half. Hey! After picking and choosing, Xie Shichen reluctantly chose the latest issue of Stern Entertainment News, fumbled in his pocket for a long time, and paid with great reluctance. The newsstand owner was a tactless person. Seeing that Xie Shichen was well dressed and looked noble, he recommended a newspaper to Xie Shichen. Would you like to take a look at the Rebno Magic Journal? This is the most influential magic journal along with the Stern Journal. This week's journal is said to be an interview with a legendary wizard. Oh, really? Xie Shichen came forward with interest, but lost interest after just reading the title. It doesn't look as interesting as the battle to seize the tower. Boss, if you say so. Who dares to refute? Those 2 legendary wizards are not easy to mess with. Yes, because of the success of the Steam family. The other 2 journals are also considering making a transformation. But it's not easy. The journals that have always been easy to read now suddenly pay attention to the gold content. Most magicians will definitely protest. In that case, they will steal chickens and pour rice into them, which is not cost-effective. They are not like the Stern family, who are free from worries. But transformation is imperative. If they do not take action, Their two newspapers will become entertainment gossip newspapers for the magic world in the future, while the Stern Journal has both a light entertainment newspaper, a valuable academic journal, and even a reputation. Over time, they can only withdraw from the altar of the three major newspapers, and there will always be new newspapers waiting to replace them. The Breno family made a bold attempt. After learning that Screech's auditing of students was recorded in the entertainment newspaper, the head of the Breno family caught a glimpse of business opportunities. People are gossipy and face-conscious. The Stans did not want their school journal to become worthless, so they launched a student entertainment newspaper, which was only used by young magicians to make a name for themselves. They wanted both. So why not? The head of the Breno family acted decisively and immediately went to find a legendary wizard who was on good terms with his family. Through the exchange of interests and certain requests, the wizard agreed to a semi-formal interview. Yes, they did not just cut ties with the many magicians who wanted to praise them, but chose a compromise. Interviews with people. In the interviews, they will use humorous words to guide the magicians to talk about their magic experiences, their hobbies, their past glory, and a little bit of magic insights. It has both gold content and does not offend the magicians. Once it succeeds, they will have an excuse if other magicians come to them in the future. Your Majesty, the content is already very solid. We really can't water it down in the later stage and lower the quality of the journal. It's not considered to offend anyone. After the head of the Breno family bought all the magic journals, he had this feeling when he saw the personal profiles of Aurella and Leonard in them. In addition, the point of recording students made him perfect the idea. He was really grateful to Stern. If they succeeded in the transformation, he would definitely visit Stern's family. But in the end, although Xieshichan looked down on this newspaper, it didn't mean that the quality of the newspaper was not good. After all, it was to interview the legendary wizard. If the quality was not up to standard, the sales and influence were not up to standard, it would be a shame for the legendary wizard. But not everyone is as easy to cheat as Aurella. This can't be said casually. In short, the content is still very real. But Xieshichan's pocket is empty. He is reluctant to spend money, and doesn't want to buy it. He simply took out the school's easy pass and harassed Fanny. Principal Xieshichan, your mortal enemy has introduced new things. Why haven't you made any moves? Principal Xieshichan, do you only rely on these two legendary wizards I gave you to live? Principal Xieshichan, Fanny, I really don't want my children to find that their medals have shrunk when they graduate. That would be really sad. Over 2 months, plus some minor episodes in between. A total of 10 issues were published, analyzing the battle between the two mages from all angles, from inside to outside, and the mages and their followers also battled more than once. And it was coming to an end, but undoubtedly, this special topic was successful. Even a family like Breno decided to transform with all his might. So you can imagine how famous the Stern Journal is. But this is not enough. Human territory is only a few countries, and Stern has not even spread its reputation far and wide in the Ace Empire. It is still a long way from the unshakable position they want in the world. If they relax their vigilance now and start to enter a stable period, it will only gradually restore the glory of the past. Is it enough to make a name for humanity? Of course not. They have students of so many races. So of course they have to be the hub that connects all races. So the choice of the second major topic is also very important. Xieshichan did not discuss it carefully with Fanny before. Just like Xieshichan was in charge of Screech, Fanny should also be in charge of the Stern Journal. This is a very harmonious cooperative relationship. Xieshichan only needs to sit and collect the money, thinking of the large sums of money flowing into his own treasury. Xieshichan couldn't help but tell Fanny about the transformation of the Breno family. Principal Xieshichan, if it succeeds, the Breno family's future cannot be underestimated. However, they are not of the same type as us. We can cooperate if we have the chance, if they know what's good for them. The Breno Journal has just started, and Xiao Xie has already planned to have them interview his students. Otherwise, how can he be called a principal? Of course, if there are resources, he must seize them. After harassing his colleagues, Xieshichan put away the school's easy pass with peace of mind and began to read the newspaper very calmly. Let him see what his colleagues have done. Wow! Xieshichan was stunned. Xiao Xiao. Is this the legendary? The disciple surpasses the master? His colleagues are really good at it. Xiao Xiao was speechless. Okay. In the end, 5 people chose the difficult audit content. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Fanny adjusted her black framed glasses and looked very intellectual. If Meow Meow saw it, she would probably scream for help. Fanny looked like she had a lot of bad intentions. But the auditors didn't know that. They were still watching Fanny warily. They didn't know Editor-in-Chief Stern. And the nobles didn't bother to please Stern when he was down and out. And they couldn't see him when he rose to prominence. So naturally they didn't know Fanny's identity. But they were familiar with Fanny. Because the auditors had a small party after they were selected. And Fanny, as an admissions teacher, had come once. At that time, most people had only one word in their minds about Fanny: socialite. They were still the kind who had no ability. So they were very disdainful. But today, when Fanny came to give them a lecture alone, the momentum she exuded made all the students pale. They realized that the teacher in front of them was not ordinary at all. Fanny knocked on the desk seriously. After confirming all the procedures, she pretended to be a dean and snorted coldly to introduce herself. Okay, let's not talk too much. Screech has already told you what I should say. I don't want to waste any more words. Fanny glanced at all the students to make sure no one was causing trouble, and continued, My name is Fanny. In Screech, you can temporarily call me Mentor Fanny. I will teach you the basics of magic in the next 3 months. I hope you won't let me down. Mentor? All the students' eyes widened suddenly. As everyone knows, only those who have reached the level of magician can call themselves mentors. In general, it is enough for a magic academy to have an intermediate magician to teach. This is the lowest threshold for teaching in a magic academy. The threshold for a slightly better academy will be at the level of a senior magician. But for most students, a senior magician may be a standard that they will never reach in their lifetime. Even in Merrim College, senior magicians can be lecturers in the 1st and 2nd grades. Only in the 3rd grade, when the combat course begins, will there be magicians to teach everyone. So, when the auditors mentioned that this year, it was said that the Herald School of Magic was going to make the entry-level teachers become magicians, and the senior magicians become assistant teachers, they were so yearning and regretful. But it was just talk. They didn't take it seriously. Letting a magician occasionally teach them, and taking a senior magician as an assistant teacher. Isn't it also changing the lecturer? It was just a trick of some magic schools during the enrollment period. The nobles were not so easily fooled. Intermediate magicians are generally called lecturers. Senior magicians are called great lecturers. Magicians are directly tutors. And great magicians are great tutors. Fanny's self-introduction already included her strength. It was not because of this that the students were afraid and obedient, but because of Fanny's age and achievements. They did not dare to offend her. Therefore, when Fanny was speaking, the auditors in the audience were quiet and obedient. Fanny was very satisfied with the result. Very good. Even if you are an auditor, you should behave like a student in Screech. I don't want to hear about students being late or leaving early in the future. If I find out, I will give them a serious mark. After 3 times, they will be expelled. She said it seriously. Many students wanted to speak but hesitated. But they didn't dare to interrupt. They could only hold back their anxiety and wait for her to give them a chance to speak. Fanny would not give it to them. She was not the kind of person who wanted to make herself boring. Without saying anything, she drove 25 freshmen to Emoshizi's place. She would reassign the schedules for the remaining 5 students who were on a difficult level. Since you have chosen a difficult level, you must be prepared. I will not let you go, Fanny said, taking out a few schedules. This is your basic schedule. Of course, this does not mean that you can stay according to this schedule. But if you can't even stick to this, it's better to go back early. After she finished speaking, she tapped her fingers lightly, and the papers flew lightly to the desks of each student. She did not chant any spells, and the students were shocked by this move. Novice immediately picked up the schedule and checked it carefully, while listening to Fanny's voice and making a detailed comparison. Let me emphasize again that the study time for ordinary students is from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., plus an hour of night running. And evening self-study is voluntary. But you are different. You need to start academic activities from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. The schedule during this period is also detailed to the minute. The assessment is also doubly difficult. If you fail, you will even leave earlier than ordinary auditors. If you regret it now, you still have a chance. Novice looked at the schedule in his hand. It was indeed very strict, but most of the time was spent on physical training. He could discuss it with the teacher. Novice thought that some auditors had already backed out. He originally just wanted to save face. So he agreed. But now looking at this schedule. Oh my god. He thought that the afternoon classes were already abnormal enough. But he didn't expect that this schedule would last until 11 o'clock? He stuttered and wanted to express that he was not good enough. Novice raised his eyebrows. Then leave. It's more difficult. And you won't lose face if you leave. You can leave earlier and go to other colleges at a lower cost. Isn't it good? Auditor, okay. That makes sense. He hesitated and stayed. Fanny glanced at Novice. Not quite sure what his purpose was. So she just observed. Novice tapped the table and asked Fanny politely. If I want to stay, this schedule must not be the best solution. Right? Fanny raised her lips imperceptibly. There is a specially customized schedule, but it will be more strict, more laborious for teachers, and also require a little cost, such as a high deposit. Fanny folded her hands and looked at Novice calmly. We are all working on it week by week. I promise that it will make you suffer 10 times more. And if you can't stick to it, the deposit you paid will become our labor fee. Are you sure you want to choose? Novice asked back. If I stick to it and complete it, will I be able to stay? Fanny nodded and promised. I promise that as long as you can do it, you can take the exam with this class of students in 2 months and officially join Screech. Novice no longer hesitated and chose the most special one. Fanny smiled with relief and looked at the remaining 4 classmates. Then you. One of the 4 classmates hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head together. This one is very good. They didn't really want to stay, but more of an explanation to the forces behind them. Fanny knew very well that when she left these children, she saw retreat in their eyes. But to her regret, 2 of these 4 children were highly talented civilians, who she once thought had a chance. It seems that they all want to use this difficult option to persuade people to quit as soon as possible. Well, forget it. At least we can keep one. Right? Fanny looked at Novice, who followed her obediently, and felt very conflicted. Unexpectedly, she really hoped that Scricky would win the bet until now. Perhaps she was also looking forward to a miracle. Fanny took Novice to the book elf Jinbao. The book elf would give Novice the best service and testing. And it's time to cooperate with Maksuzi. Novice, who had been surrounded by Jinbao, opened his innocent eyes and tilted his head, saying, Pay the money, and I will test your body and customize your study. Novice looked at Jinbao curiously. Did you customize my schedule yourself? You are really amazing. Another flatterer. Xiao Xiao thought to herself. Wearing the shell of Jinbao. Why is there so many students like Xie Shichen? But on the surface, he still maintains his persona very professionally. No. I just sent the data to each teacher, and they customized a special training plan based on your physical data. And I adjusted the time according to the plan. It sounds like it's very troublesome. Novice paid 50,000 gold without blinking. Oh my god. This lavish spending spirit is not like Xie Shichen at all. If only Xie Shichen could learn a little. Jinbao sighed and began to work diligently. Don't worry. If you successfully complete the task, the deposit will be returned to you. Scricky never cheats his students' money. Novice nodded and closed his eyes, waiting for Jinbao to enter the data. In fact, he secretly clenched his fists, not knowing how far this so-called book elf could go. Okay. The data has been integrated to the teachers. It will take some time to make a plan. In order not to delay your time, I can give you some suggestions. Jinbao fluttered around and took out various textbooks, the simplified version of Xie Shichen's teaching photo stone, and the exercise book, and put them in front of Novice with a click. The deposit is only for online courses and textbooks. If you can keep the exercise book, then the contribution points will be deducted. If you can't keep it, you can buy it at the price. Jinbao patted the information that was as tall as a person. Believe me, watching the class plus textbooks plus practicing questions will be very helpful to you. Novice, Well, this is not an ordinary amount. The data provided by Xiao Xiao was quickly sent to the hands of various teachers. However, except for Eugene, who had time to watch and make plans immediately, other teachers were not very free. They were doing today's auditor content. Running. Emoshuzi said that on the first day. Don't show off your skills to the students. Just give them something simple. Running plus squatting. Fanny was also very sorry, because the students didn't all know magic. She couldn't teach magic in practice, and could only find some fun in the theory class. After discussion, Fanny and Emoshuzi decided to take turns. When Fanny taught the special auditors the theory class, Mo Shuzi took the ordinary auditors to run plus squat. After this group of students finished squatting, they could just be carried to the classroom for class. And the special auditors could also come to Mo Shuzi for exercise. In addition to attending classes with ordinary auditors, special auditors also need to watch Xie Shichen's Liyingxi online course in extra time, and conduct spot checks on the second day. If they can't tell most of the impressions, it is confirmed that they have not studied. After 3 times, they will be persuaded to drop out as usual. This almost drove the auditors crazy. Friends, have you ever experienced the feeling of studying hard with quadriplegia? Friends, have you ever been the kind of person who was beaten black and blue, but still had to pay for medicine? Friends, have you ever seen Screech at 4 a.m.? All the auditors have done this. It's outrageous. How can Screech have such an outrageous course? Are they really not trying to persuade them to quit? It was clearly agreed that the daily course would only be from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. But what happened? On the first day, they didn't realize anything was wrong. They were just a little lazy when Mo Shuzi was stretching with them with a cold face. And then, they knelt down after running less than a lap in the morning. Don't be lazy. As the old saying goes, the first effort is the best. The second is weaker. And the third is the worst. If you keep resting like this, when will you reach the finish line? Forget it. I give you some slack on the first day. If you do this again on the second day, I warn you directly. Mo Shuzi said with a rare big heart. The auditors cried until their eyes were red and swollen. And some even said they wanted to be eliminated and leave. But Mo Shuzi and the others didn't agree. Hey, are you angry? Fanny said very confidently. I let you choose at that time. It was you who chose to stay. How can you leave right after you arrived? How will others view us? Scriggy? Do they say that we are forcing you away because we can't teach you? Isn't that right? The auditors were furious. What's the point of taking this kind of course? It's just a waste of time. Aren't you doing this just to make us give up? That's not true. Fanny shook her head and showed the photos of the 20 Meow Meow's first morning run. She snorted and laughed. We are making things difficult for you? You should be thankful that Screech hasn't come to take you. Otherwise you wouldn't want to be warned, but would want to go home directly. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene of Xie Shichen teaching students for the first time flashed before the auditor's eyes. The arrogant Chris said that his grandfather, the saint of Dharma, had never said to run. The next moment, Screech smiled very gently and beautifully, and his teaching stick was directly against Chris' neck. The auditors saw with their naked eyes that Chris's face was ashen. But he hadn't gotten angry yet. Because Screech said, when you can cast magic instantly, come back. Auditors, damn. Even legendary wizards can't cast magic instantly. Then, they saw their familiar and unfamiliar companions running forward like tireless cows under the beating of the tricky teaching stick. Villa even tore off her tutu and ran barefoot. Oh! Bori was even forced to run 2 laps because of laziness. Ha! It's really funny. Fanny glanced at the students and found that many of them were gloating. She sneered. Look at you. Then look at them. I feel sorry for your ignorance. The auditors were indignant. This is obviously a waste of time. What's the difference between them and us? They are just more stupid. Fanny looked at the auditor with an expression of looking at a fool, and said to the auditor who spoke, Stupid? It's the same first day of school. And they also don't understand why they have to run. They are also out of breath. They are also delicate magicians. And even muggles with no talent and no future in your eyes. But they gritted their teeth and persevered. Even if they cried, were covered with wounds, and their clothes were tattered, they still completed the task on time and seriously. What about you? Delaying? Playing dirty? Saying you have the ability to persuade people to quit? Not running? Thinking it's a waste of time? You call this awesome? No. This is called abusing your own talent. The cheeks of the auditors who were originally gloating and wanted to take notes and mock them back were burning. Yes, they did not perform as well as Chris and the others. But they just stopped the loss in time. What's wrong with that? Mo Shuzi spoke lightly. The most fearful thing is to pretend to know when you are ignorant. The most fearful thing is to start working hard. And the most difficult thing is to persist all the time. When Aurora was struggling to survive as a civilian, she never thought that her efforts and persistence along the way would make her a person that everyone looked up to. Mo Shuzi said this, crossed his arms, and said, If you want a warning, I can give it without tolerance. Anyway, Anyone with a discerning eye can see that we are not scrimmaging auditors. We are already very tolerant. Fanny followed suit. Raise your hands if you need it. I will write it down. No one dared to raise their hands. Some people held their breath in their hearts, thinking that those who were not as good as them could do it. And they could do it too. Some people were not convinced. But the tragic comparison did make it difficult for them to leave early. So they stiffened their necks and did not raise their hands. But everyone knew that at this moment, when they were about to make this so-called tolerance, they had already lost. They lost to Vera, who was stumbling while running with high heels in the picture. Lost to Bori, who ran 2 laps with gritted teeth before collapsing on the ground. And lost to a group of untalented muggles, who wiped their tears and bit their mouths until they were covered with blood. Their proud identity and talent were worthless in this test. But they couldn't admit it. Once they admitted it, they would have nothing. What Emoshizi said was right. The most fearful thing was to start working hard, because there was no report on the first day. Emoshizi still had a little conscience. Of course, it might be because these students were too lame and not fun. So he only let them run half a lap and said that they would have systematic training the next day. Then Emoshizi looked down and saw the physical value report of novice. Hey! He secretly found Fanny. If I am a little harsh here, will your newspaper be difficult to publish? Of course not. Fanny was eager to be harsh. This proves that our teaching is reasonable and proper. It's these students who can't bear the hardship and dare not challenge harder things. Emoshizi was relieved. Okay. It's better if this kid can stay. His physical fitness is better than Bori's. Fanny choked and coughed lightly. Be careful. Screech has a lot of theoretical classes and can't spare so much time for you to play. Emoshizi waved his hand. He knew his limits. The next day, the sensible Emoshizi seemed to miss Hao Miyazi too much, and he did morning exercises very vigorously. At 5:30, the roar of the Warcraft officially woke up all the auditors, followed by the recognizable voice of Emoshizi. It's 5:30 in the morning. Dear auditors, you should get ready early. Wash up, change into cotton clothes suitable for running, and do stretching. We will officially start running at 6 o'clock. If you still can't run the next lap today, I will warn you once. Auditors, shock. What else can I do? Get up cursing. Damn Screech Academy. Why did I come here to suffer? Oh my god. I would have refused my father's request earlier. This is just torture. How can there be any gain? I won't go. He can warn me all he wants. But I don't believe they dare to persuade me to quit. My mother is not a pushover. The auditors who were more confident began to hesitate. But in the end, not many chose to stay. At the beginning, it would be better for them not to be so eccentric. Then, they regretted it. Damn. Why did they have to do horse stance after running a lap today? What? You said that Screech's students not only do horse stance, but also practice Tai Chi. Are they too fragile? Pain mask. They are Magician Reserve. Standard Magician Reserve. They are not those big swordsmen. Not the muggles who often work. They are long-range players. Which magician can do horse stance for an hour? What a joke. In the end, there were less than a handful of students who could hold on completely. And most of them were given a warning. They regretted it so much that they should have slept well in the dormitory. They would have been given a warning anyway. After squatting, the students who were sore and unable to move were kindly carried by Fanny to the lecture hall to start the theory class. The theory class was to be randomly checked in class the next day. And the process of random checking was done by Fanny drawing lots. And the process of drawing lots was done by Fanny using magic. Fanny also invented a new way to draw lots. She cast a bad luck spell on every auditor, and then drew lots to see who was the most unlucky. Only auditors who answered questions more than 5 times in class could remove the spell after class. Otherwise they would be unlucky for the whole day. The auditors' faces turned green. It's outrageous. How could you Screech do such an outrageous thing? Anyway, they had a very fantastic life on the second and third days. What was even more fantastic was that at the end of the third day, Fanny really announced the list of those who were eliminated. The auditors who were originally hoping for a lucky break had a deeper understanding at this moment. Leaving was not a lie. In the list announced by Fanny, the proportion of special students eliminated was higher. They originally planned to eliminate them on the grounds that the physical training class was more difficult. After all, being persuaded to drop out of the theory class was a result that was difficult to explain. They could not tell those people who had experienced it behind the scenes how difficult the theory class was. But in the end, they were persuaded to drop out after only 3 days. And the reason even made them unable to refute. According to the results published by Fanny, in just 3 days, 21 ordinary auditors received warnings in the physical training class, and 15 in the theory class. Among them, 9 were actually eliminated. What a terrifying number! And only 2 special auditors were left. The 2 highly talented civilian students that Fanny had once favored. They cannot be eliminated too early. No matter how difficult and strange the physical training class of special auditors is, they must persist until the first assessment in 2 weeks before being eliminated. For their fate after leaving, they must persist. This made Fanny feel sad and emotional. As of the 3rd day, there were still 18 people left. Oh! The most special novice was not included in the data. Fanny sent these students, who were full of disbelief, and even clamored to make trouble for their families. With a cold face. Our process is fair. Just and open. Your parents, including other people's parents, have seen all your performances long ago. Are you going to make trouble for us? Fanny smiled coldly at this. Do they dare? They will only regret choosing you to come to Screech. An auditor was so angry that his face turned red by Fanny's words. And he asked angrily, Is this how you treat students at Screech? I'm going to report you. Fanny spread her hands. But you are not Screech's students now. Are you? Excuse me. I have a bad temper. It is not gentlemanly to yell at a young and promising magician. The auditors came to their senses and subconsciously kept silent. Yes, once the teacher-student relationship was gone, they had no right to offend a magician. He was a young and promising magician with a small background and good strength. It must be said that Sieshichan was right to keep Fanny at that time. At least at this time. None of these auditors dared to talk back. Maybe they would scold Screech in the future. But that was a good thing. The more they scolded, the more famous Screech became. And Sieshichan was happy to see it. Fanny sent away the first batch of students, who couldn't see the current situation with a cold face, rubbing her brows with a headache. Sure enough, it's still fun to play with the little guys. I'm afraid that if I play with them, I'd be criticized for something if I'm not careful. Fanny was really tormented by these naughty children. She thought it would be better to open the school's Easy Pass to watch the training video of Novice, which would be considered a relaxation. She nestled in the sofa leisurely, holding a cup of black tea, while flipping through the school's Easy Pass. Just in time, she saw the few words that Sieshichan said her. Fanny, ? What do you mean Stern's Medal of Honor has shrunk? Can Screech really speak? If you say that, she won't be tired anymore. Fanny got up with a jerk, not caring about the throbbing pain in her temple, and gritted her teeth to send a message to Sieshichan, determined to use the increasingly diverse words she learned from Screech to criticize this unfriendly behavior. With Fanny, you go out and have fun. And you dare to say something about me? Do you know how hard I've been working lately? With Fanny, you don't know. You are so free that you spend money to read newspapers. Anchan Screech, I know you too well. If you are not really free, how can you bear to spend money to buy newspapers? With Fanny, Screech, you are so cruel. You are not even willing to help me write a conclusion for a special topic, and watch me busy in a dilemma. Then choose to question me, criticize me, pue me. With Fanny, is your heart really so empty? Fanny gritted her teeth and outputted a lot. She didn't care. If she couldn't let Screech write a good summary of the special topic for her, she would not be named Stern. Maybe Sieshichan was really free at this moment. And there was a little bit of weight in his chest. 10 minutes later, he slowly replied to Fanny's message. Principal Sieshichan, I'm sorry. Your auditor education is very outstanding. I'm so touched. Principal Sieshichan, by the way, have you thought about the next topic? Let's come up with a plan together. Mushi Fanny, don't change the subject. Screech, just tell me. Do you want to write the conclusion of this topic? Mushi Fanny, I've been busy recently. I'm afraid I can't take care of the increasingly heavy teaching tasks of students. Principal Sieshichan, send the outline. Chapter 66. Sieshichan, whose conscience was not completely extinguished, finally took on the task. For him, writing a summary was not difficult. Fanny had already prepared the outline, and some materials needed to be written. It was not too much trouble to see his literary talent and ability to summarize. Sieshichan even planned to write it during class, so that he could do 2 things at the same time and save time to the maximum extent. Yes, class. It was true that Xiao Xia was stealing from others. He got a schedule of the college teachers from the logistics teacher, who he had a good chat with. They were all teachers who were at least magicians. Most of the teachers had only a few classes a week. Xie Shichen arranged them a little bit, and felt that if he put them together, he could take all the teachers' classes in about 2 weeks. There was no way. The courses here were too relaxed. Because there were many teachers, but not many classes. And students only had half a day of classes every day, which greatly facilitated Xie Shichen to see the teaching style of each teacher. Maybe if he met someone he was interested in, he could discuss more with him. Xie Shichen did what he said. And on the first day, he aimed at a magic course taught by a great instructor, and went there with a pen and paper. He changed into relatively luxurious clothes to avoid being disliked by these teachers, whose personalities were hard to figure out. And at the same time, he combed his hair to make himself look a little younger. Xie Shichen sighed in front of the mirror. I'm still old. No matter how I pretend. I can't act like a teenager. Youth, meaning the clear and stupid eyes? What nonsense are you talking about? Xie Shichen told App to shut up, and turned to the classroom. This class was the magic class of the great mentor Gorjo. According to the information Xie Shichen had found out, Gorjo was a very gentle, tolerant, and good-tempered magician. Although he had some quirks, it did not prevent him from becoming the kindest teacher in the students' minds. Most importantly, Gorjo was a rare dual-system mentor of time and darkness. Xie Shichen's little Ho attribute was aroused. Although he is a little bit honest and kind, he is very strong. Of course, Xie Shichen doesn't mean that whoever he likes must follow him. Isn't it to get to know each other first? And if possible, make friends, and then persuade them to change jobs. What's wrong with their screech? There are students who are destined to take off. Many black technology teaching aids, and a large number of books. But there is no money. Money is not the deciding factor. Dreams are. In order to avoid being unable to brainwash Gorjo, Xie Shichen brainwashed himself in advance, and was particularly thorough. Anyway, dreams should be above everything. He suppressed the little Ho in his heart, told himself to be patient, and had to go and see if the rumors were true, and walked briskly towards the classroom. Even in a college like Merim, the number of grand tutors was not as many as imagined. So every grand tutor would use the large classroom when he started the class, and the students would fill the classroom densely. Xie Shichen arrived not too late. But since he was not a student of this college, he did not sit in the front row with confidence, but found a seat in an inconspicuous position at the back. He took out his pen and various paper materials that Fanny had brought over, and lowered his head to start sorting them out. Even if he had an outline, he would sort out all the materials himself, make a complete idea, and communicate everything with Fanny before writing. He carefully sorted the materials and text in his hands into categories, tore them off piece by piece, and then found a larger piece of paper and pasted them in the positions he had decided on, making a simulation before writing. Fortunately, he sat in the corner, so he wouldn't disturb others. Time passed by little, and soon, the bell for class rang, and the students sat around Xie Shichen. Many students looked at Xie Shichen curiously, and whispered to each other while the teacher was not here. Oh my God! Why didn't I know that Malam had such a handsome classmate? Is he also in our 3rd grade? I don't think so. Maybe he is retaking the course in the graduating year? He doesn't look like a young man. Can't he be late for school? Hey, I really want to say hello to him. Students like him have a very good talent for magic. Shh. The teacher is here. The students around him slowly moved their eyes away. Xie Shichen slightly raised his eyes and glanced at the podium, ready to activate his talent of listening to lectures with his ears and reading newspapers with his eyes. Hey! Xie Shichen found that Gorjo on the stage was not the honest and gentle image he imagined. He had rare black hair and black eyes, but he had a Western look. His whole face was a little melancholy and world-weary, but he didn't look gentle and kind at all. Xie Shichen looked around quickly, but this Gorjo was even faster. He hurried in, put down his book, rolled up his sleeves, and started talking without even a transition. Today I will talk about how to combine 2 types of magic. His slow and slightly elongated tone made Xie Shichen's eyebrows jump, thinking that this was not good news. If a teacher only talks about himself in class, has no emotions and cannot drive the emotions of students, then no matter how rich his knowledge and experience are, he is not a good teacher. He couldn't get the students to listen. Shichen was a little disappointed, and lowered his head to deduct points from Gorjo on his densely packed alternative notebook. If the fusion fails, please. His calm tone and that completely world-weary face made Shichen, the paper king who was keen on listening to the class, droop his eyelids. Looking around, as expected, most of the students began to shake their heads up and down. On the stage, Gorjo naturally noticed this phenomenon, but he didn't care, and only talked about his own, which was quite beautiful like a bad teacher. Oh! Shichen dared to swear that this kind of slacking teacher was definitely not what he wanted. The most acceptable colleague he could accept was a lazy colleague like his former one. Although he was slacking, although he didn't care about students' grades, although he ran away at the appointed time and never worked overtime, and his lesson plans were written in a mess. His classes were very interesting, and students remembered them well. Well, it seems that this teacher can only be put on the list of candidates. Shichen crossed out Gorjo's name with some regret. He suffered a Waterloo before he even took out his little hoe, which was really sad. Until the intermission, Gorjo finally stopped talking. He slowly put down his book, touched the cup, and left the classroom. Oh my god! How come the class of Master Gore is getting more and more boring? Why did the seniors tell me that Master Gore's class is the best, and they benefited a lot? A girl with pigtails looked at Gorjo's back and lay on the desk. She couldn't understand why there was such a boring class. And she didn't dare to sleep like this. That was the great magician. The girl next to her also yawned tiredly. It's okay. My brother graduated from Merim. I heard that when Master Gore was still a magician. The class was very lively and interesting, and you had to fight for a seat to listen to his class. The pigtail was stunned, and soon pouted. Now you have to fight for a seat. But after a class, I feel that my time is all wasted. I might as well absorb the magic elements. The girl blinked, suddenly leaned over mysteriously, and whispered, I heard that it's because Master Gore broke up. So, broken heart? Shichen frowned as he heard this rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. But a teacher who brings personal emotions into teaching is not a good teacher. He is not saying that everyone can avoid bringing personal emotions, but he personally believes that such emotions should not affect the quality of the class. Shichen completely gave up. He tidied up his messy desk and prepared to go to the next class. You are a student of our college? Gorjo's unique and recognizable voice sounded hesitantly above Shichen's head. Shichen paused as he was packing his things. He looked up at Gorjo, and after a moment's hesitation, he chose not to answer. Master Gore? What can I do for you? Gorjo didn't care about Shichen's evasion. He just said slowly, Doing something else in my class? Is my lecture too boring? As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him subconsciously curled up their backs and lowered their heads too much, fearing that they would be troubled. Shichen cursed himself for his bad luck today, but he remained calm on the surface. He made a panic expression, then nervously unfolded the things in his hand, and said timidly, I'm sorry, Master. I just wanted to submit an article to the Stern Journal so much that I couldn't help it. Please forgive my rudeness. As he said this, he looked at Gorjo without avoiding it, wanting to know how this rumored-kind teacher was going to deal with it. Don't tell him that the rumor doesn't match a word. Gorjo did not scold him immediately, but looked at the piece of paper in Shichen's hand in surprise. He was silent for a while, and said in a strange tone, Can I see it? Shichen was surprised and handed over the manuscript materials in his hand. Of course, he had read them all. They were basically the contents of the recent issues of the journal. There was nothing confidential. He only arranged them in order and made a summary, but did not start writing. He was very relieved. Gorjo quietly flattened the paper and read it carefully. It was full of the contents and interesting stories of the reports in the recent issues of the Steen Journal. Gorjo also knew a little bit, and he knew that the student was not lying. It's just... Gorjo frowned tightly. Topic summary? Can you write a topic summary? Shichen thought to himself. Why is this strange? Why can't he write it? Isn't it up to Fanny to use it after submitting it? Not whether he writes it or not. Thinking about it, he said tactfully, I just want to submit it. If it passes, I can also have some fame. I am a little superficial. For some reason, after Shichen finished speaking, Gorjo became even more disgusted with the world, as if his whole spirit and energy were scattered. He pushed the paper in his hand in front of Xieshichan, asking Xieshichan to put it away and not to be distracted in class. Xieshichan agreed to all of them. Just because of this grab, I'm afraid I have to stay until the end of the class. Hey! Before Xiao Xia felt sorry for his time, Guozhou suddenly thought of something and said in a friendly manner, You came to my class. Have you heard about me? Xieshichan's eyebrows curved. How can anyone not have heard of the name of Professor Gore? Oh! Then he is really ignorant. Guozhou rarely heard such flattery, and he was stunned for a moment. Then slowly laughed. Okay. Then you must listen carefully, he said, holding the cup and slowly walked up to the podium again. But this time he seemed a little different. As soon as Xieshichan sat down, he heard that Guozhou's voice seemed to have changed. He couldn't help but look up curiously, and then listened to an extremely smooth class. How to say it? It was only after this half of the class that he realized that the rumors were indeed not exaggerated. Guozhou's class was really good, and almost every knowledge point could be taken care of. Even if it was an entry-level student, he could listen with relish and understand it a little bit. Moreover, his voice was gentle, and he spoke slowly and steadily. But when it came to important knowledge points, he would emphasize his pronunciation and tone, which immediately attracted the attention of his classmates. He was a rare good teacher. Strange. Could it be that this teacher had a switch that prohibited students from doing other things in class? Xieshichan was confused, looking at the name that he had crossed out. Hesitantly added it back. Observe again. The first half of the class was very boring, but the second half was like a different person. Whether it was Guozhou or Xieshichan who made Guozhou look so different, they became famous instantly. However, unlike Guozhou's fame, Xieshichan's fame is more of a student with no name but deeds. And he is not as famous as Guozhou. This rumor even spread throughout Malim, and everyone was curious whether it was really possible to make the great tutor Gore teach seriously by not attending the class. Xieshichan was also curious, and he planned to go to Guozhou's classes in the future. Only when the reason was controllable, he could consider whether to make friends with him. Of course, this was a long process. And before that, he had to hand in Fanny's summary. He said that he was caught by the teacher in class for this thing, and almost lost the opportunity to poach people. Fanny laughed out loud after hearing this. Ah, Screech. You are really... But how did you think of poaching people from Miriam? Fanny was really curious. Miriam's treatment is so good. You don't have better treatment. People won't be happy to come here. Right? Xieshichan pulled the corner of his mouth. Can't you come here for the dream? Fanny, she asked very sincerely. Anshan, is it because of too much homework recently that your mind is confused? How can you have such an unrealistic idea? Xieshichan closed his eyes and smiled slightly. This is my business. This kind of mentor, who has been trained and matured, can be directly poached and used. Isn't it good? It's good. But I'm afraid that others will not like it. Fanny shrugged and talked to Xieshichan about business. The results of the first batch of persuasion have been announced in the entertainment newspaper. The second batch is expected to be eliminated this weekend. The rest will most likely be eliminated in the second week. Fanny had an idea when she said this. I want to merge it. After describing the hardships of the students in the first and second weeks, update the good news that the children can learn magic in the journal. What do you think? Xieshichan was slightly surprised. You want to set the second journal topic as miracles without talent? In the first and second weeks, announce the elimination list in the entertainment newspaper and compare it with the students. Once the public has an impression that the students have suffered, there will inevitably be a backlash. For example, the students are doing useless work, and say that Screech is just sensationalism. But this is not important. What is important is that there is a discussion. The bigger the controversy, the hotter it gets. At this time, the Stern Journal published a new special topic, pointing out that it is inevitable that a person without talent can learn magic successfully, and that muggles will become magicians in the opposite direction, and then collide with the traditional magic world, which is definitely a collision like Mars hitting the Earth. Even so, it is easy to play with fire and get burned. Either you move up a level, or you will never see this newspaper again. Yes, Fanny nodded, not hiding her ambition. You also said that the Brito family is going to transform into a character interview. We will not be on the same field in the future, no matter what the other journal thinks. Our Stern is destined to go to the whole world. I need enough special topics to shock the world. It just so happens that Screech gave me this opportunity. You need fame. And I need fame too. We can cooperate and win together. If it works, Screech will make a comeback. And Stern will gain both fame and fortune. How great. Xieshichan pointed out the key point. This will affect the interests of most magicians. And it will not be easy. If Xieshichan's Magic Academy is still fighting small battles, then Fanny's move is a direct declaration of war on the magic world. In the future, they and the magic world will not be able to get along well. Fanny doesn't think so. It's true that many wizards look down on muggles. But this does not conflict with their interests. Some of their children are not talented. Once this report comes out, it will give their children a chance to become geniuses. They will not criticize it too much. I think the one who is most affected is the Magic Association. This old and complicated association represents the highest honor for wizards. Everyone is proud to be funded by the Magic Association and to join the Magic Association. No matter which college it is. It cannot shake the position of the Magic Association. But Screech can. This major contribution and change is enough for the traditional Magic Association to pay attention to and be wary of. Is that so? Are you afraid, Fanny? The Magic Association is a huge mountain, Xieshichan asked jokingly. There are countless magicians and magic saints there. Their power is spread all over the continent. Magicians sent out by them may appear anywhere. If Fanny was afraid, she would not have brought up this topic. She raised her eyebrows confidently. Don't worry, Screech. I will help you if there is anything. Xieshichan helplessly spread his hands. Okay, ma'am. I have to say that your proposal is very risky. But it's also very good. Anyway, at that time, it will be Stern who will be targeted. And Screech will not be affected much. After all, Screech is now just a poor magic school with only 20 students. Getting Xieshichan's approval undoubtedly made Fanny more confident. She hurriedly cut off the chat and went back to continue developing her career. Xieshichan was used and then thrown away. But he couldn't just stop there, but had to think of some plans for various unpredictable accidents. He knew that there would not be a day when it would be useful. But he had to be prepared. Otherwise, he would still be uneasy. In the future, Xieshichan would be extremely grateful to himself for being so fussy and worried at the moment. Because he never thought that his Miao Miao would be so good at making trouble. And almost made him worry about his hair turning white. As for now, what are Miao Miao doing? Xieshichan had not observed the little guys for several days. He took out the observation device and called up the pictures one by one again. Well, not bad. I don't know how hard the little guys worked. Lucius's group has reached the border between the Church of Light and the Elves, and is preparing to enter the Dark Jungle with the commission he has accepted. I heard that this place is closely connected to the endless domain of the demons. Will we be unlucky and fall into it? Herbert looked at the all-black plants curiously, his heart thumping. Shut up, Herbert. Isabella rolled her eyes and clenched the staff in her hand. Where's your bow and arrow? Get ready. This is not a safe place. Herbert shrugged and became serious. The most common plants in the dark jungle are dark plants. It is very normal to be able to spread black fog. There are other properties, such as poison, corrosion, etc. Every step is very dangerous. The commission tasks here are at least sea level, and ordinary people dare not stay here for a long time. At this time, Herbert's eagle eye ability will be very useful. He can ignore the darkness and make timely warnings. Isabella and Herbert are a pair of incomplete twin elves. Everyone says that they were born in the same embryo and were divided into two halves. Only when they are together can they be elves. Herbert is proficient in archery, but he has no talent for magic. Isabella has a talent for wood, but she does not have the eagle eye ability. Although she is not ridiculed by the elves, she is a disabled person that everyone treats with caution. They left with the intention of saving face, and it was when they arrived at Screech that they found that they were still very useful. Isabella held a palm-sized staff in her left hand and an axe bigger than her in her right hand, frowning as she walked in front. Herbert was beside her, observing the surrounding environment, and he never put down his bow and arrow. In the middle of them were Darren and Anna, who were not good at fighting. The last one to finish was Lucius. In order to save money, Lucius held a small wooden stick in his left hand and a small wooden sword in his right hand. He listened to all directions and looked around. He was the most nervous one. After all, he was the one who proposed to come here, and he had to be responsible for everyone's safety. Anna chanted a spell in a low voice and summoned a light ball with a faint light, which could only illuminate their area. The soft light without much light attribute would not attract the attention of other monsters and plants. The group walked quietly in the jungle, being too careful, which was not good. Xiaxichan touched his chin, looked through Xiaxia's teaching materials library, and threw a loud cannon through the doll. It didn't hurt anyone, but it made a sound. Bang! Darren looked up blankly. What's wrong? Why suddenly? Lucius's face changed. Run! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding demonic plants rushed towards the 5 people in the center with their fangs and claws. Herbert and Isabella spread their wings, picked up Anna and Darren respectively and flew away without saying a word. Lucius raised the small magic sword and chanted loudly, attracting the attention of most demonic plants. After everyone had distanced themselves, he rolled on the ground in a panic, and the wooden sword cut off the vines around him sharply. In less than a second, he got up and ran away. Damn! What was that sudden voice? Lucius suddenly seemed to realize something. Half an hour later, he gathered with his teammates with a gloomy face. He lowered his head to touch his ring, checked it one by one, and finally found it on the doll. He looked at the doll quietly, and suddenly cursed sinisterly. Asshole Screech. Lucius doll, he. Congratulations on breaking through the defense. Deduction points. Deduction points. Deduction points. Anna was stunned and looked at Lucius in confusion. Brother? Her brother asked her to curse with him expressionlessly. Anna blushed but still obediently cursed in a low voice. Her little doll replied, Baby, your brother is a treacherous man. Be more careful in the future. You will be deducted points if you are tricked. Anna, ? Being tricked? Herbert and Isabella understood Lucius's implication in a second. They cursed Screech while wondering how Screech did it. But if it wasn't Screech, they should have also. It should be me. Darren's lips trembled, obviously very angry. My doll? I scolded for a long time, but didn't respond to me, and now suddenly told me to deduct 10 points. Damn it! If he hadn't reacted so slowly, would he have scolded so many times? Herbert was silent for 2 seconds, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, Darren. You are really unlucky. Lucius couldn't help but smile. Afterwards, they discussed with each other, and guessed that Screech should use the doll to manipulate their experience, and make it difficult for them to experience. No wonder he said the doll was a good thing. Indeed, the dolls can save their lives, and tell the teachers about them. It is very annoying to be betrayed by the teachers. Lucius snorted coldly. Doesn't he like to make trouble? Then take the initiative. In the future, we have to talk to our dolls every once in a while to prevent this from happening again. Anna whispered. What if? What if the teacher can talk with the doll? Lucius, then we will talk about it. Aw damn Screech. Hee hee. Lucius is defeated again. Deduct points. Deduct points. Deduct points. Without waiting for Lucius's face to darken, Wawa said, But you didn't abandon each other, blame each other, accuse each other, or doubt each other when something unexpected happened. That's great. I've already sent feedback to the teacher center to give you extra points for your study tour. Keep up the good work, Captain Lucius. Lucius, okay. Lucius was coaxed a little bit. Forget it. Doesn't he know how tricky Scricky is? Why bother with him? Little Lucius also succeeded in brainwashing himself today. After Xiaxichan finished tricking one group, he moved to the next one. Ophelia's group is currently fighting monsters normally. They seem to have decided to rely on their strength to attract other mercenary groups and team up to take on higher level tasks. Xiaxichan looked at the girls covered in blood and still didn't cause any trouble for them. It's better to wait a little longer. Next group, Xiao Xie, like an annoying game planner, started to cause trouble for the players again. This time it was Bori's group. Strangely, several people wore black hoods to cover their faces. The leader should be Amelia, thin and small, with a bone bracelet on her outstretched wrist, and all kinds of black patterns painted on the back of her flawless white jade hand. The 3 people behind her were like gangsters, holding hands one after another, and the tall figures surrounded Amelia, protecting her tightly. The last one seemed to have turned into a shadow-like existence, quietly sticking to Amelia's shadow, revealing a flaw from time to time to intimidate the people around. Xiaxichan then paid attention to the surrounding environment, which was a dark, messy place paved with huge stones. What are they doing? Mr. Amy is impatient. If you don't leave, we will take action. The fingers of the speaker were wrapped in gray-black cloth, and the slender knuckles were like skeletons, which made the gatekeeper tremble. But the lady doesn't have an invitation letter. Theoretically. Heh. Amelia's cold voice made people's scalps numb. So wizards need an invitation letter to attend the meeting? Why haven't I heard of it? NASA bowed slightly and respectfully through dirty water. It seems that their wizard association looks down on you. I think it's better not to stay for such a meeting. What do you think? Asuto also nodded slightly. I can help. NASA and Bori tacitly outlined their magic elements with their fingertips. A blue-purple light spot gathered from time to time, and a fiery red light spot quietly surrounded. But it made the gatekeeper kneel down on the spot. In recent years, there are always some young guys who are not afraid of tigers who participate in wizard gatherings. They start pretending to be wizards based on knowing a little bit of the details. After several successes, someone from the top took the lead and said that they would send invitations to the wizards and let them enter with the invitations. But most wizards, especially the famous ones, disagreed. As we all know, most wizards are self-proclaimed lords of the dark department and lords of the undead department. They all have strange tempers and don't like to interact with others or have their territory invaded. What's the difference between this proposal and letting wizards run naked? So for more than 3 years, except for some middle and lower level wizards who have no choice but to accept the invitations, the big wizards still come to the conference directly as they please. They couldn't control it, and there was no way to control it. The person who proposed it didn't have much influence. It was a blessing to be able to control the little wizard. So, they chose a very discerning gatekeeper, trying to reduce the number of people sneaking in and not offend the wizards. This was very successful. The gatekeeper was proficient in the habits and even coercion of various wizards, and he didn't make any mistakes. Until this time he fell. He thought that the wizard looked like he didn't have enough breath, so he relaxed his vigilance. This really looked like a scene where an outsider pretended to be a wizard and broke in. But who knew that the witch servant this wizard brought was actually a very popular elemental system such as thunder and fire? You know, the gatekeepers look at 2 points to identify whether it is a wizard. One is strength, and the other is hobbies. Strength is difficult to identify, and many wizards like to hide their strength and have bad intentions, so you can only pay more attention to hobbies. Basically, those wizards who are familiar with the wizard world know that those wizards with strange tempers like to refine the elemental systems such as thunder, fire, and light, which are very righteous at first glance, into their own witch servants. The stronger the witch servant is, the more it represents the unfathomable ability of the wizard. Wizards cherish their lives very much, and basically they will bring 1 or 2 knights or shadows to protect them openly or secretly, so that if something goes wrong, they can escape quickly. At first, seeing such a standard posture, the gatekeeper thought it was someone who knew it in disguise. But when the thunder and fire appeared, he no longer dared to take chances. Sir, please come in. No invitation is needed. No invitation is needed at all. It's me who is ignorant and blind, and I can't see through your strength at all. The gatekeeper knelt beside him in a flattering manner, hoping that this eccentric wizard would let him go. He secretly wailed in his heart that he was going to fail, but he didn't even dare to say anything. Humph. Kono, Amelia said coldly. Watch him. If the next wizard lets him in without checking the invitation, you know the consequences. The shadow trembled slightly, as if to show that he knew. Amelia then glanced at the gatekeeper with disgust and stepped into the door without saying a word. The gatekeeper's face became even more bitter. Damn it. Who on earth suggested checking the invitation? The 5 little guys who succeeded in fishing in troubled waters found a hidden corner, took off their hoods, and revealed their faces that were covered with paint so that their facial features could not be seen clearly. Amelia was very excited. Bori! You know a lot. We got in. I can't help it. Who made me Bori? Bori raised his eyebrows arrogantly, but he still remembered where this place was, and immediately became serious. Well, now that we have got in, let's make a plan. There are a lot of good things in the wizard gathering. It's still early before the auction. Why don't we go shopping first? Okay. Amelia nodded, a little worried. Should we go check out the Target first? Don't let anything go wrong. Amelia, I think it's best to let things take their course. Nathaniel shook his head and explained in a low voice. Although this mission is high level, it is openly placed in the Mercenary Association for everyone to take. It's too conspicuous. We have to be wary of any calculations. Amelia figured it out quickly and pointed out the problem. What if we find the target and are plotted against on the way? That would be a study tour that we can run away at any time. Bori didn't take it to heart. Anyway, our lives are safe. And we have Screech to back us up. So what's there to be afraid of? Just do it if you want to. If there is a plot, it's definitely not for us. We are innocent suspects who chose this mission. If there is no plot, we will make money if we can complete the mission. And we won't lose if we can't. After analyzing this, Bori raised his head and said with a smile, "This is a wizard gathering. Amelia, aren't you tempted?" Tempted? Amelia hesitated for 2 seconds and also abandoned the mission target. They thought about it and decided that the 5-person target was still too big. So they simply split into 2 groups. But Bori smiled and waved his hand. "No, I'd be in a separate group. Don't worry. If something really happens, I'm very good at running away." Amelia frowned. "But," Nathaniel shook his head. "Then let's choose a place and gather in 3 hours. If anyone hasn't arrived yet, we go find them together." "Okay." Asudo nodded. Bori also thought it was okay. He looked at Amelia, who was still worried, and raised his bracelet. Friendly positioning. "Don't worry, Amelia. But you guys, this is your first time here. Be careful." Amelia finally agreed, although she didn't know why Bori wanted to leave alone. Chapter 67. The Wizards Association is also known as the Wizards Gathering. The mysterious and nomadic wizards hold a gathering in the dungeon every year. This gathering will gather many mysterious and powerful wizards, as well as rookie wizards who have just entered the wizard world. They will exchange information at this gathering, collect items from each other, and then return with a full load. Of course, this is for ordinary wizards. For middle and upper level wizards, the most important thing about the Wizards Association is not these gatherings, but 2 things. One is the auction, where the wizards will help to organize and collect all kinds of things that are beneficial to wizards. If you like something, you can trade it at the auction, or even barter it. Most of these auction items are not legitimate, and some cannot be traded openly. However, where there are people, there is demand. With so many big wizards in charge, as well as some other mysterious people who come to find wizards for help or provide auction items, it is not so easy to disrupt the auction. The second thing is the Wizard Conference, which symbolizes power. Powerful wizards will put forward some suggestions and help that are beneficial to the development of wizards at the conference. At first, it was just to make the weak wizard groups stick together. Later, it became more like a symbol of power. Even if it was just chatting at the meeting, it represented that they had been recognized by the majority of wizards. Of course, because wizards are still closed, mysterious, and solitary individuals, this wizard conference is not as powerful as imagined. But it makes many wizards yearn to join. The first thing that Bori wanted to do was to watch the auction items in advance. This was not a simple matter. The auction of the Wizard Association was divided into 3 parts. One part was the open auction, which was generally for things that came openly. Other people who were not wizards would also come to the meeting. One part was the secret auction, which was only for wizards to participate in. At the same time, only things that wizards needed were auctioned. The third part was fundraising. This was not open to the general wizards. On the contrary, it was gathered at the Wizard Association by wizards seeking shelter, and even items offered by the masses, under the pretext of transporting auction items. After the auction was over, these things were transported away and used as the public warehouse of the Wizard Association. Similarly, the big wizards who accepted this warehouse also had the obligation to protect these people. Of course, they are not asked to be bodyguards. They can only appear at the Wizard Association and help with some small things when they receive the request of the Wizard Association. No one can remember who founded the Wizard Association, and few people know about the existence of the third part. But for the wizards, this is not important. Anyway, the managers of the Wizard Association have no power now, and the wizards can only benefit and do less work, which makes it a lot easier. Borue watched his friends leave, then turned around and casually slipped into an alley, turning left and right, almost without stopping. After a while, he walked to a small iron door, held his breath, and knocked on the door twice, waiting for the person inside to respond. It seemed that there was always someone guarding the door. Soon, a black-hatted man whose face was almost invisible lowered his voice. "What are you doing?" Borue's fingers clenched slightly, but his face looked relaxed. He calmly passed a yellowed invitation letter in his hand through a small gap in the middle of the door. He said in a hoarse voice, and with a smile, "Come and see the collection." The people inside were silent for a while. And soon there was the creaking sound of the door opening and the collision of chains. Bori's heart sank, even though he trusted his good partner very much. At this moment, he still had an almost absurd feeling. But the people inside invited him in respectfully, as if it was a business matter, and said to him in a very flattering tone, "Sir, you also know that the invitation letter of our Wizard Association must be taken back to avoid being used by those with ulterior motives." So, Bori hummed, frowned, and pretended to be impatient. "Take me in." The gatekeeper uttered a few ahs, and quickly waved for someone to take the distinguished wizard in. At the same time, he threw the invitation letter in his hand into the flames beside him. It soon burned to ashes, and there was no trace of its existence in the world. The person leading the way was a dwarf. Unlike Darren, who was only 1.5 meters tall, this dwarf looked at most 1.3 meters tall. He looked even more flattering than the gatekeeper. Trembling all over, he led Bori through the long corridor without saying a word. When they were about to reach the fork in the road, he carefully asked, "My lord, what related collections do you want to see?" Bori asked, "Where are they?" After he asked this question, he realized that something was wrong, and it seemed that his words would expose him. But the dwarf seemed to be unaware of it, and stammered to tell Bori the locations of several directions. Warehouse. The warehouse is in the large cellar on the far left, and the auction items are in. Bori was stunned, and his throat was a little tight. Why? They seemed to be very familiar with it, and they didn't doubt it at all? Bori suppressed all the speculations in his heart, and when the dwarf was mumbling to himself, he did not hesitate to hit him with his palm and knocked him unconscious. Then took a deep breath and ran faster. He didn't know where he could run to, but everything was wrong. He had to find a way to hide first. Bori suddenly felt a little annoyed at his carelessness, or too little relevant experience. He suddenly missed Novice very much. Yes, Bori dared to come here alone, and it was also because of the various information Novice had given him as a guarantee, because he believed in Novice. Although he was still very nervous, Bori still came in. But now, he realized that it was not just the little bit of information that Novice described to him that could allow him to break into the wizard meeting. "Ah, you asked me what was interesting?" The former novice waited for Bori to help him apply medicine with a grin, then held up his head and tried to recall if there was anything interesting on the road to survival. "Well, there was one. I went to the underground city." Bori's eyes widened at the time. "Underground city? Isn't it full of blood and violence? Very dangerous?" "It wasn't dangerous when I went there." Novice smiled and told Bori the interesting story. At that time, "Be gentle. Do you really want me to go see my grandmother now?" Bori said "Oh," and lowered his hand. But he listened carefully. Novice didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly told his experience. The wizards posted a secret message to the Mercenary Association, asking for a few flexible mercenaries to help carry their goods. I was quick to grab it and followed them. I found that their guards were very lax when I carried the goods all the way there. They clearly told us that this batch of goods was very important, and only the adults of the Wizards Association could come in to see it with a token. But in one day, I received at least 10 wizards who came to see the goods. I can guarantee that those wizards were not alone, and some were even stronger than me. At this point, Novice curled his lips. Who knows what they are up to? I went to tell the captain of the mercenary in charge, and then I was kicked out. Bori opened his eyes wide. Why? Who knows? Novice spread his hands, and then mysteriously took out a yellowed invitation from his storage ring. But I secretly intercepted a wizard's credential, and used the fake credential to get in again. Bori? ? Novice snorted. I didn't forge it carefully at all, and the appearance was not the same. They didn't even check and let me in. I wandered around inside, worried that the wizard would blame us mercenaries who took the task. So I paid more attention. Unexpectedly, nothing happened, and I don't know what they want to do. Novice just didn't want his reputation to be reduced because of their calculations or mistakes. Since the matter was successfully concluded, he didn't care about it anymore. However, the invitation letter was in Bori's hands. Bori was very interested. Novice had to say more, and even drew a map for Bori. To be precise, because he scared his parents, Bori became crazy about these adventurous things after being detained in the royal city. Novice was the only one among his friends who was not disciplined by his family, and could go out and wander around. So Bori always liked to sneak up on Novice when he returned to the royal city and listen to Novice tell him about some interesting things he saw. Novice also told him everything, and was even afraid that the little fool would foolishly want to go out and explore, like an old mother, drawing maps and telling him how to avoid danger, and even gave him a lot of things he got. This time when Bori went out, because Siashichin restricted too many things and he couldn't take anything, he simply made up his mind and took these things that Novice gave him. Not important. I took all the small items away. I didn't expect it to be useful. Bori found an empty corner and took out the map drawn by Novice. It had been a year, and he was not sure if the map was still useful, so he could only use it as a reference. He was now on the left side of what the dwarf pointed out. It would take about 100 meters to reach the warehouse. He had already seen a little bit of the outline. But what surprised Bori was that in Novice's map, the left side was an abandoned warehouse, and the right side was the collection items guarded by the mercenaries. He felt uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to the right. Maybe there were many accidents last year, so the territory was changed this year. But he had to take a look first. Compared with that strange dwarf, he still trusted Novice more, even if the information Novice gave might be outdated. Bori pursed his lips and moved quickly among the forks. Novice's map was very accurate. It seemed that the wizards had hardly made any changes here. Why change it then? Bori's thoughts suddenly broke off. He stood at the end of the path, clenched his fingers, and stared at the marked warehouse without blinking. Teams of well-trained mercenaries were patrolling in turns, guarding the large warehouse behind them with utmost seriousness. And almost no one could escape. And their equipment was very complete. Not only equipped with magicians, but also alchemists. As if they were afraid that someone would be bold enough to steal here. Such a well-trained team built with a lot of money. Except for the 3 major mercenary groups. Almost no one had the strength to do so. Soon, Bori confirmed the name of the hired mercenary group. Everyone cheer up. As long as tonight is over, all the goods can be delivered tomorrow. Carefully check the list in your hand. Every item collected must be recorded. No matter what the employer says. We must know the situation here. Also, the alchemists and magicians. Please pay more attention. And make sure there is no trace of magic used here. The big guy in the lead spoke in an orderly manner. His voice was calm and generous, and did not cause anyone's disgust at all. One of them responded with a smile. Don't worry, Captain. We are the most careful in our work. The captain laughed and scolded. Okay. If something goes wrong, I will find you to take the blame. Although everyone was laughing and making a fuss, they were still very serious and did not dare to relax. Obviously, this was a very important commission. Bori trembled his lips, lowered his head, and carefully stepped back a few steps until he was sure that they would not notice him. Then he leaned against the wall and sat down slowly. It was the Iron Rose mercenary group. It's his father. He took out the map drawn by Novice himself in disbelief and looked at the signs on it bit by bit. The place guarded by the mercenaries was closed. What does the warehouse on the left represent? Also, what is the purpose of their loose screening method? If Bori just wanted to join in the fun at first, he would not dare to take it lightly now. The behavior of this wizard association is confusing. And the one guarding the treasure is his relative. Once something happens. Bo-Rui was upset, and subconsciously touched his shoulder, and touched a doll. Teach you to talk, doll. He touched the doll's face and murmured in a low voice. Do you think I should go? Go! The doll's steady voice barely brought Bo-Rui back to his senses. Bo-Rui pulled the corner of his mouth. You are the only one who can say it. And I want to. But can I go? I am just a junior swordsman. I am a junior swordsman who practices both magic and martial arts. The doll corrected. With me here? What are you afraid of? Tell me the situation first, and I teach you how to deal with it. Bori came back to his senses, and for some reason, he told all the information he had received. After he finished speaking, he realized that something was a little wrong. Why are you so smart all of a sudden? Wawa choked and said sarcastically, I can't help it. I'm Screech's kid who taught you to talk. Of course I'm smart, but you weren't very smart before, so I didn't want you to feel inferior. So I acted not so smart. Perfect logic. Bo-Rui's cheeks flushed with anger. He was about to refute, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why didn't the doll deduct his points? Bo-Rui looked at the doll, who taught you to speak suspiciously. The doll didn't realize where it was exposed, and was still thinking about whether it could connect a useful clue. The manipulator behind the scenes even started writing and drawing. But this gave Beauroy time to think carefully. If there is anyone who knows Beauroy's doll best, it must be Beauroy himself. Because all the way, Beauroy, the chatterbox, was chatting with the doll. It can be said that as long as Xieshichan chose Beauroy's doll as his field of vision, he would be discovered by Beauroy in minutes. There is no way. Beauroy wants to talk too much. Only the doll will not hate him and argue with him. Although he often loses points, he can occasionally add points. Right? The moment of adding points makes Beauroy feel that he is worthy of the world. I have gone too far. Anyway, Beauroy knows his doll very well. Sometimes he can even predict whether he will be deducted this time. So this time, the doll did not laugh sarcastically and deduct his points, which was very wrong. Something is very wrong. Beauroy looked at his doll with an inquiring look. Beauroy's doll didn't realize that something was wrong. He sorted out a relatively simple and safe route and said casually, "Listen to me. Pretend to be a wizard. Change your voice. And go in to check what the collection items they are guarding are. If you don't know how to pretend, you can use contribution points to exchange for one." Scritch? Xieshichan was stuck. And he asked calmly, "Why did you suddenly call the principal's name? There is no principal here. Wake up. If you are really timid, you can tear open the scroll. Oh, you can experience the wonderful feeling of teleportation immediately." Beauroy said firmly, "Brother Xie." Screech. "The principal. It must be you. Don't play dumb." Xieshichan, He didn't know how he was exposed. The doll itself has a certain guiding nature, and is very flexible. Xieshichan thought he was very good at being weird. "How did you recognize it?" He had no choice but to accept it. Beauroy snorted a few times. "I have never lost contact with my doll along the way. I know my doll too well. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that it didn't deduct points from me after mocking me. This is very abnormal." Xieshichan, It was a mistake. So Beauroy has been deducted so many points? This is really something Xieshichan himself did not expect. In order to give the children a chance to adapt, and to prevent the children from being deducted too much points, Xieshichan set a step-by-step process for the doll. That is to say, in the early stage when they are not familiar with each other, Wawa will be very restrained in deducting points. But in the middle stage, if they still cannot win the debate, they will have to deduct points, and deduct points again. If it is in the early stage, it is normal not to deduct points occasionally. And this is even a pitfall. You think you will not deduct points in this way. But in the later stage, you will cry bitterly. I didn't expect that Beauroy has progressed to the point where he will be deducted points if he doesn't win a sentence. Xieshichan reflected on himself, and thought that he still didn't pay enough attention to the education of his children. How could he not realize such an important thing? Beauroy paused, then added awkwardly, "I know your tone too well. This weird tone is so strange. I know it's you as soon as I hear it." Xieshichan, okay. Then can our understanding Wang Aotian follow my train of thought? Sure. Beauroy was satisfied and not even nervous anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so proud of himself. I recognized you. Shouldn't I give me some points? Xieshichan smiled slightly. Are you going to settle accounts with my brother? It's not impossible. No. I mean. Beauroy's brain was spinning, trying to find a glimmer of hope that would allow him to pass the exam. Well, I'm a little scared. My family should be fine? The little guy carefully and spontaneously learned what it means to be pitiful. In fact, he succeeded. Xieshichan, who was troubled by Beauroy's worries, softened his heart a little. Don't worry. The teacher is here to cover you. Go ahead. Do you need to exchange the magic scroll of voice change? No. I can change my voice. Beauroy jumped up instantly with full blood, and disguised himself with a smile. Then I will go in? Wait. Xieshichan pondered for a moment, and said to Beauroy, if possible, talk to your father directly, and give your father a flaw. Beauroy was stunned and hesitated, but if he really revealed a flaw, would his father protect him again? Don't worry, kid. You have the whole Screech as your backer now, Xieshichan said in a relaxed tone. Let him worry about the conspiracy. We will go in and make a fortune and leave. Beauroy was very touched at the beginning, but was completely stunned at the end. Ah? We still want to make a fortune? What else? Xieshichan asked back, confidently. No matter what the wizards think. They gave us this flaw. Didn't it give us an opportunity? Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't let them lose everything? Losing everything? Bo-Rui touched his chin. This is really a nice name. Screech's descriptions are always so humorous and interesting. But to be honest, with Screech as a backer and advice, Bo-Rui now feels that this is the right thing to do. Whether the things are lost or not, it may be framed on their family. It is better to let him be the thief directly. Whether he advances or retreats, he will be sure. The purpose is to make these guys with bad intentions fly away and lose everything. Bo-Rui put on his hood with a heroic and gloomy look, pretending to be a wizard, and hurriedly walked all the way to meet up with his family's group. Xieshichan curled up beside the small flower bed, casually writing and drawing on the notebook he brought with him. But his eyes never moved away from Bo-Rui's perspective. He temporarily turned off other perspectives and focused on Bo-Rui's side, worried about any unforeseen mistakes, and also fulfilled his duties as a military advisor. Well, in the end, it was because the environment here at Malin was too bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to live next to the small flower bed, with his long legs crossed miserably, feeling very aggrieved. But he still had good physical fitness. He didn't feel anything in such an awkward posture, and could still concentrate on the development of things. In his notebook, he recorded a very rough line, which was the event line he sorted out. It is known that the Wizard Association will find mercenaries to transport and protect their collection every year. After the auction, a special person will count the goods and let the mercenaries escort them to the designated Wizard Association location to complete this commission. But last year, Novice discovered that the wizards who went to check the goods might have forged the goods. But the Wizards Association, whether they really didn't notice it or pretended not to notice it, let these people come in to check the goods. But last year their mercenary commission was successfully completed. This year was the same. It was easy to get in. But when Bori came in, the invitation letter was burned, and he was pointed to a wrong path. So, what is the Wizards Association's plan? Is it to pass the buck? Or is it a conspiracy? Or is it simply a failure of inspection? Does the wizard really not know that the person they let in is not their own wizard? Why do they go to such lengths? To show their importance to the collection? Or to fish in troubled waters? Aren't they worried that someone like Bo-Rui will sneak in? What is the difference between the warehouse on the left and the warehouse on the right? Xieshichan listed the questions one by one, and he couldn't figure out what their purpose was. If it was him, these collection items were very important, and he needed to set up a formation to frame the mercenaries. Then the collection items the mercenaries were guarding would definitely be fake, and it would not be easy to make the mercenaries believe that they were guarding the real items. If they were real items, it would not be easy to switch them in the end. But if he was not framing the mercenaries, letting them in would be a waste of time. Xieshichan pondered for a moment. There were still too few clues, and he could not guess what this roundabout approach was for. But it didn't matter. Xieshichan slammed his notebook shut, smiling dangerously and charmingly. No matter if it's real or not. It's all meat buns in my hands. After a pause, he tapped on the notebook and called Xiao Xiao. Dear, please give my dear Bori's space scroll a location in our Screech's warehouse. Xieshichan said shamelessly, without changing his expression. Wait for me to fool him. Suggest that he stick the scroll there, and you can manually transfer it when the time is right. Okay. App, yes. But you have to add the principal value. Isn't it just the principal value? I'm not such a stingy person. Xieshichan asked Xiao Xiao in a reproachful tone. Is my student more important or the principal value more important? Of course it's my student. If you lose the principal value, you can earn it again. But if you lose the student, you can't earn the principal value anymore. App, received. You really expected it. App worked hard to make some harmless changes. Xieshichan took out the observation instrument and was about to continue observing when he suddenly felt someone coming. He didn't have time to explain too much. Just told Bo-Rui to be careful not to expose himself too much. Then took back the observation device and pretended to write and draw on the notebook as if he was studying. A hand gently patted his shoulder. Xieshichan pretended to have just realized it and turned around and saw a familiar figure. This time he was really surprised. Master Gore? He stood up hurriedly and looked at Gore Joe in confusion. Why are you here? Gore Joe hesitated for a while, pretended to be calm, and asked Xieshichan, why didn't I see you in class today? Not interested anymore? Ah? Even Xie Shichen was a little confused. He reflected on his interactions with Gore Zhou and was sure that he did not have any labels such as a charmer, a wise man, or a guide. He was just an ordinary older student who was absent-minded in class. Not outstanding. So, is Gore Zhou crazy? Why is he so concerned about him? Xie Shichen had to suspect that Gore Zhou had some sinister intentions. He scratched his head in a very innocent manner, as if he was a little embarrassed. I am a muggle. I just yearn to learn magic. I can't understand all your courses. What's wrong with muggles? Muggles? Gore Zhou opened his eyes wide in shock. You are a muggle? Are you really a muggle? The kind without magical talent? Xie Shichen nodded calmly. Yes. Master. I am just a gardener in Merim. I used to be a housekeeper in a count's manor, so I have some management experience. I was lucky enough to be hired by Merim. Gore Zhou seemed even more hurt. His eyes, how should I put it, had a kind of complexity that was hard to guess. Not the simple disdain and contempt for muggles. In fact, he didn't have such emotions, but he still became negative. Xie Shichen even saw the shock and misunderstanding in his eyes that could not be hidden. Xie Shichen thought, could it be that his appearance was enough to support the shell of a high-level magician? Otherwise, why did Gore Zhou look so disillusioned? He wanted to make a quick decision and go see his students. So he simply said, does the master dislike muggles? I'm sorry that I suddenly appeared in your sight. I can understand that magicians are different from us. This difference makes me yearn for the world of magicians. Then I leave first. Wait. Gore Zhou stopped Xie Shichen. He looked at Xie Shichen's frown and felt a little helpless. I don't dislike you. Nor do I look down on you. I'm just a little surprised. He said incoherently. You know what? I was really shocked when I saw you writing a summary for the Stern Journal. How? No. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I mean. He was upset that his language management was wrong. He didn't know how to describe the shock at that moment. That was the Stern Magic Journal. He had all the Stern Journal newspapers from the first issue to the last issue at home, all of which were well preserved. He even put all the entertainment newspapers in the safe. But Xie Shichen was able to provide Steen with a summary newspaper directly. It was hard to tell whether it was jealousy or shock. Anyway, Gore Zhou was very unwilling to admit defeat at that time and wanted to show himself. So he used all his tricks to make Xie Shichen look at him with a surprised and admiring look. Of course, he understood that Xie Shichen was definitely not as good as himself in magic attainments. Otherwise, he would not be just a student who did not graduate. But he must have his advantages. Gore Zhou believed that Fanny Steen was not a person who only looked at appearance. So he just wanted to understand where he was lacking. He had a good plan. As long as Xie Shichen was willing to come to class, they would eventually get to know each other. And Gore Zhou would be able to get to know this mysterious student better. They even agreed to continue discussing the secrets of magic in the next class. But who would have known? Who would have known? Xie Shichen actually admitted that he was a muggle. And a muggle who couldn't understand magic class. How could this be possible? In an instant, Gore Zhou was almost drowned by huge jealousy and resentment. He had to work hard to prevent himself from maliciously speculating about this young man who barely had a good face. Of course, I couldn't help but say some sour words, which made Xie Shichen feel even more confused. I understand. Great teacher. This is just my wishful thinking. But I just thought. Just vote casually. What if I get selected? It doesn't matter if I don't get selected. It makes me understand the magic world better. Which is good. Gore Zhou shook his head frantically. No. That's not the case. I mean, do you want to come to my class? I can teach you alone. Xie Shichen, no. You are really stubborn. Do you want to play teacher-student game with him? His students were still waiting for him. Xie Shichen lost his patience and said concisely, I don't understand. Do you understand? I don't want to listen. I just go to the classroom to find a place to work. It's convenient. Gore Zhou was unwilling to give up. Then you don't need a table now? I can. Xie Shichen had a headache. No. My manuscript has been sent out. Now I need to work. Great mentor. Is this impolite enough? Xie Shichen has already started to summarize, and wants to send this Dian Gong away. Strange. Why is he so attached to him suddenly? Xie Shichen even asked Xiaoxiao doubtfully if she had opened any aura for him. Xiaoxiao was speechless. Auras are only used by evil systems. and orthodox systems let the host rely on their own charm. That's really weird. Xieshichan looked at Gorjo's lost soul and felt it was really outrageous. This teacher is not bad, but he is a weird person. I don't know if he is really prejudiced against muggles. Forget it. I cross him out? Xieshichan thought to himself. It was a pity. Nowadays, there are too few magicians who are willing to give lectures and can give lectures. What a pity. Gorjo, who was already positioned as a madman, hesitated again. Sorry. I won't disturb you at work. It's just that. Xieshichan, what? Gorjo whispered. Can you show me the summary you wrote? He paused for a long time before he came up with a reason. Actually, I am a loyal fan of the Stern Journal. I really want to take a look at the next issue of the journal in advance. Oh, a toxic fan. No wonder. Xieshichan understood. Are you worried that my manuscript is not professional? But my manuscript may not be accepted. It all depends on the editor-in-chief Stern's opinion. Right? Gorjo hesitated and couldn't give a reason. So he simply gave up. Excuse me. I just want to refer to it. Okay. Although Xieshichan sent it to Fanny through Xiaoyatong, he was also used to writing a handwritten copy to sort out his thoughts. So it was very smooth to take it out at this time. But there are some minor flaws. This is the first draft, and there are traces of modifications on it. It's okay. Gorjo was overjoyed. Thank you. Remember to come to my class next time when you are free. I promise it will be worth it. This is an equal exchange. Xieshichan reluctantly agreed. Okay. Thank you for your invitation. Mr. Gore, I really have to work. This time, Gorjo did not disturb Xieshichan again. He carefully rolled up the manuscript and put it in his storage container. He said goodbye to Xieshichan embarrassedly and then hurriedly left the flower bed. Xieshichan looked at Gorjo's back, confused. He always felt that he was surrounded by all kinds of secrets today, and he couldn't see clearly anywhere. Forget it. Students are more important. Xieshichan took out the observation device to find Borui's perspective, and asked Xiao Xiao to lead the way to a more hidden place to give orders. I hope little Borui is well. Chapter 68. Sir, please allow us to check again. Who brought you in? As the leader, Bennett Amos was very conscientious and stood at the forefront of the blockade. He knew that asking this question would displease the eccentric wizards. And in fact, it was true. Among the 5 wizards who came, they were furious with him. But fortunately, they all had something to prove themselves, and they accompanied them every time they went in. So Bennett was reluctant to put his mind at ease. When Xieshichan moved the camera over, he saw the enlarged face of Captain Amos. It must be said that Bennett Amos was still very handsome and serious when he was the captain. He didn't feel unreliable at all, and he didn't think he looked like Bori. Bori looked up and laughed sinisterly. I am a wizard of the Wizard Association. Do I need to give you a certificate? He said, deliberately imitating Lucius's condescending tone. The dwarf guarding the door knows not to offend me casually. His hoarse voice made Bennett feel nothing familiar. But he was used to this kind of thing. The first 5 were more arrogant than each other, which made him believe at 3 points. But he was not so easy to compromise. Sir, our mercenary group signed an agreement. If this batch of goods is lost due to our fault, we will compensate. I hope you can cooperate. We will have the magic stone record throughout the process. I hope you can understand. Bori shouted in his heart that it was wonderful. It was worthy of his old fox father, who was thoughtful. Don't be distracted. Sneak in first. Xieshichan pulled Borui back to his senses. This is not an ordinary matter. Be careful. Borui nodded secretly. He suddenly grabbed Bennett's arm. Bennett's eyes flashed, just about to shake it off. Suddenly the finger made his face full of mystery. Borui couldn't figure out how he could hint that his father was cheating. He simply held Bennett's wrist and pinched the little finger hard. This was a fun game that they used to play together. When Borui did this, it meant that he didn't want to be found for the time being. So Bennett could only pretend to be blind and continue to look for his son somewhere else to maintain his son's self-esteem. But, is this a coincidence? The wizard on the opposite side asked sinisterly. What? Do you feel my surging black wizard power? What a psychopath! Bennett almost cursed out loud. What kind of black wizard power is this? Isn't it just a touch on the little finger? If this wizard wasn't a male wizard, Bennett would have been thrown away in a minute. He couldn't let his wife misunderstand. But Bennett had a toothache, We need to follow you in. I hope you can understand," he said, "Your Excellency," with gnashing teeth. And Bori even felt that Bennett would pick up a weapon and beat him up in the next moment. "Don't be afraid. I have Screech to back me up." "Don't be afraid." Bori let go of his hand with confidence and snorted, "Lead the way." After a pause, he glanced coldly at the magician, who was about to catch up with him, and said in a cold tone, "Why? Do you want the magician to monitor me?" Bennett also paused, looked at the magician, and said helplessly, "Watch out outside. I keep an eye on him." The magician frowned, looked at Bennett and the wizard, and finally took a step back and did not follow. Bennett followed the bad-tempered wizard with a good temper, pressing step by step, like a follower. The wizard seemed a little irritated. He waved his clothes, looked at Bennett with disdain, and quickened his pace. Everything was perfect. If his father had not pulled his ears as soon as he came in. Be gentle. Bori could not hold it anymore and begged for mercy. "Scritch is watching. Give me some face." Bennett looked around for a moment, then let go of his hand, full of confusion. "How did you get in?" "No. What are you doing here?" "Studying." Bori took off his hood carelessly, revealing a face painted with black paint. He pointed to the doll on his shoulder with pride, grinning. "Scritch is with you. What are you afraid of?" "Bennett, Sieshichin had no choice but to greet him in a voice that only Bori could hear, and said, "Be quiet. Don't let people outside hear you." Bori stopped talking cautiously, waved to Bennett, and told him about his adventures along the way, but only skipped the existence of Novice. His father didn't like the Novice family, so it would be better for him not to cause trouble for Novice casually. Bennett frowned when he heard this. "It's too dangerous. Why are you messing around?" Bori was stunned. He didn't expect that his father would think of this first. He touched his nose and said with some righteousness, "Scritch is here too. If there is danger, we can use the teleportation scroll to leave at any time." Sieshichin asked Bori to imitate him. "Say, you are just worried about him. Don't appreciate it." Bori subconsciously followed, "I came here just because I was worried about you. Don't appreciate it." Bennett saw that his son was angry, and he didn't care whether he came or not. Why did he hold the baby? His tone softened instantly. "I am fierce. I am also worried that something will happen to you." Bennett, a henpecked and indecisive leader, was also scared when his son became strong. He seemed to feel that this was very shameless. Coughed lightly, and changed the subject. "I received your kindness, and Dad will be careful in the future." "You go back early too," Bori exclaimed. He didn't expect his father to really fall for this. He shook his head and said mysteriously, "Don't worry. I plan to work with Screech to make the Wizards Association a mess." Bennett was stunned for a moment, somewhat disagreeing. "Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Let's not make trouble." "How can this be called making trouble?" Bori argued. "I'm taking precautions to prevent them from taking advantage of the situation." Bennett felt complicated. He didn't expect his son to become more eloquent after a few months away. It's not that he couldn't stop his son. He was also very angry about the news his son brought. If he wasn't careful, wouldn't it be easy for him to make mistakes right under his nose? Besides, he really couldn't figure out what tricks the Wizard Association was playing. And they actually had to do such a thing. "Be careful yourself. Don't get caught. And blame us if something goes wrong." Bennett hesitated for a while, but still told his son to be careful. At worst, he would have to pay the Wizard Association money. His son was rarely interested, so he shouldn't spoil his fun. Bori turned around excitedly and gestured okay. Then turned around and followed Sieshichin's instructions, and began to gather the goods as much as possible, and then drew a magic circle with transparent potion. Sieshichin gave instructions while leisurely saying, "We agreed not to ask for help from our family, and this is considered a violation, and I will deduct it later." Bori's hands trembled, and he couldn't believe it. "Brother Xia, you asked me to help my dad. How come I asked for help from my family? You have to understand the main and the secondary." Sieshichin also remained calm and said confidently, "If something really happens, it will be your dad who will clean up your mess. Right? Don't deny it. Can you really destroy the Wizard Association by yourself?" Bori gritted his teeth. "What if we can?" Sieshichin thought for a while. "I give you an A-level commission." Bori was delighted. "That's what you said. Send the task quickly. Send the task quickly. Our team will accept it." Sieshichin twitched his mouth. Did he think he didn't know what this little guy was planning? Isn't it just relying on someone to back him up and trying to take advantage? Humph. I take note. Xie Shichen took out his notebook and wrote it down. And he readily issued an A-level task for the academy. A. Destroy the wizard's meeting and get away with it. Bori took on the task on behalf of his team without saying a word. Hey, brother Xie. Wait for us to play a big game with you. Xie Shichen, goodbye? He glanced at his task description and felt that it was still too general. But, why did two groups accept this task? Huh? Xie Shichen pointed out the detailed task list and couldn't help laughing. Good boy. This is interesting. Bo-Rui painstakingly drew the teleportation array, and then secretly pasted a teleportation scroll in an inconspicuous place. The transparent potion is used together with the teleportation scroll. If the teleportation scroll is not activated within 8 hours, the potion's effect will evaporate. If the teleportation scroll is used during this period, the potion can act as a glue, and these things will be transported to the designated target along with the teleportation scroll. It is a rare good thing, and Xie Shichen spent a lot of money on it. Of course, the student contribution points will be deducted in the end. You can't get something for nothing. Right? Bori prepared everything and patted Bennett on the shoulder. Dad, be careful. Your son is leaving. Bennett hesitated and wanted to say something, but Bori walked out with his cloak on. His steps were very brisk, and it was obvious that he saw what he wanted. This made the people guarding outside feel relieved. It seemed that everything was complete. Bennett followed Bori, and only realized that he had to say goodbye to the wizard when he was halfway there. But the wizard had disappeared. Bennett was a little annoyed, hoping that he would not ruin the child's plan. The magician and his team walked over quickly, looked at the disappeared figure of Bori, and asked, "Is he strong?" Bennett came back to his senses, and uttered an "ah," and seemed to be unable to react. The magician frowned tightly. "Even you are afraid of him?" Bennett reacted, nodded in panic, and tried to calm down. It should be a wizard from the Wizard Association. He went in to check and left. I don't know what he was looking at. The magician paused. His expression flickered. Really? Which wizard could it be? Bennett also nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. I hope there will be no problems with this mission. The magician also echoed absent-mindedly. Yes. I hope there will be no problems. Bo-Rui just had an exciting study tour and is now very excited. Brother Xie. Where are we going next? Xie Shichen calmly glanced at the map. If you are not worried, you can go to the warehouse on the left to take a look. I am still a little curious about that place, but I have to go there last. He still couldn't figure out why they let anyone in casually. But since they pointed out this road, they probably had some means of monitoring, or some conspiracy. It would be a pity not to go there. Bo-Rui hesitated for 2 seconds. Then I go see the auction items first, and then go to the left and take a turn. He was also very curious about what they were pointing him to do on the left. Bo-Rui remembered that according to the map, the place where the auction items were placed after going straight and turning a few corners was the place where the auction items were placed this time. The dwarf didn't point the wrong way on this road, and he also wanted to go there first to see if he could find the target they needed to get this time. Bori carefully noted the route, put away the map, and encouraged himself. Brother Xie. I'm leaving. Yeah. Let's go. Xie Shichen opened another field of view while speaking, which was on Asudo. As expected, it is still necessary to open the field of view of an honest person, so that it is not easy to be discovered. Xie Shichen sighed. Bori hasn't come yet. Emilio looked at the friendship bracelet on her hand anxiously. The stone belonging to Bori did not heat up. But time had passed, and they still did not see Bori. Nathaniel was also a little anxious. He tried to calm himself down with the teleportation scroll. The probability of him encountering danger is not high. Why don't we follow the guidance of the friendly bracelet to find him? Asudo looked at the abstract dots on the bracelet, hesitated for a moment, and shook his head. We can't go together. It's too obvious. Emilia bit her lower lip. Then I go. I'm a necromancer, and can disguise myself when necessary. I go, Chloe said suddenly. I'm good at disguise. It's hard for them to find me. This was a rare time for him to talk so much. Emilia was still a little hesitant, but Chloe was ready. He carefully memorized the abstract lines, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he turned into a ball of kittens. It was about the size of a palm. Very black. Even the eyeballs were black. It can be said that it was perfectly integrated into the dungeon. Even if Herbert and others with eagle eyes were here, they would never find such an abnormal ball of fur. Chloe meowed to reassure them, turned around and jumped to the corner of the wall very quickly, and disappeared in an instant. Nathaniel and Amelia were both stunned. Still, there is such a thing? Asido's heartbeat calmed down instantly. Well, they almost forgot that the orc Chloe is a black cat. A black cat with high agility, black body, and the ability to blend into other people's shadows. He scratched his head and coughed lightly. Then shall we go to the auction first? The auction should start tomorrow, and we have to find a ticket first. Yes, it is a blessing to be able to sneak into the Wizard Association. And now it is difficult to sneak into the auction. Amelia thought for a while, and suddenly looked at Nathaniel. Nath, sneaking into the open auction is just the first step. We still have to sneak into the dark auction to prevent the items we need from being auctioned in the dark auction. Nathaniel nodded and said blankly, do you have any ideas? Of course. Amelia came up mysteriously. The key depends on you. Nathaniel, ? 10 minutes later. Nathaniel, a teenager in ragged clothes, was led by Asido with a rope, and followed Amelia step by step in a panic. Asido was still a little hesitant. Amelia, do we really want to do this? Asido, believe me, wizards like strong guys like Natha, Amelia said in a sarcastic tone. Oh my god, this little sweetheart is actually highly talented in fire. He is really suitable to be our wizard servant. He is still so young. If we buy him back, it will be a great profit. Nathaniel, never expected that the reason for recruiting Amelia in the first place was now placed on Nathaniel. But Asido looked at Nathaniel's handsome face and felt that Amelia was right. He was very popular. He gave in, pretended to be vicious, and dragged Nathaniel forward. Hurry up. You useless piece of shit. You should feel honored to be sent to the auction by Lady Amy. Nathaniel felt that he was so honored, especially when Amelia sent him to the person in charge of the secret auction without hesitation and took Asido in. He felt sad. It's really cruel. Don't feel sorry for the kid. You see your companion soon. Nathan Dahl patted Nathaniel's ears and comforted him. Nathaniel didn't understand. What do you mean? Dahl stopped talking, as if full of sympathy, and patted Nathaniel's ears again. Nathaniel suddenly panicked. There won't be any mistakes in their plan. Right? Damn it. Why are there so many mistakes? Amelia stood at the bottom of the stairs with a cold face, and met the black wizard who blocked her way. According to the principle of keeping a low profile, she should have given way and tried to reduce attention. But there was an auction staff member leading the way beside her. This absolutely cannot be compromised. Not to mention that their personalities will collapse. Which wizard who dares to buy and sell people will be timid and retreat when encountering such a thing? Amelia had to confront coldly. Make way. She clenched the magic scroll in her palm, which was the only thing that could comfort her. From the quest center of Screech, the offensive magic scroll exchanged with a large number of contribution points. Not many. Just 2 or 3. Which can make Amelia pretend to be a powerful necromancer, but can't make her a powerful necromancer all the time. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the person opposite. It was a thin wizard wearing very bright clothes. The other party was very confident and only wore half of the mask. He was too high profile to be a wizard, but no one dared to provoke her. She was holding an unknown black ball in her hand, and a black-robed subordinate beside her was helping her raise a bone dragon. That's a dragon. Even if it's a small one, it's enough to prove the opponent's strength. That's definitely a necromancer who's not easy to mess with. So, is that black ball a polluted soul? The red wizard giggled coquettishly. You crazy woman. It's been so long since I last saw you. And you don't even remember me? The red wizard leaned on the stiff puppet behind him and guessed in a very careless tone. Could it be that the witchcraft hurt that brain that was not smart to begin with? Amelia was stunned. ? Ah? You know him? Didn't I make a mistake? She clenched the scroll in her hand, feeling that she was so nervous that her hands were sweating. And she didn't know why the other party said they knew each other. You? The red wizard held out a gorgeous bracelet and showed off. Crazy woman. Have you forgotten? This is the token of love you gave me. Crazy woman Amelia. Wow. The wizards around who were watching the show subconsciously looked over, but didn't dare to get too close. They still couldn't see through the strength of these two wizards. Nonsense. A group of little guys who are not even junior magicians. Wrapped in the breath of dolls. Naturally people can't see their breath. and they don't know the details of magic. However, they are more skilled than each other in pretending to be big-tail wolves. So skilled that their own people can hardly recognize them. Yes, Amelia recognized this bracelet. Isn't it just a friendship bracelet? I just don't know why my bracelet is not hot. She was too nervous and only paid attention to the scroll. She didn't even notice the sweat, let alone the hot little stone. We are one family. That's easy. Amelia snorted coldly. You witch. I say it again. My name is Emily. Give me back my bracelet. This is a hint. And at the same time, it shows that they are related. The red wizard pouted, quickly put away his hand, smiled and stepped forward to hold Amelia's arm. Oh sister. Forgive Vera this time. Let's go. I let you. We sit together. Vera, who used the alias of Vera, blinked and said coquettishly, we finally became famous. Why are you still covering yourself up? Really? Villa patched up their lack of fame and pretended to be casual. Where are the witch servants around you? One escaped. One went to chase. And the other. Amelia deliberately prolonged her tone and said in a gloomy and cold tone. He was disobedient and sent to be secretly filmed. I hope he can meet a kind master. Villa's eyes flickered. Hey. You are really kind. Unlike my witch servants, who are directly refined into soul cookies when they are disobedient, and can also be used as snacks for my witch servants. Right. Reese? Oris's hand holding the little bone dragon froze slightly, and he lowered his head and hummed, yes. Villa felt that the play was almost over, so he dragged Amelia to the private room upstairs. Along the way, her sweet voice was more like a venomous snake, madly intimidating the wizards around. Although some wizards snorted in displeasure, most wizards were still very understanding. If they had such strength, they would also make a good name for themselves. And maybe they would enter the core of the Wizard Association. Little did they know that the legs of the rookies pretending to be big guys went weak as soon as they entered the box. Vera even stretched out her hand to Chris. Pull. Pull. You scared me to death. She whispered, Amelia. You really scared me to death. I almost thought I recognized the wrong person. This is the bad thing about the bracelet. When they are close, they don't know where they are at all. They just know they are nearby. Amelia said angrily, you scared me too. I almost threw the scroll out. Fortunately, the result was good. Chris helped Vera sit down and asked Amelia and the others, what happened? You lost so many people? Chris and his team gathered together except Arabe, who went to submit the alchemy potion. Amelia couldn't say for sure. They hadn't found Bori yet. She waved her hand. Our situation is a bit complicated. You guys should talk about yours first. Why are you here? She remembered that only her team took the commission. Why are Chris and the others also in the dungeon? Vera recovered, patted Chris, and Chris made way for her very skillfully. Let Vera explain this kind of thing. Vera also told them about their experiences in the past few days, as quickly as possible. They didn't come to the dungeon at first. The commission we accepted was a B-level one. We were supposed to go to the inner part of the monster forest to pick an alchemy plant. Because the price was not high and not many people took it. We just took it, Vera said helplessly. Arabe said that she noticed there is a dungeon here. There is a wizard auction recently. If we can sneak in, it is easy to exchange this magic plant through the auction channel. They have healing potions and other potions. The other party will definitely be willing to exchange a magic plant, and they will not suffer any loss. This can't be considered as taking shortcuts. Right? It is also very dangerous to come to the auction. It's just that something went wrong when we came in. Vera said this, touched his nose, and said embarrassedly, Oris. When he entered the dungeon, he suddenly realized it. Epiphany is really a magical thing. Oris could not move on the spot. They were worried about being exposed and worried that the mess in the dungeon would make Oris fail. They simply found a safe place for Oris to guard. And they guarded for more than 2 days. Fortunately, they came early and did not miss the wizard meeting. Then, better news came. Oris's spatial direction is summoning. Summoning? Amelia explained, remembering not to speak too loudly. When she said this, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Osido. Osido, is your talent also of spatial attribute? No. Osido shook his head and explained. Teacher Sia and Teacher Fanny said they were still checking. So I should choose the one I like and learn it first. Amelia patted her head. There were several students in the class with special talents. But she remembered that there was more than one spatial talent. She didn't expect to remember it wrong. Amelia looked at Oris and congratulated him sincerely. After getting a response, she waited for Vera to narrate again. Vera then sped up the progress. Oris's magic is different from ours. He can summon the void, and then sign a contract with the summoned creatures. However, the longer the time, the more mental energy he consumes. So it is all short-term. But it just so happened that the first time Oris summoned, he summoned a small bone dragon. Amelia, this is really a coincidence. Villa was very proud when she said this. Although the small bone dragon can only be cute, it is still a bone dragon. I thought, isn't this an opportunity? I might as well make a big deal and take a secret photo. Anyway, there is Screech to back him up. So there is nothing to worry about. Villa reached a surprising agreement with Beau Rui at this moment. And Xie Shichen, who was watching secretly, was moved to tears. Amelia coughed lightly and pointed at the black ball pretending to be dead. What about this? Villa said. Oh, I just realized that Julian's mimicry is very useful. He can change color according to his mood or even the food he eats. Where can we find a color that can be dyed black? Julian said he could bear it for a while. So we found the bitter fruit he disliked the most and fed him one from time to time. Now he is too autistic and doesn't want to talk, Villa said, touching Julian, like rubbing a ball, stroking his fur. She often strokes cats at home, so she is very good at this kind of little ball. Julian was rubbed so hard that he made a humming sound. Seeing that his little ball was about to turn yellow again, Chris immediately stuffed another fruit in. Julian was depressed again. This sacrifice was huge. Amelia had to sigh that Vera was very resourceful. Their team was now scattered, with only Asuto left. But Vera and his team were still full. Soon, there was a gentle knock on the door. Vera put on a straight face, leaned on Amelia, put her long white legs on Chris, and said in a charming voice, "Rub your legs. If you keep being lazy, I follow Sister Amy's example and send you to the dark chute." Chris was silent for a second, and silently pressed Vera's feet. Amelia twitched her lips and said to the outside, "Come in." The door was respectfully opened, and an auction maid glanced around the box without leaving a trace, and respectfully brought tea and snacks. "Dear adults, be careful. There's eavesdropping magic on the plates they sent." The doll gave them a little hint, and Xie Shichen behind them took note of it and waited to come back to settle the contribution points. Vera kicked Chris gracefully, and Chris nodded, saying coldly, "No need. Get out." The maid knelt down in fear. "My lord, please spare me. The auctioneer asked me to serve refreshments to the adults in the box. I'm sorry to bother you." She pointed at the auction, meaning that they still had to accept the refreshments for the sake of the auction. Vera snorted and asked Amelia lazily, "Sister, where did you throw away the people who plotted against us?" The maid shuddered and became a little nervous. "What do they mean?" Amelia glanced at the waiter. "She is not qualified enough, so she can be used as feed for your witch servant." Villa was entangled, but the quality of her soul is not very good. "I have finally saved up such a beautiful soul feed." They talked to each other, and the maid kneeling at the door was scared and sweating. My lord, what are you kneeling at the door for?" Arabe came back and saw a maid kowtowing frantically. He frowned and asked Vera, "Did I offend you again?" Vera snorted, "No. This little girl is so self-righteous. Do you really think I can't see her little thoughts?" The maid trembled and explained, "No. Sir, Okay. Arabelle seemed impatient to listen to the explanation. "Get out and don't disturb us." The maid hurriedly got up. Yes, sir. I understand." She picked up the snack and walked out in a panic. But she didn't forget to mark this room. It seems that these new wizards are not simple. I don't know if it was sent from there. The little guys who didn't know that their identities were confirmed by mistake closed the door of the box stealthily and breathed a sigh of relief again. "Oh my God. This is really... Every time I am nervous." Vera complained. Amelia nodded. "It's also an experience. Maybe we can learn a lot after returning." Arabelle found a sofa and sat down without interest, and casually said, "What do you want to learn? Compete with Screech's teacher?" This sentence seemed to open the door to a new world for Vera. Vera touched Julian. "It's not impossible. I seem to have become a lot braver after this trip." Arabe twitched her lips and didn't say anything. She was as stupid as a pig. So she believed that she could set a trap for Screech's teacher after this experience. It felt like they were not on the same level at all. This side was just a small fight. And the other side was just a pervert. I hope Vera will be alright when she returns. Let's start. Amelia's voice brought the box back to calm. The auction here uses the dark coins of the dungeon. Have you exchanged them? Arabelle took off his earrings without changing his expression. It's full. I exchanged it for alchemy potions. I can buy a few items, but it shouldn't be enough for the dark auction. Oh, don't worry about the dark auction. I sent Naza in. I should be able to buy some good things. Amelia continued. Arabelle opened his mouth and closed it secretly, always feeling that he seemed to have practiced alchemy too much and couldn't keep up with his classmates' thinking. Who was sent in? Oh my god. Nathaniel? Bori held a small black cat, crouched, and carefully walked around the cage. Stunned. You? How did you get caught? I was going to ask you something. The sudden reunion did not surprise Nathaniel, but instead filled him with deep doubts. Why are you here too? Bori made a long story short. Isn't this the A-level mission for you? It was caused by something I did here. So I thought I would just come to the warehouse to see our auction mission target. Then, Bori continued to ask, why are you here? Nathaniel was silent for 2 seconds. Amelia sold me, the witch, to the auction in order to enter the secret auction. Bori. Puff. He tried hard to hold back his laughter, worried about being discovered. He even covered his mouth very cleverly. It was just a little uncomfortable to hold back. Nathaniel sighed. You have to hold back your laughter. It's a little dangerous here. Can you open a cage for me? Not for now. Bori held back and explained to him with a smile. I just saw our auction target. The situation is not very good. I guess there will be something big to come. Our auction target? Nathaniel had a bad feeling in his heart. In the secret auction? Don't tell me that our auction target is actually a human. That's not the case. Bori shook his head. And before Nathaniel could breathe a sigh of relief, he added slowly, it's a very beautiful species, similar to the Herbert family. Do you want to guess what it is? Nathaniel said in a breathless voice. Yes. It's an elf? Bori nodded solemnly. Originally, I thought that even if there was a plot, it would have nothing to do with us. Now it seems that we still have to be more aggressive. The commission they accepted on the surface was to retrieve the 933rd lot at the wizard auction at any cost. It was shocking that the lot was auctioned secretly, but it was unexpected that the lot was an elf. This should not be the answer that can be given for an open commission, let alone a C-level mercenary commission. What is the person behind the scenes thinking? Chapter 69. Although Bori still couldn't guess what they were up to, Skricky said something very right. After the chessboard was overturned, all the calculations were in vain. Bori acted as a tool without hesitation, following Xieshichen's thinking and going wherever he told him to go. Xieshichen was worried that something would happen to the little ones. The children were still too young to suffer physical pain, but he didn't want them to suffer these dirty pains. Then he led them like this until Bori entered the auction warehouse. And then he vaguely realized that the little ones really didn't rely on their family. It's all up to him. This won't work. It won't serve the purpose of training. The moody teacher Xie wanted to be a hands-off boss. Don't, brother Xie. When Bo-Rui heard that Xieshichen didn't want to do it anymore, he hurriedly stopped him. It's come to this point. If you don't help, all our work will be in vain. Xieshichen curled his lips. Can't you rely on yourself? Bo-Rui thought to himself that his brain wasn't made for these things. How could he rely on it? He answered honestly, in the past, I was the one who suggested it. Novice found a way, and Chris covered it. Oh, in the past, Vera would still pretend to be a delicate lady, which only served as a dissuasive role of good wife and good mother. Of course, when they really went out to play, she was crazier than any of them. Xieshichen was speechless. If I always take you with me, then your experience will not be counted as a mission level. Xieshichen asked leisurely, can you make the decision? Bo-Rui. Can't. Xieshichen didn't mean to make things difficult. Of course, his students can have both, but they can't ask him for it. This is a principle. Bo-Rui scratched his head and discussed with Xieshichen. Then brother Xie, we can do it by ourselves. Can you give us some help? The little guy still wants such a golden finger. Although Xieshichen didn't say much during the journey, as long as he was there, as long as he spoke, it seemed like a kind of affirmation, proving that their approach was right. Xieshichen was so angry that he almost laughed. But it was okay. For the first time, he had to give the little guys a pleasant study experience. He pondered for a moment. I will pay attention to you. As long as you give me a signal, I will help you teleport to the designated location. This will be my only help in the future. And contribution points will be deducted for this service. His competitive attitude made Beauroy speechless. But the designated location is also very good? Beauroy still agreed, and hesitantly asked Xieshichan if he could deduct less before agreeing. Xieshichan directly closed this perspective. Out of sight, out of mind. Little Beauroy received a long string of deductions. He sighed. Screech is really stingy. The little guy who got the advantage, and still acted cute, began to use his almost non-functioning brain to think about how to overturn the chessboard. If he couldn't use the power of his family, he wouldn't tell his father. Anyway, he didn't know the father who was causing the trouble. He believed that they had the ability to pass the buck. Well, how could he make the person behind the scenes lose everything? Beauroy looked at the auction items one by one. These secret auctions were not legitimate. They were either rare experimental items or banned drugs. And some were ill-gotten gains from who knows where. For the wizards, who generally have a low sense of morality, these were all normal channels. They spent a lot of money. And no matter what it was theirs. Some relatively righteous wizards will choose not to participate or agree. After all, the existence of the Wizard Association is a good thing for them, and more convenient. In the final analysis, it's all for profit. But in theory, these things are just weapons for the people behind them to make profits. If they simply destroy this auction, it will only be a loss for the people behind them. Then, Beauroy lowered his head, looked at his contribution points, and sighed sadly. It would be great if I could buy on credit. You will regret not having enough when you need it. Beauroy has learned this truth without any teacher. Although he felt sad, he still exchanged all the teleportation scrolls with a big hand. Without the transparent potion provided by Xieshichan, his scrolls could only specify a single item. Beauroy did not hesitate to stick a mini version of it on the back of the neck of the elf, who was lingering on. It was hidden by the elf's long hair, and was not conspicuous at all. He did not use the remaining scrolls on himself. He would eat his teammates when he needed to. Beauroy put some valuable things he secretly photographed on the teleportation scrolls, and put them in a very hidden place. He hesitated for a moment before putting away the last remaining teleportation scroll. After telling Natha some precautions, he turned around and held Chloe, heading for the abandoned warehouse pointed out by the dwarf. He had to go see what was going on over there. It is said that the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group was worried that some of the wizards were fake. So he went to confront the people of the Wizard Association. He is really good at making trouble. How could our wizards be fake? We all need an invitation letter to come in. That's right. The invitation letter can't be faked. The previous method of using Wizard Aura to enter is easy to be discovered. Right? But the Wizard Association is still very patient, and explained the security here to Captain Amos in detail. I think Captain Amos has bad intentions, and is worried about being exposed. So he came out to prove it repeatedly. Right? Who knows? Anyway, he has no chance. Our Wizard Association is famous for its strictness. The administrator spent a lot of money to set up a forbidden magic area here. Don't even think about using high-level magic. Yes, that's the only way to be safe. We dare to come to the auction. And space magic is prohibited here. Even if someone really cheats. What can we do? Isn't it impossible to move anything? Then the storage ring can't be used. Chris used the excuse of tidying up his instruments to go out and check the news. He walked out of the bathroom and turned to the hall. There were many people and many news here. Chris calmly concealed his breath, tried to reduce his presence, and listened to the gossips of these little wizards. Apart from other things, the news from the young wizards is very smooth. Although we don't know whether it is true or not. We will know it after a little verification. That is, Captain Amos? Is Bori's father here too? Will that have any big impact? Chris is not sure. So he can only listen again and test whether his storage ring can be used. He gently pressed his finger on his black rose ring, and the mental power on his fingertips flashed, and he felt a sense of stagnation. But Chris was full of surprise. Why did he feel that as long as he tried harder, he could go in and use it? He didn't dare to try too hard. So he put his hand down and observed the people around him trying to prove whether everyone was doing the same thing or he was the only one. Well, he was the only one. After watching several wizards who panicked and were persuaded to calm down, Chris had a deeper understanding of himself. While the people around him were talking about new gossip, He stood up and went back to the bathroom as if nothing had happened. After a while, he hurried back to the box. Please note that you cannot use space magic here, no matter what form it is. The first thing Chris said after closing the door surprised everyone. Can't use it? Arabe was shocked and tried it quickly. It seems to be a little blocked, but it can still be used. They didn't use the storage props all the way in, so they only realized something was different now. Villa also frowned slightly, looking at the object just taken out, and asked Chris, no one else can use it? Chris, have you tried the method of pure magic power activation? Chris was stunned, obviously realizing what Vera meant. As the only junior magician in the group, Chris had learned a lot of pure magic methods. This also made it extremely difficult for him to change his career. But he also had a lot of advantages over others. He could switch to the familiar magic operation method at any time. Vera realized their specialness, so it was doubtful whether this thing could use space magic. What if others are just incompetent or pretending? In such a mixed environment, they have to be cautious. Chris lowered his eyes and tried to use his magic to activate the ring. And then he really felt the difference. He said solemnly, I can't use magic anymore. Villa's face changed. All of them can't work. Chris tried again and told her the result. Simple ones can work, but offensive ones can't. Villa was silent for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Then we are really lucky. We have hardly used magic since we came in. To be exact, the only scene they encountered was with their own people, and there was no chance to use magic. Otherwise, their uniqueness would be enough for the people of the Wizard Association to target them. Amelia's face was a little ugly when we came in. Nasa and Bori showed their magic. Fortunately, they didn't use it after we came in. Otherwise, whether they could enter the auction would be an unspeakable question. Everything is just right, isn't it? Vera smiled slyly. And this is an opportunity. Amelia didn't understand and asked subconsciously, what? Villa snorted and lifted her legs, tapping the table with her slender fingers. Skreeg said that we should disrupt this auction. Since we have the advantage of using magic, why don't we make a bigger fuss? Chris frowned in disapproval. Villa, I still have to remind you that this ban does not mean that it is also banned for upper-level wizards. They are all arrogant. And we are not rookies, who are not even junior magicians. We can't compete with them. Vera said confidently. Who said we have to be above board? I just think that since we have the advantage, we should use it. Besides, our capable Julian can carry away a lot of good things. Chris. Julian, huh? Amelia's eyes lit up. That makes sense. But once we move the things away, we may be hunted down immediately. So we still have to think of a way out. A way out? Yes. It depends on whether Screech feels sorry for his poor students. Vera said faintly. It would be better if the teleportation scroll could be non-random. Otherwise, once separated, it would be easier to be captured. Right? Siashichan, whose perspective was on Asuto. Chris coughed lightly. Vera, tell us. Screech can't hear. It's hard to say. Arabe shook his head, disagreeing. Didn't he say he would keep watching us? Maybe there is some other magic cast on us. Or something that can monitor us. I don't believe that he, a control freak, will have no way to deal with it. Vera nodded. Screech is worried about us. He must be able to see what we are doing. Siashichan who can indeed see. Damn little guy. TSK. Siashichan is out of sight and out of mind. And jumped to Bori's side again. Vera and Amelia continued to sing a lot of good words about Siashichan. But they didn't get any response. And they couldn't help but start to doubt. Could their guess be wrong? In fact, it's very simple to know the answer. Julian said slowly. Just give it a try and you know. This is indeed a method. But it has disadvantages. If it doesn't work, the one who tries it may be exiled. Not only that, the traces of their use of the teleportation scroll may be noticed by the people here. This method is a gamble, betting that Screech is indeed watching them and has found a way out for them. Villa always felt a little guilty. Am I a little too much? Not too much. Oris unconditionally supports Vera. He will return it. Others, Okay. That makes sense. Chris saw Vera's entanglement. Although he didn't agree, he still sighed and compromised. Let's do it. Screech himself said he would cover us. What are we afraid of? He calmly analyzed the consequences. The worst case is that we can't use it. So we just keep a low profile. The second worst case is that we can use it but will be discovered. and we will just give up this mission. The best case is that Screech will cover everything. And the most we can do is let Screech go back and find an opportunity to practice more. After a pause, Chris added, "It's a good thing. Extra practice? How can it not be a good thing?" The other students' faces gradually turned green. How can extra practice be considered a good thing? But, Villa still whispered, "I think we can give it a try. I'm so tempted. Even if it's extra practice. So what? They can use these good things to please Screech." The little guys gathered together to discuss again. And the conclusions they reached were surprisingly consistent with Bori. They all wanted to move as many items as possible to completely ruin the auction. Action is worse than thought. Asuto thought that his magic talent had not yet found its direction, and it would be useless to stay here. So he simply let himself try. Arabe was worried and decided to try it with Asuto. If it can be used. But it is random. It will not be randomly to a very dangerous place. Screech has guaranteed that if it is not random, then this place carefully selected by Screech must have his reasons. At least it is the best option at present. The only problem now is how the people who stay behind know whether this teleportation scroll is directional or random. Why are there no good things in the quest exchange of Skricky? Vera had a headache. If I get stuck at this step, I will be very unwilling. Although random is not a bad idea. But who wants ambiguous data when they can get more detailed data? Unfortunately, there are many good things in the contribution point exchange, but none of them can be used. Julian looked at everyone's troubled look, hesitated for a few seconds, and decided to help. "You can take a part of me. I can feel where that part is," Julian said hesitantly. "But you have to fuse it within 3 days. Otherwise it won't fit in. Their slimes can be separated, but if they can't fit in, they will lose their activity. And Julian's human form will also undergo some minor changes. And it will take a long time to return to its original state." Vera hugged Julian in surprise. "Ah, Julian. You are really amazing. Woohoo. It's a good thing I went to find you at that time. Otherwise we would have been unable to move." Julian blushed at the praise. And Vera took advantage of Julian's cute appearance and buried her face in the soft slime. Feeling so comfortable, Chris couldn't bear to watch. So he held his forehead and rescued his good classmate, Vera. "Julian can't breathe." Vera raised her head and looked at Julian in confusion. The little slime was no longer autistic. It was pink, and bubbles accumulated crazily inside, and then burst inside, gurgling. Very fun. Vera couldn't help but reached out and poked. "Can this come out?" Julian was embarrassed. No, don't poke me." "Ah, does Vera know that he is a man?" "A man? How can he do such a thing?" Julian was embarrassed to despair. Chris sighed softly, touched another bitter fruit and stuffed it in. The little ball trembled for a moment, calmed down, and turned into a black ball again. Chris got back to the topic. "Okay, can we move on to the next step?" Julian languidly gave 2 fist-sized soft balls to Vera, who took them and squeezed them curiously. He didn't know what the material was, but it was bouncy and tough, and it seemed that it could be restored to its original shape no matter how much he played with it. Julian let out a breath of depression like a ghost. "Vera, that's also a part of my body. It has feelings." Oh. Vera stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, handed the ball to Arabelle and Asuto, and apologized softly. "I'm sorry. You know, I always have no resistance to this kind of thing. Forgive me this time." "Okay, Julian. Okay. Can you say no?" Julian leaned against Vera sadly, not moving. Vera behaved well this time, not needing the little balls randomly, and his straight back showed some seriousness, waiting for Arabelle and Asuto to do the experiment. Asuto hesitated and suggested, "Shall we transfer the contribution points to you first?" He expressed his thoughts. "The place we are going to is relatively safe, and there are not many places where contribution points can be used. Even if we need it, we can apply for temporary loan of public accounts. But your side may have higher expenses. Relatively dangerous places need contribution points more. Not to mention that they need to cause trouble. Moreover, contribution points are not particularly useful to Asuto. He hardly uses contribution points except for retaking exams." Arabe thought for a second, lowered his head, and transferred all the contribution points in his account to Vera. After they came out to train, their contribution points could not be converted into a public account, but their channels for earning contribution points were reduced, And Shichen also gave them temporary permission to transfer contribution points to each other. Of course, it is temporary, and will not be allowed after returning to school in the future. Once the precedent of mutual transfer is set, it will be difficult to discipline the students in the academy in the future. Chris seemed to have thought of something and also transferred all the contribution points to Vera, so that they could mobilize the contribution points to the maximum extent. After everything was ready, Asuto took a deep breath, lowered his head, and tore open the transmission scroll. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. They watched quietly, waiting for a miracle to happen. Almost at the same time as the tearing, there was a space distortion, and Asuto disappeared. It works, Villa said in surprise. Julian, look where he is. Julian closed his eyes and felt the other half of his ball. Soon, he opened his eyes with mixed feelings. I don't know if I sensed it wrong. He is actually in the dark jungle? Strange. Is it really not because of his other half of the ball? How did he get to the vicinity of his hometown? Arabe shrugged. I tried in 10 minutes. I hope it will be a good result. In any case, being able to use the teleportation scroll is already a good result. The little guys were very excited, and they started to discuss how to maximize their benefits. Forget about the open auction. There are many little wizards who can participate in the open auction, but they don't have the ability to challenge the Wizard Association. Vera whispered. Their plan was basically finalized. In order to ensure the authority of the Wizard Association, they would count the wizard's property before the auction. They had to pay the price they bid, but they couldn't get anything in their hands. Only after an auction is over and the assets are confirmed to be in compliance, the Wizards Association will send people to deliver the items to the hands of each wizard. Of course, because the Wizards Association sent them out openly. If the wizards were robbed in the dungeon, the Wizards Association would be fully responsible. But if they left the dungeon, they would not be responsible. It is precisely this open and above-board posture that makes many people feel in awe of the Wizards Association. You know, the dungeon is a very chaotic place. How confident is the Wizards Association to swear to let them take the auction items openly? None of this matters. For Vera and the others, this is an opportunity. We need to find a chance to go to their auction house and let Julian take all the items. Will we have enough time? Chris felt that the timing might be a bit unfortunate. It is difficult to sneak into the auction storage area. After the auction, the Wizard Association will send special people to pick up the items. The more valuable the items are, the stronger the escorts are. We may not have the time. Not to mention the items that are auctioned secretly. There is even less time. Getting is earning. And besides, don't we have NASA? Amelia's eyes flashed. Although we can't contact NASA, we can send Julian to NASA. When the auction is over, they will make a big noise here. And there is a NASA as a cover. So Julian can eat whatever he wants. You don't even need to wait until the end. You can quietly swallow one of the previous items. Hey, it would be great if Bori was found back. He is also very good at making trouble. Vera regretted that the plan was a bit hasty. But safety is still the priority. Prepare the scrolls. If anything unexpected happens, we will move immediately. The little guys made some assumptions and gave answers. Then they acted separately. First, Vera and Amelia quarreled sharply. And then Vera stormed out of the box. The surrounding wizards looked curiously, and saw that the loyal wizard next to the red wizard walked straight to the waiter, and asked if he could help change a box. Chris said helplessly. They quarreled again. Lady Vera was very angry. He deliberately showed a hint of fake fear, because he had never experienced such emotions before. His acting was a bit weird, which made the waiter believe it more, and looked at Chris with sympathy. He hesitated for a moment, but still helped Chris to contact a new box. In fact, there was no need to communicate more. Amelia should have had a box. But Vera pulled her in. Now she just took people there. There must be surveillance in the new box. But they are not afraid. Chris lowered his head and went forward to coax Vera in a low voice. Vera sneered. What qualifications does she have to look down on me? I can easily refine a pure dark soul. Can she? Chris echoed. Ms. Vera's ability is unmatched by anyone. Sir, our new box is diagonal to Mistress Amy, and we will no longer have the trouble of seeing her bad luck. Call her a crazy woman, Vera said loudly. Still not satisfied, she directly sent the dark soul to Chris. Send it to me for a secret auction. My things can't fail to sell at a high price. Chris hesitated. Sir, this is what you have been refining for a long time. Today, Vera, must be the center of attention. Vera spoke gloomily. Chris hurriedly lowered his head, holding the ball, and walked quickly towards the firm place. Julian, who was full of dark and gloomy aura, was indeed difficult to tell as a normal soul, and almost no one knew about the creature of the King's Slime. So Chris and his team successfully got through and sent Julian in. Next, it's time to wait. Watching Vera continue the shooting in an orderly manner, he lifted his chin and looked at Chris with a smile. My dear, after today, I believe the whole wizarding world will remember my name. Vera. Yes, Chris replied respectfully. This is the honor you deserve. You are quite sensible. Villa was satisfied and continued to put her legs on Chris's legs. Press well. Rest assured, you will always be the most valued wizard servant under Vera. Chris twitched his lips and swallowed his anger. Thank you for your generosity. Sir. He tightened his fingers slightly, and I don't know which acupuncture point he pressed. But Vera's face changed instantly. Vera gritted his teeth, and Violet's eyes were instantly soaked with a layer of mist. It hurts. Chris hates it so much. Chris raised his eyes coldly, and signaled Vera with his eyes to stop. Little Vera blinked frantically, holding back the tears, and turned his head angrily to watch the auction. Ah! Just a few more words. What's the matter? Hateful Chris. Why are you here? Nathaniel felt that this sentence sounded familiar, and this scene looked familiar. Was he dazzled? Why did he see Julian here? Julian was so depressed that he almost uttered word by word. They are going to make trouble, and take away all the items auctioned secretly. Nathaniel twitched his mouth. Who proposed it? Why is it the same as what Bori thought? Bori? Julian looked over curiously. What did he do? Vera seemed to say that Bori was a troublemaker? Nathaniel shrugged. Bori has gone somewhere else, saying he wants to make a big move so that the auction house has no time to pay attention to this. Nathaniel told Julian about the transaction between Bori and Screech, and finally concluded, I just need to pay attention to the collection and communicate with Screech in time. Julian rolled his eyes and grumbled, that's even better. Will Bori come back? Nathaniel thought for a while. Probably. He might come to see me again before the secret auction. What's wrong? Julian moved the teleportation scroll to the top layer. Nothing. The money-spending boy. Give him more teleportation scrolls. Nathaniel looked at the densely packed teleportation scrolls on Julian's surface and choked. Ah, this also works? Why not? Julian quickly swallowed another bitter pill for himself, turning himself even darker, and then collapsed on the ground, breathlessly instructing Nathaniel, post all the items far away from us. And when Vera and the others make trouble, you hold me and swallow them. So many contribution points have been spent. If I don't get a little more, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Screech has intervened, and he will definitely be exploited when he returns. Julian was very sober and lay very peacefully. Don't worry. Just use me as a tool. In the end, he should be tortured less by Screech. Right? He was also forced to do so. Julian's calculations were clacking. Nathaniel was speechless. But he really had to rely on Bori, because they couldn't get out of this cage now. Boroy lived up to everyone's expectations, and came back leisurely when the secret shooting was about to start. He went around the abandoned warehouse, and found a rough and simple transfer array in the abandoned warehouse thanks to Screech's solid teaching. It was very sloppy, as if it was drawn by an unprofessional person. But there was something subtle inside that was hard to detect. Boroy was a magic student with a solid foundation, so of course he couldn't detect it. So he was instantly angry. How could there be such a poorly made magic array? All the hardships they endured finally paid off. Boroy not only secretly took out the magic pen and perfected the formation with a wave of his hand, but also changed a few strokes. This stroke of genius made the magic formation look weird. It doesn't matter, as long as it can't be used. As for his father, it depends on his father's ability to pass the buck. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Anyway, Boroy will definitely make people lose everything. After confirming that the magic formation was destroyed, Boroy excitedly opened the boxes in the abandoned warehouse and checked what was inside one by one. He found that they were all low-level items such as animal bones and animal skins, which were worthless and looked like they were randomly filled. Perfunctory. Too perfunctory. At this time, Boroy also understood that he was probably trying to use this to calculate his mercenary group. Only mercenaries have so many useless monster bodies, and magicians disdain these junk. Of course, He had to help them. Borui picked and chose, and put the most valuable animal core in his pocket, and the rest of the pile of broken. Just stay where you are. Don't you think they are poor mercenaries? Show them something even poorer. Bori hummed and swaggered out of the abandoned warehouse. When he hurriedly passed the gate, the doll on his shoulder suddenly reminded him that there was a magic shadow stone around. Bori paused and smiled. Hey, thanks Amelia for teaching me the magic of the dead. Bori muttered softly, as if talking to himself. What magic should I use? He picked and chose the most familiar unlucky magic, and patted Chloe, whispering, Brother, can you lend me some mental power? Chloe silently slapped the cat's paw on Bori's head. Everything was ready. Bori smiled and took out the black cloak from the fingertips that were wrapped around the gray and black cloth. He casually threw a bad luck spell in the warehouse, as if throwing away garbage, and then left with a sinister smile. Go out from the original place? No. 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 He won't go out. If he gets caught, won't he be exposed? Bori turned around and went around to the warehouse of the dark auction items without saying a word, ready to rely on Chloe's help to sneak out until the end of the auction. Nathaniel, I'm here to help you. Bori moved into the dark auction warehouse with great interest, and saw the little guy who looked dark but vaguely familiar, and whose identity was not difficult to guess. He was as surprised as Nathaniel. Why are you here too? Julian, I'm tired. Let Nathaniel explain. Nathaniel looked at Julian, who was lying flat, and he was still working hard to explain. Bori's expression became more and more strange as he listened. When Nathaniel finished speaking, he sighed. It seems that Brother Xie will not have the opportunity to deduct our study abroad points this time. This group of people are making trouble. But it's bad. Bori didn't expect that he couldn't use magic. He scratched his head. Can I use it here? I just used the bad luck magic. Will it be bad? No, Julian said slowly. I heard that it can be used for magic below high level. Bori was relieved. Okay. You guys take a rest next. I take care of the teleportation scroll. Bori rubbed his hands. With Chloe and I here, we guarantee that we can get things done properly. Bori held the scroll and pasted the collections one by one, feeling that this business was going very smoothly. Of course, the little guys didn't know that it was not because their plan was so thorough that the people behind the scenes didn't notice it, but because they were too special. The people behind the scenes didn't expect that under such strict protection, someone would dare to cause trouble. It's not easy to become the manager of the Wizard Association. Leaning against the sofa, the Wizard Association manager shook the goblet in his hand slightly, and the red wine made her red dress more passionate. Vera? Heh. I hate people wearing red in front of me. The Wizards Guild manager looked at the red-dressed wizard in the box, who was enjoying himself so much that his knuckles turned white. If it weren't for the plan. She threw the wine glass to the ground and waved away the screen, turning a blind eye to it. Have them get ready. And when the secret shooting starts, have Iron Rose send away the collection immediately. And the large teleportation array they prepared should also come in handy. Chapter 70. What? You want us to move it now? Bennett was still confused when he heard this request. Didn't they have to guard until the auction was over and then leave secretly? Why did you change your mind again? The waiter who came to tell Bennett served cautiously. Yes, Captain. Our manager said that the wizards who like to make trouble are now secretly shooting, and it is safest for you to leave now. Why didn't you notify us earlier? Bennett frowned. We have checked the goods. They will have finished filming. Right? Isn't this even more unfortunate? The waiter was even more anxious when he heard that he had to check it carefully. Didn't you have been recording it all the time? Why did it take so long? Bennett was even more puzzled. I have to ensure that the goods are safe throughout the process and only pass through our hands. When he said this, he thought of his son's matter and became a little suspicious. Why are you in such a hurry? If something really happens, it's our mercenary group's responsibility, isn't it? How did the waiter tell Bennett that they wanted Bennett to leave early so that they could completely push the blame off the wizards when something went wrong? He was very anxious. If he waited until the secret photo shoot was over before leaving, it would be too late. Sir, the manager said that you should leave as soon as possible. We are also worried. The waiter hesitated and wanted Bennett to leave quickly. How about this? You finish looking at the collection within half an hour, and leave immediately after half an hour. How about that? Not a big deal. Bennett shook his head. There are 13 wizards who came with this batch of goods. There are not many wizards in our group who are proficient in witchcraft. We can't just check it casually. We must check the list. This is the advantage that our big mercenary group can survive until now. Bullshit! The waiter wanted to curse. Why didn't the mercenary group he found before have so many problems? He could only continue to persuade earnestly. Our wizard association is absolutely safe. There is a forbidden magic area here. How can there be any danger? Are you worried about the wizards of our wizard association? Bennett nodded shamelessly. Yes. I only trust the vice leader of our mercenary group. Xia. Waiter, The magician who came with Bennett couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward helplessly and communicated with Bennett. Amos. I think what they said actually makes sense. Why don't we check while we go? When the secret shooting is over. It will be too chaotic, and it will be more troublesome. Bennett Amos. A leader who is soft-hearted and easy to trust others. Usually agrees to the requests of his members easily at this time. After all, what they said was indeed right. Now the auction was going on. Not only would the wizards be shrouded in the forbidden magic area, but space magic was absolutely forbidden here, which was very beneficial to them. And these troublemakers would be hung up by the things in the auction. And they would not have time to track down this batch of collection items that were neither good nor bad. They had enough time to move the items, go to the hidden route, and then transport them safely. But now Bennett had a more soft-hearted person. His son. His son had already come in for inspection, and was making a big fuss about the collection items. Bennett thought that what he should do most was to be cautious, not to seek safety or speed. His stupid son had screeched to back him up. But his Theo would not back him up, and would only let him clean up the mess for his son. Bennett thought of this and shook his head firmly. I want to record the process of checking the goods in detail. Toby. Don't stop me. The magician called Toby was also a little puzzled at this time, and even worried whether Bennett really got any news. But Bennett's behavior was very normal throughout the day, and it was impossible for him to know anything within his surveillance range. He tentatively asked, but it will be dangerous later. Amos, wouldn't it be better if everyone can go safely? Bennett looked at the quiet magician with a look of doubt in his eyes. Mage Toby, their very close cooperative magician of Iron Rose, had been together for at least 10 years, and he once trusted him very much. Although Toby is quiet, he is calm, and will not complain as long as he can do it. Bennett likes this quality very much, and even calls him a brother. But now, for a small matter of leaving early or late, Toby has become more talkative. Just a few words. The carefree Bennett may not doubt it. But at this moment, Bennett, who is full of doubts about everything, now directly confirms the other party's suspicion. He looked at the Iron Rose elites he brought with him, and his voice became heavy and very imposing. When Xia came, she told me that the dungeon was full of mixed people and very messy, and asked me to be careful and low efficiency. The brothers' names and wallets cannot be lost. Do you listen to Xia? Listen. As soon as Xia's name came out, all the mercenaries loudly echoed Bennett's statement. There was also a mercenary who casually put his arm around Toby's neck and comforted him. Don't worry, Master Magician. The leader must have his reasons. We are just leaving a little later. Trust us. We will protect you well. Toby's face changed. He shook off the mercenary's hand without hesitation, like a proud wizard who was rejected, and sneered, whatever you want. As he said that, he turned and strode away, seeming angry. The mercenary, who was pushed away subconsciously looked at Bennett. Bennett looked at the waiter calmly. Go back and tell the management. We will do our best to count the items before the end of the auction, although it will be chaotic at that time. It is also a good opportunity to leave. The waiter hesitated for a few seconds, but still sighed. Okay. Sir, I will go to the management to convey your meaning. He knew that he couldn't persuade Amos to leave for a while, but it didn't matter. There would always be a way. The worst-case scenario is to take advantage of the chaos. Bennett called two of his confidants and said in a low voice, tell the brothers to check one by one. Try to delay the time until the end of the auction. Don't rush it. The mercenary's face changed. Captain. What do you mean? Not sure. You know, I'm not good at these twists and turns, Amos said mysteriously. But I have some channels. No matter what, we won't lose anything if we delay it first. It's just that we'd be a little late. What's there to be afraid of? The mercenary nodded, turned around, and his expression changed in an instant. He smiled and asked everyone to check the items. His actions were so lazy that it was a compliment. Just like he was slacking off. Bennett nodded with confidence. and guarded the gate and the mercenaries with his arms folded, as if he really intended to fight to the end. Damn it! The manager's bright red nails were almost broken by her. The ungrateful behavior of this leader Amos still made her angry. Okay. Check it. Right? The more you check, the more guilty they feel. I want to see how they end up after leaving the wizard meeting. Originally, she was planning to close the net early, since Amos was so rude. What would it matter if she worked harder? After all, it's just their money bags. The manager took a few deep breaths and managed to calm down. Show me the dark auction pictures. A wizard next to him lowered his head, carefully took out the crystal ball, chanted a few spells, and successfully showed the excitement of the auction house on the crystal ball. There are not many things in the dark auction, but each one is a fine product. Especially this year there are 2 more wizards who don't know the details of the auction items. Their place is hot enough. It's a pity that these wizards can't get any money or auction items. The manager thought of this and smiled comfortably. The next 3 items are rare treasures that we can hardly get. Everyone should cheer up. The auctioneer was wearing revealing clothes and presided over these 3 special items with a smile. The first item. As the voice fell, an iron cage covered with black cloth was pushed up, and many wizards could not help but straighten up. Iron cage. Could it be? The auctioneer did not keep the secret and directly lifted the black cloth. A boy with his eyes closed subconsciously stretched out his hand to block his sight. After a while, he put down his hand and curled up in the cage with some fear. It was a boy in a black robe, with a somewhat honest and heroic appearance, and calloused hands, which showed that he was a boy with a miserable life. The auctioneer introduced the lot with a smile. Lot 934 was once a witch servant of a powerful wizard, a highly talented fire magician, but was sent to the auction by the wizard because he was not obedient enough. The auctioneer blinked his eyes when he said this. Oh my God! This is really a good material, isn't it? It is such a disobedient and rebellious boy that can show the power and training ability of our wizards. As soon as she finished speaking, the wizards in the audience began to get excited. Yes, a highly talented fire magician. And a fire magician who has just started and has not been trained much. Doesn't this mean that everything from body to mind belongs to them? Everyone's heart was burning with excitement. But the auctioneer's eyes were not focused on them, but on the wizards, who were qualified to sit in the box. Those were the final customers of their goods. But the wizard's excitement in the audience could show how popular this item was. Right? The auctioneer was proficient in the art of snatching. And a few words heated up the place again. Fire magic wizard servant. Starting price 100,000 gold coins. 120,000. 150,000. 200,000. The voices became more and more frequent. And the auctioneer was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This fire magician was a one-time deal. They only needed to give 100,000 gold coins to the wizard who provided the resources, and the rest would belong to their wizard association. Nathaniel also had mixed feelings. As a poor boy, he was already dizzy when Amelia sold him a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins. I didn't expect that an auction house would see his value, Nathaniel thought. If he knew how valuable he was before he joined Screech, he might really sell himself. Right? Before he could think too much, the competition had reached a white-hot stage. Now few people bid. Almost all the bids were from the guests in the box. The price has now risen to 500,000 gold coins. Amelia's face was sour when she heard the price. I still charge too little. I should have discussed the split earlier. Unlike Amelia, Vera had a sense of déjà vu that was not unexpected. They, the nobles, had some channels, and knew there would be such a dirty place. Thinking of this, she smiled and intervened. 500,001 gold coins, Vera said lazily. It's not much. Just a token of my appreciation. Anyway, the crazy woman's things are probably worth only this fraction. No more. Amelia reacted and snorted coldly. It's just a witch servant. Not worth much. The auctioneer's face changed. Could it be that the wizard who gave up the witch servant was not satisfied with their price? But if she said that, wouldn't it affect their auction? She gently pinched the auction hammer with her fingers, and was about to say something to smooth things over. But she didn't expect that a wizard would continue to bid. The auctioneer then realized that, yes, everyone would give more face to a wizard sitting in the box. The auctioneer laughed again. It's 510,000 gold coins now. Are there any adults who want to increase the price? There was another short silence. And finally Nathaniel successfully sold it at a high price of 580,000. The second special item was also from an iron cage. The first one was so good that the boy ranked ahead of this one. So isn't this one better? Many wizards even speculated that this was an elf. You know, elves are the finale in any auction. They are beautiful. And few of them are aggressive. Their physique is also very suitable for various experiments or training. Some people of status hope to have an elf to play with. However, this one is not an elf. But they are not disappointed. This is a pure dark soul. It is a refined dark soul. No need for the auctioneer to introduce too much. Everyone has already started to fight for it. There are still many good witch servants. But dark souls are hard to come by. The dark souls, with higher reserve prices and higher prices, are more likely to soar. Once they appear, the scene can be described as in full swing. And the bidding has never stopped. Villa also interacted with Amelia in the middle of the process, confirming her flamboyant personality. It can be said that her plan to become famous was very successful. At least the manager, who also liked red clothes, was very upset when he saw Vera's arrogant look. It is true that her things brought greater benefits to the Wizards Association, but it also proved that she was very powerful and worth making friends with. It can be expected that after the Wizards Association is over, many wizards will want to exchange contact information with Vera. But this is not the result that the manager wants most. She sat on the sofa in a sullen manner, and she was furious. And she couldn't help but implicate the disobedient Amos. Where have they checked? The waiter bent down carefully and replied, Sir, they are still checking the last 3 boxes of collection items. 3 more boxes? The manager frowned. It would be difficult for them to keep up with the time. Have someone keep an eye on them. Once the boxes are closed, move them immediately. The waiter took the order, and the manager was reluctantly relieved. The auction in the venue gradually cooled down after a while. Dark souls are useful, but they are too expensive, and they are reluctant to part with them. Finally, a dark soul still raised a high price of 880,000. The auctioneer raised 2 high-priced items, and now she was grinning. And the struggles of the black soul, when it was pushed down, did not make her mood worse. She quickly held the auction of the last item. This time, they didn't even cover it with black cloth, but directly pushed the iron cage up. Even the auctioneer didn't describe it too much, and directly marked a reserve price of 1 million, as if he was not worried that no wizard would be interested. In fact, it was true. When the auction item was pushed up, everyone saw that beautiful figure. It was an elf with brown hair and green eyes. She inherited the unique, outstanding appearance of the elves. Her green eyes were full of nature and innocence, as well as curiosity about the outside world. Her clear eyes could reflect everything, including their greed, the pain of the elves, and all emotions. Unlike ordinary elves, this elf being auctioned had large black tattoos on her body, as if they were printed on the skin. From time to time, they would surge under the skin, causing great pain to the elf every time. The elf's already fair skin became even paler, even bloodless, as if it would die at any time. But because of their strong vitality, all this became an illusion. It was an elf troubled by the dark spell. Damn! Vera stared at the elf in the field in amazement. His fists clenched. Not all dark spells can achieve this effect. Almost all spells that can be called spells require special rituals and items to carry out. And dark spells require more stringent requirements. Complex dark spells even require fresh lives to complete. It can be said that Vera has no good feelings towards most dark spells. And even people who use dark spells, she will look at them with tinted glasses. And there is no way to be objective and fair. These? Chris suddenly spoke up, interrupting Vera's gnashing of teeth. My lord. What's wrong? Vera came back to her senses and snorted coldly. I said that the soul I sold is so pure. How could it not be the finale? It turns out that the finale is a dark spell elf. At this point, she seemed very unwilling. This lousy auction. When I came in, I asked for an invitation letter, and now they dare to outshine my auction items. If there were no restrictions here, I would have turned the plate over long ago. Vera knew that some perverts among the imperial nobles like to steal elves as their own private food. But she never thought that there were people who were so bold as to make these half-human and half-ghost things and sell them. She really wanted to flip the plate. Chris comforted her. Don't worry. Sir, you don't need to do anything. We are all happy to serve you. Vera snorted coldly. Of course. You are my most loyal witch servants. As she said this, She looked at the auction in the venue with cold eyes, and suddenly said, "Go and bid." Chris was stunned and hesitated. "Sir? Didn't you say that you would not participate in these auctions?" "This wizard regrets it," Villa said loudly. "Go and bid. Vera, will buy this elf." Her voice seemed a little loud this time. And the wizards, who were still bidding around, subconsciously paused. Villa? The one who created the Dark Soul? Then, should they give him face? But if they did, they would be very unwilling. In the end, it was another brave wizard who rescued them. Why are you in such a hurry? Amelia crossed her legs and said with a smile, "Can you take a photo of such a good elf? Of course you have to. Be my witch servant." After she said this meaningfully, other boxes also reacted. And some wizards laughed. Not bad. Not bad. The highest bidder wins. This is the rule of the Wizard Association. Little girl, don't break the rule. Villa snorted coldly. Vera, am trustworthy. I am not a wizard like a crazy woman who sells witch servants at the slightest disagreement. Go. Bid for me. Is Vera short of money? Her arrogant attitude once again made the manager angry. Within a minute, the manager asked someone to rush out and explain the latest auction principles. Since our finale is too valuable, all the adults who want to bid may have to show your financial resources to the Wizards Association first. I hope the wizards will forgive you and cooperate with our work. Show financial resources? Some sensitive wizards frowned subconsciously. This is too private. They don't want to. Okay. I was wondering why the people in your Wizards Association are so strange this year. It turns out they are waiting for us here. Vera taunted. First you came in to check my invitation letter. And the wizard's aura was useless to prevent someone from sneaking in. I haven't said that using the invitation letter was a stupid decision. And now you want to see my private property. What? You want to wait until the auction is over so that you can rob me and leave me with nothing? That's right. Amelia also chuckled and echoed. The invitation letter makes it easier for other people who don't know the details to sneak in. Before the invitation letter was not proposed, there was no trouble. Her pointed words made many wizards who had no intention of exposing their privacy and property agree with her. That's right. When they came to the wizard meeting with the aura of wizards before, no one sneaked in. Seeing that everyone was getting more and more crooked, the manager's face turned pale and had to come out to take charge of the situation. She first stopped everyone, then said in a good voice that the wizard meeting has always been everyone's wizard meeting and would not do anything to harm wizards. Finally, she pointed the finger directly at Vera. Respected Wizard Vera, you are so anxious to refute. Is it because you didn't bring enough money? Her sharp words directly pointed the finger at Vera. Vera frowned and just wanted to sneer to show that he didn't need this little money, but was quickly persuaded by the doll. She rolled her eyes and followed the sentence provided by the doll, and said lazily, yes, 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 I didn't bring enough money, but I dare not let your wizards check it. After all, one of my dark souls was only sold for 880,000 gold coins. She paused, and suddenly asked in a surprised tone, No way. No way. You don't really want to check how many dark souls I have in my pocket, do you? Then I don't dare to have money. Manager, Belay was not satisfied, and talked to Amelia across the air. My dear sister, since they don't really want us to bid, why don't we just not bid? Wouldn't it be better to take it directly after the auction is over? Amelia thought carefully. It's still risky to take it. It's better to go to the elves and buy one directly. There are still some channels. Forget it. I won't bid anymore. It is said that after the management takes over, the auction items are paid first, and then delivered in a unified manner. I dare not bet. Amelia secretly pointed out this somewhat anti-human transaction method. As expected, their singing and singing made many wizards look dark. They used to have little idea about this safer method. But it does not mean that everyone is satisfied. It is just because the wizards don't want too many wizards in charge. And there are many wizards in charge and a management team. In the end, seeing that it will not cause any losses, they don't care. But today, the management proposed to check everyone's property in order to target Vera, the overly ostentatious wizard. It can be said that it stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone was very angry and brought up old accounts. Yes, other auctions give the items directly after payment, but here they have to send them all together. What is the reason? Why do they need invitation letters to prove themselves when they are obviously wizards? Obviously, they have already abided by the rules. There is a forbidden magic area here, and they cannot use space magic. They did not refute it. Why do wizards become more and more ambitious and dissatisfied? Not everyone is a member of the Wizards Association. The Wizards Association has only introduced 13 wizards that everyone agrees with, and a management to assist. More wizards who are unwilling to communicate with others are not in the core of the Wizards Association. But that does not mean they can be provoked. I also think this method is not safe. An old voice came out leisurely. I can sit in the box. How can I not have money? Win a fee. Your Wizards Association should change a more capable manager. I don't care whether it's checked or not. But I have so many things. If one or two of them are lost, I'm afraid I will be unhappy. Don't worry, my lords. The core meeting of the Wizard Association will discuss it carefully. Winifie frowned, but still made a guarantee. Of course, she didn't want to be in charge. As long as this matter was successfully concluded, she would turn a blind eye. It was at this time that the manager realized how annoying the method she proposed in a fit of anger was. She knew that these wizards were more difficult to deal with than each other. But she still stood up for Vera, who didn't know the details. She frowned. The wizards would not slap themselves in the face. She had to take this hurdle. Otherwise the old woman Winifie would definitely find fault with her. Vera was very proud. It was really fun to quarrel like this. She was about to continue to nag a few more words. But Chris suddenly covered her mouth, and then gently persuaded his master with a gentle aria in the style of Sia. My lord. In fact, the auction house is just to ensure that the auction goes on normally. After all, this is an elf whose value is difficult to estimate. Right? Vera frowned suddenly. And Chris continued, since we are not going to shoot anyway, why not just go along with the Wizards Association this time, and give them face? What do you think? I believe the Wizards Association will definitely give us a satisfactory explanation. The manager was so angry that his teeth itched. If they agreed, their Wizards Association would owe Vera a favor. And it was obviously they who questioned it first. If they didn't agree, it would be difficult to push this deadlock. The manager could only bow towards the direction of Vera's box with a fake smile. Thank you for your generosity, sir. She almost gritted her teeth when she said this. And then she had to say a lot of polite words to make the inspection reasonable. In order to make this proposal go forward, she took a step back and said that she only needed to check whether the wizards participating in the auction were qualified to set the reserve price, and would not explore the wizards' privacy. This calmed down many wizards. It was just a thing worth 1 million, and they could just hand over any space ring for inspection, which was not difficult. After all, the Wizard Association has been around for so many years, and if it doesn't violate their interests, they don't want to care too much. This is really convenient. Vera snorted a few times, and did not refute Chris's words, but his face became gloomier. Chris saw that the management had asked people to check the storage tools handed in by everyone one by one, and he seemed to ask Vera casually, Sir, can people from their Wizard Association use space magic at the auction? They are so strong. Villa quickly cooperated with Chris. They are management. Management. Do you know what management is? Of course they are different from us. Otherwise how dare they say they will be responsible for all our losses? Chris said, I see. Sir, you are so smart. I can't help but feel lucky. How much lucky magic I have to cast to meet such a generous, kind and smart sir like you. Villa raised his eyebrows and said with false pride, Be good. I will always be your most generous sir. My pleasure. They sang in unison, as if they were performing a pompous ceremony of loyalty. And the wizards in the surrounding boxes couldn't help but twitch their eyes. As expected, they are still young and like to play this kind of tricks. No wonder they are so ostentatious. They listened to these conversations casually, and laughed a lot. They also felt that they were not so vain when they were young. But they let Vera and the others pass. Vera had no money on him. When the waiter knocked on the door, Oris blocked him with a hard no. Chris also pretended to say something to Oris, such as being obedient, as if he was competing for favor. Oris just stood there, pushing the door. If he said he would not release it, he would not release it. In the end, Vera waved her hand and said she would not bid or check it anymore. For the sake of her pet, she would just bear with it. This made the manager even angrier. Vera, she remembered. After the round, the subsequent auction started as usual, but everyone's interest faded a lot, and some people even felt that it was not worth it. The manager had no choice but to come down and organize the auction herself. After all the money was going into her pocket. So of course, she had to get as much as possible. What comforted her was that no matter how intense the auction was, poor Vera did not come out to cause trouble. The manager slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The auction was about to end successfully. In the box, since they had a hard fight with the management, they let go of themselves. Chris was thinking about leaving, and they also had a grudge with the Wizard Association. So they simply did not do any superficial work and directly threw out the artifact that hid the surveillance magic. After closing the door tightly, Vera finally relaxed. She complained quietly, "Chris, you are so rude. How can you cover my mouth with a hand that touched my leg?" Chris calmly replied, "I was in a hurry." Villa asked curiously with her chin propped up, "Did you think of anything? Why did you suddenly add that sentence?" Chris chuckled. "We can use the teleportation scroll. But we don't have to take the blame. If we can put the blame on our fake identity, let alone how we can use space magic in the forbidden magic area, the hatred of these wizards will be focused on us." That's right. Villa and the others originally just wanted to make more money. At that time, they didn't know the existence of elves. They just wanted to complete the task. To complete the task, everyone must know their names. It's impressive to make a brilliant debut and a brilliant exit. But after seeing the tortured elf, Chris didn't think so. Since they dared to auction the elves of dark spells, they must be bolder and richer. In addition, they mentioned Captain Amos before. So Chris felt that this exit didn't have to be so brilliant. With that, all the teleportation arrays in the venue could not be caused by them. In the end, the auction house that forbids everyone to use magic should bear the responsibility. If the auction house was not so confident, and trapped everyone to display their strength, and did not allow them to get their items in advance, how could everyone's items be lost? It makes sense. Chris tidied his clothes and asked Vera to prepare. "You can think about how to leave. It will probably be a short time before they unlock the forbidden magic area." Julian's struggles when he left just now were actually a reminder to them that they could leave at any time. Now, the rear guards only need to help guide public opinion in the following time. Oris, get ready. When the forbidden magic field is opened, I say start. You will pretend to activate space magic and take us away. Oris nodded and said in a deep voice, "Understood." He touched the fake magic wand he bought and the small magic wand hidden in his palm, and sighed softly. After joining this group, he seems to be more lively. At the same time, Amelia, who was sitting alone next to him, was also ready to leave. She is a low-key person, so she can just take advantage of the situation and leave. There is no need to rush. Bang! The whole auction hall shook. Amelia leaned against the wall and looked at the auction table in shock, as if she didn't understand what happened. What's going on? Someone is using a forbidden spell. Impossible. This is a forbidden magic area. Everyone was a little flustered, and even wanted to leave immediately. Damn! How could there be such a big commotion? The manager immediately spoke to maintain order. "Quiet. Please be quiet. There are wizards here. Don't worry." Bang bang bang. Vera was stunned. Play so big? Chris didn't understand either. He stared at the stage and grabbed Vera's arm as soon as he saw the light behind the elf. "The auction item is gone." Vera blinked and gloated. "What do you mean don't worry? Little Red Riding Hood? This is my first time attending an auction and I don't know much. How did your wizard send the auction item away in advance? Or teleport directly? I'm so worried about the wizard who paid." The manager subconsciously looked back. In the empty iron cage. Where was the elf? How is it possible? There is a forbidden spell formation here. Her face was so gloomy that water could drip out. She gritted her teeth and pointed the finger at Vera. "Is it you?" Vera refuted without hesitation. "You wizards are really good. It's obvious that you are the only ones who can use space magic on the field. In the end, you still insisted that I was strong." "Uh-huh. Amy. Look at her stubborn look. She is really like you." Amelia said expressionlessly. "Vera? Shut up. Be careful of being bitten by a mad dog." Vera snorted. "Are you really so shameless?" The manager, who was really racking his brains to shirk responsibility,